Do we have to wait for her to grow up? Give her a dowry and then marry her off. The money we got for that jade pendant has long been gambled away. I certainly don't have a dowry for her. The couple exchanged fierce words, neither giving way. If we can't have a son, isn't that your fault? If you have the guts, come at me, don't take it out on the child. They pulled and shoved each other into the inner room. If you want me to come at you, then I will. Do you think I'm scared? Luo Bing sat alone eating her meal. The screams continued around her. Are you trying to kill me? She was completely alone. I was little then and didn't understand anything. I just thought they hated me because I was a girl. Since I assumed they were my other biological parents. Voices suddenly rang out in the hazy scene. Big sister, look, that girl has a good physique. She'll certainly be attractive when she grows up. We already agreed on 2 taels of silver. Not a single bit less. Don't worry, little sister. I always keep my word when doing business. Luo Bing felt terrified, facing the whispers of the people around her. This child really isn't bad. Raise her for 4 or 5 years and we can get back the principal and interest. A moment later she struggled helplessly, crying loudly. Mom, don't abandon me. Mom, I can eat less. Mom, please don't reject me, Luo Bing thought. Fortunately, I later met young master and master. She gritted her teeth and thought, but ever since I entered the Momen school, I have never forgiven my foster parents. It wasn't until Sword Venerable appeared that day that I suspected my biological parents might be other people. Luo Bing furiously drew her sword. Why did you abandon me, and where are my biological parents? Suddenly Qing Yan burst into laughter. They died long ago, I killed them myself. Who told your mother to betray me? I loved her so much. Recalling that scene, she immediately widened her eyes and screamed. She insisted on abandoning me. To love a human man. Subsequently Luo Bing looked at Qing Yan, her face pale. She even had a wretched child, you the offspring of that despicable human. She recalled the scene of their meeting. So while she was weak after childbirth, I killed that contemptible human. And killed her too. I personally ended her life. She held her head and yelled. But when she was about to die, Zhu Yan pleaded for mercy, saying, Sister Yenner, there is one thing I want to ask of you. My child, her name is Luo Bing, she is innocent. I want to entrust her to you, dear sister. Her voice was labored as she spoke. At least let her live. Will you? Qing Yan recalled this feeling only greater fury. Her very last words were to beg me to let you live. Suddenly her rage erupted and power surged forth. I hate her guts. But she never asked me for forgiveness. Not even as she died. A tremendous power manifested. Countless monsters appeared in its wake. The alarm sounded. Everyone quickly protect your heart meridians. Be careful of her demonic energy. Although she has fallen from the 8th realm to the 7th realm, she is still so vicious. Luo Bing was shaken violently by the mighty currents of wind. So this was all because of you. The tears she shed were all because of you. Following this, Luo Bing shouted furiously. I must avenge my parents. Luo Bing rushed forward but was stopped by Chaoga. You cannot kill her. He stepped forward and ordered, stand down. Then, Chaoga stood before the beam of light and spoke. You have followed me for many years. You should know. He turned and looked at her. I, Lu Chaoga, fiercely protect my own. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing agreed tearfully. Yes, young master. Chaoga raised his hand, preparing his move. Look upon my sword. A surge of power appeared behind him. Inu exclaimed in surprise. What powerful sword skills. Sect Master Lu is truly angry now. Yang Ri also intensely watched the battle between the two. This Sect Master Lu truly protects his own. On another live stream screen, constant barrage comments appeared. That demoness actually committed such wicked deeds. It's one thing to be obsessed with her own sister. But to kill her personally, that's just twisted. The key is that the person she killed were Luo Bing's parents. That's Luo Bing, the innocent goddess of the Ink sect. The situation Lu Chaoga faces this time is seriously huge. He must be absolutely furious inside. Qing Yan widened her eyes, surprised yet still maintaining her arrogance. A mere cultivator in the early 6th realm. Do you think I would be afraid of you? I was once an 8th realm demon saint. A ray of purple light flashed past. Her power and his power countered each other. A massive explosion immediately followed. Nearby cultivators and people surrounding them were blown away. Quick grab onto a tree. I'm actually flying. The 6 saints watched from afar. This is the sword technique of the first-generation sword sovereign. A technique that was studied for many years, and only successive sword sovereigns could finally grasp. I never expected him to know it too. After observing, he thought to himself contentedly, not bad. Chao yelled and unleashed the slaughter technique. Xingyan extended her claws and rushed towards him. First I'll kill you, then I'll kill Zhu Yan's daughter. The two of them fiercely clashed. Chao wore a grave expression as he pondered. 7th realm, 6th heaven, stronger than the Black King. Furthermore, the bloodline of the Azure Pattern Celestial Fox clan is clearly several levels higher than that of the Black Feathered Eagle clan. He then began to cast a spell. I can't kill her using only the slaughter technique. I must use all my strength. Ascension activate. She suddenly let out a small laugh. This human is very strong. It seems Sealing Soul Devourer really did steal a lot of power from me. Xingyan emitted killing intent. But even though I have fallen to the 7th realm, I am not something a mere human brat can kill. Chao frowned, a look of worry on his face. Her aura is changing. Is it the innate divine ability of the Azure Pattern Celestial Fox? I cannot give her a chance to transform. He immediately changed his stance. Chao swiftly unleashed the Ink Dragon slaughter technique. Ascension. With this strike, I will take your life. A string of information appeared and the ground shook violently. A huge roar exploded. She was shocked and blown away. How can this be? How can a mere human brat cut off my true form? Chao relentlessly swung his sword, stabbing toward Xingyan. Once a demon survived after having its limbs severed. I will not allow such a thing to happen. A second time. The light from his sword tip shot towards her. The light pierced Qingyan's body, causing her to scream in pain. Xingyan widened her eyes, looking at Luo Bing and Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's image reappeared. Zhu Yan. Her gaze was filled with hatred. Even if I suffer eternal damnation, even if I cannot enter reincarnation, the earth was damaged by some power, I will still make sure you and this wretched child are reduced to ash. Then she rushed towards her. Zhu Yan's child, you shall not live. Chao was startled and looked at Xingyan. Sacrificing the physical body to become a spirit. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Suddenly a soul-slashing light shot from his eyes. Then Chao unleashed his move. But you won't get away with it. He swung his sword down. In front of the heart sword. A pure spirit is bound to perish. Xingyan roared in despair. Zhu Yan appeared in another place. The two were behind a curtain. Elder sister is still the same. She makes it impossible for younger sister to stop. Zhu Yan hesitated before speaking. Actually, there's something I want to tell you. From now on, let's just be ordinary sisters. How about it? Hearing this, Xingyan asked worriedly, what's wrong? Then she recounted, blushing. Elder sister has fallen for someone a different kind of liking than what we share. Elder sister seems to understand what love is now. She asked back in surprise. You say you understand. Then tell me, what is love? Zhu Yan explained happily. Love is for that person to have no regrets even if one's spirit is destroyed, and to leave nothing to regret. Immediately after, Xingyan also gradually dissipated. Zhu Yan, it seems younger sister also understands. Then she vanished, turning into dust. Even if you hate me, it doesn't matter. Luo Bing stood quietly. Her jade-green robes fluttered in the wind. She stood gazing into the distance, sighing. Chao thought to himself. At this moment, Luo Bing's thoughts were hard to untangle. Although she had avenged her parents, everything lost could not be recovered. Such is life. Sometimes full, sometimes empty. Not everything goes as one wishes, making it impossible for one to be truly happy. I have deeply experienced this in my previous life and this one. Yin Yun thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Master Lu, for slaying this demon for our clan, and resolving 10 years of suffering for our people. Chao raised a hand and said softly, there's no need for such formalities, everyone. As I said before, this venerable one also has his own reasons. The little girl looked up, her voice sincere. That being said, Sect Master Lu has indeed helped our tribe twice. The first time was saving our tribe from extermination, and the second was breaking the cultivation shackles that bound our tribe for decades. Such immense kindness, our Yin Yang dear tribe finds it hard to repay. Yin Yun expressed her gratitude. So I have discussed it with everyone. From now on, if Sect Master Lu has any needs, our young deer tribe will definitely assist with all our might. Even through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire we will never refuse, a little girl reminded. If Sect Master Lu ever needs the young deer tribe, even through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire we will never refuse. Chaga cupped his hands in return. Then Lu Chaga will temporarily accept this kindness. A thought surfaced in his mind. The young deer tribe's status among the demon race is not low. In the future, when tribulation descends, there will be an additional source of aid. Luranjia eagerly shouted, "Sect Master Lu, look over here. I found a jade pendant. It seems to belong to that tiger demon from earlier." He scanned it in astonishment, thinking, a level above the name. This guy is actually a player. Luranjia shouted, "Everyone look. Lu Chaga is looking at me. He's actually looking directly at me." Chaga nodded slightly, after confirming, "Wow, what a peerless face. So this is what it feels like to be looked at by Lu Chaga. This kid is so lucky. Unbelievable, my 500 brothers in the livestream. If it were me, I could brag about it for a year." He happily shouted, "Sect Master Lu is praising me." The crowd was bewildered, wondering. Although he was praised by Sect Master Lu, his reaction shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? This stag is too lucky. I'm so envious. I also want Sect Master Lu to praise me with not bad. Chaga took the jade pendant. His gaze was thoughtful. Kinjian's physical body and soul have both been annihilated. This item must be the only trace she left in this world. It should contain the accumulation of her many years. Let's see if there is anything Luobing can use. Consider it her compensation to Luobing. An arm appeared from nowhere, reaching out and grabbing the jade pendant. Qingxiu Zhaixing stated firmly, "This item belongs to the azure-marked Heavenly Fox clan, and cannot be handed over to outsiders." Chaga pondered, "I can't detect their level. Both of these people are at least above the 8th realm." He raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, "Senior, I doubt you came here just for this jade pendant. You also came for this child, right?" He straightened up and introduced himself calmly. "Fellow Taoist Lu, there's no need to panic. I am the current clan leader of the azure-marked Heavenly Fox clan. My name is Qingxiu Zhaixing. He is my trusted guard." Named Qingxiu Chen Yang Ri was suddenly startled. That's the current clan leader of the azure-marked Heavenly Fox clan. What powerful demonic energy. He truly deserves the reputation of being a great demon, whom even the 9-colored Deer King treats with respect. The members of the Deer clan stood slack-jawed. "I heard his strength is considerable. He is one of the 3 sages, the strongest in the current demon clan." Another person stammered, "The demonic energy is too immense." His expression was composed, his words full of rationality. "Qingxiu Qingyan is my younger sister. Since she has now perished, I naturally must retrieve her remains. Furthermore, I do have other intentions." Qingxiu Zhaixing added frankly, "I also want to meet my elder sister's biological offspring, my niece." Luobing stood still, her eyes vacant, stunned by everything that had just happened. Chaga pondered silently. "I see. Luobing's mother and the foxwoman Qingyan just now. They were both leaders of the azure-marked Heavenly Fox clan. No wonder Qingyan was so powerful. After being suppressed for so many years, the power radiating from him caused the entire space to be immersed in potent energy." He turned his head and praised inwardly. "The art of flight is truly magnificent." Qingxiu Zhaixing spoke gently. "You truly resemble the eldest sister somewhat." His slender and gentle hand lightly reached out toward Luobing. Chaga gripped his sword, his expression tense. "If he means harm to Luobing, even if he is in the 8th realm, I will draw my sword." Qingxiu Chen stood behind him and interjected, "No need to worry. The clan leader merely wishes to comfort her." Qingxiu Zhaixing gently stroked her hair. He spoke softly, offering comfort. "You are a good child. Your mother knows you don't need to grieve for her. The eldest sister was much stronger than Qingyan the youngest. She willingly died by her sister's hand." Qingxiu Zhaixing said earnestly, "Little girl, you must understand. The more a race is born to transcend the mortal world, the more weary their hearts become. Your mother was exactly like that. But your heart transcends even mine." He stretched out his hand sincerely and gently, saying, "I have something I wish to return to you." Chaga observed them from behind, an expression of doubt appearing on his face. "I am very curious. Why didn't you step forward earlier? Why did you only show up after Qing Yan died? Qingqiu Chan shrugged and gave a dry laugh. First, Qing Yan is after all the clan leader's younger sister. Did you expect us to help you kill her? Second, the clan leader wanted to see whether you are worthy of being the azure-marked heavenly fox. Clan's teacher Chaoga looked straight at him, asking searchingly, what is your assessment? Qingqiu Chan replied calmly. Of course you are worthy, however Luo Bing is different from us. She possesses the 9 orifices exquisite heart, and has the potential to break through the 9th realm in the future. Furthermore, Qingqiu Zhaixing ordered, let's go. He replied respectfully yes. He and Qingqiu Chen departed. Chaoga stood watching them go, his eyes fixed on them. He harbored some doubts. Appearing suddenly, leaving suddenly. This person genuinely didn't harbor ill will. But what exactly was his goal? It's definitely not just to comfort Luo Bing. I'm afraid it's because of that 9 aperture exquisite heart. Qingqiu Zhaixing turned back and praised Lu Chaoga. You're quite good. He responded with a smile. Lu Bing's biological maternal uncle, you are also quite good. Hearing Lu Chaoga say that, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Lu Chaoga stood quietly deep in thought. Although the motives of these two fellows are hard to grasp, at least 2 things are clear. He continued to think. Binger still has family in this world. She is not truly alone. Lu Chaoga observed quietly. Luo Bing possesses the 9 aperture exquisite heart. In the future she might be able to break through to the 9th realm. Suddenly a member of the deer clan cried out in panic. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Another person added. He's spitting blood. The scorpion venom from before is acting up again. Clutching his chest he cried out, it hurts so much. The others looked pale, their voices trembling. It feels like my chest is being ripped apart. Lu Chaoga pondered inwardly. All the deer clan members were poisoned just now. The scorpion venom was mixed with azure flame. Their entire clan is now deeply poisoned. He mused and calculated. The entire Yin Yang deer clan is facing mortal danger. The elders standing behind the scenes controlling everything. Are you still not going to show yourself? Lu Sheng appeared, his voice calm and composed. Little friend Lu, I didn't expect this. You actually used this method. Scheming to force this old man to show up. Truly interesting. Just as the members of the young deer clan were exhausted, a shout suddenly rang out. Everyone look at the sky, it's Lord Lu Sheng. Lord Lu Sheng actually came in person. Everyone was stunned. That really is Lord Lu Sheng. That is the legendary. One of the 3 sages of the demon race. A holy demon who truly stands at the peak of the demon race. Madare Lu Sheng spoke. Couldn't you have resolved these troubles yourself? And had to force this old man to show up? Lu Chaoga answered honestly. This junior is not skilled in healing. I sincerely apologize, but this time, if we want the new king to take the throne, it likely won't work without your support, senior. He immediately sighed in admiration. You rascal. Few people can scheme against this old man. However, there is some truth to what you say. I won't hold this against you. Lu Sheng immediately decided. Yin Yang dear clan members, open your dantian and sit down to regulate your breath. I will neutralize the poison for you. The young deer clan members below respectfully answered. Yes, Lord Lu Sheng. His power quickly neutralized the poison throughout the clan. Everyone quickly bowed to thank Lu Sheng. Yin Yu and Yang Ri also bowed in thanks. Thank you Lu Sheng for intervening. Thank you Lu Sheng for the rescue. Lu Sheng then asked. Do you all still remember the purpose of gathering here? Yin Yu immediately replied. Of course we remember. Elder brother Yang Ri and I intend to decide together on the new king of the Yin Yang deer clan. Yang Ri also affirmed. Of course, who will be the new king has yet to be decided. Yin Yun suddenly felt displeased. Then do your words from earlier no longer count? Seeing this, she explained. Yuner, you don't know the hardships of being a king. It's not that easy. Mother doesn't want you to step into this mire. Yang Ri also chimed in. What we said just now was only spoken casually to the child. It certainly wasn't serious. The little girl said unhappily, you people. Seeing this, Lu Sheng spoke. Yuner, come over here. Yin Yun was immediately carried up by clouds. Lu Sheng held the little girl and comforted her. I think Yuner is very suitable to be your new king. Then she shall be assisted by the Yin Deer King and the Yang Deer King. Yin Yun will, after she grows up, handle all matters within the clan. before Yuner becomes the ruler. The Yin-Yang Deer clan, if it encounters danger related to its existence, shall be protected by this sage. He gestured with his eyes. What are your thoughts? Power. The dazzling radiance from the 6 sages shone upon the land, inspiring awe. Everyone was respectful and obedient, requesting the 6 sages to preside over everything. At this moment Chauga fell into deep thought. For a long time to come, with the 6 sages guarding the Yin-Yang Luzu, at this very moment, the status of the Yin-Yang Luzu in the demon realm had risen once again. They could now be mentioned in the same breath as Jianzuan and Momo. I will stay here as a guest guardian. Elder Qing turned around worriedly. If the matter concerning Lubing's background has been resolved, then I should take her back to Momo. Her current condition still requires her to reach enlightenment on her own, against the gentle backdrop of the sky. Subsequently, after Chauga and the 6 sages finished handling the remaining matters, and restored the Yin-Yang forest to its normal state, they departed taking Luo Bing with them. At this moment they were on their way back to Momo. Chauga thought to himself, it's already been 2 days. Her current state has persisted for 2 days. I wonder what Qingqiu Zhaixing actually gave her. He suddenly spoke up and asked, Luo Bing, could you let me see the thing in your hand? Chauga thought internally, this cannot continue. If Xiao Lizi knew that her disciple was reduced to this state, by me she would definitely attack me. Luo Bing blankly and gently handed over the item in her grasp. Upon seeing it he couldn't help but be surprised. What Luo Bing held was an azure jade pendant, engraved with intricate patterns. He immediately recognized that this was her mother's relic. At this moment she suddenly realized. A relic. Chauga quickly confirmed it was correct. This should be a jade pendant, the identity jade pendant that all members of the azure pattern Skyfox clan possess. Xing Yan has one and naturally her mother had one too. It's just that this particular one was probably sold off by her foster parents. He secretly felt pity. So she had never seen this item before. How long will this child remain so dazed? Luo Bing picked up the relic trembling with excitement. Her tears immediately burst forth as she looked at the jade pendant in her hand. Luo Bing hugged the relic tightly, sobbing. Mother! She held it tightly to her chest, her heart filled with boundless longing. Just then space suddenly fluctuated. A dazzling ray of light appeared. Chauga immediately sensed the spiritual power fluctuation of a demon. Could it be Zuyan's avatar gradually manifesting? It spoke. Only the tears of my daughter Luo Bing can awaken this item. You are my daughter Luo Bing. Luo Bing was stunned and replied, Mother, I am Luo Bing. She immediately embraced Luo Bing, exclaiming, You truly are beautiful, even more beautiful than your mother. Luo Bing shouted excitedly, Mother. He stood aside, speculating the spiritual power is unstable. This Shu Yan is merely a wisp of a spiritual energy avatar. It will disappear shortly. Only a daughter's tears could awaken it. This was planned all along. As expected, she wasn't content to die in Qinjian's hands. Perhaps she also believes that it was because she had betrayed Qingyan. Zhu Yan then comforted her daughter. Your mother is happy to see you have grown up so much. Don't cry, I believe you already know everything. But please stop crying. Zhu Yan then expressed. Your mother owes many people in this life. But the one I owe the most is you. I couldn't take care of you. I couldn't raise you to adulthood. Nor could I see you married off. But seeing you like this now, I can die without regrets. Luo Bing expressed her heartfelt feelings. Mother, I have so much I want to tell you. Zhu Yan immediately instructed. There's no need to say it. Your mother knows everything. If there's anything else you want to say, save it for your future loved ones. Save what words? She gently pressed a kiss onto Luo Bing's forehead as a farewell. Zhu Yan smiled contentedly. In this life, one must look forward. This is the only lesson your mother can teach you. Luo Bing screamed in despair. Mother, don't leave. She desperately tried to hold her mother back. Zhaoga immediately walked over to comfort her. Your mother is right. Life must look forward. Meanwhile, Luo Bing remained immersed in pain. The jade pendant suddenly emitted a light. Luo Bing broke through the great perfection of the 4th realm and entered the 5th realm. Cultivation is cultivating the heart. If the heart achieves enlightenment, thoughts become clear. One day mental obstacles can be broken, and one can step into a realm never before reached. Yi Qingzhou flew for 3 more days. Suddenly a tail was faintly visible beneath Lubing's clothes. She immediately informed him, "Young master, we have reached the Azure Dragon River region. In less than half a day, we will be home." Zhao immediately felt suspicious. "You cried for a day and a night after that day. So why are you wrapping yourself up so tightly now?" Luobing nervously explained. "Luobing has undergone some changes. And I really don't want the young master to see them," she thought to herself. "After breaking through to the 5th realm, I awakened my domain. But this domain made me feel a bit strange." He immediately confirmed. "You have entered the realm of the Great Cultivator 5th stage. So you must have awakened your domain, right?" "What is your domain?" he asked, seeing her suddenly become flustered. "Of course I awakened a domain. But it's not very convenient to show it yet. Once we return to Momin, I will show it to the young master and master together." Zhao couldn't help but feel suspicious. What exactly is this little girl hiding? Suddenly the Heavenly Tao issued a warning. "I can use the Pearl of Heavenly Tao to check the situation." He was a bit surprised. A Heavenly Tao warning. Zhao proceeded to check. Is this thing trying to warn me about something? The Pearl of Heavenly Tao in his hand suddenly emitted a surge of power. Zhao immediately perceived a vision. He focused intensely on the external space, and Tanyan's familiar figure appeared before his eyes. Zhao. Her face was covered in wounds, and she looked extremely weak. He immediately widened his eyes and surprised Tanyan. In an instant the spatial visualization immediately closed. The energy retracted. Zhao made a sweating assessment. This is an omen related to Tanyan. Tanyan is in danger. He quickly stood up and said, "You return to the sect by yourself first since you have entered the 5th realm. You can fly in the air now. I have an urgent matter, so we'll be leaving first." Luobing was confused. "Young master." Zhao did not forget to instruct her, "Tell your master that I will return in a few days." She quickly obeyed. Yes. In the clear sky light clouds drifted. Time rewinds a few days. Tanyan was preparing to exit seclusion. In front of the mountain peak, a dazzling light surrounded the imposing stone gate. The stone gate slowly opened and a foot gently stepped out. Tanyan sighed softly, having entered the 6th realm, 3rd heaven. "My realm is completely stable now." It was truly fortunate that reading the heavenly tome last time allowed me to break through several realms consecutively. From now on I can also help Zhao. She was secretly delighted. I can finally go see him. It has been several months since we last parted. Only this time I won't leave him again. So before that there is one thing I must do. Su Fengjun offered. "Congratulations, junior sister Tanyan. Congratulations on exiting seclusion by entering the 6th realm. With this level of cultivation, you are already qualified to become an elder of my spring and autumn mountain." Tanyan immediately cupped her hands and explained, "Thank you, senior sister Fengjun. It's just that I have no interest in power or positions. As senior sister knows, all I really care about is eating." Su Fengjun quickly grabbed her hand and offered. "Then I, your senior sister, will prepare a table full of delicious food to celebrate your exit from seclusion." "How about that?" Tanyan politely declined. "It won't be necessary today. I have an urgent matter. I need to go see the sect master and the sacred master. After I finish that I will eat with senior sister Fengjun." Su Fengjun was secretly perplexed. She is actually going to see Hongyin again. What could she possibly want? She frowned and asked herself. She already has a cultivation partner. Why is she still entangled with Hongyin? Su Fengjun was so angry that she crushed the flower basket she was holding. She gnashed her teeth in anger. "Jiang Xinyan, do you really think that in this world everyone absolutely needs you?" At this moment inside the main hall, Hongyin confirmed again. "Jiang Xinyan, have you truly thought this through?" Jiang Xinyan made up her mind and reported to the sect master. "I have already thought it through. I am incapable of handling the position of an elder of the spring and autumn. Paul and I only wish to travel outside." She thought, "I can't mention the Momin sect. Everyone knows about my relationship with Chao. It's too embarrassing." Jiang Xinyan blushed, awaiting a reply. In a corner of the main hall, Xixin muttered softly, "Talking about traveling outside. What traveling? I think she's just going to the Momin sect." Everyone started discussing. "Young people are just thin-skinned. She thought we wouldn't be able to tell." Su Fengjun secretly gloated in the back. "Wants to leave. That's just great. Hurry up and go. Is she waiting for me to leave first? Then junior brother Hongyian's gaze will finally fall upon me. Hongyin suddenly spoke. If that is the case. Just then Cixin suddenly raised a hand and objected. Wait a moment. She believed that Jiang Xinyan wanted to go to the Momin sect this time, because she wanted to seek out Sect Master Lu. If she were to resign from the elder position now, and match with the Momin Sect Master merely as a spring and autumn mountain disciple, it would inevitably make our spring and autumn mountain seem petty. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan blushed deeply, unsure what to say. The Holy Master immediately agreed. Elder Cixin is absolutely right. Lu Chaoga of the Momin sect is a famous prodigy of today. It is indeed inappropriate to match with him simply as a disciple. Perhaps he might even suspect that we intentionally demoted junior sister Jiang's status, treating him lightly. That would not be good. She then suggested, but if junior sister Jiang holds the position of elder, she would need to uphold the public affairs of Spring and Autumn Mountain. For junior sister Jiang, this would definitely take up too much time, making it inconvenient for the two of them to fly wing towing. Then she asked, then what solution does the Holy Master have? The Holy Master wisely replied, we should specially establish a position for junior sister Jiang, honored elder. Unless the sect faces a major disaster, she does not need to obey the sect's assignments, and will be on equal footing with the elders. This way, firstly, we resolve junior sister Jiang's official duties. Secondly, it lets the Momin sect master understand that our junior sister Jiang's status is also extraordinary. Cixin praised repeatedly. Good. The Holy Master's suggestion is excellent. She expressed agreement. It's wonderful. It solves junior sister Jiang's worries, while maintaining the dignity of our spring and autumn mountain. Hongyin immediately issued an order. Jiang Xinyan, effective immediately. You shall be the honored elder of my spring and autumn mountain, he said solemnly, except in the event of a major sectarian disaster. You do not need to obey the sect's assignments, and you shall be on equal footing with the elders. Jiang Xinyan respectfully thanked them. Thank you all for making this possible. Su Fengjun secretly felt jealous and resentful. To actually make an exception for her. Why are you all so biased towards her? I am clearly just as outstanding as she is. No, she made up her mind tonight. I must also let Hongyin know my feelings. Before long the sky darkened. On a night with a bright moon and clear breeze, Jiang Xinyan spoke. Fengjun, you drank so much wine tonight. Is something troubling you? Su Fengjun revealed softly. I'm not troubled by anything. I just suddenly felt today how delicious your Chuanbian wine is. Jiang Xinyan immediately realized. Fengjun doesn't want me to leave. She couldn't help but be surprised, widening her eyes as she looked at Jiang Xinyan. Su Fengjun gently held her hand and then expressed, Xinyan, if you leave this time, will you still remember me, the senior sister, who entered the sect at the same time as you? Jiang Xinyan said assuredly. Fengjun, senior sister knows what kind of person I am. The only person I worry about is Jaga and Jaga alone. Hearing this, Fengjun felt deeply disappointed. Jiang Xinyan, you are as cold as ever. Still the same as before. Do you still completely disregard me? She recalled her younger years during that sect competition. Back then Jiang Xinyan and Su Fengjun both won first place. Fengjun believed she was always just a little short, even though I was only slightly behind. Even though the masters believed we were equals. Everyone back then only praised one person. Junior sister Xinyan is truly amazing. Junior sister Xin Yan is indeed a body cultivation genius of the Chuanxiu Shanzong. Although the final move was launched simultaneously, it was clear that junior sister Xinyan won by half a move. How exactly did the masters determine the winner? It was at that moment that she was almost pushed to the margin. But just because of that slight difference, all eyes were diverted away from me. No one could see me, and no one would take me seriously. Returning to the present, Fengjun asked herself, junior sister Xinyan is cold by nature. I know that, of course. So why bother racking my brains to ask these things just to make things difficult for you? I have business tonight. I shall leave first. Jiang Xinyan. Xinyan didn't want to listen further, so she stood up and bowed. Goodbye. After parting today, perhaps we won't meet again until after the Great Tribulation. Senior sister Fengjun, please take care. Seeing this, Fengjun simply smiled in response. That might not be the case. Xinyan took care. The moment she turned around, a malicious look immediately appeared on her face. You had better die during the Great Tribulation and never let me see you again. In another location, Henjian's sword was stuck into the cold ground. He stopped practicing and was gulping down the wine he had prepared beforehand. Suddenly Feng Jun's voice rang out. The sect master is having such a pleasant time today. Hainin turned his head at the sound, sizing her up. She walked closer and suggested, "May I also stay here and accompany senior brother? I also want to drink some wine today." But he seemed uncaring, simply replying, "Suit yourself," Feng Jun tentatively asked. "Is it because junior sister Jiang is about to descend the mountain?" Hearing this, Henjian's hand paused abruptly. She smiled. "It seems I guessed correctly again." Seeing this, Feng Jun tried to explain. Hangin, senior brother must know that junior sister Xinyan already has a Dao companion. He immediately interrupted her. "So what?" she urged earnestly. "She is not the only good woman in this world. There are many others. Why must you?" Hangin stated coldly and bluntly. "I don't like you." This sentence stunned her. Then she immediately stood up to cover up Hangin. "Senior brother is joking. How could someone like me be called a good woman? I shall take my leave first." Before she left, he simply warned Su Feng-jun, "Repent and the shore is within sight." The path of body cultivation. Breaking through the seventh realm is like defying the heavens. You cannot force it. Feng Jun responded decisively, "I understand. Thank you for the sect master's warning." Below the sect gates, people came and went, very bustling. "Hurry to see Martial Aunt Xinyan. She is leaving tomorrow. We won't be able to give her the gifts in person then. Let's go together. I also prepared a gift for Martial Aunt Xin. Martial Aunt Xinyan once guided me, allowing me to break through a bottleneck that had held me back for a long time. We must see her one last time today." They urged each other, "Hurry up." Everyone kept mentioning her, making Feng Jun almost go insane. "Jiang Xinyan," she cursed through gritted teeth. "I want you dead." The next day, at the entrance of the Chuanqiu Shanzong, Xinyan spoke her farewell. "Everyone, Jiang Xinyan bids you farewell." Hainin politely said, "I wish you a smooth journey." She nodded, then quickly departed. "Thank you." After she left, Hangin wondered, why hasn't Su Feng-jun arrived yet? Suing shook his head in confusion. She and Xinyan are the best of friends. She probably went somewhere to grieve privately. Seeing this, Shangshur interjected, "If that is truly the case, then it is a good thing. I only fear that Xinyan is currently enjoying a carefree journey in the sky." Chan Chan, seeing this scene, started casting spells below, intending to fly up high. Suddenly Chan Chan was frozen in place. The Shangshur gently reminded him, "You still need to continue cultivating, and mustn't run around everywhere." Chan Chan cried out miserably, "Master, I want to go to the Momin too. I want to go see Martial Uncle Lu." 3 days later, at the border of Beizhou, Jiang Xinyan was already waiting there. She thought, "Jaga, junior sister will be able to see you soon." A look of excitement appeared on her face. The border of Beizhou. Crossing this spot leads into Qingzhou territory. Suddenly Jiang Xinyan noticed something unusual in the distance. The person before her was that Su Feng-jun. Su Xiang said coldly, "Jiang Xinyan, deacon of Chuanqiu Shan. I have been waiting for my junior sister here for a long time." Just then, a group of strangers flew in from unknown origins, asking skeptically, "She is the one Su Xiang wanted to wait for." They murmured, "Just a body cultivator at the 6th realm, 3rd heaven. What does that count for? A human body cultivator. And we need so many of us to mobilize for her." Su Xiang is far too cautious. Realizing something was wrong, Jiang Xinyan frowned. "Feng-jun, do you know who these people are? Why are you mixed up with them?" Su Feng-jun calmly put on a mask. "Of course I know. Because I am also a member of the Huangquan Hui." She added, "My title is Xiang, and my status within the Huangquan Hui is very high." Hearing this, she cried out in surprise, "Have you already betrayed Chuanqiu Shan?" Su Feng-jun smirked. "That's right. You forced all of this upon me." Su Xiang commanded, "Kill her." The strangers took the order and immediately rushed forward. One person said, "Su Xiang, this body cultivator looks quite good. I'll take the best spoils. Her mind is mine to crush." Another person said, "To destroy her physical body. That will strengthen me greatly." Just then Jaga happened to pass by this location. Faster, even faster. Suddenly a foul smell rushed over from somewhere, startling him. Where is that smell of blood coming from? At this moment, on the battlefield between Jiang Xinyan and Su Feng-jun, Su Fengjun had completely gained the upper hand. Su Fengjun said, Zhang Xinyan, you are still as powerful as before. Alas, must a proud genius fall here. Let me personally send you off. The icy spear tip pierced Zhang Xinyan's body. She collapsed entirely. Zhang Xinyan asked with a trembling voice, I want to know why. You betrayed Chuanqiu Shan. Seeing the spirit, Su Fengjun asked herself. Why is she nearly dead? Yet still acting so imposing and unyielding. Unwilling to accept this, she twisted and forcefully pressed the spear tip deeper. You're nearly dead, yet you dare question me like this. Su Fengjun's voice came out practically one word at a time. Zhang Xinyan, you truly have nerves of steel. Then I shall tell you. It wasn't I who betrayed Chuanqiu Shan, but Chuanqiu Shan that betrayed me. Zhang Xinyan was nearly confused. Is it because of Hangin? Hearing that name, she sneered him. He was merely one link in the chain. From start to finish, it was all because of you. Su Fengjun recalled the past assessment. The results of this assessment. Zhang Xinyan and Su Fengjun tied for first place. She emphasized, since we first joined the sect, you and I have always been called the twin stars of Chuanqiu Shan. Every competition, the result was always a tie. This time Zhang Xinyan and Su Fengjun tied for first place. Su Fengjun asserted, we have never been able to distinguish a winner. Always sharing the spotlight equally. In everyone's eyes. They were the perfect examples. Look, it's the Jiangsu twin stars. They are both so beautiful. Senior sister Jiang is cooler and senior sister Su is gentler. Su Fengjun firmly believed whether it was cultivation, appearance, personality, or even popularity. Within Chuanqiu Shan, you and I were evenly matched. But I don't know when it started. Hangin and all the supreme elders. Their attention all shifted to you. She continued bitterly. Everyone valued you highly, even Hangin developed feelings for you. I don't understand why that is. So I went and asked the Shangshi. When he heard this question, the Shangshi merely replied, none of you are worse than Xinyan. It's just that your emotions were magnified by the cultivation method. Stay away from her. And naturally nothing bad will happen. Since then the sacred master told me the answer. So I started avoiding you. I started cutting off all contact with you. As she spoke of this, a surge of anger rose in her heart again. Until that man appeared. He actually dared to challenge the Chuanqiu Mountain sect master for your sake. Fengjun recalled Henjian's every move. I saw him risk his life for you. I am truly jealous. I hate deeply. Why would someone be willing to go to such lengths for you? Her face was completely distorted at this point. Do you know? The day before the competition between Hangin and Lu Chaoga, I went to see him. Hangin once saved my life. He was the one who rescued me from the monster cultivators. I thought he liked me. That day Fengjun asked him again. Now that Xinyan already has a Dao companion, Hangin, what do you think of me, your senior sister? But the response to this plea was a deathly silence. In that moment she almost died inside. His rejection was shown by his refusal to speak. He didn't even say the word no. To me. Her voice rose another notch at this point. Do you know what kind of humiliation that was? All of this is because of you. Senior sister, you only know how to blame others. Everything I lost I will take back from you. After hearing the whole story, Xinyan spoke. No, senior sister, you didn't lose anything. It's just that your jealousy has driven you mad. Even though she knew this was true, Fengjun was indignant. So what? I am jealous, what about it? Just as the spear was about to pierce Xinyan's face, something suddenly flew over and knocked the spear away. It landed straight into the thick snow. Facing this situation, Fengjun shouted. Who? A blurry figure appeared in the distance. Meanwhile Chaoga rushed over to ask, how are you? She obediently lay in his arms and shook her head. I'm fine. Long time no see, but seeing these injuries, my heart aches. I'm here to take care of you. Don't talk anymore for now. This is medicine for injuries. Its effects are outstanding. I will first use the power of water to help stop the bleeding. It might feel a bit strange. Lu Chaoga also thought to himself. That healing medicine just now, according to the system, is the highest grade available. It should restore a good amount of vitality and blood for Xinyan. Her current condition is very poor. Seeing him so worried about her, Xinyan comforted him. It's all right, I came here specifically to see you. Now that I have seen you, I have no regrets even if I die. But she was stopped as soon as she finished speaking. You still have to bear children. And cultivate with me. You are not allowed to die. Seeing this, she immediately retorted. If in doing everything, then what are you doing? He was stunned by the question, unsure how to respond. Chaga blinked mischievously. I'll be responsible for making babies. Making babies and more making babies. Hearing this, Xinyan blushed. After a brief private exchange between the two, Feng Jun returned. Seeing her, he frowned and asked, so many monster cultivators. This must be someone from the Huangquan Society's North River branch, isn't it? Hearing this question, Xinyan quickly confirmed this is a traitor hidden within Chuanqiu Mountain. She used to be an elder of Chuanqiu Mountain. Hearing this, Chaga immediately drew his sword and pointed it at her. Very well. I am truly angry now. I have never been this angry. Since you are a monster cultivator and a traitor, very well. But facing his reaction, Feng Jun sneered. Lu Chaga, don't think that just because you've reached the 6th realm, you can defeat us. These are all my elite subordinates. Your loving appearance truly disgusts me. She also encouraged her ally Su Xiang. Kill him later, and I will claim his physical form. Su Xiang said, are you dreaming beautifully too? That face is the essence of that boy's entire body? A mere early 6th realm sword cultivator, I have consumed many already. Just as that monster was about to charge, Chaga asked, do you remember the year I was severely wounded by Qi Xiao? You told me to wait for you for 10 breaths of time, didn't you? A trace of melancholy flashed across her face. Back then you saved me, but now it's the reverse. He smiled softly. That's right. Then he walked out to face the enemy, sending a message back. My Dao companion, wait for me for 10 breaths. Jiang Xinyan agreed reassuringly. All right. Lu Chaga no longer held back at that moment, erupting directly. His domain unfolded and he let out a furious roar full of might. Those who harm my companion shall be utterly annihilated. Meaningless fragment cannot be fully translated. The source of power emanating from Lu Chaga was extremely potent. Seeing this, Su Fengjun narrowed her eyes, watching the imposing sword technique. However, sword cultivators are fundamentally all about flashy appearances. Furthermore, with 3 rank 6 aberrant beasts, plus 3 rank 6 demon cultivators, what can a mere rank 6 sword cultivator possibly do? She revealed a vicious expression. Even if you are Lu Chaga, whose name shakes the heavens. So what? A single strike that shook heaven and earth suddenly descended. At this moment, Su Fengjun had fallen into a frenzy. The famed Lu Chaga, dying in the hands of me, Su Fengjun. Perhaps my standing within the Huangquan Society can be raised by another rank. Stepping into the scholar tier. After licking the bloodstains from the tip of her spear, she grinned. Jiang Xinyan's blood is indeed the freshest and most delicious. As long as she is dead, my Dao heart will become completely clear and unimpeded. A trace of smugness lifted the corners of her mouth, judging by the location where the spiritual energy dispersed. She is right over there. Now I am going to kill you. Su Fengjun charged forward, speaking with disdain. What is Spring and Autumn Mountain? What is Jiang Xinyan? And what is Huangyin? They are all mere stumbling blocks preventing me from reaching the peak. She continued to utter malicious words. One day, I will make the entire Spring and Autumn Mountain kneel before me. I will make Huangyin kneel down and submit completely. But just as she prepared to charge, Lu Chaga nimbly dodged. Su Fengjun lost her balance and tumbled forward. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. You're not dead. Lu Chaga was also surprised. I didn't expect you to be alive either. Su Fengjun demanded loudly. Where are they? You couldn't possibly have killed all of them. He stepped down and replied. This venerable one once thought so too. But unfortunately they were too weak. Hearing this, she almost lost her mind. How is this possible? At this point, Jiang Xinyan's body gradually recovered. She hadn't expected that. Lu Chaga was already so much stronger than the last time they met. Although his cultivation level is lower than mine with this strength, I am definitely not his match. Before he once said, he might not be able to break my defense. Now it seems, perhaps, he was merely being modest before. As for Su Fengjun, her maneuver had indeed been effective. She thought to herself, this guy is very strong. I'm afraid even I am no match for him. The only strategy left now is. Forced into a desperate situation, Su Fengjun shouted, emerge. Immediately following, the ground shook violently. A monster burrowed out from beneath the ground. its mouth stretched wide, seemingly trying to intimidate everyone. Lu Chaoga glanced at it and assessed. A rank 6 peak aberrant beast. Slay it with a single sword stroke. Acting instantly, he swung his sword and cleaved straight down. But the monster ran away without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga smirked, trying to flee. By now Su Fengjun had already made her escape. If the aberrant beast ran off, so be it, I can capture and refine it later. Saving my life is the priority now, Jiang Xinyan. We shall meet again soon across great mountains and vast roads. It won't be too late to kill you then. Suddenly an unexpected voice rang out. Su Fengjun, where are you going? She abruptly looked up. It turned out to be Moku arriving as reinforcement. Seeing him, joy was evident on her face. Master Moku, you've arrived at the perfect time. Lu Chaoga is right here. Quickly help me kill him. He is a scholar tier expert. Likely having already entered rank 7, dealing with a mere Lu Chaoga is absolutely more than enough. Moku saw her but delivered an instruction. Huangquan General has commanded that I cannot interfere with your karmic entanglement, but it can also help you obtain this power. Fengjun vaguely accepted the sword. This is, she immediately stammered. The ancient exotic beast Yeshao Night Owl. Upon receiving the treasure, she cried out in panic. Master, please wait a moment. How am I supposed to use this thing? But before she could do anything, her entire body was sucked into the treasure. How could this happen? Fengjun screamed in agony. No, stop. And her despairing scream sounded as if it would tear her guts out. No, save me. Save me. Looking over at Zhao Gu now. After a long chase, he finally arrived, only to witness the scene before him. The girl's aura vanished right here. It seems she's inside that massive black cloud. Suddenly a terrifying hand emerged from the black cloud. Who recognizes this thing? 4 claws. At this moment another monster emerged from the black cloud. This is Yeshao. It is one of the ancient exotic beasts. Zhao Gu judged. Its aura is exactly the same as Zygier's was before. It's also an ancient exotic beast. If I haven't guessed wrong, that woman has already been swallowed and her body possessed by it. He stood outside watching it for a long time. Then he decided to probe its true nature first. Immediately after, Zhao Gu charged forward at extreme speed. Yeshao was not to be outdone and lunged forward. After a few clashes, he discovered. It seems ordinary slashes have no effect on it whatsoever. If that's the case, I'll see just how capable it is. High above, Mo was observing the entire battle situation. A treasure retrieved from the Eye of Chaos. Just how powerful are you? Don't disappoint, General. Huangquan. Looking over at Xinyan, she finally stood up. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her injuries had mostly recovered. I wonder where Zhao Gu got those spiritual medicines from. Even so, Xinyan was still very worried. I wonder how the battle is going now. But as soon as she looked up, she witnessed a fierce battle. Xinyan watched in shock. What kind of exotic beast is that? It can actually fight Zhao Gu to a standstill. No, after all, that Su Fengjun is also part of the Huangquan Association. There might be an ambush. Thinking of this, she immediately prepared to rush forward. Zhao Gu, I'm coming to help you. The fierce, intense melee between Zhao Gu and Yeshao was ongoing. Seeing the monster continuously making strange noises, he cursed angrily. This is infuriating. Zhao Gu quickly dealt another cut across its neck. Yeshao, being injured, immediately let out a loud howl. But soon after, the wound instantly healed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Gu frowned and thought, this ancient exotic beast's cultivation level isn't high. Yet my sword energy doesn't seem to have much effect on it. Continuously recovering like this. It's outrageous, just like my own Rinxian state. There must be something special about it. If only I knew its weakness. Suddenly, the system prompted that a function could be upgraded. He was very curious. Why is a function suddenly unlocking at this moment? Hurry up and check it. After the unlock was completed, the system prompted ability to perceive and obtain more information about the opponent. After reading the prompt panel, Zhao Gu gritted his teeth. You actually have this kind of function. Why didn't you remind me earlier? The system retorted. The host never asked, so how was I supposed to tell you? Angrily, he raised his middle finger. Screw you. Quickly use advanced perception. This. Yeshao tried to launch a sneak attack while he wasn't paying attention. Zhao Gu sneered, trying to ambush me. After some gathering, the system also sent some Basic information to him: the secret has been discovered. Zhao Gu was practically certain of victory. I see high magic resistance, low physical resistance. It can also convert the opponent's spiritual power to heal itself. I can't keep fighting this thing with a sword. Good. This kind of advanced realization is far stronger than ordinary ones. Yi Xiao still kept attacking relentlessly. Seeing that it overestimated itself, he decided to use his ultimate move. I haven't tested my swordsmanship against anyone in a long time, so let's see who is tougher. Zhao Gu's power information panel has also been updated. Suddenly Xin Yan's voice came from afar. Seeing someone arrive, Zhao Gu asked junior sister Xin Yan, "You arrived just in time. Your pure physical cultivation is precisely the ancient nemesis of the exotic beast Yi Xiao." She asked doubtfully, its nemesis? At this moment, Yi Xiao was continuously showing off its power. Zhao Gu assured her, "Trust me, do not use spiritual power. Just fight it using your spear." Xin Yan replied obediently, "Yes." The two sides were about to engage in close-quarters combat. Mo witnessed the entire process and said excitedly, "It seems this hide can grant the host the abilities of the original exotic beast. If General Huangquan learns this news, he will certainly be very pleased. He'll be able to get some rewards then. If this Yi Xiao can kill those two people, I will have accomplished another great feat." He laughed happily. The rising new star, the renowned Zhao Gu, the #1 person in the Tianxian realm along with his Dao companion, will all die by the hands of my Huangquan Hui. By then my Huangquan Hui will definitely be able to put pressure on the other 3 major demon cultivator organizations, so that the Ziyue Hui, the Yaoling Hui, will no longer dare to look down on my Huangquan Hui. Just as he was basking in his triumph, a massive explosion suddenly occurred. Zhao Gu and Xin Yan's 2 swords slashed down upon Yi Xiao's body. After being injured, its cries became even more mournful. Mo was stunned and furiously said, "Damn it. In the end it's just a pseudo-beast, it's not very useful." Yi Xiao caught fire all over after being attacked just now. Xin Yan's face showed a complicated expression. That's Su Fengjun. This exotic beast was actually her transformation. Zhao Gu also stepped forward to examine it. He sighed, although this person is a traitor. She was once close friends with Xin Yan. Some sentiment will inevitably remain. Just as he was feeling moved, Xin Yan happily called out, "Senior brother Zhao Gu, look here." Seeing this reaction, Zhao Gu was slightly surprised. She just went and took out. So it turns out she has absolutely no mercy for traitors. As she held the hide in her hand, he speculated, "This hide is very similar to the painted skin that Qi Xiao transformed into." She expressed agreement. "I think it looks similar too. It can actually turn a living cultivator into an exotic beast. What exactly is this thing?" After finishing his examination, he put away the skin and said, "There's no need for excessive speculation. Since we don't understand it, we just need to find someone who does understand and ask them." Xin Yan asked curiously, "Who should we ask?" "There's nobody here." Zhao Gu stopped hiding his intentions and shouted directly, "Hey! You couldn't possibly truly believe that I hadn't noticed you." Mo knew he couldn't hide anymore, so he revealed himself. He wondered, "I don't know how this head sect master was able to detect me. I concealed myself perfectly." The head sect master can see through everything, truly worthy of being the rising star, whose fame is spreading throughout the cultivation world of the Tianxian realm. He said bluntly, "My domain absorbs the spiritual power of everything around it. And your spiritual power carries a very obvious demonic cultivator scent. What's more, you fatty, your spiritual power is extremely foul. The stench is unbearable. It's practically no different from a rotten egg." Those words completely surprised Mo. You are the first person who has dared to speak such words to me. I greatly admire your courage." Xin Yan, seeing the situation was bad, warned via spiritual message, "Zhao Gu, be careful. This person's spiritual power clearly suggests he is a demon cultivator who has devoured people. Moreover, his realm is higher than both of ours. He is already in the 7th realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap, like an impassable chasm. His strength is considerable. Handle him with care. I'll verify first and test his limits." "Go ahead." Lu Chaoga commanded System Advanced Perception. Now that I have advanced perception, as long as the target isn't too many levels above me, the system can provide valuable information. The system quickly responded to the request. Meanwhile, Moke spoke. However, this great master is currently not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with you. Exchange words. This livestock you acquired belongs to this great master. I hope you can be accommodating and return it to me. That way this great master will be in a better mood. Perhaps eating just one of you will be enough to satisfy me. Just as he finished speaking, the system also transmitted information. Lu Chaoga also finished reading all the content. So he's a demon. A member of the Yellow Springs Society cultivating ingratitude. In that case I cannot be accommodating. Furthermore, an evildoer like him being devoured by a creature like you. I would genuinely have nightmares. At this moment Xinyan also recognized him. So he's someone from the Yellow Springs Society. Perhaps he was the one who manipulated you, Su Fengjun. Moke could no longer remain calm. Lu Chaoga naturally possesses a handsome appearance, yet he speaks such filthy words. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wishes. It roared loudly. My obedient disciple, come out and attend the feast. A huge bolt of lightning struck. Moke's disciple was summoned and instantly appeared. Master, is it feeding time again? The character panel appeared. This monster was the 3 yakshas. He also identified it as a Z-rank unusual beast. This was the first time the system had used such a classification. When classifying unusual beasts, whether it was a dragon flood beast or the previous ancient unusual beasts, the system had never used this type of classification before. What is so special about it? Finally Xinyan spoke. Chaoga, let me handle that unusual beast. You deal with the demon monk. But before she could make a move, he spoke up to stop her. Xinyan, wait a minute. That unusual beast is a bit strange. The system classified it as a Z-rank unusual beast. I fear it's a trap. But before he could finish his sentence, she immediately charged forward. The 3 yakshas was stabbed in the nose and screamed loudly. So painful, it hurts me to death. Seeing this reaction, he paused for a moment. It still knows fear. Is this thing really Z-rank? Just then Moke spoke again. Disciple 3 yakshas, don't be afraid of the pain, just eat her. Her flesh is very delicious. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga frowned and judged inwardly. This fatty saw his unusual beast taking a hit. Yet he wasn't worried at all. Nor did he seem intent on making a move. Just to be safe. Maybe I should strike first and kill that fatty. A thought flashed through his mind. If I kill you, that Z-rank unusual beast won't be able to cause much trouble. However, as soon as Lu Chaoga charged forward, Moke had already blocked the attack. This surprised him greatly. He actually managed to block my sword. He also revealed a sly smile. Sect Master Lu, this great master is in the 7th realm. If I didn't have some defensive skills, I would have long been killed by you. Genuine braggarts. A mere 6th realm is no match for this great master. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaoga was blasted away. But he hadn't expected this fatty's defense to be so high. I must figure out how to break his defense. On the other side, the black yaksha growled and commanded. My master told me to eat you. Stop moving around. Hearing this, she scolded irritably, you're too loud. Subsequently, Xinyan attacked it repeatedly, causing it to scream in pain. Ow, my head hurts so much, stop stabbing me. Master, I can't catch her. Master, I'm hurting badly. Taking advantage of its distraction, her spear pierced its abdomen. The black yaksha lost its balance and fell to the ground. After this, Xinyan called out, Zhao Gu, this demonic beast is dead. Junior sister, go assist senior brother over there. He also saw Mo's monster collapsing. This made him harbor doubts. They specifically called it a sub-tier demonic beast. How could it be this weak? Only Mo, upon seeing this, merely muttered to himself, Amitabha benefactors. You truly do not possess a shred of kindness. Then don't blame the yaksha for bringing chaos upon the world. Xin Yen didn't let him say more and charged directly forward, spreading wicked lies. The two combined their strength, resolved to eliminate him. But he seemed completely unharmed. Mo shouted, don't even think about hurting my master. Immediately after, he summoned his own monster. Seeing the situation turn sour, Zhao Gu quickly opened his detection system. An information panel detailing these monsters instantly appeared before his eyes. It included Hei Yasha, Hong Yasha, and Qin Yasha. This greatly surprised him. So it can split into 3. These 3 are its true forms. No wonder it was rated sub-tier. A strange smile appeared on Mo's face. Now it's the poor monk's turn. We have strength in numbers. For 3 years, no one has ever seen the true forms of the 3 yakshas. Now using them to bid farewell to the famous Xiantian Sect Leader couple is perfectly fitting. Under his command the monsters immediately charged. Their charging speed was as fast as a fierce storm. It headed straight for Xianyan. She couldn't believe it. Too fast. Once close, those monsters seemed to go mad. Master, this is so much fun. I'm so happy. Let's roast them until they smell delicious. Smell so fragrant when roasted, truly delicious. In just a brief moment, the defensive formation she established had already collapsed. This was beyond Xianyan's expectation. They can actually break through my power. This demonic beast is too powerful. I underestimated them. Bring it on. Zhao Gu also studied it with different eyes. Xianyan is in danger. This demonic beast is extraordinary. Xianyan is a body cultivator confronting magic. Puts her at a disadvantage. I must help her destroy that ball of flame first. Suddenly Hei Yasha appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "Go down, it only tastes good if you pierce it." It kept launching attacks. Stab, stab, stab. Facing this level of power, Zhao Gu could only defend. This fellow is too fast. Every attack is extremely powerful. In terms of physical cultivation strength alone, he is no weaker than Ning Jianshan. At this moment Mo suggested from the outside, a 6th realm sword cultivator and spear cultivator. How dare they challenge us? You take action too. Hei Yasha agreed. All right. After killing them I want 100 living people. He immediately agreed to this simple request. No problem. Later I will go to Beizhou City and catch them for you. An earth-shattering lightning storm immediately erupted. He frowned, realizing that fellow is the fat man's true trump card. If this situation continues, Zhao Gu worried, if this continues, Xianyan won't be able to hold out much longer. He finally decided, in that case, let's try the lamp spirit just right. Last time those Xingwu demon race members haven't tested the true power of the lamp spirit. In the distance, Hong Yasha also intended to rush over and join forces. He'll pierce you. A massive clash of power erupted from the opponent's side. A deafening roar sounded. The counter thunder drew in numerous lightning bolts, which then burst outward in all directions. Xianyan saw this and panicked. Damn it. The momentum is too massive. If I get hit I will surely die. She hastily commanded Zhao Gu, run. But in that very moment Xianyan was stunned. Zhao Gu was surrounded by a fiery red glow. He slowly walked towards the colossal storm. Immediately after, Zhao Gu began his counterattack without hesitation. Witnessing this sight, Xianyan couldn't believe it. Is that really my Zhao Gu? Kinjaya saw this scene from afar, his eyes wide open. This cultivator is too strong. Mo also didn't expect this. What is going on with that kid? Why can he block my reverse lightning? Seeing the situation, Kinjaya quickly pulled back and retreated. Hurry and go. We can't kill him anymore. The reverse lightning can only temporarily slow him down. Once the lightning stops we are definitely dead. Mo was shocked upon hearing this. What? Chapter 424. At this moment Mo was furious and roared. I'm definitely going to die. What about you? Are you just abandoning Hayacha and Hanyacha? But Kinjaya ignored him and fled first. I'll die too. But I won't necessarily die before others, he shouted helplessly. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. The 3 Yachas are top-tier divine beasts. It took me nearly 100 years to refine them and cultivate Hanyacha and Hayacha. And they were just abandoned like that. Lu Chaoge, you owe me a blood debt. Just then Mo turned around to look. Hanyacha had already been torn into hundreds of pieces by this point. Lu Chaoge slowly walked closer to him. Mo was too stunned to speak. This. Is this guy truly a human cultivator? Seeing him frozen, Hayacha urged. If you keep watching you'll die too. It intended to launch an attack to block the way. But he had successfully blocked it. That group of people gradually disappeared. After a decisive battle, Lu Chaoge felt the power of the divine lamp was very strange. I am about to be completely depleted. In his eyes the world before him was already distorted. As for Kinjaya, Before he could do anything he was slain by him. Xinyan politely spoke up, "Chaoga, thank you." But she immediately froze. The light emanating from Lu Chaoga also became unusual. Her voice trembled. "Brother Chaoga, what happened to you?" But at that moment his eyes had completely changed. Seeing this, Xinyan cried out in panic. "Brother Chaoga, what's wrong? Wake up." But it seemed he had lost all sense of reason. Lu Chaoga suddenly rushed forward and attacked Xinyan. The immense force sent her flying back. Xinyan was knocked flat onto the cold snowy ground. His spear tip whistled as it lunged toward her. Xinyan's tears welled up and spilled out. Chaoga, in her heart it was satisfaction enough. "Chaoga, if I die by your hand, I will have no regrets." But just then Lu Chaoga's blade tip stopped. He asked himself, why is this monster crying? Suddenly a massive explosion sounded again. Lu Chaoga wondered, "Who exactly are you?" That person lit a cigarette. A calm voice sounded. "Hey, you clearly already sensed me. You should at least look up and see me, shouldn't you?" He questioned, "Are you a transmigrator too?" Hearing this, he admitted, "That's right, and just like you. It's just unfortunate that we are not currently in the same world." Lu Chaoga grew more curious then. "Who exactly are you?" He took a drag from his cigarette and scoffed, "Me? Who am I?" A memory flashed by and he recounted. "Many years have passed, and am close to forgetting myself. Was it 20,000 years or 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years? It feels roughly the same, but up until now there's one thing. None of that matters anymore. All I anticipate now is the moment I truly meet you. Therefore you have not yet reached the time to step into this world." He lightly snapped his fingers, and the surrounding scene disappeared accordingly. The administrator asked, "You are more interesting than that person, so I want to give you a hint. Do you want to know who that person is?" He frowned, and the words he wanted to say were immediately stuck in his throat. Lu Chaoga shook his head frankly. "No, why don't you play by the rules?" The administrator's mouth curved upwards and he merely repeated, "But I still want to tell you. That person, you call him Chingdi." He didn't seem surprised. "I guessed as much." Seeing this, that person was somewhat surprised. Finally the administrator scoffed. "You are a person who is both interesting and boring." Suddenly the ground turned completely dark. Zhaoga also woke up from a daze. At this moment Su Xinyan was sitting on the ground. She asked happily, "Senior brother Zhaoga, are you awake?" That evening, after Zhaoga told her everything, Su Xinyan understood. It turned out that after ascending to godhood, it changes senior brother's perception of this world. "Even me, senior brother, you couldn't clearly distinguish. What did I look like in your eyes back then?" He replied awkwardly, "I apologize. It was truly too strange, I couldn't describe it." Doubt immediately arose in his heart. How strange could it possibly get? Even now, he hadn't realized. This world actually had other transmigrators like me. That person didn't have any markers above their head. It's certain, no, definitely not a player. Zhaoga began recalling things in his mind. "Although I was a loyal player in my past life, nobody knew where this game Tiangshuanji came from. No one even knew who was operating it. I once tried paying money to get the officials to change my level, breaking through the level 60 version limit. But the officials didn't even have customer service." He frowned, wondering who exactly was that person. Just then Su Xinyan's voice rang out, "Zhaoga," she proposed shyly. "I was too embarrassed earlier, so I didn't tell senior brother. I also have burns on my back. Could senior brother help me apply the ointment?" Zhaoga complied, taking out the ointment and applying it. As soon as the ointment was applied to her back, he felt Su Xinyan's back. The texture was indeed smooth and delicate. As for Su Xinyan, her heart was also pounding wildly. "Why does senior brother's hand touching my back? 'Cause this strange feeling. My heart is beating so fast and my breathing is getting erratic." Suddenly he spoke up. "Xinyan, we have been Dao companions for a long time." Su Xinyan replied with a trembling voice. I know," Zhaoga added. "Between us Dao companions there is only one final layer left. There's no time like the present." Hearing this she immediately blushed shyly. He knew she was very shy. Zhaoga leaned closer to comfort her. "If you don't feel ready, I won't force you, there's no need to worry. We can let everything happen naturally." Su Xinyan's heart was also in utter chaos. "Lu Zhaoga and I already made a promise that when he steps into the solitude realm, I would pass on my divine physique to him. Now Zhaga is already in the 6th realm. With his talent, reaching the solitude realm is only a matter of time. She bit her lip tightly. Senior sister is already crazy. And she is capable of anything. I absolutely must not let her get ahead of me. Suddenly Su Xinyan grasped his hand. She proposed, okay, there's no time like the present. What happened next was mutually understood. The sound of the phoenix flute stirred the jade pot's light revolved. The fish and dragon danced to their heart's content all night long. Early the next morning at this moment, Zhaga was happily fishing. He savored the memories of last night. The experience with Master referring to Su Xinyan was truly wonderful. His mood was practically soaring. I never thought she would be so proactive. This truly marks the completion of our journey together. As for Su Xinyan after that night, her mood wasn't much better. This is utterly embarrassing. How could he not sleep the entire night? By the way, the bamboo bed was also brought by Lu Zhaga. He had prepared long ago. What extreme cunning. She hugged the blanket shyly. But senior brother went out first thing this morning. I wonder what he went to do. Why hasn't he returned yet? Just then, Su Xinyan suddenly smelled a drifting fragrance. So fragrant it's fish soup, the smell of fish soup. Zhaga walked in from outside. He was carrying a bowl of soup. The fish soup is ready. Want to try some? This fish was just caught and I specifically removed all the bones. Seeing this, she struggled to sit up. Senior brother's fish soup, of course I want to taste it. The dishes on the table look quite tempting. Xinyan exclaimed. It smells so good, I really don't know how you did it. He smiled. Of course it smells good. After all, I made it specifically to suit your taste. She lowered her head shyly in thanks. However, there is one thing I feel I must tell you. I have been thinking about it for a long time. Lu Zhaga nodded calmly. Go ahead, come here. Xinyan also frankly expressed her intentions. Su Fengjun has defected. And powerful experts from the Huangquan Society have arrived again. I fear something will happen at Chuanxiu Mountain. I can't go to Momin temporarily. I suspect there is a mole inside Chuanxiu Mountain. I must go back. He felt puzzled after hearing this. If you go back, how are you going to find the mole? This question made her freeze slightly. She really hadn't thought about this matter yet. Lu Zhaga smiled and comforted her. No need to worry. I left behind many spiritual power traces on the way. That fat monk won't let the matter rest. He will certainly return, bringing the mole from Chuanxiu Mountain with him. Hearing this, Xinyan felt a little more at ease. With this item in play, he certainly won't let up. If this item falls into the hands of Chuanxiu Mountain, it will definitely cause all cultivation sects in Beizhou to gather and besiege the Huangquan Society together. But she still felt uneasy. But if there really is a mole inside Chuanxiu Mountain, I'm afraid they might be even stronger than Su Fengjun. How should the two of us deal with that then? Lu Zhaga immediately interrupted her. You don't need to worry. I am impossibly strong in another location. A voice suddenly rang out in the cold snow curtain. Mo rushed over here seeking our help this time. So do you know what happened? Fong Li replied, you will know once you meet him. The house smells of blood. It looks like this brute is up to mischief again. Then the two arrived at their destination, kicked the door open and walked in. Knowing someone had arrived, Mo excitedly turned around. You two are here, want to try seeing his arrogance. Fong Li immediately corrected him. I warn you. This place is not far from Chuanxiu Mountain. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise we won't be able to protect you. He retorted, refusing to be outdone. You might not be able to protect me, but that person can. As long as our plan succeeds, the entire Chuanxiu Mountain will be yours by then. Will that person be coming today? Hearing this, they became enraged and immediately slapped him. Shut up. For such a small matter, why bother bringing that person here? Mo took the hit but still didn't forget to threaten. Don't forget we are only in a cooperative relationship. This exalted master is not your subordinate. To be randomly beaten and scolded by you. Dong Chao also rushed forward to mediate. You are both allies, don't spoil the harmony. Quick, tell us what exactly happened. Finally addressing the main point, Mo went straight to the subject. It's Lu Zhaga and the female deacon of Chuanxiu Mountain. They killed Su Fengjun and stole a secret treasure belonging to my Huangquan Society. That secret treasure must absolutely not be leaked. or it will surely cause a great disaster. Not only will your identities be discovered, it's highly possible that even that person will be implicated. The other person directly ordered then kill them. Where are they now? Feeling a bit relieved, Mo shared. My Qing Yasha is extremely sensitive to spiritual power. Finding them will be very simple. We shouldn't delay. Let's go up the snowy mountain and kill them now. The Qing Yasha began to sniff around. Their spiritual aura is coming from that cave. The group secretly calculated their next moves. Let's make our move then, Dong Chao secretly rejoiced. Now Jiang Xinyan and Lu Chaoga are probably already dead. This is truly worthy of our plan. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Oh really? Everyone looked over in surprise. Lu Chaoga observed from a distance. Two traders actually arrived at the same time. Chuanqiu Mountain. Chuanqiu Mountain has truly been infiltrated like a sieve. She asked curiously Senior Brother Minglei. Senior Brother Zhang Yi, is that really you two? Do you dare show your faces? The two of them removed their hoods. They smiled happily. It is I, as expected. Junior Sister Jiang recognized us. We can't hide even if we tried. Lu Chaoga asked doubtfully, are they acquaintances? Xinyan explained Senior Brother Minglei. He is the chief elder of the enforcement hall at Chuanqiu Mountain. Junior Sister. He is a man of uncompromising integrity, hating evil as much as an enemy. The demon cultivators and strange beasts he killed numbered at least 800 if not 1,000. Senior Brother Zhang Yi is the elder of the skill hall. He has been cautious and meticulous his entire life, never having made a single mistake. But why did even these two betray us? But she also couldn't fathom it. Two senior brothers. Chuanqiu Mountain treated you well. Why did this happen? They sneered, treated us well. If what Junior Sister Jiang says is true, why would we risk colluding with demon cultivators? Beside them that Mo was still fanning the flames. What's the point of talking nonsense with them? We should work together to kill them and take back the Yelio dagger. Then no one will know your identities. You're right, Junior Sister Jiang, forgive us. Their spears swept across. After hearing Mo's incitement, Minglei also spoke. That's also true. Zhang Yi also echoed, Junior Sister Jiang, forgive us. Xinyan asked curiously at this moment, Chaoga, where are the reinforcements you mentioned? Zhang Yi was confused. Reinforcements? Where would you get reinforcements from? Mo believed they were just bluffing. You're still putting on airs when death is imminent. Even if you shout to the heavens now, no one will come to save you. I know they don't believe it and I don't blame them, but you must go immediately to the nearest cultivation sect and ask them for help. They are our reinforcements. She felt conflicted inside. Now why not earlier? Lu Chaoja's expression was mysterious. If it were earlier we wouldn't achieve our goal. Hurry and go, I can handle them alone. At least long enough to stall until you return is no problem. Hearing this, Xinyan hesitated slightly. But he reassured her, don't forget. I still have that stance. She remembered Lu Chaoja's technique. Perhaps if I stay here I might affect him. If that's the case I should listen to him. He has never been wrong. And this time will certainly be the same. Xinyan seemed to suddenly remember something and shouted, ah. She flew towards the distance. Xinyan instructed Chaoga, wait for me to return. Seeing her leave, Minglei ordered, chase her, kill her. Zhang Yi immediately obeyed. Yes, meanwhile Lu Chaoga was still standing there looking into the distance. At the same time the system sent a notification. He smiled slightly after reading the message. Sixth boundary grand completion. Zhang Yi's cultivation is mediocre. And his domain is only yellow rank. Xinyan can handle it. This kind of advanced perception ability is indeed very useful. I can even sense that he has no special magical treasures. I wonder if this advanced perception can be upgraded. Further, a group of people surrounded Lu Chaoga, determined to destroy him. Moat continuously provoked Lu Chaoga. You won't have time to worry about others. Even if you use the same technique as last time, this time you will certainly die. Seeing this, his lips merely curled up slightly. Who said I was going to use that technique again? Qing Yacha questioned, not using that technique. Before your reinforcements arrive, you will be reduced to ashes under my lightning. Lu Chaoga spoke in a mysterious tone. Who said I truly sent her to seek reinforcements? Everything I just did was simply to make her leave. Minglei was stunned when he heard Chaoja's words. Why do this? You should know that doing this will only make you die faster. Now that we're here, I'll tell you the truth. Because I want to summon the fourth Scourge army. Lu Chaoga loudly called for the disciples of Momin to appear. A dazzling golden light manifested. Everyone was startled and panicked when they saw it. Is this mission real? Sect Master Lu looked at Sect Master Lu. We get to fight a boss alongside Sect Master Lu. Am I dreaming? Thank goodness I didn't log off. Otherwise I would have missed these 3 massive bosses. 3 level 71 bosses. If we can clear this dungeon, the rewards must be incredible. I can barely imagine it. Lu Chaoga stood high up observing with interest. The Momin quest distribution system really has loopholes exclusive to NPCs. The system only needs to confirm the quest target, create a battle involving the boss, and it can pinpoint the coordinates directly, teleporting players to the battlefield. First, allow this place to form a simulated dungeon. Second, I can also define the dungeon's resurrection point, allowing players to resurrect infinitely within the dungeon. He calculated, although they are weak, thousands of players whom Momin can resurrect infinitely can exhaust them to death just by attrition. He already had a clear plan in his mind. Not to mention, among these players there are also professional players capable of micromanagement. You guys should properly experience the horror of the fourth Scourge. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Mo panicked. How did so many people suddenly appear? They are just a disorganized rabble, just kill them all. Ming Lei immediately felt that something was wrong. There were absolutely no spirit energy fluctuations. Lu Chaoga called out, disciples of Momin, heed my command. Then he added some benefits. Everyone who participates in this great battle is guaranteed to be rewarded with a yellow tier natal sword embryo. Those who achieve great merit in this fight will be rewarded with a blue tier natal sword embryo and a scroll of sword technique. The disciples shouted enthusiastically, this is amazing. Just participating gets us a yellow tier natal sword embryo. Incredible, the sect master is too generous, kill kill kill. The blue tier sword embryo and the sword technique are my targets. A level 71 boss. I could bite it to death. Charge, brothers. Let's go. Lu Chaoga declared, today is the day we eliminate evil and defend the righteous path. After the two sides clashed in battle, he finally revealed a satisfied expression. He made Sita Xinyan leave, because he didn't want her to know about the existence of the group of immortal players in Momin. Otherwise, she might even think that he himself belongs to some evil cult or unorthodox path. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Come to think of it, evil beings from beyond the domain also count as evil beings, right? Looking at Ming Lei now, he wondered, what exactly are these guys? Why do they keep appearing endlessly? No matter how many I kill, they never run out. I clearly just killed this person a moment ago. Why is he charging back again? Many people have already fallen, but their morale remains high. He killed one only to see the person he just killed come back to life. Ming Lei was stunned. He's alive again. What exactly are these guys? He felt helpless, and he realized that since some unknown time, his spiritual power was constantly draining away. What exactly did this Lu Chaoga do? Large groups of Momin disciples shouted, so numb, so painful. This feeling of being electrocuted is too realistic. So this is what it feels like to be struck by lightning. A young man excitedly yelled, look, I chopped it and made it bleed heavily. A Momin disciple said, this creature is a strange beast. We get reward points for every hit we land. This is awesome. The wild monsters around Dankingshan have all been cleared out by us. Now we can finally farm bosses again. The full strength of a Momin sword cultivator. I can unleash it perfectly on this thing. Kinjaya watched this and pondered. How do these guys look like cultivators? They are clearly a bunch of lunatics. I must find a chance to escape. Although they are like ants, they simply cannot be killed or wiped out. Mauve couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Who exactly are these people? Why do they resemble demonic cultivators more than I, a demonic cultivator, do? The disciples of the Mo sect fought bravely in a bloodbath. This fat monk really is thick-skinned and tough. Brothers, let's go all out. Luckily he doesn't possess much destructive power. Be careful to dodge his skills. Brothers with healing skills, remember to heal us. Everyone, don't just focus on attacking. Remember to take medicine. At this moment Shoga immediately checked. The estimated time of arrival for the reinforcements. According to Pei Chanshan's notification, they should be close to Xinyan now. In fact, the cultivation sect closest to here is also one I have already arranged with. The chat records show the discussion about the plan by the 4 members Wu Xian, Huang and Tian, as well as discussion regarding the plan. Regarding the operation, Xian notified that they would head over with their master tomorrow and set off immediately. Chioga stood aside, smug as the leader. Everything is within this master's plan. In the cloud-shrouded sky-high atmosphere, she was moving forward at full speed. I must be faster. I must be faster. Chushui Gate is the cultivation sect closest to here. Although their cultivation level is relatively low, they can immediately dispatch people to quickly notify the surrounding fellow practitioners. At this moment, Xinyan was traveling and feeling somewhat worried. She thought, as long as more and more people gather, the greater our chances of victory will be. Brother Chioga, I will definitely arrive, please. Don't let anything happen to you. Suddenly she crashed into a barrier in the air. Xinyan immediately realized. Not good, this is a barrier technique. She free fell toward the realm of flowers and fragrant trees. Xinyan was greatly startled. Oh no. Zhang Yi gradually appeared and said, Junior sister Xinyan, I, your senior brother, am a few years older than you, and I know a thing or two about techniques, unlike those like you who specialize in physical arts. He spoke with a hint of mockery. These skills still can't compare to the talented junior sister Xinyan. Talented? She immediately retorted, Senior brother Zhang, the skill hall holds a very high position in Xuanqiu Mountain. You are also an elder there holding a senior post. Why betray us? Zhang Yi equivocated. That's right. Why would I betray them? I hold a high position and am an important elder. By all accounts, I should want Xuanqiu Mountain to thrive and prosper. He cast a sinister glance. But is it really as junior sister says? Zhang Yi revealed. Even though I am an elder of the skill hall, there are places I cannot enter. How ridiculous. An elder of the skill hall cannot freely enter and exit the skill hall. Who are they guarding against? Xinyan asked. Those cultivation methods are secret arts that only the Saint Master, the Sect Leader, and the Grand Elders can cultivate. If you wait a few more years, perhaps you could become a Grand Elder too. Why go to all this trouble? He replied coldly, yes, if I had a few more years. But I am already 379 years old. I cannot live much longer. I am about to die. Xinyan consoled him. Senior brother Zhang. Birth, aging, sickness and death, we cultivators should logically be able to accept these things. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was both startled and furious. Nonsense. I watch helplessly as those life-extending techniques within the skill hall, and yet I cannot cultivate them. Do you know how resentful I am? I am already dying. But I can't save myself. This is all because of Xuanqiu Mountain's rules. He began to threaten junior sister Xinyan. Our plan is about to succeed. As long as we succeed, I will be able to extend my lifespan, and I will be able to live. Since you've encountered me, then I must eliminate you. She didn't hesitate either. In that case, suddenly Xin felt something was wrong with her body. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't control them. Xin covertly confirmed in shock. What's going on? My body can't move anymore. This is a paralyzing poison. At this moment, he explained, my domain, flower tree fragrant realm, is just a very low-level domain. Its power isn't strong. It only causes all creatures within 10 meters to be poisoned and paralyzed, but it has one characteristic. It disregards cultivation levels. Even a powerful body cultivator like junior sister Jiang cannot resist it. Zhang Yi said decisively, Junior sister Jiang, I've been talking to you for so long, precisely to wait for this poison to take effect. I'm truly sorry, but your life is forfeit. She cleverly tried to buy time. Wait, senior brother Zhang. I still have something to say. He said smugly, what, you're almost dead? And you still want to betray Spring Autumn Mountain? Xin replied, no, I want to know what exactly your plan is. Zhang Yi agreed. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. He shouted proudly, we want to overthrow Spring Autumn Mountain, rebuild its rules, and re-establish the Sect Master and Holy Master. She asked in a low voice. But the Holy Master and Sect Master are so powerful. How can you possibly do that? Zhang Yi quickly explained. In the Yellow Spring Society there's a colorless and odorless poison. Using it once causes no major harm. But if used daily it will lead to weakened muscles and bones. And spiritual energy leakage. We pour that toxin into various spiritual springs every day, which surround Spring Autumn Mountain. The entire Spring Autumn Mountain has unknowingly been affected for over 3 years. He revealed a sinister expression. In half a month, all the toxins will take effect. By then, whether it's the Holy Master or the Sect Master, they'll all be finished. They're just a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Sun Yan, hearing this, immediately burned with rage. So that's it. What deep schemes. You already betrayed Chuanqiu Shan long ago. Yet you could still disguise yourselves so effectively. What a pity, a true pity. Zhang Yi attacked without hesitation. No need for pity, you go first. They will follow you. Suddenly a large saber blocked the attack. Just in time, he looked at Hang Yin in surprise. How are you here? Hang Yin appeared majestically. I sent a spiritual message to Sun Yan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard your grand plan. The Holy Master also gradually appeared and spoke. We've been here all along. What I am most skilled at is the unity of heaven and man. As long as I wish it, even if I were to strip naked right now, you wouldn't be able to perceive me. After the Sect Master appeared, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel fear. Sect Master Hang Yin is second only to the 4 sages, coupled with one of the Holy Masters among the 4 sages. I can no longer salvage the current plan. He could only immediately plead. Sect Master. Holy Master, I was also forced by them. It was Chief Elder Minglei. He forced me to do it. I never wanted to betray Chuanqiu Shan. Hang Yin replied coldly. Do you have anything else to say? Zhang Yi tried desperately to explain. Sect Master Hang Yin. When I was young, I once went to the cultivation techniques hall to borrow a technique. I even helped you then. Do you remember, Hang Yin? I could be considered your senior. He said nothing, acted decisively and cleanly resolved everything. The people below were all very surprised. Look, there's an anomaly in the sky over there. What's happening? It's probably cultivators fighting. I hope it calms down soon. Please don't let it spread to us mortals. Above the Yuashu Fangxiangji, Zhang Yi's soul was gradually dissipating. The Holy Master then spoke. How should Elder Zhang Yi's soul be handled? He has served our Chuanqiu Shan for so many years. If not for merit, he still deserves credit for his suffering. Hang Yin decided to throw him into the pain array. He will stay in there forever, providing tempering for our Chuanqiu Shan disciples. Xin Yan urgently reported to the Sect Master and Holy Master over where Lu Zhangmen is. Chaoga is still fighting bitterly. We should hurry over. Hearing this, she chuckled. Fighting bitterly? Would he fight bitterly? Turning back to Cheaja's side, the sky gradually darkened. Mauve was currently at a disadvantage, resisting the Momin disciples. The Momin disciples were full of momentum. Stab him quickly. This game mechanic is incredible. The character's remaining HP will weaken his mobility. This is too realistic. None of that matters. Getting Lu Zhangmen's reward is what matters. Panic surged in his heart. Are these guys really human? It's one thing not to fear death, but they can constantly resurrect. This is clearly more demonized than demon cultivators themselves. I never thought that I, Mo wise throughout my life, would end up dying at the hands of this scum. Ming Lei also defended himself desperately. What is the deal with these immortal people? Also, my spiritual power is draining constantly. Now even flying in the air can no longer be maintained. He asked himself in distress. What exactly did he do behind the scenes? Chaoga encouraged them. Brothers, charge. This boss is almost out of health. Just kill him a few more times, and he will definitely die. The Momin disciples rushed forward. This guy hits really hard. If we don't hack him to death today, I won't be able to swallow this outrage seriously. For the instance rewards, charge. Ming Lei refused to give up. You monsters. I will fight you to the death. Seeing this, he became even more smug. For those who originally lived in this world, these immortal and undying players are indeed monsters. It's just a little ridiculous to be called out by a genuine monster. Suddenly Chaoga glanced over. Those 2 men are already at the end of their rope. But that green yaksha Chang Yacha, it seems to have been holding back its strength the entire time. He pondered internally. Even though the formation is draining its spiritual power, it has consistently restrained itself. Now it only has a little spiritual power left. Sure enough, choosing to conserve strength from the start was the right choice. Chinyacha sensed that Mob was close to death. He won't be able to hold on much longer. It secretly decided that since the host was dying, then the contract between itself and him would soon be useless. As long as it survived, it could just find a new host. Collecting its thoughts, Chinyacha used all its strength to fend off the Momen disciples. It immediately attempted to flee. Master Mo, you die first. I'm not going to join you. The moment it ran, Chaoga instantly released a move to block it. Mo was hit and fell to the ground. He appeared and warned, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Thinking of deserting in the middle of battle. Sure enough, when an alien beast gains intelligence for a demon cultivator, it is not a good thing. It didn't wait long, and Chaoga immediately finished it off. System notification. Alien beast eliminated, 290,000 EXP gained. Chaoga exclaimed in admiration. This guy's EXP is only slightly less than Ning Jianshan's. The 1 million reward isn't bad either. He then speculated. This proves that Mo also carries a huge amount of EXP reward. I can't let these players take all the loot. He must deliver the final blow himself. Finally, Chaoga hovered in the air and shouted, Clear the way. The Momen disciples kept exclaiming in awe. Oh my god, that's amazing. So Lu Zhongmen is this powerful. They were dumbfounded. This is the first time I've seen Lu Zhongmen take action personally. Before I only watched him in videos. To be able to experience it firsthand today, the terrifying power immediately exploded, slamming into the ground. The Mahist disciples were completely astonished. This sword strike that could destroy heaven and earth. When our levels get higher later on, it will definitely be like this too. I was actually knocked away by Sect Master Lu's sword aura. I must take a picture as a souvenir. I truly felt the power of the Sect Master. I felt it. That was so cool. The way I was slashed and sent flying was incredibly cool. So this is what it feels like to fly. Mo's mask instantly shattered, which meant it had been defeated. The system popped up, eliminating the demon beast. Granted 26,000 experience points. Chaoga, with your level, the experience points you gained are even less than your exotic beasts. You demon cultivator are really not putting in enough effort. System alert, you can search Mo's corpse. Perhaps there will be new discoveries. He immediately got excited. Oh, so something was hidden. Chaoga immediately recalled the instance. The trial is complete. He calculated. Before that, I must separate these players first. The system popped up. Instance trial completed. Rewards are about to be calculated. All Mahist disciples are about to be teleported back to their starting location. Everyone was ecstatic. It's completed just like that. There's still a boss left. That's great. So there was a storyline. The Sect Master was never meant for us to kill these bosses. It doesn't matter, the quest is done. I'm about to get my destined sword. Chaoga quickly made the instance dissipate. The system's functions will improve as the level increases and become increasingly powerful. It seems it has already been helpful now. He showed a gratified smile. So next, Chaoga decided it's time to take the item. He immediately retrieved the item from Mo's body. Chaoga was slightly confused. What is this on the other side? Minglei instantly recognized it after seeing it. That hats him. He thought resolutely. That thing must not fall into their hands. Otherwise that guy will also be by them. Minglei was consumed by rage and rushed forward to seize the item. Chaoga noticed instantly with a glance. I was waiting to deliver a finishing blow after getting the item. Since you are seeking death yourself. Then the two forces immediately clashed. Minglei struck from a blind spot, catching him off guard. He thought triumphantly, I managed to get through. Minglei dying thought he is safe. Even if I die he will avenge me. Chaoga smiled faintly and said calmly, Hey, don't be in such a hurry to close your eyes. He widened his eyes, his pupils shrinking in shock. He held the Yonkiju in his hand. Look, what is this thing? Minglei opened his mouth in surprise. How is it possible to see it clearly? He replied calmly, You mean this? It was just a distraction trick. He struggled. Blood spurted from his mouth. You quickly return that thing to me. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind Minglei. Do you confess your crime? He gritted his teeth. Hangin. Ming Lei raised his weapon and shouted, "I am innocent. What crime have I committed?" Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in terror. His entire face contorted in pain. Ming Lei was struck by a force and sent flying, tossed into midair. He fell from high above onto a patch of white snow. The Saint Master smiled faintly and spoke. He had exhausted all his strength just now, but his desire to kill you was genuine. She looked forward. If he was so resolute, he must surely be afraid of the soul-searching technique. I fear there are still traitors within the Spring-Autumn Mountain evil sect. Even a chief elder like Ming Lei is merely his pawn. Hangin spoke arrogantly, his hands clasped behind his back. What a pity. I also felt pity for Zhang Yi just now. If it weren't for the Saint Master showed surprise. You also have moments of towering rage. Xin Yen thought internally. Even Hangin has moments of towering rage. After all, the feeling of being betrayed is indeed unbearable. Chaoga announced to everyone. Perhaps the clue you all need is right here. He pondered internally. He had just used advanced perception. Chaoga sank into thought. He judged this letter must be from a higher-level mole within Chuanqiu Mountain, written to the Hanshuan Council. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mola Powerhouse at the 7th realm of cultivation to carry this letter with him. The Saint Master explained gravely. There is a high-level restriction on this object. If we try to break it forcefully, it might be destroyed. I will study it slowly. I can decipher it in just a few days. Hung Yin offered a suggestion. In that case, let us quickly return to the sect and eliminate the evil creature. Chaoga suddenly spoke. Wait a moment, I've done such a huge favor for your Chuanqiu Mountain. And you don't even say thank you. Hung Yin turned and left without turning back to thank him. The Saint Master turned around and asked, Are you still holding a grudge because he let you get injured? He raised an eyebrow and looked at her. How could I hold a grudge? This Lord is the most magnanimous. The Saint Master walked on, and said softly, Sect Leader Lu is truly broad-minded. While I shall return to the sect first, farewell. She winked at Chaoga and gently reminded him. Oh right. Don't forget our agreement. Come find me after you break through to the 7th realm. He thought with confusion in his heart. Why does this always feel strange? I have a feeling. She is directly propositioning an illicit rendezvous. Xinyan pulled his hand and said urgently, come with me. Chaoga asked doubtfully, where are we going? She replied while walking. To find a cave. He looked incredulous. A cave in the snowy mountains. Light emanated from the entrance of a cave. A small cavern in the woods. Time passed. This was 3 days later. Xinyan brought over a bowl of steaming fish soup. Chaoga, I cooked fish soup for you to restore your health. He replied wearily, okay. I'll get up now. She crossed her arms and asked, what is with your attitude? We are both cultivators. Dual cultivation only has benefits, not drawbacks. Don't think I don't know that. Chaoga stepped forward, feigning a smile. I just didn't expect you to be so proactive. For 3 days straight, no less. I was just deliberately teasing you. Xinyan sat by the table and said decisively. I know about your agreement with the Saint Master. I also know that the back mountain of Chuanqiu Mountain already possesses divine essence. I can help favored disciples break through realms and advance their ranks. I also know that because of Tianxian, I cannot stop you. She spoke slowly. I just want you to know and to remember that you will always be Zhang Xinyan's man. I will always be this way. Chaoga was stunned, reflecting. The aloof master from the previous life has completely changed now. Sure enough, the aloofness was only shown to outsiders. The other side hidden within is her true self. He sat down at the table and smiled. I understand. Speaking of which, I haven't tried your cooking yet. Today is a good time to try it, Xinyan continued. This is also my first time making it. And I learned it from recipes I collected. Chaoga scooped up a spoonful of soup and savored it heartily. He praised her to make it this delicious on your first try. My Xinyan truly has talent. She happily countered. Really? Is it really delicious? After taking just one sip, Xinyan spat it all out. She shouted angrily, it's too salty. It's too fishy. The water is water, the fish is fish. How is this delicious at all? Chaoga proposed. The matter with Chuanqiu Mountain is settled. From today onwards, why don't you stay in my moment? She replied softly. Sure. The two were sweetly embracing at this moment. But they had no idea that a very troublesome matter was approaching. Qingzhou, the endless sea. Scarlet threads were slowly climbing up and a grim voice sounded. Once these scarlet threads climb onto that opening, it will truly awaken. At that time this world will be jointly ruled by us demon cultivators and eerie beasts. No longer do we need to bear the pressure from human cultivators. Another person exclaimed upon hearing this. But I heard that one of the cultivators belonging to the Huangquan Society has already died at the hands of Lu Chaoga from Momin. I'm afraid the speed at which human cultivators are rising will be faster than ours. The black-robed person standing midair crossed their arms. Lu Chaoga of Qingzhou Momin is very famous. We old folks must figure out a way to get rid of him. The person taking the lead hesitated slightly. But he has the backing of the Sword Venerable, who can actually lay a hand on him. The woman wearing the black robe smiled upon hearing this, and said confidently, according to the intelligence of my Purple Moon Society, the Sword Venerable is in closed-door cultivation and won't come out easily. Now is the best time. Another woman spoke in a cold tone. Even if we disregard the Sword Venerable, there is still Ji Changkong and Li Suifeng, and the master of the Yin-Yang Sword Pool. The sword cultivators of Qingzhou have always been a unified front. After hearing that, she revealed a sly smile. So we must use our brains right now. There is an excellent opportunity. Night fell over Qingzhou. Inside Danchang Mountain Momin, Xin Yan's surprised voice came from inside the room. Senior brother Chaoga, is everything you said true? Inside the room, Xin Yan looked at the purple jade stone in Lu Chaoga's hand, and asked softly, can this thing really unlock my business talent? Why does it sound so ridiculous to me? Unable to hide the surprise on her face, she continued. A person's talent is predetermined by fate. How can it change because of this object? Moreover, if such a divine artifact truly exists, how could it end up in your hands, senior brother? Lu Chaoga, after hearing her laments, spoke with a playful tone. What's wrong? Do you think it's inappropriate for it to be in my hands, senior brother? Xin Yan was suddenly at a loss for words. That's not it. He looked at the jade stone and slowly suggested. Why don't you try touching it? What harm is there in trying? He thought to himself. The people of the Tianxian continent view talent and attribute stats completely differently than I did before. When I was a player, attributes cannot be changed, which is why the talents of the four disciples of the four sages are considered so crucial. Xin Yan felt that since she couldn't keep refusing her senior brother's invitation, she agreed. Then I'll try it, she thought. I can't always reject senior brother's kindness. Senior brother means well. She extended a finger and touched the jade stone that was emitting purple light. The instant she touched it, from inside the jade stone, a massive surge of power immediately emanated, filling the entire room. Xin Yan held the jade stone, her face unable to conceal her surprise. This is. Lu Chaoga remained calm and guided her gently. Calm your mind. Accept it. Just as he finished speaking, from the sky, a force struck directly at the location where the two of them were. After Xin Yan accepted this force, she felt a subtle change occurring within her body. I really seem to have changed. Xin Yan's attribute panel immediately appeared before Lu Chaoga. Xin Yan level 63. Description: Chuanxiu Mountain Offering Deacon. Unique talent: business aptitude 8. Stamina 8, strength 8. Agility 7, insight 8. Physique evaluation: excellent body cultivator. He looked at these attribute values and immediately smiled, thinking to himself, so Xin Yan's attributes really aren't particularly outstanding, but they're quite good nonetheless. Since her business aptitude can be increased, all I have to do is earn other attribute points later and add them to her. He smiled and extended his hand, suggesting, since you felt the change, why don't you try it out now? Xin Yan agreed upon hearing this, preparing to stand up. All right. She began to use her strength. She immediately struck out with a move, causing a huge explosion of sound where the two stood. A massive hole appeared in the ceiling. Holding the spear, Qin Yan forced a slight smile. I'm really sorry about that. I'm still not used to the spear's power suddenly becoming so immense. Chaoga was not angry, instead he comforted her. It's all right. With your talent, mastering it is only a matter of time. Suddenly his expression turned serious. However, Before that there are a few important matters we need to deal with. In the main hall everyone had already arrived. They were seated on chairs facing Chaoga. Donli sitting beside Chaoga was the first to speak. The disciples of the Momin sect are assembled. Sect Master, please tell us your commands. After speaking, her gaze turned towards Qin Yan, who was sitting not far away, and she thought, now senior sister Qin. Senior sister and brother have formally become Dao companions. It's not that I'm angry, but I just don't feel like talking to brother. She sighed, thinking to herself, perhaps he'll get used to it in a few more days. After all, I suddenly gained a sister-in-law. At this moment, Chaoga also noticed Donli's expression. Ever since he brought Qin Yan back to the mountain, little Donli has looked like this. Sooner or later he'll have to find a way. I can't let this stubborn block of wood keep feeling uncomfortable. He looked straight down and commanded loudly. Good, today I have an important announcement to make. Mo Dongfang stepped forward. Hearing his call, Dongfang immediately stood up and bowed. I am here, disciple, please give your instructions, Sect Master Uncle. Chaoga looked at Dongfang. I am assigning you a task. Starting today you shall descend the mountain for training. Using your status as a true core disciple of the Momin sect, you may freely select outer sect utility disciples to accompany you. If you encounter secret realms or various treasures, just seize them and bring them back to the mountain gate. To strengthen the power of our Momin sect. He already had many calculations in mind. Mo Dongfang, bearing immense destiny and fortune, is the true chosen son of Tianxian. Having him handle this treasure hunting work is the most appropriate choice. Hearing this, Mo Dongfang immediately asked in return, Sect Master Uncle, is this disciple truly capable? This was clearly a major mission. His heart was filled with joy. Could this be a test for Mo Dongfang? Maintaining his stern expression, he replied, I am not joking. Starting today, you will oversee all training expeditions for the outer sect disciples. All outer sect disciples are at your command. Dongfang immediately bowed and accepted the task he was given. Yes, I shall respectfully obey the sect master's decree. At this moment his heart was already overflowing with joy. Sect Master Uncle actually bestowed such great power upon him. He must not fail to meet his expectations. After assigning the task to Dongfang, he turned towards Luobing. Luobing, do you remember what you promised me? To demonstrate your domain upon returning to the sect. Luobing tightly clenched her hands and replied softly, of course I remember. Dongfang, sitting nearby, couldn't help but be surprised. A domain has senior sister Luobing already broken through the fifth realm. Xiaoqiu, sitting not far away, was equally surprised. Senior sister Luobing has already become a great cultivator. Donli glanced at the two of them. You two should hurry up and cultivate. You will also break through to the fifth realm soon, just like your senior sister. Xiaoqiu poked her two index fingers together. Her voice filled with determination. I must be faster. I feel a great sense of urgency already. Donli's face drooped and she replied softly. She sighed inwardly, thinking, can this level of hurried cultivation actually allow them to catch up? Suddenly Donli glanced coldly at Xiaoqiu, the chill in her gaze immediately making the little girl sit up straight and declare loudly, I shall obey master's decree. Night fell on the Momin training ground. Chaoga and his group had already appeared. Luobing bowed and asked softly, the domain this disciple is about to demonstrate, please give guidance, master and sect leader uncle master. Chaoga looked at Luobing and secretly guessed. She has been hiding herself all this time. I'm afraid her domain might be related to the demon bloodline within her body. She gripped her cloak tightly, feeling very nervous. But before that, this disciple wants to confess something to sect leader, uncle master and master. She looked up at them, her body tense, but her tone was filled with resolve. No matter what Luobing becomes, Luobing will always be a disciple of the Momin sect. Right, Xiaoqiu? Xiaoqiu listened to Luobing's words, widening her eyes. Full of confusion, senior sister is senior sister Luobing. If senior sister isn't a disciple of our Momin sect, then which sect does she belong to? Does senior sister want to go somewhere else? Dongfeng, standing nearby, immediately and awkwardly explained to her. Junior sister Xiaoqiu, senior sister Luobing didn't mean that. You completely misunderstood. Chaoga immediately communicated with Donli using mind perception. It seems that during this trip to Luzhou, a huge change occurred in Luobing, so big that she's even worried whether she can still be accepted by us. Dongli immediately responded using mind perception. Then our answer is naturally. He looked at Luobing and stated firmly, no matter what you become, whether human, demon, or anything else. Dongli, standing next to him, continued, you will always be my Momin disciple. I am your master, and he is your uncle master. Upon hearing this, Luobing was deeply moved. She bowed deeply to thank the two of them. Luobing thanks master and uncle master. She raised her hand and took off her cloak, revealing her entire body. Fox ears now appeared on Luobing's head, and a tail had grown from her back. She looked at them and reporting to Sect Leader, uncle master and master, this disciple has regained her half-demon form. Xiaoqiu saw Luobing's current appearance and immediately gaped, her face full of surprise. Senior sister Luobing grew fox ears and a tail. Dongfeng was equally surprised. Aren't these characteristics only found among demons? Seeing the attitude of Xiaoqiu and Dongfeng, Luobing instantly became flustered. Her heart was filled with worry. Sure enough, even the closest fellow disciples will still reject me because of my identity. The next second, Xiaoqiu's surprise turned into envy. Senior sister Luo is truly beautiful now. I want a tail too. Dongfeng, standing next to her, had eyes shining like stars, full of admiration. So I have a half-demon senior sister now. That is incredibly cool. Xinyan, who had been silent all along, also spoke up to encourage Luobing. I heard that Qingzhou once produced a heaven's chosen named Xingdi. He seemed to also be a half-demon. Luobing is gifted and intelligent, and she has such excellent masters. Her future is definitely boundless. Luobing was surprised to see that no one looked down on her. Tears were already welling up in the corners of her eyes. Her heart was filled with joy. So everyone doesn't reject me after all, that's wonderful. To think I worried for so long. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Zhaoge witnessed this scene and thought to himself, this girl truly doesn't know how lucky she is. In my previous life, those shameless scoundrels, those flashy characters, couldn't get the real thing even by giving everything they had. She actually thought we would look down on her. If this appearance showed up in front of the players, they would probably go wild instantly. This is nothing like Lin Alice fake version. Luobing clasped her hands and looked respectfully at everyone. In that case, honored masters, Luobing will make a poor showing now by demonstrating my sword domain. Please guide me, masters. Having said that, she exerted her power. Her entire body flew into the air. She immediately activated the sword domain heavenly pattern fox spirit. A surge of power released from her body. That power gradually took on the shape of a peacock and stood beside Yen Lebing. Yen Lebing sat on the domain, reaching out to introduce it. This is your domain. It can both enhance your abilities and summon a three-tailed spirit fox. She gently stroked the spirit fox's head, her tone becoming soft. It doesn't seem to speak, but you can sense that it is extremely close to you. It's like another you in this world. Xin Yen looked at the spirit fox before her, unable to hide the astonishment on her face. This is a domain that takes the shape of an avatar. This type of domain is extremely rare in the entire Spring and Autumn Mountain. I've only heard that the previous Saint Master possessed such a domain. Dongli immediately looked at Xiaoge. Gidge, can you tell anything? At this moment, Xiaoge was using his heaven's eye to perceive it. Immediately afterward, the attribute metrics of the spirit fox within Yen Lebing's domain appeared before his eyes. Yen Lebing's domain, Heavenly Mark Fox Spirit. System rating S-Class. Effect 1. Heavenly Mark Fox Spirit can summon a Heavenly Mark Fox Spirit, which possesses the same cultivation level as the host. It can fight for the host without fear of death. Effect 2. Body of the Heavenly Demon. All attributes are increased by 25%. 25. Assessment. The domain is extremely powerful, possessing immeasurable growth potential. Can only be encountered in the half-demon race's Azure Mark Heavenly Fox territory. Extremely rare. Xiaoge saw these metrics and couldn't help but marvel internally. This is amazing. He couldn't hide the shock on his face, continuously praising Yen Lebing in his heart. This is truly wonderful. Our little Li Zis first official disciple is actually such a formidable Existence. Chaga watched her happily stroking the spirit fox, silently assessing a top-tier S-class domain, capable of summoning a spiritual body boosting all attributes, and possessing growth potential. Moreover, she also possesses the 9-aperture exquisite wisdom heart. This girl in the future will certainly be worthy of the title of senior disciple sister of the Mo sect. He smiled and looked at the two of them. They were looking at Yan Lebing, their eyes filled with admiration. Lebing is already this incredible. So what will these two children's domains awaken into? That will depend on their personal fortune and fate. He smiled brightly and turned to Dongli. The domain Lebing awakened is boundless, and this domain is only in its initial form. It can become even stronger in the future. Strengthen the cultivation of this 3-tailed fox spirit, and perhaps it can even evolve into a 9-tailed fox. Dongli was greatly astonished upon hearing this. Gidge took Lebing out for one trip, and Lebing not only broke through her realm but also awakened such a powerful domain. As if remembering something, her eyes lit up and she clapped her hands excitedly. In that case, we can stay safely and steadily on the mountain from now on. Chaga watched her daydreaming, sighing internally. This girl's mind hasn't changed at all. Suddenly from within the space, came Ning Ying's anxious voice. Chaga. Dongli quickly opened the mountain protection array. It's me. Dongli heard her aunt's voice and immediately turned to look. Her eyes filled with worry. It's Aunt Ning's voice. Chaga was also worried. Aunt Ning sounds flustered. Did something happen at the sword sect? Having said this, he turned to Xin Yen and softly instructed. Xin Yen, wait for me here, I'll be right back. After hearing him, she nodded and agreed okay. After instructing Xin Yen, Chaga and Dongli simultaneously used their movement techniques to rush toward Ningying's location. Before long, the two opened the barrier and appeared before Ningying. Chaga, filled with worry, softly asked, Aunt Ning, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Ningying's face was full of anxiety, and her tone was extremely serious. Chaga, little Dongli, please forgive my rudeness. It's just that something truly important has happened this time, and I had no choice but to rush here to find you. Her voice grew more urgent. You has met with disaster. He entered the sword prison for training, and it's been over a month now. But he has already lost contact with the elders. The elders guarding the sword prison. Ningying continued, her tone becoming heavy. The sword prison is a place for cultivation and training for my sword sect disciples, for those whose cultivation level is below the 6 realms. There are restrictive formations inside for those above the 6 realms, making it impossible to enter. She took a deep breath and continued tremblingly. Several elders with 6 realm strength have already gone in search of him, but they still couldn't find you. She wrung her hands tightly, her face filled with worry. I'm afraid he has already entered the deepest part of the sword prison. Upon hearing her words, Chaga frowned slightly. The deepest part of the sword prison again. Dongli, standing nearby, looked somewhat worried. Master once mentioned that the sword prison is a dangerous training ground, ranked among the top 3 most dangerous places in the sword sect. How could he be so reckless as to dare enter the deepest part? Ningying's eyes were filled with worry. Recently, Chaga has become increasingly famous in Tianxian. Legendary tales about him keep spreading. Rumor has it that even figures like Yu, who possesses the invaluable sword physique, and the sword venerable and sword successor, have been overshadowed. As you all know, this child loves competing with Chaga the most. That's why Chaga looked at Ningying and asked softly, those elders who went looking for him, did they bring back any news? Ningying shook her head upon hearing this. She tightly wrung her hands. No one could sense his spiritual energy fluctuations. Chaga recalled Yu's appearance, feeling somewhat annoyed. That brat. Among the 4 main protagonists of Tianxian, he is the youngest, and he is also the most troublesome one. Hearing this, Dongli became even more worried. No spiritual energy fluctuations. Doesn't that mean it's highly possible he has already? Ningying looked at Chaga and immediately pleaded, Chaga, this situation is very urgent. Currently only you have a chance to save Yu. Chaga did not refuse but reassured her. Aunt Ning, please don't worry. I will rush immediately with you to the sword prison of the sword sect. Saying this, he walked alone toward the sword prison, sword in hand. Yu, my capable subordinate. You must hold on. This lord is coming to save you. Ningying immediately took out a swift boat and handed it to him. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately now. Chowga, use my swift boat. It will be faster this way. Chowga immediately rejected her proposal. He took out his own single-leaf swift boat. No need. Aunt Ning, please use mine. Little Lizzie carved a formation for me. It should be a bit faster than yours. She looked at the single-leaf swift boat, her eyes revealing unconcealed doubt. Can a formation carved by little Lizzie be faster than the specialized swift boat I personally refined? Dongli saw her expression and couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. Aunt Ning, please try it out. Ning Ying did not refuse and accepted his single-leaf swift boat. The moment she took it, it immediately carried her away at high speed. She was extremely surprised by its speed. This really a formation carved by little Lizzie? It's too fast. It directly raised the swift boat's grade by a level. When she returned to the original spot, Chowga turned around and smiled slightly. Little Liza's unique abilities. Aunt Ning must have noticed them too. Right now, the multi-layered mountain defense formation, carved by Mo Min. Even if it were you, Aunt Ning, or even me, we couldn't easily break through it. He looked ahead and revealed a confident smile, thinking, saying couldn't easily break through actually only refers to you, Aunt Ning. Now for Aunt Ning to break through little Liza's mountain defense formation. It is completely impossible. Ning Ying looked at him and thought to herself, that is indeed true. I tried to quickly breach the grand formation just now, but I had absolutely no way past that array protecting Mo Min. I could only release spiritual energy to call the siblings out. Setting aside little Liza's incredible talent for formations, the formation for the mountain defense array alone is already complex and profound, rivaling even our sword sect's formations. She seemed unable to believe this fact. Is this MO sect really one of the lower 100 sects? Among the 300 sects? These two kids. Isn't it obvious that this one is even more heaven-defying than that one? Chowga immediately unleashed his one leaf, my lord, soaring through the air like an arrow. He stroked his chin, seeming to recall something. Did I forget something? Oh right, it seems to be the rewards. The rewards from the last time I called upon MO sect players to jointly suppress the demon cultivators. I haven't distributed them yet. Having thought of this, he entered the spatial realm and ordered the system. Distribute the rewards to all MO sect disciples who participated in suppressing the demon cultivators. Reward them with all the materials gained from my MO realm. The system responded coldly, okay. Chowga stroked his chin, a sly smile appearing on his face. I'll give these players a few extra portions of personal rewards, give them a little taste of sweetness. Only then will they work harder next time and risk their lives for me. The system's mechanical voice sounded, settling rewards for the dungeon suppressing demon cultivators. When the players heard they were receiving rewards, they couldn't help but get excited. The orange-haired man immediately clenched his fists, overjoyed. It's finally here. The rewards for clearing the dungeon boss last time. The black-haired player couldn't hide his delight. I died 21 times last time. It hadn't been settled for so long. We thought the system was bugged. The cat-eared player immediately interrupted. Stop arguing, there's more. The system's quest notification sound rang out again. All players who participated in the dungeon this time can receive 20,000 experience points. A sovereign-grade sword embryo which can bond with you and become your destiny sword. The orange-haired player's eyes shone. Destiny sword. Destiny sword, holy cow. The black-haired player excitedly clenched his fists. It's here, it's here. This trip wasn't wasted. The girl standing next to them sighed. Seriously, what's so great about just a sword? It's a shame there are no personal rewards, but husband. My sect master gave it. Another player heard these words and started mocking. You're a sword cultivator who doesn't love swords and only thinks about our sect master, that's strange. Other female players got angry. Shut up. Chowga is everyone's husband. You won't get the personal rewards. Just as they were still arguing, fiercely fighting over the rewards, the system notification sound rang out again. Players ranked in the top 10 in contribution points will receive the title. The one who fought side by side with Lu Chowga. Seeing this, the players were stunned. Holy cow, there are actually personal rewards. And a title. This is a personal title only for the top 10. Other players started discussing excitedly. There really is more. The orange-haired player's eyes sparkled. A title, this title. Now everyone knows how amazing we are. The player next to him was thrilled. I'm going to post this on the forums, this is definitely worth the thread. The girl next to them was also beaming with joy. I knew it, husband wouldn't forget me, ah. Suddenly she saw something. This is the system immediately sent her a notification. System judgment. Your performance in this dungeon run was exceptionally outstanding, upgrading the yellow city grade sword embryo to a blue grade sword embryo, and gifting a sword technique personally written by Lu Chaoga. The I am supreme throughout the seas and desert sword. Low grade sovereign tier. One of a kind. She was ecstatic after receiving the reward. In reality, she was live streaming. She screamed loudly in excitement. Wow, did you guys see that? It's a unique sword technique. Written personally by Lu Chaoga. Only I have it. Many envious comments appeared on the screen. Holy moly, I'm so jealous. Are you going to sell this? Immediately following, an explosive piece of news appeared on the game forum. Lu Chaoga once again gifted a sword technique. A sword technique he personally wrote for the female streamer. Amazing. Lu Chaoga had silently done something like this for the female streamer again. The sexy female streamer described Lu Chaoga's favoritism towards her. That evening Chaoga saw this news on the forum, and couldn't help but exclaim, this forum group is really rampant with clickbait headlines. Speaking of which, this way, my popularity is also maxed out. He immediately smiled confidently. After all, even he hadn't expected the system to also have a cultivation technique exchange system. Moreover, as long as he exchanged with experience points, he could freely name the cultivation techniques. The newly drawn cultivation technique. He stroked his chin and smiled happily. Being able to name them freely. Then I'll give this low-grade yellow-tier cultivation technique a heaven-defying name. Isn't that interesting? Everyone knows that trash cultivation techniques always have heaven-defying names. This isn't considered deception. Ningying looked at him as he meditated, and couldn't help but feel worried. Although Chaoga is exceptionally talented, this child himself is also very hardworking. Even at times like this, he consistently enters meditative cultivation. Embarking on this path, Chaoga has also endured much hardship. Her gaze was filled with determination. Once I find an opportunity to speak with the sect master, I must find a way to get Chaoga and little Lizzie a better natal sword embryo. The current sword embryo is just ordinary merchandise. It no longer suits Chaoga, unbeknownst to Lu Chaoga. And Ning was once again personally planning and preparing for him, allowing him to feel the benefit of having a powerful patron backing him. The sword sect's advanced trial ground Jianyu. Chaoga Ningying said, pointing at Jianyu. This is our sword sect's advanced trial ground. Jianyu. The two of them stood atop a giant sword, looking at the people not far away. Our Jianzong elders have been waiting there for a long time. The vice sect master hurried towards the two of them. You're finally here. Chaoga, I've been waiting for you for a long time. This old man was about to die of impatience. If it weren't for this terrible formation being laid by the Jianzongs, first generation sect master, I'd really want to break it with a single sword strike and rescue them. Shintai then spoke. Vice sect master. With your current strength, this formation, I'm afraid you won't be able to break it. He angrily turned his head and scolded Shintai. You shut up. Seeing this, Ningying immediately interjected to mediate. All right, there are juniors watching. Chaoga looked at Shintai and smiled slightly. Last time when I slayed the true energy, I had some friction with this person. Back then I saw him with a powerful aura. Now I can defeat him with a single sword strike. He looked at Chaoga, his face filled with astonishment. What's wrong with this guy? Shintai seemed unable to believe it. A few years ago I saw him before he broke through the third realm. Yet now he has already entered the sixth realm. He stood frozen in place. And he felt as if an invisible force was suppressing him. Why is it that even though my realm is higher than his, I feel panic when facing him? I always feel an invisible pressure around me. His face was filled with fear. What kind of monstrous talent is he? Chaoga then spoke. Rescuing people is urgent. He'll enter the formation first. Ningying immediately reached out to stop him. Wait a moment, she gestured towards the two elders and suggested. Deacon Shintai and Elder Lu Yu have been to the Jianyu several times. Let them lead the way for you first. You can conserve your strength. This way you can increase the chance of rescuing Yue. He furrowed his brow slightly. Actually, Chaoga thought to himself. I don't need these people to clear the way for me at all. Ningying held his hand, her face etched with deep worry. Zhaoga, listen to my advice, your Aunt Ning. You must not only save Rongyu, but your own safety is also extremely important. Seeing her attitude, Zhaoga was touched. So Aunt Ning feels this way. If he didn't allow these two to follow, Aunt Ning would probably worry even more. He immediately clasped his hands in salute. All right, then I shall trouble the two elders. Shintai simply responded with a short HM. Lu Yu, however, politely replied. It's our duty, no need to be polite. Subsequently, the three of them began to enter the sword prison. Aunt Ning watched the three retreating figures. Feeling extremely worried, Zhaoga, you must be incredibly careful. She turned to the sect master and asked softly, Senior brother, regarding this sword prison, now that your junior sister can only reach the 3rd floor at most, and cannot go any deeper, how far can a cultivator of the 6th realm go? The sect master reached out and stroked his beard. Even I back then only entered the 6th floor. His expression turned serious. But the senior sword cultivator once stepped onto the 7th floor. Ningying's face showed an even clearer look of worry. Did that senior sword cultivator say anything? The sect master stood there stroking his beard, his expression extremely solemn as he recalled the past. He furrowed his brow slightly and said, back then senior brother said, the 7th floor was no different from the 6th floor. He said his abilities were no different from mine. He paused, then continued. But I knew he was comforting me. After all, that was the first time I saw senior brother injured after achieving enlightenment. Not long after, the three of them appeared at the entrance of the sword prison. Shintai turned to him coldly and explained. This formation was designed by the founding sword sect master. It only repels cultivators above the 6th realm. It causes no harm to those below the 6th realm, no need to resist. Zhaoga looked at him secretly judging. This man is merely handling official business right now. Lu Yu stood beside him and began explaining the situation inside the sword prison. Sect Master Lu, once we pass through this barrier, this will be the 1st floor of the trial sword prison named Extreme Cold. This level is bitterly cold, you must be extremely careful. After hearing this, he asked, thank you for the reminder. Does this level require my assistance? Lu Yu immediately refused. Of course not. As soon as the door opened, some monsters made of ice blocks appeared inside. Shintai and Lu Yu walked ahead to clear the path. Please follow us closely and break through this level. Zhaoga followed behind. The two of them gradually approached the 2nd door within the sword prison. As he walked, he observed the humanoid ice blocks. These humanoid ice blocks all possessed the strength of the 5th realm, as expected of the sword sect's trial sword prison. In that case, it wouldn't be easy even for ordinary 6th realm cultivators. The two of them unleashed a final strike, shattering the ice figures blocking the doorway. Lu Yu quickly turned to him, Sect Master Lu. Hurry up and follow us. He nodded okay. The three of them quickly stepped through the door, leaving behind the noisy group of ice figures, who were chasing them into the next door. Inside the door, blue toxic smoke permeated the air. Lu Yu held his breath and struggled to explain. The next level is called Vicious Poison Breath Hold. Zhaoga was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Vicious poison. Can poisonous objects also be part of the sword sect's trial? What's so strange about that? The three of them held their breath and walked through this level very easily. Zhaoga pondered as he walked. It's calm and quiet. Could it be that simply holding one's breath is enough to pass this level? Suddenly, from within the poisonous smoke, some purple arrows shot out, attacking their group. Shintai and Lu Yu were strenuously fending off these arrows. They pierced through rapidly. Once touched by these poison darts, one's cultivation might be crippled. Zhaoga rushed forward without hesitation. So it was this kind of poison that can cripple cultivation. It is indeed more dangerous than the 1st level. But it's still too easy. If it were Rongyu, she definitely wouldn't be harmed by these things. The three quickly passed through the poison smoke and arrived at the 3rd stage. They were already exhausted when they entered the 3rd stage. Lu Yu panted, Sect Master Lu. The first 2 stages weren't difficult at all. But the third stage is completely different. Compared to the first two stages. Chowga looked at the two people beside him and couldn't help but sigh. You're panting like this and still call it not difficult. Is everyone in the sword sect so stubborn? He looked at the front and asked softly. How is the third stage different from the first two? What greeted their eyes was a space filled with the red color of blood. Shin Tai explained with a serious expression. This third stage is blood red. It is the trial of blood. The guardian spirit that appears in this stage will be at the great perfection of the sixth realm. And moreover, every inch of ground we stand on is its domain. In the center of this stage a pool of blood was slowly wriggling. Shin Tai was somewhat worried. It is about to appear. In the center the guardian spirit was slowly emerging. The guardian spirit was covered in blood. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it looked at the three of them. Shin Tai and Lu Yu took up their stance and commanded, stand behind us. Lu Yu was worried and added a reminder. If we fail, you must take advantage of the time we hold it back. Break open that door immediately and go in. He looked at the guardian spirit and asked indifferently. Is it very strong? Shin Tai immediately grew tense. This stage is the limit of what the two of us can handle. Sect Master Lu, don't be careless. No sooner had he finished speaking, than Chowga standing behind him had already launched an attack. It shot straight toward the guardian spirit. The move instantly pierced through the guardian spirit. It only had time to let out one painful shriek before disappearing. On the ground, a path immediately appeared for the three of them to proceed. The two men, Shin Tai and Lu Yu, were dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. This. Chowga walked forward and ordered, let's go. Next stage. Shin Tai was stunned by his power. This truly is Lu Chowga, renowned across Tianxian. Lu Yu was no less surprised. That one sword strike just now. Its might was already beyond the sixth realm. He truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing that the two of them had not reacted, he turned around and asked. What's wrong, esteemed sirs? Can you only take me this far? Shin Tai immediately snapped back to reality and followed him. Of course we can help you through one more stage. Lu Yu added, the fourth stage will be very difficult. Shin Tai's expression was serious as he thought. Maybe we won't be much help, but I am truly very curious about him. Lu Yu thought, I am also very curious. Just how powerful is Lu Chowga? The two men quickly arrived at the fourth stage. Inside this barrier countless streaks of electric light swirled. Lu Chowga looked inside and tentatively guessed. The fourth stage is thunder. Shin Tai replied. Yes and no. Lu Yu explained, the fourth stage is named Thunder Punishment Lay Fa. Shin Tai suggested this stage tests character and resolve. Let Elder Lu and I scout the path for you. Lu Yu softly reminded him. Sect Master Lu. We only have one chance. You must watch carefully. Both of their expressions were extremely serious. They stepped forward to check. Shin Tai sneered inwardly. I guess this counts as guiding a rising star of the Tianxian realm. Lu Yu felt a bit panicked inside. This is my first time here, and I don't know what kind of illusions will appear. Chowga was a little puzzled and countered. Wait, be clear, what exactly does this place test? The two of them exchanged consulting glances. Shin Tai turned around very seriously and explained. It tests confusion, the confusion within one's heart. The path of cultivation involves cultivating the body, cultivating techniques, and cultivating the mind, but cultivating the mind inevitably leads to confusion. The more confusion there is, the more terrifying the thunder punishment here will be. Lu Yu added with a slight tremble. Hundreds of years ago, an elder from the sect once entered this gate, but because he had too much confusion in his heart, he attracted the highest level of lightning punishment, 9 cycles heavenly thunder. That elder died instantly during the lightning punishment. Chowga looked up feeling somewhat puzzled. Confusion, what exactly is the confusion related to cultivating the mind? With his hands clasped behind his back, he thought, my method of upgrading is different from that of the local cultivators in the Tianxian realm. I rely entirely on experience points to advance, and I can level up as much as I want. Reaching the peak of the sixth realm is just a matter of thought for me. I've never heard anything about this concept of confusion. On the path of cultivation, Lu Yu requested. Sect Master Lu, please bear the burden of our doubts. We hope you can pass this trial smoothly. Xin Tai entrusted the heavy responsibility to him. Yu Yu's life is entirely in your hands? Chaoga was somewhat confused. Wait, Yu Yu is neither related to you nor a friend. He is merely a disciple of the same sect. Why must you go so far as to sacrifice your lives for him? Lu Yu looked straight ahead and replied, because our Tao has nearly reached its end. Xin Tai added, but Yu Yu is different from us. His Tao has only just begun. The two of them spoke with great conviction. He is the future of Tianqian swordsmanship. The one who can shelter all living beings compared to our lives. Trading them for his return is worthwhile. Chaoga smiled contentedly after hearing their words. So that's how it is. Sure enough, the sword cultivators of my Qinzhou prefecture are still the same. The integrity of a sword cultivator remains eternal. If that's the case, then you'll use a special method. Although the atmosphere has reached a point where someone must sacrifice themselves. Having people die is ultimately not a good thing. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Esteemed elders, this junior has a method. We might not need to risk our lives to pass this trial. Are the two of you willing to try it? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu suddenly turned around. We might not need to risk our lives to pass the trial. Xin Tai turned around, unable to hide the surprise on his face. Is there really such a method? He smiled confidently and extended his hand. Of course, esteemed elders, please follow me. The two of them then easily passed the checkpoint. I see. That's truly worthy of Lu. Chaoga, only he could have thought of this method. Chaoga sat cross-legged above them, blocking all the lightning tribulations for the two of them. Esteemed elders, please don't worry. This junior harbors not the slightest confusion in his heart. So no lightning tribulation will descend. As for your confusion, esteemed elders, I can easily handle it. Lu Yu felt slightly surprised after hearing his words. No confusion in his heart. Lu Chaoga is probably the only one. It's just that this way of passing the trial feels a bit cowardly. Xin Tai felt uneasy inside. Although he was saved by him, why does it feel so stifling? He rubbed his chin and smiled smugly. Truly worthy of me. Indeed, I don't have even a sliver of confusion. Ultimately, this seat adheres to only one principle. Chaoga confidently placed his hands on his legs. Any obstacle can be severed with a single sword stroke. If I can't cut it down today, then I will certainly be able to cut it down another day. Soon after, the three of them passed the 4th level and arrived at the 5th level. Lu Yu looked ahead and asked joyfully, judging by this, have we passed the lightning punishment of the 4th level? Xin Tai stood beside him, replying with slight displeasure, Chaoga stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, what is the next level? Lu Yu said sheepishly, the 5th level. Xin Tai interjected from the side, we have never heard of it, nor have we ever seen it. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, you two as deacon elders of the sword sect. Is there actually something you don't know about? Lu Yu immediately explained. This sword prison was initially designed for the Black Bamboo Forest lineage. It's just that later, as the sword sect expanded and grew strong, and the sect disciples grew in number, the sword prison was only then turned into a trial ground for disciples. However, aside from the disciples of the Black Bamboo Forest, nobody else has ever been able to enter the 4th stage. Xin Tai closed his eyes and added, therefore the 5th stage, the 6th stage and the 7th stage have always only been witnessed by the sword venerable and the inheritors of the sword sect. Naturally, it's impossible for us to know about them. He looked at the stage gate and smiled slightly. So that's how it is. That old man Gue didn't specifically tell him what the 7th stage was. Probably because he intentionally left it out. Since he didn't know either, he immediately understood the sect master's original intention. Perhaps he was afraid that if he entered the 7th stage, it would embarrass the sect master. In other words, only the current sword venerable has ever passed the 7th stage. Now there's Yu Yu as well. And soon there will be him too. Chaoga headed straight for the 5th stage. Let's go enter the 5th stage. The three of them quickly walked into the stage gate. Inside the 5th stage, wooden puppets hung everywhere. Chaoga carefully observed everything around him. This is the 5th stage. Lu Yu stood behind him. The puppets don't look dangerous at all. Xin Tai stood beside them, confused. Why would things like these be placed in the 5th stage? How dull. Suddenly those puppets which had seemed to lack consciousness, suddenly opened their eyes and started moving. Lu Yu gripped the sword in her hand and warned, "Be careful." Shin Tai shouted loudly. "It's coming!" Suddenly a force infiltrated the bodies of the two of them. They immediately became sluggish, just like the puppets. Standing behind them, Chowga frowned. These two seemed to have fallen victim to an illusion. Suddenly he sensed something and turned around to look behind him. From behind, the figure of a man appeared. "Is that Chowga? This spiritual energy, it must be Chowga." Chowga observed the figure and immediately understood. So this is the nature of the illusion. The illusion smiled and said to him, "Chowga, my son, long time no see." Meanwhile, outside the gate of the sword prison, Ning Ying and the sect master were sitting outside. She asked worriedly, "Senior brother Gue, you said they have never seen what the stages beyond the 4th level look like. Can Chowga truly handle it?" The sect master took a sip of tea. "He is much more powerful than I was back then, so of course he can. However, the 5th level is a bit troublesome." Ning Ying immediately became anxious. What kind of trouble? He sobered up, his expression extremely serious. "The 5th level is full of silk threads and puppets. But those things are actually all illusions. What it truly creates is the person you respect and admire the most." He then spoke of his own experience. That person has always been very powerful. And the person who was created possesses exactly the same strength as the real person. Even the personality is completely identical. I suffered quite a bit in that stage back then. Fortunately, the created master was also benevolent and showed mercy, which is why I... Suddenly the sect master spat out all the tea in his mouth. "What's wrong? Why does this tea taste so strange?" He thought to himself. That was too dangerous. I almost let the cat out of the bag. Ning Ying lowered her head, looking a little sad. The person Chowga reveres must be the sword venerable. She clenched her hands tightly, full of worry. Can he, as he is now, really defeat the sword venerable? Senior brother, inside the sword prison, Chowga was sitting and drinking tea with his father. He laughed loudly. "So after I was gone, you and Xiao Lizi actually went through so many interesting things together." He reached out and patted his shoulder. "Well done, you truly are. My son, you even avenged your mother and me. And you're so handsome, just like me." Chowga looked at the hand resting on his shoulder. His expression incredibly complex. He was exactly the same as the father in his memory. "But if I really have to kill him to pass this stage, can I do it?" He smiled kindly and said, "I have already died a long time ago. Then why am I appearing here?" As soon as this question was asked, the space suddenly became quiet. Chowga picked up his teacup and took a small sip. His expression was very serious. "We are currently inside the sword prison of the sword sect. I fear this stage can only be passed by killing your father." After hearing these words, he gently stroked his chin. "So that's how it is. So I am just an illusion. Everything makes sense now." He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "But you really look exactly like my father." He seemed to understand Lu Cheage's meaning. "So you cannot strike at me." Sadness appeared on Lu Cheage's face. Holding his sacred sword, he slowly stood up and said, "I see." He smiled, drew his sword, and proposed to Lu Chowga. "It has been a long time since your father and you sparred with swords. My hands are getting restless. Would you like to have a hearty battle with me?" Chowga stood up and replied, "Yes. Yu is trapped here, and I must proceed to save her." He laughed heartily. "The child named Yu is here too. It seems that the Chowga, who couldn't even break through the initial realm years ago, is now a heavenly prodigy, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the sword genius Yu. Then your father is even more curious. What kind of man has my son truly become?" His face suddenly twitched slightly. He thought to himself, "This illusion is even more real than I had imagined. It even remembers the old story of him being unable to break through the initial realm when he was young." He immediately unleashed a move against him. "Watch out." Move name Mo Sect Dancing Pen Sword Technique. Lu Chowga also used the same move. Mo Sect Dancing Pan Sword Technique. He quietly said to himself. But all this is ultimately an illusion. After the moves were released, a huge explosion immediately occurred. Cracks appeared on his body. He smiled with satisfaction. "As expected of my son. Too strong, stronger than your grandfather." Lu Chowga anxiously rushed to his side. Are you all right?" He looked at him with gentle eyes. I suppose I'm about to disappear. Just would you be willing to lower your head so your father can pat it? Lu Chaoga immediately froze, allowing him to pat his head. Could this be a sneaky trick by the illusion? In the end he agreed to let his father pat his head. Go ahead. He reached out and stroked his son's head, smiling contentedly. Good, that's wonderful. A few tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. He gently cautioned him, my silly boy. I am just an illusion who died long ago. If you meet the illusion of your mother next, you absolutely must not be soft-hearted or merciful, remember that. He burst out laughing. Seeing how you've grown up, your father is completely satisfied. The very next second his entire body vanished, leaving behind only a humanoid wooden puppet on the ground. In this world many people fear ghosts. But which ghost is not someone else's deepest, most yearn for wish? A dream they long to see but cannot. Lu Chaoga quickly shook off the effects of the illusion and returned to the real world. He looked at the two people beside him and frowned involuntarily. What exactly did they see? Haven't they woken up yet? He walked forward without hesitation. Let them stay here. They won't be much use in the next stage anyway. As he approached the entrance to the next stage, Lu's urgent voice suddenly rang out, calling out to him, Sect Master Lu, please wait for me out of habit. Lu Chaoga turned around. He was slightly surprised to see Lu Yu running towards him. He stared intently at Lu Yu, as if probing for something. Lu Yu scratched his face and smiled. Sect Master Lu, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Lu Chaoga turned around and pushed the door open. Nothing, let's go. He immediately cheered up. Lu Chaoga looked toward the 6th stage. It's already the 6th stage, are you still going to follow? Lu Yu looked at the 6th stage and explained. The 6th stage is called Purgatory. Is guarded by the soul of the 15th generation Sword Venerable, because he awakened the fire awakening spirit before his death. That is how he got this name. Although I heard that only his soul remains, he still possesses the strength of the 7th realm. Upon hearing this he smiled slightly. So that's how it is, that's quite interesting. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. I clearly remember. Lu Yu said just now that he did not know any information about the levels after the 4th. How intriguing. The two entered the 6th level together. Inside there was a large amount of lava. Standing behind him, Lu Yu reminded him, it's very hot here. The fire awakening spirit of the 15th generation Sword Venerable should not be underestimated. Suddenly in front of them, a huge flash of light appeared. Lu Yu was slightly surprised, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Sect Master Lu, look quickly. That is the soul of the 15th generation Sword Venerable. He is very powerful, you must be extremely careful. Lu Chaoga calmly looked over there and replied indifferently, understood. This seed-nosed Lu Yu quietly retreated backward. He thought to himself, I need to stay far away, so I don't get caught in the crossfire. A woman appeared from the flames. Her entire body was wrapped in flames. Are you the one who intends to pass this level? Lu Chaoga drew his sword without hesitation and introduced himself. This Junior Lu of the Mo sect. Chaoga requests guidance from the Sword Venerable. The Sword Venerable looked him over. He truly is in the 6th realm. A ray of light descended upon him from above. This Venerable is not your match. You may pass this level. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, thank you, Senior. Standing behind him, Lu Yu was somewhat confused. How could this happen? Why didn't she immediately attack? Such an early surrender ruined his plans. At this moment Lu Chaoga turned around coldly and asked, do you still intend to follow this seat? Yu Song responded respectfully in a low voice and hurriedly followed Lu Chaoga. Of course I must follow. Ensuring Sect Master Lu's safety. That is this humble one's duty. As the two ventured deeper into the sword prison, Lu Chaoga finally spoke up calmly and asked, the 7th level must be the deepest part of the sword prison. Correct, what is inside? He calmly began to introduce the next level to him. This 7th level is called the Endless. The countless malevolent spirits slain by generations of Sword Venerables are imprisoned here. An extremely powerful aura of fierce malice has accumulated here. If one can pass through this level, they will have truly experienced countless refinements, and in the future, the chance of breaking through the 6th realm can increase by as much as 70%. Yu Song explained the 7th level in great detail. Lu Chaoga waited patiently for him to finish speaking. before quietly asking, "Where did you learn all this information?" He smiled and said, "It is documented in the Black Bamboo Forest. One only needs to go and read it." Suddenly Yusong's body froze and he stood stunned. He realized he had taken the bait. "Oh no! He's trying to trick information out of me." Lu Qiao's gaze instantly sharpened, and he severely questioned him. "I heard that no one outside of the Sword Venerable lineage is allowed to enter or leave the Black Bamboo Forest freely. How did you manage to read those documents?" Facing his interrogation, cold sweat beaded on Yusong's forehead. His face was pale and he felt immensely guilty. Fear was clearly visible in his eyes. Yusong hurriedly tried to explain, struggling to maintain a calm tone. "I just remembered. The last time I went to the Black Bamboo Forest to inquire about the Great Tao of the Sword Venerable, I took a look while I was there. Jianoshin wasn't there at the time and getting old and a bit forgetful." Lu Qiaoga heard his feeble excuse, but did not press the matter further for the time being. "In that case, let's hurry to the final level. You must be there." Having escaped a dangerous situation, Yusong became even more vigilant. He comforted himself that was too risky. "I must remain stable. The opportunity will come sooner or later." Finally the two arrived at the 7th level of the sword prison. It was a chaotic space, filled with swords deeply embedded in the ground everywhere. In the center of the space, a giant sword stood majestically like a pillar supporting the sky. Its entire body was intensely circled and enveloped by 6-colored spiritual light. He commented that the killing intent was extremely heavy and boundless. No wonder the 7th level is called the Endless Domain. After observing for a while, Lu Qiaoga quickly returned to his main objective. "Where could Rongyu be?" Suddenly Yusong spoke up. With a look of fear he pointed ahead. "That figure sitting there. That looks like Rongyu, right?" Within this chaotic sword domain, scarlet killing intent enveloped the entire space. Beneath the sky pillar sword, Rongyu was sitting quietly in the center of the formation. After careful observation, Yusong urgently confirmed, "It really is him, although the killing intent is thick. The spiritual energy feels unchanged." Lu Qiaoga angrily said, "Excellent. Everyone outside is going crazy looking for him. And he's just sitting here." He slowly walked towards Rongyu. His gaze was cold. "As long as he takes him out, this matter will be over." Suddenly 2 vengeful spirits appeared before him, blocking his path. They fiercely launched an attack kill. Lu Qiaoga calmly drew his long sword. Majestic spiritual energy surged and roared around him. "I should hold back a little." The long sword tore through space, carrying a fierce surge of sword energy, charging swiftly toward the 2 enormous vengeful spirits. Seeing his overwhelming presence, the spirits retreated in fear. "Who is that person? Why can't even those 2 giant spirits harm him? Terrifying, more terrifying than us. Could he be the current Sword Venerable?" Lu Qiaoga silently walked up behind Rongyu. "This brat. He's even copying me by showing off his back view." He looked at Rongyu, his eyes showing a mix of dissatisfaction and chiding. "Once he wakes up, I definitely need to knock him on the head." Lu Qiaoga recited an incantation, shouting loudly, trying to wake Rongyu. "Rongyu, wake up now." The killing intent immediately surged around Rongyu, forming a scarlet barrier, blocking his voice. Lu Qiaoga frowned slightly and observed carefully. The heart-cleansing incantation had no effect. Suddenly several beast spirits appeared and surrounded him. They asserted their dominance. "He has already become one of us. You can't take him away." The 4 fiends roared. Some invited, others threatened. "You killed the giant spirits. But even he is no match for us. You should stay here too. Become one of us. Sword cultivator. Come and taste what it feels like to lose your physical body." When the 4 beast spirits appeared, the vengeful spirits trembled. "It's the 4 fiends. If they strike together, even a 7th realm expert will surely die. When they were alive they could kill 8th realm experts." Yusong saw Lu Qiaoga fall into danger, and a cunning smile curled his lips. "Quickly kill that boy. Let him know how wicked this place is. The more scum that goes after him, the greater the toll on Lu Qiaoga, the better." His expression was grim. The cold sword tip pointed at the 4 fiends scum, blocking the way. Suddenly, from Rongyu, spiritual energy erupted like a white lotus. 5-fold fire eruption. Lu Qiaoga was greatly surprised and immediately took a defensive stance. Following his spiritual energy eruption, Ronyu's fire attribute spiritual energy filled the entire space. A flash of light occurred. He quickly activated a shield to block it. Yusong behind him was filled with shock. Thighs is the power of fire attribute spiritual energy. He felt confused. Doesn't Lu Chaoge use water attribute spiritual energy? What exactly happened in there? As the curtain of fire attribute spiritual energy slowly dispersed, the space returned to its original color. Wrong. Yu was enveloped by surging fire spiritual energy. From a distance he shone like a star. Lu Chaoge standing behind him spoke softly. So you weren't imprisoned here. But you trapped yourself. Without turning around, Yu replied. That's right, I was waiting for you. His expression was gloomy, his voice low and cold as he slowly stood up. I lost at the 5th level, I lost to your illusion. That was the only time I've ever lost. When Yu turned around to look at him, his eyes had already turned blood red. Lu Chaoge stopped and looked at Yu, staring in shock at the unrecognizable apprentice before him. That face. He has succumbed to the demonic path. Behind the hand covering his face was a ferocious grin. How about it? Don't you like the way I look now? But I like it very much. Yu laughed triumphantly and declared, the me of this moment, has entered a state of extreme comfort. Unprecedented. What good are justice and morality? What good is protecting all sentient beings? If I can't win, then what's the point? As long as I can defeat you, it's more satisfying than anything else. With that he launched a deadly attack, his sword striking down mercilessly. The move was aimed directly at Lu Chaoge. Although angry, he calmly picked up his sword and blocked the attack. This kid has been completely taken over by his inner demons. I must knock him back to his senses. Two surges of power collided and erupted, instantly shattering the space. Yu cleaved through the force surging out of the chaos. His sword tip pointed directly at him. I must win against you. Lu Chaoge showed no mercy, deciding to teach his apprentice a serious lesson. If you aren't sober, then I will beat you until you are. Massive spiritual energy intertwined as if tearing space itself apart. Yu, having lost his rationality, launched a fierce attack. Lu Chaoge did not hold back. He laughed smugly, feeling elated. This is truly thrilling. Lu Chaoge calmly countered Yu's every move. This brat is completely disregarding his moves. He truly intends to fight me to the death. The inner demon has occupied his body. It's exactly like schizophrenia. However, last time I saw him he was only level 40-something. What cultivation realm is he in now? Advanced perception system. The system immediately listed his current status. Yu inner demon state. Lu Chaoge was too surprised to speak. This kid actually awakened a sword domain. Similar to Ning Jianshan. When I first fought Ning Jianshan, I felt that the sword domain could merge with heaven and earth. I didn't expect Qiling to be right. This sword domain on Yu has indeed undergone new changes. Yu showed no mercy, closing in on him continuously. Occupied by the inner demon, his mind became even more crazed. So you've reached the 6th realm, first heaven as well. I finally don't have to suppress my realm. I must defeat you, no matter what method it takes. Lu Chaoge didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he showed a faint smile. Finally, I don't have to suppress my realm anymore. Very well, I will concede 7 points to you this time. Suddenly a formation diagram appeared atop the massive sword. Yu ascended with it. He stood in the center of the formation like a blooming white lotus, looking down at him coldly. Lu Chaoge, after you learn about my sword domain, see if you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Lower domain Azure Lotus Fire God open. The fire god was immediately summoned forth. The fire god appeared clad in battle armor, eyes burning with fire, imposing like a mighty general. He was not afraid, instead he spoke with interest. Conceding 7 points to you. I shall concede 7 points to you. Activate killing life, only activate killing life. If I activated human immortal or ascended immortal to deal with this kid, I'm afraid he would be instantly defeated. Shattering his Dao heart, red spiritual energy erupted accordingly, enveloping Lu Chaoge. Yu went mad and rushed towards him. Come on, let's fight. Lu Chaoge. The two fought in the air, the spiritual energy radiating from them, overwhelming everything. The life sword accumulated power. Lu Chaoge secretly felt depressed. He had to watch Yu show off his limited skill before an expert. Below, Yusong could only stare dumbfounded. These two truly are the pride of the sword cultivators. Here in Qingzhou, this battle has far exceeded the power scope of the sixth realm. With such reckless consumption of spiritual energy, I'm afraid it won't be long before both of them fall into a state of spiritual exhaustion. Then Yi Yusong quickly regained his sinister expression, continuing his calculations. But regardless of which of the two in the end will be the victor, the winner will still be me. Fight. When their spiritual power is exhausted, that is when I shall make my move. Above, the two junior brothers are engaged in fierce combat, while also exchanging verbal blows, making the atmosphere tense. You brats, snap out of it. How dare you call me by my name? I am perfectly lucid. I feel extremely comfortable right now. You idiot. You are currently being controlled by the inner demon. Don't you know that? I am not controlled. How dare you break my horn? I don't just want to break your horn. I want to slap your face too. Stop it, Lu Chaoge, you bastard. Yu Song stood below, staring blankly at them, bewildered by the childish farce unfolding before him. Haha, is the spiritual power fluctuation really that intense? The dialogue between these two is exactly like children playing a game. After a fierce exchange of blows, the fire spirit body was struck down and fell to the ground. The killing ring gained a decisive advantage. Yu Yu's eyes rolled back, yet he mumbled dazedly, I haven't lost yet. Lu Chaoge felt genuine rage at Yu Yu's stubbornness, and rushed rapidly toward where Yu Yue was lying. He furiously slapped the other person across the cheek. Be honest with me, lie still. Yu Yue was still possessed by the inner demon, and retorted rudely, bastard. How dare you hit my face? Chaoge impatiently swung another slap, knocking his sword away. I don't just want to hit your face. Yu Yue had truly enraged him. Chaoge delivered a flurry of punches and roared, I'm going to keep hitting your face repeatedly. Do you have any idea how many people outside are worried about you? You idiot. My fists specialize in curing mental turmoil. At the same time, he infused talisman seals into his fists. Every punch I throw carries a heart-purifying incantation. I refuse to believe this brat won't snap out of it. His fist slammed into the crimson ground, scattering bricks. The shockwave spread throughout the chaotic space. When the dust settled, Yu Wei, his cheeks swollen and panting, said, Why are you so strong? Why, I have always treated you as my goal. Yet no matter what, I have never been able to defeat you. Why? Chaoge stared at him coldly. Do you really want to know why? Yu Yue lay exhausted on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. I've always dreamed of knowing I tried so hard. Why do I lose to you every single time? He calmly stood up and gave him the answer he had longed for. Because I have never treated anyone else as a goal. I have always just been myself. Although he said this aloud, he was celebrating inwardly. For more than 20 years, I have consistently relied on cheating. I have truly been myself. Yu Wei opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It was as if a light bulb went off. Be myself. He recalled his childhood years. Ever since I was a child, I'd been chasing after him. I was always looking up at his back, endlessly pursuing him. Chasing, I forgot that I am Yu Yue. I don't need to compare myself to anyone. I don't need to chase anyone's shadow. Fragments of memory shattered like a mirror. Yu Yue awoke from his daze. His gaze returned to normal. Yu Yue awakened and cried out, I understand. I realized I have been doing it wrong all along. I am Yu Yue. I am the unique and flawless sword body in this world. The one and only sword, Venerable Yu Yue, the sword expectant. Chaoge glanced at him with a judgmental look. This guy is still so dramatic even after snapping out of it. This is the common sickness of male leads. The hot-blooded youngsters in comics. Fortunately, I am not a hot-blooded youth. Otherwise I would die of embarrassment sooner or later. He extended his hand toward Yu Yue, which stunned Yu Yue, who didn't understand what was happening. Chaoge asked coldly, What's wrong? Do you plan on staying lying there forever? Are you trying to extort money from me? Yu felt somewhat uneasy, responding with extreme reluctance, extending his hand to meet his. Many thanks, senior brother Chaoge. The two looked at each other, officially reconciling. He respectfully cupped his hands and offered a sincere apology. I apologize for causing senior brother Chaoge concern for what I did just now. I hope senior brother Chaoge can forgive me. Chaoge waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It's nothing. I merely took the opportunity to teach you a temporary lesson. Ultimately, I wasn't specifically targeting you. Upon hearing this, you froze again and countered. Did senior brother Chauga not specifically come to the bottom floor of the sword prison looking for me? Chauga answered briefly that was one reason. But on the other hand, I wanted to see when the thing, hidden inside Elder Lu Yu, would finally jump out. He cast his gaze behind him where Elder Lu Yu was standing. At this moment the possessor stopped hiding his scheme, and burst into laughter. As expected, nothing escapes the keen eyes of Sect Master Lu Yu. Clearly knew I wasn't Lu Yu long ago, yet you endured it for so long without exposing me. Having left Lu Ye's body, Yaching revealed her true form. She greedily appraised the prey before her. Truly worthy of being the handsome man I'm about to consume. The sky was blood red. Yu burned with rage and exclaimed, a demonic cultivator. How dare you be so audacious as to come to the restricted area of my sword sect? Seeing him so agitated, Chauga calmed him down and revealed the truth. Not only did she dare to come, she even possessed a sword sect elder. What? Linglong floated in the air threatening. It seems that truly nothing can escape Sect Master Lu's discerning eye. Her aura was imposing and her voice resonant. This body truly belongs to Elder Lu Yu. I merely seized the opportunity to invade and occupy his body. However, this cannot really be called soul seizure. Amidst the fury, soul fire ignited in Linglong's hand, appearing as a symbol of dominion. Elder Lu Yu is still alive, but his spiritual consciousness is trapped by the illusion of the fifth gate and cannot escape. Her smile gradually twisted, revealing a hint of madness, the perverse pleasure of one who commands destructive power. In other words, if you kill me, Elder Lu Yu will die along with me. Seeing Linglong act this way, you couldn't help but roar. How dare you? The two simply stood there watching. She responded calmly, but then again, you two just went through a fierce battle. Can you really kill me, this venerable one? Linglong completely ignored them, challenging them in a show of force. Don't judge this venerable one by my seductive appearance. I am a top figure within the Purple Moon Society. These words struck Yu deeply. He paused for a moment. Just now I fought senior brother Chauga, while I was in a haze. Although I don't remember clearly, I truly used almost all my strength. The spiritual power I have left is not enough to fight again. After calming his mind, Yu turned to look at Chauga. Seeing that he wasn't moving, the situation seemed to be deteriorating. Senior brother Chauga must also be depleted of spiritual power, just like me. As everything slowly changed, Chauga, who had been calm for a long time, stood up without fear. I thought you had some real trick up your sleeve. So parasitizing Elder Lu Ye's body was just a scheme to wait for this venerable one to exhaust my spiritual power. No wonder you were full of flaws along the way, and lacked any real intelligence. Perhaps you aren't a top figure at all, merely a low-ranking member of the Purple Moon Society. Seeing the resolute will of the two, Linglong grew even more resentful, burning with fury. Her every move, her every look was like a fatal invitation, both seductive and chilling. But as far as I know, if a human cultivator depletes their spiritual power, relying only on sword techniques, they couldn't even handle a low-level exotic beast. Why must Sect Master Lu struggle so hard? But it is a pity for Sect Master Lu's such handsome face. However, this master could take it, preserve it, and turn it into a portable memento to keep close as a trophy. Chauga smiled triumphantly. Everything was going according to his expectations. Strange, how do you know I am struggling so hard? In this hellish crimson sky, dazzling power erupted in the palm of his hand. Since that is the case, there's no need for further nonsense. If you want to play tricks, go play them in the underworld. My obedient soul, come forth. Linglong abruptly unleashed her magical power. A black vortex opened up like the gaping maw of an abyss. In the center of the vortex, a floating skull appeared. From the dark vortex, the giant skull raised itself high, its eye sockets glowing, its mouth opened like an abyss, ready at any moment to devour the two who dared to challenge her authority. As that power gradually descended, do you panic, overwhelmed by fear? This is a special ancient sorcery. This person's realm must be at least the seventh heaven of the sixth realm or higher. Senior brother Chauga, be careful. Beside him, Chauga stood firm, ready for the battle. It is not the seventh heaven of the sixth realm, but the grand completion of the sixth realm. Her exotic beast is even more extraordinary. Demon Cultivator Yaching Exotic Beast Netherworld Malevolent Soul. The system prompt appeared. Before his eyes flashing continuously Demon Cultivator Yaching level 70 grand completion of the sixth realm. Special ability Soul Assimilation Art of Gathering Moonlight. Allows her own soul to leave her physical body and parasitize another person. When the body and soul of the host fluctuate, she can seize the spiritual form and control others. She herself will not be harmed. Note except for attacks on the divine soul. Exotic Beast Netherworld Malevolent Soul Level 70 grand completion of the sixth realm. Description. A ghost type exotic beast. Rank B special ability. Has the ability to activate and absorb fierce chi and ghost chi, making itself stronger. It can also control objects transformed by fierce chi and enhance the power of manipulating malevolent things. That skull manifested. Hideous and terrifying. It felt as if the surrounding air had solidified. This place is saturated with fierce chi. And that exotic beast specializes precisely in manipulating fierce chi and ghost chi. We must kill it first or it will cause serious trouble if left alive. Do you prepared for battle? He held his long sword and performed a spell. All right, I'll deal with it. Nephew, do you stop, don't attack. Hearing this, do you stopped. He whirled around to look at the other person. But he wasn't sure if the voice was real or fake or merely a hallucination. Coming from the severely wounded person. Uncle Lu, you're awake. Lin Long's power exceeded the control limits, causing the skull to shake and then drop straight to the ground. Seeing this sight, she laughed disdainfully. The laughter was full of mockery. This to you is so easy to deceive. The sword venerable sword attendant is nothing special after all. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoga froze. Everything in his mind was thrown into confusion. In the end, he could only stand rooted to the spot, silently absorbed in his confused thoughts. How could this kid have an inner demon? Doesn't he have a mental block like this? This is a common flaw of hot-blooded male protagonists. This kid truly doesn't miss out on any of those tropes. That skull twisted, deformed and instantly transformed into a massive monster. It roared, its gigantic arms sweeping through the air, smashing down violently. Obedient souls. Awaken all the malevolent spirits sleeping beneath the earth. Obeying the command, souls awoke one after another. Their hollow eyes all looked in one direction. They raised their hands and then darted away along the same trajectory, as if controlled by an invisible force. Souls flew over one by one, merging into the body of the gigantic monster. Amidst earth-shattering roars, its entire body began to glow, gradually turning deep blue. It then shot up into the sky, shining in the heavens like a divine demonic light. Witnessing this scene, the two people below could only raise their heads in despair, their eyes filled with fear and supplication. But the words were caught in their throats. Although his body was being torn apart by the spell, do you still manage to maintain a kneeling posture? His lips trembled as he uttered faint words. No, we must stop it. This is where the malevolent spirits congregate. These are the spirits slain by the successive sword venerables. Once these malevolent spirits are controlled by it, the consequences will be unimaginable. The spell released by the monster spread out. Strands of energy wrapped around his body. They gradually tightened, constricting Du, who was huddled there. He was completely powerless to resist. Don't you dare touch him. Lin Long stood high above. She flaunted her power, her voice echoing throughout the entire space. Despite being bound, he still raised his head to look at Lin Long, his eyes cold, showing no sign of yielding. After I eat Sect Master Lu, I will slowly enjoy you. Although you are not as attractive as he is, you still suit my taste. Although he used every ounce of strength he had, he still couldn't break free from those cold ropes tightly constricting him. A feeling of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Du could only turn his head and look behind him. That was once his last hope. Damn it, if only I hadn't just fought Zhaoga's senior brother with all my might and exhausted my spiritual energy. How could this thing have seized the opportunity to invade me? Zhaoga's senior brother, hurry and leave. As long as you find the exit, you can instantly teleport to the entrance. In this scene, Zhaoga stood proudly, his expression indifferent. Behind him was that enormous sword, thrust deep into the ground. Dust covered everything. This ability is indeed quite good. These defeated malevolent spirits are actually gathering together again. Impressive, truly impressive. Zhaoga's senior brother, what are you doing? Doesn't he know how critical the situation is right now? He simply waved his hand lightly. A gentle yet powerful motion. Made you freeze in astonishment. You just lie down for now. I'll be right there to save you. I'll watch the show for a bit first. He seemed to completely ignore everything that was happening. That woman still hadn't stopped. The spell in her hand grew increasingly fierce, emitting an energy flow more terrifying than before. You're practically dead. Yet Sect Master Lu was still so leisurely. Then I'll let you watch to your heart's content. My obedient spirit absorbs souls and strengthen yourself. Take control of the army of malevolent spirits. In just the blink of an eye, the blue light transformed into a different color. The vortex of energy spun more intensely. Its suction power suddenly increased to an astonishing degree. Thousands of souls revolved around the enormous crimson light sphere. Wailing echoes reverberated. The red light reflected outwards, making the entire space seem as if it were on fire. From a distance, that hand gradually appeared clearly. Those slender fingers had somehow become incredibly sharp and chillingly cold. Watching the scene before her, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. She was clearly very proud of this power. This power was something she had created herself. My obedient spirit is not like the foreign beasts you have encountered before. All malevolent spirits will double in power when under its control. The monster's mouth opened up like an abyss, ruthlessly devouring all the souls. Lin Long was overjoyed upon seeing this, a smile appearing on her lips. If Lu Zhaoga loses his spiritual energy, he will first be gnawed upon by these malevolent spirits and wish he were dead. Seeing this, Zhaog's expression darkened. Lose spiritual energy. If that is the case, system upgrade. Gradually he utilized his ability. Bursting forth with dazzling light, the souls immediately halted their movement upon seeing the light appear. Level +1 6th realm, second heaven. The power of the brilliant sword light erupted. Golden light burst forth from Chu Gu. After playing along with you for so long, it's time to reap the harvest. Lin Long was utterly astonished by the sight. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. Everything that happened before her. What exactly is going on with you? How did you manage a temporary breakthrough to the 6th realm? I have never seen anything like this. Chu Gu watched this scene feeling quite satisfied. A mocking smile played upon his lips. I just wanted to reap a bigger harvest. Don't overthink it. It'll be quick, just bear with it. Chu Gu stood behind the two figures who had reached an agreement, perhaps brooding over the displeasure in his heart. I have walked all the way here and discovered something that greatly displeases me. Above the head of every gatekeeper monster, the name is displayed in gray. This means they are not part of a hostile faction, and cannot even be considered monsters. Emerging from the cold mist, the warriors, whose bodies are crystallized ice and snow, radiated killing intent, causing the surrounding air to freeze solid. In other words, not only will they not drop experience points upon death, they also won't provide any quest completion rewards. This makes me feel like this trip was a complete waste of time. That you ripped me off. Within the churning sea of blood, a pitch-black figure slowly walked out. Its entire body emitted scorching red, killing intent, as if intending to burn the entire space to ashes. Blood-red sword spirit, carrying the destructive aura of blood and fire. It has awakened this matter. Makes me, who was already used to getting things for free, extremely unhappy. Blood-red sword spirit, level 70. It wasn't until the appearance of this girl that something finally brought me a little visible benefit. Lu Yu ran cheerfully toward Chu Gu. Chu Gu looked at her figure. She actually has a red name. The system has displayed the character information more clearly. At the same time, Lu Yu was still very happy, unaware of what was happening. The immense reward for clearing this level actually delivered itself right to my door. In the dim shadows, a cold gaze passed through from behind Chu Gu. Lu Yu maintained her fake smile, but the atmosphere between the two was so heavy that it was suffocating. Memories related to the monsters resurfaced in his mind. They were as clear as if they had happened yesterday. But I really didn't expect her to bring about such a huge upheaval for me. She assimilated all the fierce spirits on the 7th floor into red-named wild monsters, netherworld fierce soul beasts. In the sky, countless souls hovered and danced like specters. Their mournful cries echoed, causing a chill down the spine. You must know that the lowest level fierce spirits here are level 60 and above. Every single one offers nearly 10 million experience points. Elite monsters can even exceed 10 million. Witnessing everything unfold exactly as Chugo had predicted, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a smug and arrogant smile. This upheaval isn't caused by her stepping on me, but by me stepping on her. Lin Long gasped, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she was seeing. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. In her panic, what exactly is wrong with that Chugo? His expression changed entirely. That look clearly views us as prey. The current situation clearly shows that she has the advantage. So why is he acting without hesitation? She raised her hand and pointed straight ahead, ordering the souls to attack immediately. Stop holding back, kill that guy with all your might. I just feel that guy is not right. Breaking through mid-battle is beyond common sense. We absolutely cannot give him a chance to catch his breath. Countless souls surged forward like a dark swarm of insects, ready to devour everything. The monsters released them to fight. Chugo held his sword, head held high, issuing a challenge to Yu in the distance. Even though she was constrained, her gaze remained fixed upon him. Do you watch carefully? I will only instruct you this one time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu was surprised by the scene before his eyes. Senior brother Chaga, at a time like this, what else are you trying to teach me? Streams of spiritual energy encircled Chaga. Every ancient character radiated dazzling light. At this moment, he was like a sovereign wielding absolute power, forcing all creation to bow in submission. Human immortal activate. A world-shaking boom resounded. Dazzling golden light erupted, engulfing the entire crimson space. A torrent of energy surged violently, stirring up strong gusts of wind as if tearing the sky apart. Amidst this chaos, dazzling light and countless spiritual seals emanated from around him, burning fiercely. In that instant, Yu was shocked to find a sense of admiration spontaneously rising within him, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily, clearly perceiving the difference in strength between them, which was truly vast. So senior brother Chaga, when fighting with me, wasn't even using his full strength. So he has already gone this far, on his own path. In the sky at this moment, countless brilliant stars dotted the crimson firmament, as if the end of the world was approaching. Senior brother Chaga taught me, you cannot follow in others' footsteps. You must walk your own path. Just at this moment Yu recalled the master's teachings echoing in his mind. Lord Jianzuan also once said that sooner or later I must embark on my own path. Subsequently, blue light continuously shimmered behind him, as if enveloping his entire body. In the aura of a deity. My own path. In the vast space, light and formation spun relentlessly. His mind seemed to suddenly awaken amidst countless truths. My own path. My own path. Just then Yu sat cross-legged, cultivating a magic tool. Around him countless wandering souls. My own path. I understand. In this instant, he seemed to see the true meaning of the sword Dao, and the significance of his years-long cultivation journey. The hidden power was revealed. Blazing light erupted, encircling Yu's body. Streams of spiritual light intertwined. This is my sword. This is my path. Two souls met in a fated instant. The entire world was left with only blue and red, blending pride and determination. Loyalty sword defense effect increased by 30%. This is a sword technique focused on defense. Filial sword attack effect increased by 30%. This is a sword technique focused on offense. Benevolence sword agility effect increased by 30%. This is a sword technique focused on agility. Righteousness sword damage effect increased by 150%. This is an allure nothing sword technique. Requires the use of the previous 3 sword techniques, and one's own HP must be reduced below 50%. Yu's aura was overwhelming, like a massive blue flame, burning the entire sky, making the surrounding space seem to tremble along with this unmatched power. Blazing golden light rose up behind him. Streams of sword energy emanated, seeming to tear the sky apart. What is going on? Why is that Lu Chaoga so powerful? Is this guy really just a sword cultivator? His figure appeared imposing and magnificent. His whole body radiated blue light. The light spread to the sword gripped in his hand and he strode forward. Lin Long, seeing the power before her, could hardly believe her eyes. She was too astonished to speak, thinking, what is this situation now? Didn't he already deplete his spiritual energy? Holding the long sword burning with flame, Du Yu stood strong, disregarding all obstacles. I am going to defeat you. I won't hold senior brother Chaoga back. I have found my sword Dao. Beneath the endless light of the memory battlefield, the two stood facing each other like two eternal flames, always ready to erupt and burn away all restraints. Very well. Then allow me, your mentor, to test your path. Within the vortex of light and power, the battle erupted fiercely. Pushing his will to the limit and integrating it completely, he remained unwavering amidst the threads of fate. This sensation caused Chaoga to tilt his head slightly. It was as if pain was the fuel, igniting the latent power hidden within his soul. I sense this kid's spiritual power. It seems to have changed already. Is he about to break through his cultivation level? Every time this kid gets a good beating from me, he gains some new insight. Could it be that the so-called protagonist constitution is actually just someone who enjoys being tormented? The more you abuse me, the stronger I get. Yuesong's sword high, challenging Yue. He raised his hand and scoffed. I have never used a sword cultivator's sword domain before. I'll try it out today. Just how strong a 6th realm sword cultivator really is. As the spiritual energy violently surged, Yuesong stood within the storm. Emerald green light pillars erupted. A smile half scornful and half excited appeared on his lips. This sword domain is rather interesting. It can actually convert my spiritual power into spirit essence, or rather sword shadows within my domain. It will be like the great wind sword formation, allowing me to manipulate it freely. The entire space seemed to shatter beneath the sword. Yuesong manifested his spiritual power, transforming it into countless rays of light, interweaving with each other. Let this venerable one test the might of this sword domain. When the last surge of energy erupted, the will and power of this place merged into one, sweeping across everything in a green light of god-slaying power. However, facing this sight, Yuesong panicked, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. What is going on? Why is this technique completely ineffective? Fiercely burning flames encircled Yue, who declared loudly, form without substance. You are not martial uncle Lu Yu. That's why you don't know what martial uncle's sword is, or what his domain is. Under the fiery red sky, spiritual energy surged like giant waves. Yue charged forward, brilliant sword light tearing through space. If you don't even know what the sword in your hand is, if you know nothing about it, then what right do you have to try and use martial uncle's sword? Get out of martial uncle Lu Yu's body. Golden sword light flared, like a heavenly pillar splitting the sky and earth in two. The sword edge carried the weight of the righteous path, the prestige of benevolence and righteousness, and the majestic radiance of millions of souls. The sword of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence and righteousness. Every strike from the sword edge left a searing trace of light, ripping open space. Yuesong agonizingly leaked energy essence from the wound. His finger gently brushed across the sword edge. The metallic hum resonated long, as if answering the challenge. That kid Yue. He actually gained insight into a new sword technique. And it's a move I've never seen before. How interesting! A slight smile surfaced on his lips. A mix of aversion and amusement, he drew the sword from its sheath. A sound echoed as if tearing the sky itself. Well, then our battle ends here. Flashing fragments scattered throughout the fiery red sky. A burst of golden light erupted. Chaoga stood steady in the sea of blood, surrounded by radiance. Just as the dust settled, a series of cold mechanical voices sounded. The system has begun responding. Killed fierce spirit level 63. Obtained 63 million EXP. Killed fierce spirit level 64. Obtained 64 million EXP. Killed fierce spirit level 66. Obtained 66 million EXP. Killed fierce spirit level 62. Obtained 62 million EXP. Killed fierce spirit level 67. Obtained 67 million EXP. Killed fierce spirit level 69. Obtained 69 million EXP. Killed netherworld ferocious soul exotic beast level 70. Obtained 1 million EXP. It seemed Zhaga was very satisfied. He felt utterly content in the golden light. This is true power. Aside from the netherworld ferocious soul, the EXP from the other monsters was quite average. Luckily the quantity was high. A mocking laugh rang out from behind him. Zhaga. He turned his face and looked down. He saw Lin Long sitting there leisurely. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the owner of this body Lu you will die terribly. As for me I will merely return to my own body. After a period of ridicule Yu pointed her sword at her. The threat filled her with panic. Yu looked serious, pointing the sword at the neck of the trembling Yiqing. Yiqing crawled backward in terror on the ground. You better think this through clearly. Killing an elder of your sword sect is a grave crime. Witnessing the scene before him, Lu Chaoga felt a surge of displeasure. He quickly approached and asked coldly, startling both of them, You if you can't do it step aside. At this moment Lu Chaoga's eyes turned cold, carrying terrifying killing intent. And he said relentlessly, let me kill her. Yu stood in front of Yiqing to block him, while trying to dissuade Lu Chaoga. Senior brother Chaoga, don't be rash. Acting now will only harm martial uncle Lu Yu. His gaze was evasive, he dared not look directly. I know senior brother Chaoga would take the blame for me. For killing a fellow disciple. But we must have a better way. Yiqing sat on the ground and smirked contemptuously at Lu Chaoga. Kill me if you dare, go on. Anyway, this body isn't mine. Kill him and I can free myself perfectly. Upon hearing everyone's words his expression darkened. Taking the blame for killing a fellow disciple. Lu Chaoga was displeased and chastised Yu. Stop thinking about such strange things. Besides, since when? Was it your place to lecture me about being rash? Watch closely. A sword technique that does not harm the physical body. Specializing in cutting the soul. A flash of light appeared in Lu Chaoga's eyes. As he looked toward Yiqing. I will demonstrate it as well. A gigantic phantom figure appeared behind him. Innate divine ability, soul-severing sword. Only then did Yiqing raise her head in fear, looking at him. How is that possible? A sword cultivator. How can your innate divine ability be of the soul type? What exactly is going on with Lu Chaoga? Lu Chaoga's phantom figure brought down the sword. Yiqing's soul immediately flew out of Lu Ye's body. Yu was dumbfounded and extremely surprised. Senior brother Chaoga. Senior brother actually possesses an ability that severs the soul. Just how many techniques does he still have? That I don't know about. His phantom used its power to imprison Yiqing's soul. This caused Yiqing to cry out unwillingly. Lu Chaoga, do you dare to just kill me cleanly? Tormenting others like this. You sword cultivators boast of being righteous for nothing. Her face was twisted in pain from the torment, but she still yelled. Such agonizing methods. We demon cultivators are practically kinder. Yu stood next to him, a look of worry on his face. Senior brother Chaoga. Why is she in so much pain? Earlier she was relying on martial uncle Lu Ye's body to threaten us and seek a way out. Why is she now desperately begging for death? Lu Chaoga replied calmly. The reason is simple. If striking the body counts as physical damage, then striking the soul counts as true damage. The pain is dozens of times worse. Yu asked blankly. Physical damage. True damage. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes, sinking into thought. Once upon a time there was a monkey, fearless of everything under the heavens. Yet he was tricked into wearing a golden circlet. When someone chanted the spell, he would roll on the ground in agony. Now it seems clear that the golden circlet inflicted soul damage. After listening to Lu Chaoga's explanation, Yu felt even more confused. Monkey golden circlet rolling on the ground. Senior brother Chaoga's explanation. Why does it make less sense the more I hear it? Lu Chaoga controlled the phantom with his hand. However, time was up. He pointed forward with 2 fingers and dispersed the soul. Yiqing forcefully shot out of Lu Ye's shell. She had been thoroughly knocked out. Yu watched intently. Her divine soul had already suffered a heavy blow. Without a physical body, it seemed like at any moment it could be shattered. Chaoga raised a hand and retrieved Yiqing's soul. She cannot die yet. Her divine soul still has great utility. The two of them looked at the glowing ring. Yu couldn't help but feel curious. What use does her divine soul still have? Thinking of one thing caused Chaoga subconsciously to clench his fist tightly. Lu Yu is after all an elder of the sword sect. How could a low-level demonic cultivator like her possibly sneak into the sword sect and parasitize the body of Elder Lu Yu? Only with the help of a traitor inside the sword sect could she have accomplished this? Do you seem to understand everything? So that's how it is. As expected of senior brother Chaoga, he sees right through everything. The two turned their heads to look at the body still kneeling on the ground, seemingly lost and dejected. Logically, we should leave this place immediately now. But Elder Lu Yu doesn't seem to have escaped the illusion yet. Deacon Qin Tai should still be trapped on the 5th floor at this moment. Do you seriously explain the risks? The illusion on the 5th floor creates images of objects the person reveres, or perhaps phantoms of things that they have always desired in their heart. Only by defeating the phantom can one escape. However, this trial, even for exceptionally talented predecessors, can lead to them being trapped, unable to proceed. Du Yu's expression showed some concern. It is easy to defeat an enemy but difficult to overcome oneself. Suddenly his mood dropped. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Martial Uncle Lu Yu and Martial Uncle Qin Tai wouldn't have risked entering the 5th floor like this. Chaoga disapproved of his demeanor and turned his head to lecture him. Why are you feeling sorry for yourself? Since he can't wake up, why not just help him wake up? Du Yu asked, feeling flustered. How are we supposed to help Martial Uncle wake up? What's trapping Martial Uncle might be a powerful senior, whom he deeply respects. Or perhaps someone he admires or loves. Both types are extremely difficult to break. Chaoga quickly revealed his plan. Next, I will transfer my spiritual consciousness into his illusion. You continue to guard me. This greatly astonished Du Yu. This is impossible. Du Yu raised his hand, wanting to stop senior brother Chaoga. If you send your spiritual consciousness into the illusion, your senior brother might even get trapped inside. The fierce spirits here have only been temporarily repelled. They will gather again. If your physical body suffers any damage, then, senior brother, you will be eternally trapped in the illusion and never be able to escape. Chaoga ignored his words and raised a hand toward him. An illusion being able to trap me? That has never happened in this world. Wait a moment, I will be back shortly. Knowing he couldn't sway him, do you still try to shout senior brother Chaoga? His spiritual consciousness gradually flew into Lu Yu's head. Chaoga followed the light and entered his inner self. Elder Lu Yu, am not familiar with him, so I don't know what kind of person he admires or loves. Suddenly 3 vague figures appeared indistinctly, causing him to frown slightly. If the 3 supreme powerhouses of the sword sect appeared in this old fellow's illusion, then it would truly be a bit troublesome. Chaoga plunged straight into the core of the spiritual consciousness. But in the end, this is just an illusion. If I really could fight the phantoms of those 3 people, that would actually be exhilarating. Dazzling light shone out, obscuring his figure. The mental processes of people like this are truly terrifying. Chaoga walked into a field of green, so picturesque and poetic. Elder Lu Yu's spiritual illusion actually has such beautiful scenery. Who exactly is the person he is thinking of in his heart? Suddenly a strange sound came from unknown origin. Chaoga. He subconsciously turned his head toward the direction. The sound came from that terrible scream. Wait, although this cry is tragic, yet he felt a satisfying rush of happiness. He rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. This old man. In front of Xiaogu was a scene of Lu Yu being tied to a tree by Executive Ning. As expected of Executive Ning, the magic artifacts refined are indeed powerful. I have already been subdued by you. He angrily imagined her holding the whip, the person he admired and desired. It turned out to be Executive Ning. What kind of game is this? What incredible audacity. No wonder that old man couldn't bear to leave. She vigorously whipped the man tied to the tree. Senior brother Lu, how could you be so weak? Then don't blame me. Although his body was covered in wounds, his face was filled with enjoyment. Please, junior sister, whip me. A figure and a black hole appeared in the sky. Lu Yu still felt extremely happy, because he was being whipped. Zhaoge's face darkened. Since that is the case, this venerable one will grant your wish and give you a good whipping. Du Yu held his sword and instantly killed a spiritual entity. The fierce spirit gathered once more. I killed all of them. I can't believe it's this peaceful here. I wonder if senior brother Zhao Ge has found Martial Uncle Lu Yu yet. Zhao Ge suddenly frowned, which startled him. Senior brother Zhao Ge's expression changed again. It looked like the expression he had when he was hitting himself. He was very surprised when he saw Lu Yu shaking his head repeatedly. And martial uncle Lu Yu's appearance. Looks like he is being beaten. When he saw Zhao Ge angrily raise his fist, he was even more shocked. What is going on? Seeing him cough up blood left Yu stunned. Martial uncle Lu Yu was coughing up blood. He was trembling all over. He complained what disturbed this old man's beautiful dream. Do you repeated blankly beautiful dream? He was taken aback when the two looked at each other with wide eyes. Someone's here and it's you. Lu Yu quickly stood up and cleared his throat a few times. This illusion in the 5th level was actually an extremely terrible battle. Do you misheard just now? Do you wore a speechless expression, martial uncle Lu Yu? Your complexion changed quickly. Do you bowed and reported, martial uncle? This is not the 5th level. It is the 7th level. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was utterly stunned. The 7th level. He looked around curiously. The murderous aura is so thick, this truly isn't the 5th level. I never thought that Lu Yu could actually reach the 7th level of the sword prison. This is something so many senior and junior brothers have failed to achieve throughout their entire lives. Yet I succeeded. People once left behind a saying, everyone has their own joys and sorrows. Some things are easily obtained while others are as difficult as reaching heaven. Do you scratched his head blankly? Is reaching the 7th level something to be happy about? Isn't it supposed to be easy to pass the 7th level? Lu Yu opposite him smiled with a face full of happiness. Everyone must respect me from now on. I am a master swordsman who has entered the 7th level of the sword prison. Perhaps I can also be considered the 5th person among the 5 divine swords. After a long time, Lu Yu confusedly posed a question. Right, junior nephew, how did I get to the 7th level? I clearly remember that Executive Qin Tai and I were in the 5th level. Do you hesitated, finding it difficult to mention this matter? Zhao Ge, whose face was livid, was standing behind Lu Yu. Stop worrying about these things. We must hurry to the 5th level and find Qin Tai. He silently walked ahead to lead the way. Meanwhile, Du followed seriously behind. Senior brother Zhao Ge is right. We must rescue martial uncle Qin Tai as soon as possible. Martial uncle Lu Yu doesn't need to think about it anymore. He nervously pondered to himself. Why don't I have any memory of it? What was the 6th level like? If someone asks me about it, won't that expose me? Also, why does he feel hostile toward me? Lu Yu recalled Zhao Ge's murderous face, feeling a bit afraid. Your aura is a little chilling. The three of them walked into the dark room together. Not far away a person was sitting. Du was stunned when he saw martial uncle Qin Tai sitting in meditation. Could martial uncle have already broken the illusion? Qin Tai slowly opened his eyes. You are finally here. Since everyone is present, let us leave sword prison. Also, Lu Chaoge, I have something I want to say to you. Lu Yu and Yu clasped their hands in farewell. In that case, senior brother Chaoge, we will take our leave first. Yes. See you outside. Only Chaoge and Qin Tai remained in the room. What do you want to say? He spoke seriously and loudly. You are not a disciple of my sword sect, which is why I trust you. Don't let any sword sect disciple know about this matter. You must promise me first before I can speak. Chaoge put his hands behind his back and calmly replied, if you trust me, speak. If not, then don't. Qin Tai was taken aback. Hearing his provocation after much thought, he had no choice but to close his eyes and accept it. Forget it. In the spiritual illusion realm, I encountered an illusion of the sect master Li Suifeng. He is the person I respect most. One of the 4 divine swords. It was absolutely impossible for me to defeat him. But just then Qin Tai's tone suddenly became heavy. After standing opposite that illusion for a long time, I finally gathered the courage to point my sword at him. But I truly didn't expect that with just one strike. He remembered the situation clearly. When the sect master was stabbed by me, he actually deflated like a punctured leather sack. I could clearly feel that the person in the illusion possessed the exact same strength as the real person. Chaoge frowned and made his own speculation. You mean that the sword sect master Li Suifeng has problems? Qin Tai quickly shook his head in denial. I don't know, but something is definitely wrong. Something major might have happened in the sword sect. Now I dare not trust anyone in the sword sect, so I could only tell you this matter. Chao immediately turned around. Let's go. I know what needs to be done. Shin Tai immediately bowed yes. The moment he spoke he seemed to realize something. Why did I just salute a junior? At this moment Chao remained standing straight deep in thought. That Li Suifeng, one of the 4 divine swords, and also the sword sect master, as well as Chun Chi's master, was actually punctured and deflated like a sack with one sword strike. The source of the illusion seems to be complicated within this illusion. What exactly is going on? He pondered silently. Could it be that Li Suifeng is a spy, lurking in the sword sect all this time? But is he truly a spy? Chaoja's expression darkened instantly. A massive figure stood behind him. What reason would he have to betray the sword sect? Chao glanced at Shin Tai. His heart filled with doubt. Was what Shin Tai said actually true? Outside the cave entrance, Ningying said worriedly, this brat. Thank goodness he's safe. Otherwise your master would be worried sick. It's good that he's back. It's good that he's back. Yu bowed respectfully. Thank you, martial uncles, for your concern. Just then a loud shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention. You have tremendous nerve. Nanwei angrily jumped down and scolded him. While my father was in seclusion, you actually dared to cause such a huge mess. Do you have any idea how many people were worried about you? She held her greatsword against his neck, making Yu stammer. Senior sister Nanwei Chaoga and Shin Tai walked out together. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They truly are the official CP designated by the higher-ups. It seems the relationship between the two of them has closed the gap considerably. But little brother you still need to work harder. He thought of a girl's figure and showed a meaningful smile. After all, your older brother already conquered the fortress one step ahead of you. She stepped forward and cupped her hands before Chaoga. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for saving my junior brother. Should Mo Man ever need help in the future, Nanwei will definitely do her best to assist. He leaned forward and teased, the one I saved. Was do you? What does that have to do with you? Chaoja's words made Nanwei. And do you both blush this matter? This matter. Seeing this, Ningying smiled slightly. Little do you and little Nanwei have grown up too. Shin Tai also nodded in agreement, saying it's great to be young. Lu Yu looked at her enviously. It sure is. It's great to be young. Suddenly the ring on Chaoja's hand glowed. He immediately raised his question. Ning, esteemed seniors, do you two happen to know the method of soul transcendence? This time in the sword prison, we encountered an attack by a demon cultivator. Ningying and Shin Tai froze in shock. The sword prison is a forbidden place in my sword sect. How could a demon cultivator invade it? Chaoga summoned Yaqing's soul. That is precisely the case. But this demon cultivator was parasitized onto Lu Ye's body when the elder entered the sword prison. I suspect someone in the sword sect is colluding with the demon cultivator. Otherwise this absolutely wouldn't have happened. Therefore I want to ask the two of you to use the method of soul transcendence to search within her soul. Then we will know everything. Lu Yu was completely stunned after hearing this. What? So I was brought to the 7th floor after being parasitized. Ningying closed her eyes, joined 2 fingers and began casting the spell. The method of soul transcendence requires a living person to search within the soul. We must hurry. She released a stream of power, aimed directly at Yaqing. Transcend soul. The power quickly probed inward. First I must completely control her spirit soul before I can begin searching the soul. Yaqing trembled, her mouth wide open. In just an instant her soul seemed to melt away. Suddenly Ningying's power snapped into 2. Yaqing's soul exploded along with it. Nanwei anxiously shouted, Marshal Ning, what happened? Ningying felt a little scared. Her physical body has been slain by someone else. Her spirit soul has also turned into death chi. We can no longer offer transcendence for the deceased soul. Yu gritted her teeth in anger. A demon cultivator could actually commit such a brutal murder against one of their own kind. They truly lack any semblance of humanity. They truly lack any sliver of humanity. Shin Tai voiced his speculation. I'm afraid. Maybe they've already consumed her physical body. Demon cultivators are inherently this wicked. Chaoga glanced at Shin Tai. What a pity if we could have transcended the deceased soul. Perhaps we would have known whether Shin Tai was the traitor. In this way, this would Also allow us to judge if what he said was true or false. He said nothing, just continuously observed Ning Ying and Qin Tai. After so many years. For all these years, Aunt Ning has always treated him and Xiao Lizi like her own children. If something happened to Aunt Ning in the sword sect, Xiao Lizi would go crazy. If Auntie met with trouble in the sword sect, Xiao Lizi would go mad. Regarding the matter of the sword sect traitor, he still needed to find a way to expose him quickly. Xiao Ge didn't want to waste any more time here. So he bowed respectfully. If this matter is now concluded, then this junior will take his leave. But now there were no clues, and he had been away for so long. Right after returning to the mountain, Xin Yan and Xiao Lizi would both complain. Ning Ying slightly raised her hand and suggested, Xiao Ge, stay for a few days first. Aunt Ning has something else she wants to take you to see. He felt a little curious. Aunt Ning, what is it? This was the first time Aunt Ning had asked him to stay at the sword sect. It must be something beneficial to him. She quickly explained. It's the sword river of our sword sect. It is the resting place for the divine swords of the sword sect through the generations. Perhaps you might also gain some serendipity. I have already asked the sect master and he agreed. The remaining 3 people were stunned after hearing this. Allowing an outsider to enter the sword river. How could the sect master agree to such a thing? That is the resting place for divine swords throughout the ages. If chosen by a sword spirit, one's destined sword might be upgraded to a new level. Or even awaken a sword spirit. Qin Tai laughed triumphantly. How could he dare disagree? It's so rare for us sword cultivators to produce such a heaven's chosen one. This is where Shaoli and Granny Li live. A prodigy like this. If my Jianzong doesn't step in to help, are we going to wait for others to lend a hand? Chu Go happily cupped his hands and thanked Ning Ying. Thank you, Senior Marshal Uncle Qin. He squinted with satisfaction. It was definitely worth the trip coming to Jianzong. Just having Aunt Ning alone made things very smooth. And now there's an extra old man Qin. The road ahead is truly getting easier and easier. Ning Ying turned around and instructed Nanwei. Take Chu Ge to the guest room. Diu has just been released from the sword prison, so let her rest properly for now. Nanwei immediately replied. Yes. Diu also cupped her hands and said nothing more. Yes, Marshal Aunt Ning. Ning Ying and Qin Tai watched the young people leave. To allow a demonic cultivator to secretly and stealthily parasitize Lu Ye's body. This mole is likely someone of great significance. Her hands clenched apart from the sect master. The sword venerable and you senior brother. There are a total of 12 chiefs. Elders, I wonder which one of them it is. Qin Tai suddenly laughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. Perhaps it's me. Upon hearing this, Ning Ying immediately retorted. If it were you, Senior Marshal Brother Qin, the great catastrophe of Qinzhou would have arrived long ago. Why bother with a trick like being a mole? Qin Tai stroked his beard and nodded. Junior Marshal Sister Ning still understands me best. Suddenly his expression turned grim. Regardless of whether they are spies or not, since they wish to hide themselves, their strength must not be underestimated. If this old man catches them, the sword shall strike directly. Fast forward a few days later. Chu Ge suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He touched his chest, feeling it. He originally thought that once he leveled up the pain would stop. But this Yin Shi Ju Qi drinking technique. The higher the cultivation realm, the more intense the pain. How strange, although he has already leveled up to 99. It still hurts a lot. Although the experience points it yields are not even as much as what he gains with Xin. During dual cultivation, a mosquito, however small, is still meat. Someone came to report from outside the door. Senior Marshal Brother Chu Gu. Master asked me to take you to the sword mound. Can we leave now? Chu Gu quickly wiped away the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. Alertness rose in his heart. He had never heard this voice before. It wasn't someone he knew. He walked out and opened the door, seeing a girl standing outside. Qing Ping bowed respectfully. Senior Marshal Brother Chu Gu. He gave her a questioning look, scrutinizing her. The other disciples of Jianzong call me Sect Master Lu. Why do you call me Senior Marshal Brother? Who is your master? She politely explained. Master instructed me to address you this way. She said Senior Marshal Brother Chu Gu is one of us, so there's no need for formality. Master has some matters to attend to in the sect today, so she sent me to lead Senior Marshal Brother Chu Gu to Jianchuan. Hearing this, Chu Gu vaguely guessed. You are Aunt Ning's disciple. Qingping replied to senior marshal brother Chu Gu. She lowered her gaze and answered yes. A flash of yellow light suddenly crossed Chu Ge's eyes. This is the first time I've met Aunt Ning's disciple. Advanced perception system. Let's see what Aunt Ning saw in her. The system panel appeared showing a detailed information report. The result left him feeling very helpless. This is the first time I've met Aunt Ning's disciple. Advanced perception system. Let's see what Aunt Ning saw. In her the system popped up a question. Access information detected, initiate check. Upon hearing this, Chu Gu widened his eyes in surprise. Check it. Does this Ping have some sort of secret? The system quickly reported the information. S-level hidden information puzzle cracked. Ping's background. There is a 30% chance of obtaining a contention grade magical artifact. Chu Gu was greatly surprised, realizing there really is something good. S-level hidden information. And the chance to obtain a contention grade magical artifact. Good. So Aunt Ning has bestowed a great opportunity upon me. Qingping saw that he had remained silent, not daring to look directly at her. So she asked senior marshal brother Chu Gu, can we leave now? Chu Gu immediately agreed, we can go. It's not the time now since we have the hidden message. We'll have a chance sooner or later. Lu Chaoga said as he flew. Let's go then. Qingping quickly chased after him, shouting, senior brother Chaoga. I don't know how to fly yet. Master hasn't given me a flying artifact either. He turned his head in surprise. It seems Aunt Ning really plays favorites. She favors me and little Lizzie. She won't even give her own disciple a flying artifact. In the sky, the two stood on a giant leaf about to reach their destination. Only then did Qingping speak, senior brother Chaoga. Jianchuan Peak is just ahead. Ahead were two peaks standing opposite each other, radiating light. At Jianchuan Peak he smiled slightly and remarked, as expected, it is truly extraordinary. The power of the sword spirits within it is almost condensing into a physical form. The two quickly landed at the foot of the mountain. Qingping immediately bowed, esteemed elders. I, your junior Ping, earnestly request your permission to allow senior brother Chaoga to ascend the mountain. He tilted his head, looking at her with confusion. Is this really necessary? This isn't mere superstition. Qingping looked up and explained. Although the seniors made a vow previously, the spirit swords are still alive. If we don't receive their consent, we won't be able to enter. If we force our way in, the venerable sword spirits might become enraged. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but exclaim, interesting. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. A sword flew out from beneath the earth, giving Qingping quite a fright. Senior brother Chaoga, don't draw your sword, he cried out in panic. I, your junior Lu Chaoga, have specifically come to request guidance from the esteemed seniors. Oh no. In the sky countless streaks of swordlight rained down like raindrops. On every single sword appeared a spirit revolving around the mountain peak. Qingping's face turned pale with fear. Senior brother Chaoga, you've angered the seniors. However, he merely curved his lips and smiled. This is exactly what I intended. If you want to ascend Jianchuan, how can merely respectful behavior suffice? These are all divine swords that have battled through blood and fire. If I don't force them into submission, they won't pay any attention to me. Not far from the peak someone was pouring tea. The woman spoke softly. Junior sister Ning is truly daring to actually let her only disciple accompany an outsider. Climbing Jianchuan, up my dangerous Xian Peak. Holding the teapot, the woman suddenly warned. It's not safe here, you know. Ninging, sitting opposite, stated seriously. Chaoga is not an outsider. I asked Ping to accompany Chaoga this time. Perhaps he might also gain some serendipitous opportunity. Ping has ascended Jianchuan once before, but unfortunately gained nothing. She looked outside. I hope this time Chaoga can help this child achieve something. The woman turned and laughed. I've long heard you have a nephew named Lu Chaoga who is closer to you than a biological son. Now it seems that's true. What opportunity for the disciple. He's just a servant boy, following along with your nephew. Ninging played with her teacup. Senior sister Chu, you shouldn't talk nonsense. Chaoga is nothing like your disciple. This child is the future of the way of the sword. Even senior brother Jianzuan and senior brother Ji have praised him highly. It is only natural to help this child. The woman also felt some anticipation. Then I really want to see This favored son of heaven Lu Chaoga that you speak of. Just how formidable he truly is. A green light suddenly flashed in the woman's eyes. The woman saw Chaoga's tall figure. This appearance was stunning right from the start. The woman's cheeks immediately flushed. In all these years of cultivation, I have never seen such a handsome man. She coughed a few times, feeling a bit embarrassed. I must not be deceived by beauty. What if he is merely flashy? Good to look at but useless. In that case I should take another look. At this moment Chaoga was emitting killing intent. A ping. Ascend the mountain with me. Qingping looked at him blankly. Are you going to? But master only instructed me to guide senior brother. Chaoga tilted his head slightly and said straightforwardly, since Aunt Ning asked you to follow me, she intends for me to bestow good fortune upon you. If you don't keep up, you will be the one losing out. Hearing this, Qingping hesitated slightly. But although master didn't explicitly say so, she did mention that she wanted me to follow senior brother Chaoga to gain experience in the mortal world. Last time I went to Jian Chuankong I gained something. But if I could go up again, even just getting a single life-bound sword embryo would be a great opportunity. She gazed at Chaoga's receding figure as he walked upward. A determined expression gradually appeared on Qingping's face. I'll go with you since this opportunity exists. I must seize it. Otherwise I will never be able to get revenge. Black energy currents pushed back sword after sword. That approached with his steps. Chaoga suddenly realized, these sword spirits were clearly so fierce when they first appeared. Why don't they dare to come forward and fight him now? He observed the swords standing motionless on either side. Are these things an honor guard welcoming me? Positioned along both sides of the path. Qingping was somewhat afraid. Senior brother Chaoga, you don't know this. These are all divine swords. The sword spirits buried here. They are all here to prevent us from ascending the mountain. If I were climbing the mountain alone, they would have already moved to drive me away. Other swords were still circling overhead. Chaoga asked doubtfully. Then why aren't they attacking? Qingping could only let out a dry laugh. Of course it's because senior brother Chaoga's presence is too strong. Which is why they dare not attack. Chaoga's voice carried a hint of disdainful mockery. Are there stronger sword spirits on this mountain than these? Despite this, Qingping walking beside him still warned. Senior brother Chaoga, don't be careless. Jin Chuanxian Peak has a total of 4 layers. They are the copper sword layer, the silver sword layer, the gold sword layer, and the divine sword layer at the summit. Each layer is different. The copper sword layer is where the cherished swords of deceased seniors in the 6th realm are buried. The silver sword layer is where the cherished swords of deceased seniors in the 7th realm are buried, and the gold sword layer is where the cherished swords of deceased seniors in the 8th realm are buried. As for the divine sword layer, located at the very top, it is where the cherished swords of seniors who broke through the 9th realm are buried. She looked up at the highest layer of the peak, and Qingping's face was filled with longing. That summit. Historically only those from the Black Bamboo Forest lineage have been allowed to ascend. Ordinary core disciples like us. The highest we can reach is merely the gold sword layer. Chaoga was speechless upon hearing this. Why do these names sound like cat names? Gold, silver, copper. But generally speaking it's very clear. The higher you go the stronger the sword spirits are. Suddenly a blast of cold icy air enveloped the two of them. Since the sword spirits get stronger the higher we go, then let's stop wasting time here. This venerable one is too lazy to look at the copper sword layer. He forcefully brought Qingping along as they flew toward the summit. She commented in astonishment, this is the power of heaven and earth. Senior brother Chaoga. He can actually withstand the heavenly Tao enlightenment. I just wonder how many chimes of enlightenment he received. 3 chimes would already be incredible. If he received 5 chimes, that would make him a prodigy among prodigies. 5 red dots appeared before the two of them. Qingping continued to gape in astonishment. Senior brother Chaoga, look out. Those are the 5 strongest sword spirits in the copper sword layer. Each of them was once the cherished sword of a prodigy senior. On the other side, Erin also unexpectedly leaned forward, resting her hands on the table. The 5 strongest swords in the copper sword layer have all drawn their swords to block them. Although they have lost their masters and their realms have been suppressed, each one is still at the peak of the 5th realm, and they can even attack using a sword array formation. This will cause a little trouble for Chaoga, who is in the 6th realm. What are a mere 2 heavens worth? Ningning raised her teacup to her lips. Her tone was extremely calm. I doubt they even have the qualification to make that boy give them a second glance. On the hillside, Cheaja's eyes turned golden again. High-level perception system. 5 mighty generals clad in armor appeared. Each general symbolized a sword. After listening, he became quiet. This name is even more exaggerated than that one. This one is even more fantastical than that one. But is this all the strength they have? Transcendental arrogance of heaven, peerless grace of the wind and dust. Heaven-slaying slash. Just what Senior dreamt up these names. The 5 generals surrounded the 2 of them. This terrified Qingping greatly. This is bad. Senior brother Chaoga. They are about to form a sword array. The sword array master mentioned. Chaoga moved forward seriously. He extended 2 fingers. Just an ordinary attack. A dark energy quickly shattered the formation. The 5 generals hurriedly flew back to the mountaintop. Qingping was dumbfounded. How did he break it just like that? He calmly reassured her, saying, "Don't be so afraid. Watch closely and learn." Surprised, she could only reply, "Yes, Senior brother Chaoga." Senior brother Chaoga. At this moment, Ningning finally put down her teacup. Senior sister Chu, how is your Chaoga doing? Has he encountered any difficulties? Holding the teacup, she mused, that's somewhat interesting. But in the end, that's just the bronze sword layer. Just like what happened just now. Any disciple of our sword sect can do that once they break through to the 6th realm. Yiren lifted her teacup in anticipation. But the silver sword layer is different. There is a very strong sword spirit there. It was refined from a rare 6th realm great completion sword embryo. After all, the owners of those generals were supreme beings who stood above those 5 generals. They were all the chief elders back then, and had already entered the 7th realm before they died. Speaking of which, the swords of my master and yours are also on that layer. Ningning frowned slightly. Yes, master passed away more than 10 years ago. But we still haven't found a trace of that demon cultivator. She recalled several people within the society. After searching for so many years, all we know is that the enemy belongs to the Purple Moon Society. Specifically a Purple Eye 2nd rank. Purple Eyes are divided into 3 ranks. Purple Eye 1st rank is a figure in the Purple Moon Society, second only to 1 and above thousands. Purple Eye 2nd rank possesses great strength and dominates a region. The special abilities of the Purple Eye 3rd rank should not be underestimated either. Yaching is a Purple Eye 3rd rank. Yiren calmly reassured her. Junior sister Ningning, don't rush. We have time on our side. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is approaching. My Qingzhou sword sect and the Purple Moon Society will fight eventually. We will surely find the enemy then. I sincerely hope so. Getting back to the topic, since master was a Qi cultivation sword cultivator, his sword is also very unique. If this young disciple of yours can gain the recognition of that sword, perhaps it can be considered a stroke of good fortune. Suddenly Yiren's expression became panicked. Ningning looked at the mountaintop. What is that nephew of yours doing taking your disciple up there? Ningning saw Yiren's reaction and felt extremely confused. Senior sister, why are you so panicked? The moment she turned her head to look, she also stood up in shock. What is that kid doing taking aping up there? On the other side, Chaoga took Qingping to the mountaintop to choose a sword. Do you want this one? This one is called Raging River Water. She shook her head fearfully. Senior brother Chaoga, stop this. That is a senior's divine sword. We can't just pull it out casually like pulling a radish. He calmly put the sword back. Looks like you don't like it, I'll choose another one for you then. Chaoga, feeling depressed, looked around and assessed the swords. Although the quality of the divine swords on this layer were all blue-grade sword embryos, their names were truly too fanciful. There's ice clear and jade pure and breaking bamboos like a torrent. Eloquent speaker, irresistible force cutting through effortlessly, growing thin day by day. No 2 names were alike. The names were bizarre and strange. Dazzling Chaoga. Compared to the copper sword level below, the ones on this silver sword level are truly worthy of their name. What's even more baffling is that Ningyi Shi surprisingly did not forge destiny sword embryos for her own disciples. Chaoga watched Qingping frantically bowing to every single sword, saying, "Forgive me, elders, forgive me." He couldn't help but think to himself, in our Momen sect, forget about Xializi and me. Even the sword embryos of the other disciples were all personally forged by Ningyi, and personally bestowed by her. Chowga closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Since Ningyi is so biased, I ought to treat this junior sister apprentice a little better. The sword embryos here are all blue-ranked, and many of them contain sword spirits. Choosing one for her would be perfect. The items on the higher levels, she probably wouldn't be able to handle. He raised his hand intending to pull out a sword. Aping, what do you think of this emerald green sword? I'll pull it out for you. She stopped him in horror. Senior brother Chowga, don't just pull things out haphazardly. But he had already tightly gripped the hilt. Instantly a small whirlwind wrapped around the sword body. Qingping continued to sink into extreme terror. Oh no, senior brother Chowga, watch out, the sword spirit elder is angry. A sword-wielding spirit charged straight toward Chowga. He waved his palm, making the spirit recoil and vanish. Holding the sword, he turned to her, aping. This sword even has a sword spirit. It's emerald green, which matches your name, Ping. How about it? By now she was sweating profusely. Senior brother Chowga, I truly don't need it. Aaron, witnessing all this, was somewhat irritated. That kid pulls out the elder's swords as if he were pulling radishes. Ningyin could only offer a forced smile and explain. Chowga occasionally does things that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Seeing Qingping refuse, Chowga seriously stuck the sword back in. Although this sword is good, its name doesn't match yours, so it really isn't suitable. This long sword is beautiful, and its name is repeated tempering. Although the implication isn't bad, those who like to joke around could definitely give it a completely new interpretation. Qingping's voice rang out decisively. Senior brother Chowga, please stop acting so recklessly. But he just coldly tilted his head. What do you mean by that? Being stared at directly like that, Qingping became extremely nervous. The items buried here are the divine swords of the elders. As juniors, we ought to be respectful and not treat them like toys. Even though senior brother Chowga is very strong, they are ultimately elders of the sword Dao. Upon hearing this, Chowga smiled. So you've been treating them like this all along. No wonder you dare not ask for anything grand. But do you know what they want, being swords? What they want? Qingping cautiously replied. They want respect. Chowga walked past the swords, revealing. Know what they want is for the wielder to take them out for a magnificent fight. Swords are weapons born for battle. If they didn't possess a warrior's heart, how could a sword spirit be born? If they didn't have the desire to fight, why would they, upon seeing someone ascend the mountain, one by one jump out and eagerly prepare for battle? Qingping, realizing he was wrong, could only raise his eyes. Sunlight shone upon Chowga. If you still don't believe me, dare you make a wager with me? You try to awaken this sword spirit with a humble attitude. This sword spirit, I will use the stance of a conqueror to awaken this sword spirit. Let's see who it responds to. Aaron smiled brightly and praised incessantly. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Qingping proposed a condition without hesitation. Fine, senior brother Chowga. I accept your wager. But if I win, you cannot be so rude and disrespectful to the sword spirit elders on this mountain anymore. Chowga observed the swords. If I win this wager, you must choose a sword from this mountain and take it down. Qingping clasped his hands tightly. It's a deal. She suddenly knelt down before me. Qingping cupped her hands, holding her head high as she looked toward the sky. I ask all senior sword cultivators to listen. This junior is Qingping, a disciple of the sword sect. Today I have a wager with senior brother Chowga. She kowtowed to the rows of swords before her. Senior sword spirits, please answer the wishes in this junior's heart. In the sword field, not a single sword moved. She looked up, feeling greatly astonished. Why is this happening? Chowga raised his sword proudly. Then it's my turn. Chowga summoned a black power here. Those who dare to fight me, Lu Chowga, appear now. Rows of swords flew into the sky. Standing on each sword was the soul of a general. This left Qingping utterly bewildered. Seniors, how can this be? Qingping was stunned. They really all came out. The soul of every warrior held a sword and struck a pose. Qingping watched them with wide eyes. All the senior sword spirits drew their swords. Are they going to strike together? Senior brother Chowga arrogantly announced. It seems I have one. Chowga straightened his back, showing no fear before the host of spirits. After I defeat them first, I will choose a good sword for you. Seeing the scene before her, Ningying was filled with worry. This Chauga fellow Aaron clicked her tongue in wonder. He actually managed to awaken the sword spirits of every sword in the entire Sword Mountain. On that mountain peak, the strongest sword spirit possesses the power of the sixth realm great perfection. Aaron flashed a cunning smile. That well-proportioned tall body. Will it actually be able to handle it? Ningying was speechless upon hearing this senior sister Chu. Chauga is a junior senior sister. Aaron defended herself with a slightly brazen justification. So what if he's a junior? I heard that as soon as you saw Chauga, you lost your heart. I don't have a partner either. Besides, we are also pursuing the path of dual cultivation swordsmanship. What's wrong with that? Ningying exposed her bluntly. Dual cultivation without having a partner yet. Everyone knows you used shady methods. Let's not mention that. Aaron was speechless, standing up with a face flushed red in anger. Junior sister Ning, you've done well. You dare to slander your senior sister. Watch how I deal with you. Suddenly a strong tremor erupted, propagating from the spirit mountain into the air, forming powerful sound waves. Luckily the senior and junior sisters, Aaron and Ningying, were highly skilled, so they managed to remain stable even when standing nearby. The people at the foot of the mountain were instantly alarmed. They started discussing. What happened? Are we being invaded by an enemy? It sounds like it came from Jianchuan. Suddenly magical halos appeared, surrounding the mountain peak, dividing it into two separate spaces, making it impossible to trespass. The people below became even more panicked. It seems the sound has stopped. Was it some strange illusion? I really think I heard an explosion. Ningying and Run were the masters of those magical halos. Ningying sighed in relief. Well done, thankfully we used the stillness spell in time. Aaron also agreed. The ruckus this Lu Chauga fellow created is truly massive. Ningying anxiously urged, quick, let's see what's happening. Aaron conversely was relaxed as if watching a circus performance. That young man is truly handsome. In midair, amid a chaotic flurry of silver swords, Cheaja's sword techniques were decisive and neat, defeating sword after sword. Cheaja's figure gradually became clearly visible, forcing Aaron to exclaim in admiration. Too fast, too fast. This is the rightful appearance of a divine sword. Qingping nervously hid behind a rock. Above was a scene of extreme chaos. She looked up, displaying an expression of immense adoration. This is how a heavenly talent should act. In fact, Qingping's affection was no longer just the friendship between fellow disciples. But she didn't know that this life, Ping, will never meet such a stunning man again. Unconsciously, Chauga had become a pure guiding light, illuminating the lives of others. The sound of clashing blades still echoed throughout the space. Moments later, Lu Chauga had cleared the skies. All the silver swords returned to the Sword Mountain. He respectfully spoke. Lu Chauga thanks all the seniors for their guidance. Qingping widened her eyes, greatly surprised. In just over 10 breaths, senior brother Chauga defeated all the spirit swords and cleared the silver sword layer. Even senior brother Yuiwa probably couldn't do that. Lu Chauga descended from the Sword Mountain and called out, aping. Come up. Qingping poked her head out and asked blankly, Hummy. She shyly walked towards Lu Chauga. Does senior brother have any instructions? Then Lu Chauga turned toward the silver swords and sincerely pleaded. Although this junior sister's talent is mediocre, her character is excellent. Is there any senior who is willing to descend the mountain with her and experience the mortal world? He firmly guaranteed. Given her excellent character, she absolutely will not tarnish the good reputation of the seniors. Only then did Qingping understand senior brother's intention. She was so moved that she choked up. So senior brother Chauga wanted to request a sword for her. However, the only response to Lu Zhaog's plea was the silence of the space. Qingping felt slightly melancholic. She was already used to this. Sure enough, how could those spirit swords, which once belonged to genius seniors, possibly favor us? Suddenly a sword flew out from the rocks. Lu Chauga exclaimed, aping. It seems it has chosen you. Qingping was also very surprised. Aaron and Ningying, watching from afar, were also caught off guard. Hot is this fate indeed, it really is that one. The sword hovered in front of Qingping. It emitted a gentle blue glow. The blade was composed of two sections, each with a distinct shape, exuding a unique presence. It required the power of all senses combined, not just ordinary physical strength. Seeing the shape of the sword, the sisters, Iran and Ningying, immediately recognized it. This is Master Shinggong Tiankio's lifebound sword, and it chose this little girl. Qingping received the sword with both hands. Lu Xiaoge carefully instructed her. This is also a very special sword. It seems countless agility and skills are hidden within the blade. However, the sword spirit is extremely weak. The former owner of this sword might have been a crafting master, not a sword master. Qingping was extremely excited after hearing this. What a coincidence! My master is also a crafting master. Once I descend the mountain and refine it, in the future Yaping will also have a lifebound sword. Lu Xiaoge replied calmly. Alright, then you should descend the mountain. Qingping froze for a few seconds after hearing this. Hugging the sword in her hands, she asked doubtfully, Senior brother Lu Xiaoge, don't you need me to accompany you up the mountain anymore? Lu Xiaoge turned around and continued climbing up. Even I feel that it is very dangerous up there. You should descend the mountain first and wait for me, so I won't be distracted trying to protect you. Go now. After speaking, he leaped away, giving Qingping no chance to ask anything further. She shouted after him, yes. Senior brother Lu Xiaoge. Watching Lu Xiaoge's retreating figure, Qingping felt complicated emotions. When she first followed senior brother Lu Xiaoge, she was somewhat resistant, but now she felt extremely reluctant to part. She didn't know why this was. After Lu Xiaoge left, he immediately began thinking about what to do next. The strongest spirit sword here was already peak 6 realms. Judging by the trajectory of this instance, it is likely that in the gold sword layer, the strongest will be peak 7 realms. The current him has not yet faced such a powerful enemy. It would be better to be cautious. He glanced at the system panel that he had already opened nearby. What's more, the system's prompt, it forces one to pay attention. The red warning on the system panel predicts something ominous. Rank intermediate dungeon danger level 3 stars. But Lu Xiaoge's mind was filled with confidence. He grinned. A 99% chance of activating an extraordinary encounter. I shouldn't have to share this encounter, right? If I get benefits later, I'll just give some to that kid. The higher he went, the space where the summit met the sky became increasingly twisted and fantastical. Lu Xiaoge flew up without hesitation. He drew his sword and judged. Is this the golden sword layer barrier? Watch me shatter it with one strike. Suddenly the barrier opened automatically as if welcoming Lu Xiaoge, which caught him by surprise. The barrier opened itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ningying was still watching Lu Xiaoge's every move. If he continues, he will enter the golden sword layer. The beauty agreed. It's been a long time since I've seen such a genius. Not bad, not bad. Her tone held a hint of regret. But next, given the strength of our divine senses, we can no longer see what's happening inside the golden sword layer. That layer is filled with the treasures and personal swords of previous generations, 8 realm prodigies, belonging to Jianzong. We cannot observe further. Ningying was filled with worry. Even if Xiaoge doesn't get the extraordinary encounter, I hope he can leave there safely. The barrier opened, leading Lu Xiaoge into a flat area. The golden swords were silent, showing no movement. Lu Xiaoge looked around. Why aren't these spirit swords coming out to fight me? He looked up at the sky and shouted loudly. Hey seniors, are you awake yet? Your junior Lu Xiaoge has specifically come here to cause trouble for you all. Immediately after, there was a response. A dazzling beam of light shot down from the mountaintop toward Lu Xiaoge. From within that light, magical stairs descended to where Lu Xiaoge was standing. Lu Xiaoge's eyes were filled with confusion. This is... A majestic voice echoed across the sky. I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you are brave enough, climb up and enter the divine sword peak. The scene shifts to a gloomy sky. Flocks of crows blotted out the sun, adding to the desolation of the area. At the peak of the mountain there were swords, plunged into the rock face, encircled by iron chains. This place is Jianzong's Qingtian Peak, Supreme Peak, the residence of past sect masters. A voice rang out. Momen's Lu Xiaoge has reached the divine sword peak. My esteemed sect master, aren't you worried that Lu Xiaoge might encounter that thing? In a dark room, various complex magic arrays were laid out. Two identical blurry figures sat facing each other. The voice continued. If its existence becomes known, there might be some trouble, right? The figure sitting lazily in the chair spoke mockingly to the other. That guy went to great lengths, even sacrificing 10 spiritual divine swords of Jianzhong's predecessors for the fusion, just to nurture it. If that Lu Chaoga destroys it, wouldn't it be a bit painful? The other person was in a meditative posture. He was Li Suifeng. He interrupted. Stop arguing, I have reached a critical moment. Li Suifeng arched his body, enduring the pain of the magic, which covered his entire body. As long as I cut off his emotional ties, my power will surge again. This body will be able to break through the cultivation restriction, the restriction set by that guy. Seeing this, the other figure laughed mockingly even louder. It's just cutting off one of the 3 corpses. But you're acting like you're undergoing tribulation, that's hilarious. My great sect master. Aren't you worried about that thing on Divine Sword Peak? Li Suifeng roared furiously. Shut up, a mere Momin. Disciple like Lu Chaoga, even if he reaches Divine Sword Peak, will only end up serving as its nourishment. At the same time his body began to split into 2. This process is quite exhausting. Suifeng gritted his teeth and endured. Slowly but surely that part was completely separated. Just as the circular shape was completed, the magic also shone brightly, accompanied by Suifeng's painful cries. The separated part was viscous, and began to constantly squirm. Suifeng gasped for breath. Success at last after half a year in seclusion. I have finally succeeded. From the viscous material a twisted human form gradually condensed. It finally completely formed a capable, strong male body. Suifeng felt very satisfied. Is this one of your 3 corpses? He looks quite handsome. That humanoid figure had hair and eyes, bearing a faint red glow which was quite unique. He looked around and then asked, who am I and who are you? The camera cuts back to the mountaintop. Ningying tried hard to use all her senses to probe. I wonder how Lu Chaoga is doing in the golden sword level. I can't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations at all, and I always feel a bit uneasy. She was making wild guesses. Perhaps the senior sword spirit of the divine sword is engaging in a deeper exchange with him. Perhaps. He's probably enjoying himself inside. Little sister, stop worrying. Ningying looked at her, referring to the previous speaker. Sister, you never listen. Look at the suggestive things you are saying again. The camera returns to Cheage's side. He was walking step by step up that magical staircase. Constantly a voice repeated, I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the guts, step onto this stair. Enter our divine sword peak. Lu Cheage's expression, facing this incessant voice, gradually darkened. He irritably guessed. Did they install a repeating machine in this golden sword level? Ever since this staircase descended, it hasn't stopped repeating this sentence. Even if I don't respond, it won't stop. This is absolute mental pollution. Lu Chaoga tried hard to suppress his inner restlessness. Once I get up there, I'll smash your repeating machine immediately. That voice still constantly droned on. I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the guts, step onto this stair. Enter our divine sword peak. Lu Chaoga finally reached the last step. He walked directly into the beam of light and shouted, Shut up already. I'm here. Suddenly the sight before him stunned Lu Chaoga. He hadn't expected himself to step into a vast expanse of water, with no end in sight. In the distance, a small thin figure was huddled in one spot. He was still repeating that irritating phrase. I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the guts, step onto this stair. Enter our divine sword peak. Suddenly that strange fellow turned his head. When he saw Lu Chaoga, his eyes immediately lit up. Lu Chaoga questioned, Were you the one yelling? He carefully observed the fellow before him. What exactly is this thing? It looks human. But it's not human. Is it a special sword spirit? But the feeling it gave him was clearly that of a living being. He didn't answer immediately, just blinked. Then suddenly jumped up excitedly like a child. Good, you finally made it up. I was dying of boredom. His appearance looked quite twisted. His eyes were blood red and his teeth were jagged and sharp like a beast's fangs. Lu Chaoga looked at him suspiciously. Are you the divine sword spirit here? He immediately waved his hand in denial. Sword spirit. I am not the sword spirit. The sword spirit is in the water lake. Follow me and I'll take you to see it. After speaking he dove straight into the water to lead the way. Hurry and follow me, I'll take you to see it. Lu Chaoga immediately raised his guard. This fellow seems mentally unwell. Or is it pretending to be simple-minded? Deliberately trying to lure me into the water. Suddenly he popped out of the water again. Why aren't you following me? Are you afraid to go in the water? Chaoga parted the water, making a path, and walked down. What is there to be afraid of? He pondered. He quietly observed the movements at the top of Divine Sword Peak. This sword sect. There shouldn't be anything here besides the sword spirits. That alien species walked ahead. Chaoga wrapped himself in a layer of protective chi and followed behind. He considered all the possible scenarios. If there really is nothing else, this guy is probably just a pawn, inserted by an insider trader. The alien species suddenly stopped and shouted, "Look quickly, look over there. Those are the sword spirits." Chaoga looked in that direction, stopping in his tracks. What lay before him were spiritual swords imprisoned by demonic mechanisms. What happened? Looking at these swords, he tried to rationalize everything he saw with what he had previously been told. On Divine Sword Peak rested the personal swords of the previous generations of sword venerables. These sword venerables had all reached the 9th realm before falling in various eras. But the spiritual energy emanating from these spiritual swords was completely unexpected. Even having lost their masters, they should at least be powerful 8th realm sword spirits. Why are they so weak? And who locked them up like this? The alien species excitedly waved to Chaoga, showing off. Look quickly, look over there. These things are what you call sword spirits. Every day, I just stay here absorbing their spiritual power. It's truly boring. Luckily you came. Chaoga asked back in surprise. You stay here absorbing their spiritual power every day. He then revealed. Of course it's not just absorbing their spiritual power. I can also absorb some memories along the way. They are all incredibly tedious things. If you want to hear them, I will tell you. Hearing this, Chaoga suddenly remembered. So this guy is the Gu King. He was arranged to be here to absorb the sword spirit's power. This is like someone is using the sword Tao accumulated by the sword sect over tens of thousands of years to refine Gu. The Gu King was still eagerly telling stories. Take this sword for example. It once fought alongside its master against 4 demon cultivators. All of the 9th realm. Its master, in order to protect the people of a country, poured out all his strength fighting until death. But he also killed the 4 demon cultivators. All at the peak of the 9th realm. Truly impressive. Suddenly that spiritual sword manifested, filled with fury, crying out with its last bit of spiritual power. Are you bringing up old stories just to humiliate me? If you have the guts, just finish me off quickly. Chaoga was utterly shocked. That was a sword spirit able to speak human language, yet it was extremely weak. Before it could say anything more, the Gu King violently kicked the spiritual sword. He angrily rebuked. Shut up. Don't scare the new friend. Then the Gu King thought mischievously. Right, I should call everyone out to meet the new friend. The other 9 sword spirits, show yourselves now. He waved his hand, creating a powerful vortex and striking the spiritual swords. Under the influence of this force, the spiritual swords shook violently. Subsequently, the souls of their masters emerged one by one, standing next to their respective spiritual swords. The Gu King clapped excitedly. Do you see, the sword spirits are all here? I am not stingy at all towards good friends. He enthusiastically demonstrated for Chaoga. Look here. Watch how I absorb their spiritual power. Once you understand, you should absorb some too. It's very nourishing. The Gu King opened its mouth wide, revealing its monstrous tongue. The spiritual power began to be sucked into his mouth little by little. The spiritual swords, whose power was being absorbed, struggled in agony but could not resist. Chaoga's expression turned grim. He reached out and summoned his own sword. Killing intent, and all his rage erupted heavy and dark. Chaoga roared loudly, Stop. I am not your friend. Chaoga's sword tip pointed directly at the Gu King. His voice was deep and hoarse. But a deity of slaughter seeking your life. Being pointed at by Zayog's sword, the Gu King could only scratch his head blankly. You want to take my life? Aren't we friends? I can share the spiritual power of all these swords with you. Why do you want to kill me? Zhao righteously accused him. These sword spirits were used by you. Their spiritual power was absorbed. They are heroes. They once protected Qingzhou and Tianxian with their lives. Yet you treat their souls as mere playthings. You even gave them away to others. You deserve to die. The Gu King scratched his head awkwardly, pretending to feel remorseful. So you're angry because of this? Since that's the case, I won't invite you to absorb their spiritual power anymore. Then he loosened the cloak on his body, revealing the mouthparts hidden on his back. I will suck them dry myself, turn them into mere residue, and let them sink to the bottom of the lake. His body was no longer that of the little boy. The Gu King revealed a sinister grin. From now on you'll stay here and play with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the mouths on his back absorbed all the spiritual power from the spirit swords. The spirit swords were rapidly weakening. The spirit swords cried out in agony as their spiritual power was absorbed with extreme intensity. Zhao could no longer stand still. He charged forward, swinging his sword. I will kill you. Zayog's sword edge was as fierce as a fiery dragon, aiming to utterly destroy this hybrid Gu King. Perhaps because he had stayed underwater for too long, the Gu King seemed to have lost his mind. Facing Zayog's fiery dragon, he became extraordinarily excited instead. This is too fun, too fun. I, the sovereign, love this kind of clash. It shattered the eternal tranquility of the lake's surface. It shook the vast sky, startled the heavens, and every animal at the foot of the mountain. The earth shook violently and even small stones bounced up. The sword sect disciples cried out in fear. What's happening? The ground is shaking. Is it an earth dragon stirring? That can't be. Our sword sect has powerful cultivators presiding here. How could we be affected by a mere earth dragon stirring? Everyone gathered to speculate. Could it be that powerful masters are fighting inside our sword sect? On the other side, the tea table was already toppling over. Ningying and Iran were closer, so the tremor was stronger for them. Ningying asked doubtfully, Is this commotion caused by Zhao? Iran made a bold assessment. Could he be fighting the strongest sword spirit inside the Golden Sword Pagoda? What audacity! The two quickly stabilized themselves. Ningying suggested Quick use the stability incantation to stabilize the situation. Causing such a massive commotion will surely cause panic among the people in the sword sect. But as soon as the spell formation was activated, immense pressure shattered it instantly. Ningying was instantly terrified. What happened? Iran explained, it's too powerful. The residual shockwave of spiritual power alone dispersed both our spells. At the same time, this tremor attracted many sword sect disciples. They rushed towards the spirit mountain. What is happening at the top of Jianchuan? It's a spiritual power fluctuation. Someone is fighting using magic arts in Jianchuan. I remember. Today is the day the sect leader of the lower 100 sects, Luo Zhaoga of the Mo sect, came up the mountain. It's that heaven-blessed genius. Let's hurry and see. Seeing the crowd approaching in the distance, Ningying grew worried. Oh no, many people are being drawn over there. A large crowd could easily cause chaos. If Zhao obtains some serendipitous gain in Jianchuan, and someone with ill intentions sees it, they will surely spread rumors before the sect master. At that time Zhao and even the entire Mo sect will run into trouble. Unfortunately, senior brother Ji has gone down the mountain to handle official business. Senior brother Sword Venerable is also still in secluded cultivation. If even one of them were here, they would surely be able to suppress this commotion. Suddenly, a massive spell formation activated, covering the entire mountain peak. Following a resounding stern shout, Ningying was stunned, asking in surprise, who made a move? Iran asked curiously as well. Managed to stabilize this fluctuation so easily. Could it be that your senior brother has returned from afar? Ah, a familiar silhouette is approaching this mountain. Iran and Ningying were overjoyed. It's the sect master. We had forgotten that the fourth person among the great divine swords, Sect Master Li Suifeng, can also do this. Suifeng walked closer and instructed the two of them to continue observing the situation atop Jianchuan. Leave the rest to me. Lu Chaoga is a prodigy among contemporary sword cultivators. Our great calamity is approaching. We cannot afford any loss to him. Ningying and Iran responded in unison. They secretly admired him in their hearts. No wonder he would allow Lu Chaoga, an outsider like him, to come up the mountain. Senior brother Sect Master truly values him highly. Senior brother Sect Master has never liked killing, but deep down he appreciates talent. Suifeng turned around and sneered. Lu Chaoga facing the extreme vault sword beast, and cultivated so carefully by this master. Will you even make it down the mountain alive? He thought proudly of the Gu King. It is a ghost beast, created through a dark ritual involving the forced demise of 10,000 individuals, and refined deep underground. One sole survivor was selected, ultimately absorbing the death energy and the lingering ghost energy of the remaining 9,999 deceased. Now it has already absorbed the spiritual power of 10 swords. The spirit god sword Qingtian is about to become the extreme vault sword beast. Suifeng had calculated everything meticulously. In just 6 more months, it will reach the 8th realm. Although it is only in the 6th realm now. Killing a cultivator in the 7th realm is already no problem. Lu Chaoga, you can only blame your bad luck. Hatred surged into his heart. Sufeng's eyes were dark. He never forgot the resentment for his son's death. This master has never forgotten. At the bottom of the water under Jinchuan, the Gu King carried the sword on its shoulder, its face full of delight. Amazing, truly amazing. I'm so glad that you are only in the 6th realm. Yet you forced this master to use a sword. You are truly formidable. You are perfect to be this master's playmate. Chaoga had already withdrawn his aura at this time. He asked in a deep voice, just what kind of thing are you? He looked down scornfully. This title. This master Benzwa, you even worthy? The Gu King stroked its chin and thought, me Benzwa he taught me. Then the next time he comes, I will ask him who this master actually is. Chaoga immediately realized who he was. He quickly seized the opportunity. Perhaps he could use this idiot to uncover the real culprit behind the scenes. But this stupid Gu King really has a problem with its brain. Him, who is he? I don't know. Chaoga wasn't too disappointed either. He swung his sword again. Solidified sword energy permeated the surroundings. Sure enough, I can't place hope in an imbecile. The Gu King paid no mind to the other party's words. He gleefully swung his sword back in attack. I'm so happy, the sword energy is so powerful. The two swords collided, sending the Gu King stumbling backward. This made it even more excited. Amazing, I can't block it. Chaoga also found the situation tricky. Although he could repulse it, he couldn't cause any damage. In fact, this fellow's defense is extremely high. System uses advanced perception. He opened the system to look for more information. Extreme Vault Sword Beast level 65. Abilities possessed. Notably, it can control 10 divine swords, whose spiritual power has been drained. This means this entity is neither human nor ghost, but woven from resentment and ghostly energy. It is a type of evil cultivation human Gu. It can reach the 8th realm and become a calamity for the region. Chaoga was startled. Evil cultivation human Gu. Yet another thing he never knew in his previous life. The system displayed a new notification. Shijia felt a bad premonition. Is there new information already? The bright red notification opened. A special NPC has been detected. Shinjo main story quest. The Sword of the Underworld King has been automatically activated. Progress is 468. Shijia was completely shocked after reading it. The Sword of the Underworld King. There's actually a main story quest. I clearly remember that. In the previous life, Lingjianshan was the final boss of the Sword of the Underworld King. And this progress hasn't changed. After the Lingjianshan incident. Is this the butterfly effect I caused again? Instantly those spirit swords started shaking continuously. Combining this with the information he just read, Shijia immediately realized. It's here. The demonic chain struggled free and wrapped around its limbs. The Gu King looked at the shackles before him. There was triumph in the Gu King's eyes. He changed his tone. Since you were so formidable, this lord must also get slightly more serious. The system officially issued a notification. The boss here, the extremely ferocious sword beast. Level 65, difficulty increased to 45 stars. Main story quest. Sword of the Underworld King Divine Sword Vicious Soul has been activated. Code 448. A smile appeared on Shijia's lips. Just as expected of me, the Gu King scratched his head. Expected of you for what? Is something fun happening? Shijia slowly tossed his sword aside. Nothing, this lord is merely sighing. That's such a butterfly effect. Is worthy of this lord's arrival. Since your level of danger is already this high, then this lord doesn't need to hold back anymore. A powerful spiritual energy emanated from him. A golden lotus blossomed beneath Qi Jia's feet, symbolizing the heavenly Tao. He activated the human immortal ascension array formation, illuminating the entire Gu King's grand hall. The Gu King controlled the demonic chains while sneering menacingly. Your appearance is truly too amusing. Let's play for a while first. 10 spirit swords immediately at an astonishing speed charged directly towards Qi Jia. The hall was illuminated once again. Those spirit swords used up the last bit of spiritual energy they had, resisting the control of the demonic chains. They eagerly pleaded with Qi Jia Jr. Get out of here quickly. It is controlling us. You won't be its opponent. Hurry and leave this place. Go tell the current sword venerable. Tell him to avenge us. Yes, don't throw away your life here for nothing. Qi Jia boldly asked directly. This junior does not understand. Why are all you seniors willing to be controlled by this villain? One of the swords painfully explained. This chain can imprison souls. That's why we were. Before it could finish, the mutated Gu King loudly rebuked it. He forcefully lashed the demonic chain to exert control. He muttered to himself, "Come quickly and play." He arrogantly swung the chains around. You won't be able to dodge this time, my friend. The 10 spirit swords once again rushed straight toward Qi Jia. That female spirit sword cried out in panic. Junior, hurry and leave. You cannot evade this move. Qi Jia's gaze was incredibly resolute. Since I can't dodge it, then this lord won't dodge. The fire dragon was summoned again, in a more advanced form. Its eyes sparkled with light, fearless of all the long swords, intending to rush in and pierce the sword bodies. This place, which was quiet and peaceful in the past, was stirred up continuously today. Sui Feng had already left a great distance away by this time, but he could still see the mountain. He speculated, it seems a battle is taking place. Suddenly Shadow appeared on Sui Feng's arm, listening for news. If that sword beast is killed, will the sect master be sad? Sui Feng made a definitive judgment. The only one who will die is Lu. Qi Jia Shadow agreed mockingly. I hope that is truly the case. Otherwise, if another 10,000 commoners are captured, the sword venerable will find out. Sui Feng's tone was triumphant, as if he controlled everything. And what if he knows? I am no longer weaker than him now. Shadow grew curious again. Did your 3 corpses just let him go like that? Sui Feng has already made the proper arrangements. He is the emotion of this body of mine. Emotion is the most complicated thing. He might become a huge asset to us in the future. Every word Shadow spoke was filled with sarcasm. Then I shall wait and see. Sui Feng paid no attention to it. He sped up and left. Stop watching, I already know the result. On the temple rooftop, the 2 senior and junior sisters, Erin and Ningyang, were still watching Chuanjian. Ninjiang's expression showed no sign of relaxation. She was deep in thought. Ever since the sect master used the stasis incantation, Chuanjian hasn't moved. I wonder how Chaoga is doing. Erin gently reassured her. With our strength, we cannot clearly see the situation inside the golden sword layer. Junior sister Ning stopped frowning. That handsome young man from the Lu family. Heaven helps the worthy. The ancient king laughed heartily and praised. As expected, you are very powerful. After Chaoga blocked the spiritual swords, he already had some minor scrapes on his body. He replied, you are strong too. The ancient king appeared supremely confident. Because I possess 10 divine swords. You only have 1, and it doesn't even have a sword spirit. Speaking of which, do you know the difference between having a sword spirit and not having a sword spirit? I do not know, please explain in detail. Chaoga immediately agreed, wanting to hear the details. The ancient king was not stingy. You are my good friend. That's the only reason he'll tell you. He lowered his head, crossed his arms in front of him, and emphasized every word. If a sword possesses a sword spirit, the ancient king's voice rang out like a roar, asserting absolute certainty of victory, then it can never be severed. Moreover, if the spirit is connected to the wielder's heart and mind, the sword wielder can achieve the state of sword and man as one. His eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the spiritual swords were manipulated accordingly. The ancient king slowly described, the feeling of man and sword as one is truly wonderful. Enriching, satisfying, exhilarating. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. And what's more, I can also devour their souls. The 10 respected individuals you know will all be integrated with me, as if victory was already secured. The ancient king confidently boasted. I can no longer be harmed. This is too thrilling. Chauga pondered in silence. Its aura truly strengthened again, and it increased by more than tenfold. In the human immortal state, I can no longer instantly kill it. If I drag this out any longer, those senior sword spirits will be completely fused by it, unable to awaken again. A purely physical attack is meaningless against it now. Watching the benefactors of Qingzhou and Tianxian forcibly restrained by shackles, he muttered to himself, I'm out of time. Chauga slowly adjusted his breathing. The ancient king received no response. Feeling a bit impatient, what's wrong? Could it be that I am too powerful and have scared you? Chauga's spiritual energy shifted from gold to red. His voice was low. No, I am preparing myself mentally. Chauga's demeanor completely changed. His eyes were filled with endless, terrifying, killing intent. As long as I kill you within a single breath, everything will be resolved. The ancient king laughed contemptuously. Kill me within a single breath. Right now I have the 10 great sword spirits and divine swords plus countless resentful spirits and ghost energy integrated into one body. You alone. His words inadvertently exposed a weakness. Chauga immediately noticed you mentioned resentful spirits and ghost energy. The ancient king was stunned. He froze for a few seconds, struggling to recall, did I say that? Resentful spirits and ghost energy, resentful spirits and ghost energy. Terrifying memories suddenly flooded the ancient king's mind. Before his eyes, chaotic images of humans and ghosts were screaming, accompanied by sounds of painful wailing. Making a lunatic like him couldn't help but tear up. How strange, what is this feeling? It seems like I remembered something. Just then, Chauga had arrived before the ancient king without him realizing it. The ancient king showed a rare sign of panic. Wait a moment, I remembered a few things. But no matter how he tried to explain himself now, he could not stop Chauga's fury. It could no longer be stopped. This sword strike decisively poured out all the rage. Since there is evil, it must be eradicated root and branch. In the bustling marketplace, the cries of vendors soliciting customers rose and fell. Tanghulu right here. Big and sweet Tanghulu rouge. Rouge right here. Fine quality rouge is here, come and look, hot steamed buns. Eat them while they're hot. A small boy holding a string of Tanghulu was running happily and laughing. Hurry and catch me. If you catch me, you'll share a candy with you. Scene after scene of memories flooded my mind. A never-fading image emerged. I originally lived in a peaceful and tranquil small town. The people in the town were very friendly. I remember the day was bright and sunny, and children were playing and laughing under the trees. Stop right there, never. The figure of a scholar blurred, looked curiously outside. At that time I was reading and a group of children ran past the doorway. Seeing them happy made me happy too. But just then he arrived. People whispered excitedly. Look at the sky, is that a cultivator master? Why would he appear here? He can fly. That is a very powerful cultivator master. Do we have demons or monsters in our town? Cultivator masters are people who subdue demons and eliminate monsters. There must be a reason for him to come here. Everyone was elated, standing up with eyes full of reverence. Cultivators are all good people. Everyone naturally assumed this, including me, until, from afar, a dark figure hovered high up, flying toward the marketplace. The person's eyes were wide open, full of danger. He uttered these words. Then I choose you. He performed a technique. Below, the marketplace erupted with powerful explosions. The residents below screamed in terror. Grandma, save me. What in the world is happening? Is it a monster? Grandma, please don't press down on me. Stop pressing, it hurts. Mother, father, save me. Husband. Where are you, child? Hold tight to mommy's hand. Help. The black-haired person raised his hand in panic, crying out for help. Those deeply resentful residents raised their eyes to look at the cultivator who was hovering in midair. Didn't they say cultivators are good people? Why? The black-haired person gradually became exhausted, closing his eyes amid the cries of the crowd. I don't know how much time passed. Dead people were everywhere around me. I was dying too. They were all people from the town. We knew each other very well. But now they were stiff and decaying one by one, emitting a foul stench right next to me. His face was covered in wounds. Breathing became difficult, but he could still sense the approach of danger. That's what I was about to become. I thought I was about to die. Until I saw him. He appeared before me like a demon. It was only then that the cultivator landed. His foot stepped directly on the hand of the person lying on the ground. His whole body was surrounded by a crimson liquid, making him look terrifying. The black-haired person glared at him furiously. I struggled to voice my question. Why did you do this? The cultivator's eyes glimmered, observing him carefully. You are the sole survivor. In that case it will be you. Swaths of dark red energy poured into the mouth of the black-haired person, accompanying his words, containing the death chi, ghostly chi, and resentment of all the deceased. Go forth and embrace your new life. Gu Wang suddenly awoke, tears welling up in his eyes. I remember now. I have remembered everything. Lu Chaoga stood rooted to the spot, watching its headless body struggling in vain. Before long, the shimmering golden system panel appeared, displaying a notification. Extremely ferocious sword beast slain. Lines of text on the screen announced the quest progress and rewards. Qingzhou main quest. Sword of the Underworld King. Progress increased by 8%. Current progress 58%. Slaying the extremely ferocious sword beast grants 22 million experience points. Lu Chaoga gasped, heavily gripping his long sword tightly. His face showed the exhaustion following the end of his goddess-end state. His body still felt completely drained. This ability is even more intense than heartspeak. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a smile. However, I think I'm starting to understand how to control this state. As long as I maintain it for a reasonable amount of time, the world before my eyes won't twist and change anymore. Then Lu Chaoga grinned. He excitedly clenched his hand into a fist. In that case, I can treat God Ascent as an instant cast skill. Activate it, instantly kill the opponent, then deactivate it. Doesn't that solve the problem? A state skill transformed into a burst skill. This is truly the peak understanding of your eminence. He turned his head and looked at Gu Wang. Black energy permeated its body and it looked extremely confused. Although when I decapitated it just now, it seemed to say something. But that's no longer important. Evil is evil. And it must absolutely be exterminated. Lu Chaoga furrowed his brow, completely lost in his own thoughts. Jinchuan is a vital area of the sword sect, and the burial site for the lifebound divine swords of powerful individuals throughout history. Masters of the 9 realms across generations. Who could possibly nurture such a scourge here? Then he lightly shook his head and gave a slight smile. Could it be Li Suifeng, the sword sect leader? The system panel displayed lines of progress report text. Currently the quest progress for the main quest has exceeded 50%. In 48 hours, the rewards for the 50% completion stage will be calculated, determining contribution level. Lu Chaoga excitedly looked at the rewards announced on the screen. The rewards for completing the instance have arrived. There's even a contribution level assessment this time. Since I killed this sword beast myself, doesn't that mean Your Eminence will have 100% of the contribution? The system continued to display. In this phase, the contribution level of Lu Chaoga of the Momin sect is 100%. Contribution level 0 for all other players. He smoothed his brow, smiled contentedly and said, Your Eminence's contribution is 100%. The system at least has some conscience. Your Eminence is very satisfied this time. Your Eminence is extremely looking forward to it. This means that all settlement rewards will belong to me. Others will only receive a portion of the guaranteed minimum experience. The Qingzhou players were stunned, flooding in countless messages. Lu Chaoga was extremely satisfied, but the Qingzhou players were somewhat up in arms. Those in Lu Chaoga's faction also surfaced, launching a fierce counterattack. He cupped his hands and looked at the souls before him. The sword spirits. He said, Esteemed seniors, you have suffered. This junior will help you unlock these chains. Lu Chaoga immediately swung his sword and slashed toward the chains. Those sword spirits, after being freed, bowed and cupped their hands, saying, Thank you, young friend. Thank you for this great kindness, we can never repay you. Thank you, young friend, for saving us. He did not linger any further, politely bidding them farewell. Esteemed seniors, having gone through this, your vitality has been severely damaged, please be sure to rest well. This junior must take his leave now. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga. He silently turned and left, his mind filled with thoughts. No one realized, as I stated, the sword master has his own destiny. I helped you all with such a huge favor. Shouldn't you show your appreciation? Wait, I call this move soft but harder. The sword spirits exchanged glances, started whispering to each other, and continuously praised him. This young man's disposition and aptitude are superb, excellent, good. One person quickly raised his hand, speaking up to stop Chaoga. Young friend, please wait. We still have things to discuss. Chaoga stood in an unnoticed corner, grinning his heart. Screaming wildly, soft but harder succeeded. Chaoga suddenly turned around, instantly changing his expression, putting on an appearance of righteousness, cupped his hands and asked, Seniors, is there anything you require my help with? The man in green spoke on behalf of the sword spirits. Young friend, your talent is exceptional. We old fellows have something we wish to bestow upon you. Please accept it. He and the others raised their hands together, drawing out half of the spiritual energy within their bodies, projecting it towards Chaoga. We are extracting a portion of our spiritual energy to gift to the young friend. The young friend is fated to be with us. This spiritual energy incorporates our true strength. We hope you treat her well. Chaoga was somewhat astonished, watching a stream of magical energy flow into his protective barrier. Just then, the system panel popped up with a sword spirit power level evaluation. A legend is being conceived. Evaluation rank SSS, special explanation. Obtainable upon touch. Chaoga opened his eyes wide in surprise, staring at the encircling magical halo, blurting out, This thing is too precious. He thought, this assessment truly befits a top-tier sword spirit, cultivated by the seniors of the past generations of the Divine Sword 9 realms. The man in green expressed his thoughts. We old fellows are still able to meet such an outstanding practitioner of the sword Tao like you. We are delighted. Chaoga bowed and cupped his hands in salute. Chaoga thanks all seniors for bestowing this spirit. He raised both hands, catching the dazzling mass of spiritual energy before him, which was floating right in front of him. SSS rank evaluation. This was unprecedented. I thought S rank was already the highest possible. Apparently that's not the case. Chaoga gently touched it, his heart filled with anticipation, thinking, let's see what kind of legendary sword spirit you will conceive to be worthy of me. A powerful source of magical power descended from the sky, landing on the surface of the sea. Chaoga widened his eyes, shouting in shock and disbelief. This sword spirit actually has a function like this. A red magical circle appeared. Sword spirit can kill other sword spirits. Subsequently, a brilliant green circle appeared. Sword spirit can resurrect other sword spirits. Finally, a deep blue circle appeared. Sword spirit can control other sword spirits. When these three types of sword spirits, each with different effects, were presented, the system panel displayed. Please make a selection. You have 60 seconds to consider. Countdown starts. Chaoga propped his chin, looking hesitantly at the three sword spirits before him, muttering, Slaughter sword spirit, Control sword spirit, Resurrection sword spirit. All three abilities are powerful on their own. But the system panel continued the countdown. Countdown 32 seconds. Countdown 31 seconds. He extended two fingers, darkly indicating, my interest in the Resurrection sword spirit is higher than the benefit to Xiao Lizi and my disciples. The time on the screen was still ticking down. Countdown 22 seconds. Chaoga pointed towards the green sword spirit. The system, upon receiving his selection, immediately notified him. Congratulations, you have obtained the sword spirit that can resurrect other sword spirits. At this moment, a sword was enveloped by green spiritual light. Appear. Lu Chaoga raised a smile, then lifted his hand towards the sword spirit, thinking, Buwan has indeed changed. But this rune must be the connecting bridge for the sword spirit. His eyes flashed with dazzling golden light, activating his advanced perception eye to see exactly what happened to Buwan now. The information about the sword quickly flowed into Lu Chaoga's view. Lu Chaoga Buwan rank violet grade mid-tier sword embryo. It has advanced to violet grade mid-tier current. Level 60. Experience required for next level 7. 1809. 505. Sword technique damage blessing obtained. 90%. Next level. 91%. 0.5 special effect activated. Affinity of water when the divine sword carries the water attribute. Damage increases by 15%. Sword body weight reduced by 15%. Special effect activated. Demon Slayer damage dealt to demon races and strange beasts. Increases by 10%. Sword Spirit Awakening awakened. Current awakening progress 1%. Owner Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga opened his mouth wide and shouted in surprise. Just by integrating the sword spirit, the sword embryo went from blue grade high tier and automatically upgraded itself to violet grade mid tier. This is incredible. The sword technique damage blessing, which increased by 1% per level, has changed to increasing by 15% per level. A direct increase of 50%. Moreover, Buwan can now level up. He gripped the hilt, scrutinizing every detail carefully. Sword Spirit Awakening progress 1%. Which means this nascent sword spirit is still a growth type. Lu Chaoga's face lit up, and he reached out to lightly touch the blade. Why not summon the sword spirit and take a look? He seriously pointed the sword forward and shouted loudly. Buwan, reveal yourself. Lu Chaoga had a thought. Since it has merged with Buwan, then this sword spirit should also be named Buwan. Streams of magic flowed along the blade, then spread into the stream in a flash. A white-haired girl whose bangs obscured the red dot on her forehead appeared with a blurred trigram symbol. After the white smoke cleared, she revealed her form, the sword spirit. Buwan kept her eyes tightly shut, holding a divination box in her hands, indifferent to her surroundings. Lu Chaoga approached Buwan, countless questions bubbling up. This is the sword spirit Buwan. Does this 1% progress have something to do with her development? He placed his hand on his chin, smacked his lips, and then said dejectedly, I didn't expect that. What they gave me wasn't a subordinate I could boss around, but a child I have to raise from scratch. Just then a noise suddenly rang out, catching Lu Chaoga's attention. His expression grew tense. His brows furrowed. He vaguely sensed that this sound was aimed at me. Lu Chaoga extended 2 fingers, controlling the sword, which flew towards the direction of the noise. That guy. He's actually not dead yet. The sword streaked through the water like lightning. The resentful corpse opened its eyes wide and gaped, swallowing Lu Chaoga's sword, and began to hiss furiously. I will make all you cultivators die. Resentful corpse level 65. Description: a terrifying monster containing extremely heavy resentment, born from the coagulation of countless grievances. Its information stream appeared. Resentful corpse level 65. Description: a terrifying monster containing extremely heavy resentment, born from the coagulation of countless grievances. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Chaoga's eyes. Not a sword beast. The system judged it as a new monster type. Does this guy have some hidden plotline? The corpse chief, filled with extreme hatred, snarled viciously. It was you cultivators, it was. It was you who killed over 10,000 people in the entire town. We must make you pay with your lives. Lu Chaoga paused slightly, looking at it with sympathy. It seems it suffered a great deal. Can mortals distinguish between demon cultivators and human cultivators? Since I am so certain, then it definitely wasn't the work of demon cultivators. But which orthodox cultivator treats human life as mere grass? The Death Chi recklessly rushed toward him, letting out a scream of extreme resentment. I want you dead. Chaoga frowned, watching it silently with a hint of regret. It's a shame it has already become a vengeful spirit, making communication impossible. I can only destroy it. Perhaps the system can gain something from it. Just then the sword Buwan flashed with a stream of emerald green spiritual energy. The little girl appeared, reaching out to hug the head of the Death Chi tightly, seemingly trying to pacify it. Chaoga's expression stiffened, watching Buwan in confusion. Buwan shouted pitifully, kill. The entire head of the Death Chi was enveloped by a demonic power, and the green demonic power caused its voice to gradually fade. Kill. 2 lines of clear tears streamed from its eyes. When its mind was awakened by Buwan, Buwan opened her small mouth, and methodically swallowed the death chi bit by bit. Chao Gu looked at the little girl with her bulging belly, and thought in amazement, this fellow actually swallowed that entire skull. What is happening to her? She's not going to explode, is she? He sighed speechlessly, realizing she had simply eaten her fill. Subsequently Chao Gu reached out and caught the little girl who had reverted to her sword form. The system panel suddenly appeared, announcing the reward and posing a question. Sword Spirit Bu-Wan has gained growth progress. 5% awakening progress. Current 5%. Sword Spirit Bu-Wan has devoured a sword spirit, providing the host with a special alert. Do you wish to read it? Chao Gu stared closely at the screen, gradually understanding the method for feeding Bu-Wan. So this is the method of awakening. She just needs to eat some monsters. She can also gain special alerts by eating monsters. System open and display it. A field of golden space enveloped his entire body. A mechanical buzzing sound rang out. Reading loading new scene. Holding the sword, Chao Gu thought in surprise. This special alert actually requires loading a new scene. Loading a scene means generating an illusion. He floated in midair, watching the common people struggling, crushed against each other in a torrent of scorching red demonic energy. A drop of cold sweat ran down Chao Gu's face, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock. So many common people and they died by being buried alive. His gaze was quickly drawn to a figure with black hair and a bowed head. Chao Gu frowned slightly and walked closer. He determined, that is Ji Kong's sword beast. At that time he was still a young boy. Chao Gu turned his attention to that gloomy cultivator figure, thinking, someone is coming. This place was shrouded by a mist spell, so it seemed he was the culprit, the one who buried tens of thousands of people alive. The black-haired person opened his mouth wide, allowing wave after wave of black chi to rush directly into it. Chao Gu frowned deeply at the horrifying sight. After burying tens of thousands alive, he then used the resentment, the death chi inspector chi of these tens of thousands of deceased, to refine him into a monstrous entity. This guy truly deserves to die. He clenched his fists, watching the system screen gradually conclude the projection of the incident. Chao Gu pressed his lips together, feeling indignation in his heart. There are actually degenerates like this among the high ranks of the sword sect. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't clearly see the cruel cultivator's face. It's a shame I couldn't see that guy's face. But what is certain is that he must be one of the high-ranking members of the sword sect. Chao Gu frowned, looking into the distance. Otherwise it would be impossible to cultivate it here. He felt puzzled, then questioned himself. This matter is extremely serious. The perpetrator's methods are so brutal, completely devoid of any morality. Should I tell Aunt Ning? Chao Gu clenched his fists tightly and lifted his head, allowing it to surface from the water. First, don't tell Ning yet. Not knowing is the safest approach. What's more, we still don't know that person's identity. If we reveal it, it will only create more trouble. Suifeng crushed the teacup on the table with his hand. He suddenly stood up, his fury reaching its peak. He growled word by word. Lu Chaoge he actually dared to kill the sword beast that this lord painstakingly raised. Suifeng suppressed his anger and looked at the blue soul in front of him. It lifted its head, laughed loudly, and then complained. Didn't you say he was nourishment? How did the nourishment end up eating him instead? It's truly ridiculous, absolutely laughable. His face was lowered and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. He thought, since he ruined this lord's great plan, then this lord will make him taste the same flavor. The blue soul looked curiously at Suifeng and asked, what do you intend to do? He picked up the teacup, poured water into it, and slowly outlined his plan. As this lord knows, currently, quite a few disciples of the Mo sect are out gaining experience. Suifeng held the cup, which reflected the figure of the black-haired man, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. For Lu Chaoge's head disciple, it would be perfectly reasonable for him to be ambushed and killed by the demon cultivators of the ZUA Association while outside. The blue soul put its hands behind its back and asked confusedly, but the Ziran third rank of the ZUA Association just died in the sword prison. Why do you think they would help you? Do you remember the woman named Yaching TSK? Her appearance wasn't bad either. Suifeng picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then explained. The relationship between the ZUA Association and me. You wouldn't understand. She will definitely help me. It approached Suifeng with a curious expression on its face and said, "It seems our esteemed sect master is hiding secrets even I don't know about. It truly makes one a little curious." He glared at the blue soul and reminded it darkly, "You and I have only known each other for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, I wasn't called Li Suifeng yet." Sharp rocks jutted upward under the bright moonlight. "Qingzhou, a certain secret altar of the Ziyue Association," a voice rang out. Thankfully, if we hadn't noticed and intervened promptly, perhaps that Lu Chaoga would have already known the location of this place. Yaqing knelt on the ground staring wide-eyed, with a pair of extremely dreadful eyes. Perhaps several hidden agents within Zhenyan have already been exposed. Yaqing knew some of those individuals. A member of the Ziyue Association, the Xian third rank named Yahei, glanced at her and looked around. So her death served a meaningful purpose. A member of the Ziyue Association, the Xian third rank named Yahuan, also sympathetically agreed. "That's right, exactly. But she was still our sister after all. Are we just going to let her die like this?" He folded his arms, frowned deeply, and threw out a statement. "This score must naturally be settled upon Mo Sect's Lu Chaoga." Yahuan put his hands on his hips, expressing agreement. "Yes, it must be blamed on him." The purple moon flower suddenly flickered. Yahei raised his head, looking at it, and exclaimed, "The purple moon flower. This is a message from Lord Zixin." Yahuan revealed a brilliant smile, took the purple moon flower, and speculated, could these be new instructions? She looked at the characters that were gradually appearing, and commented on Lu Chaoga's head disciple with great interest. "Interesting." Yahuan gently lifted the purple moonflower, and an enigmatic voice rang out. "Lord Zixin actually wants us to go together and kill that cultivator named Hiding. But he is just a minor disciple of the 5th stage. Do both of us really need to attack him?" Yahei stuck out a long tongue and greedily reminded them about Lu Chaoga's disciple. "Do not underestimate him. Since our sister died because of him, then let's start by reclaiming some of the debt from his disciple. Lu Chaoga's disciple must taste quite delicious." Fluffy clouds floated gently across the sky. Gentle sunlight shone into Chaoga's room. In the Jian zone, Lu Chaoga's resting chamber, Ningying looked at him in surprise and questioned in return. "So you successfully reached the summit of Shenjian Peak, and even received the blessing of the 10 great sword spirits?" Shenjian Yue gaped, utterly shocked. "Even I have never been to the summit of Shenjian Peak. Senior brother Lu Chaoga, how were you so successful?" Chaoga picked up his teacup, took a sip, and answered indifferently, "Of course it was this smooth. Did you expect me to have to endure 3 calamities and 9 trials just to reach the top?" He thought to himself, "First, let's not mention the matter of being granted a sword spirit. After all, I haven't sensed the existence of a sword spirit on Yu Yu's sword. If he knew I already possessed a sword spirit, I fear his mental breakdown would flare up again." Aaron looked at Chaoga with alluring eyes and teased, with Chaoga's captivating face, "Those senior sword spirits must certainly adore him too. Why would it be strange that he reached the summit so easily?" The reason martial nephew Yue didn't reach the summit must be because a divine sword granted him blessings while he was still on the golden sword level. Him blessings? Qingping looked at him happily and chimed in. "Senior martial uncle Chu is absolutely right. Senior brother Chaoga is too amazing." Her heart was full of gratitude. "Senior brother even had time to help me seek out opportunities. I truly don't know how I can ever thank him enough." Aaron suddenly blinked and asked, "Chaoga, do you happen to have a Dao companion?" As soon as she finished asking, everyone was startled and turned their gazes toward him. Chaoga's face turned pale, his body stiffened, and he thought, "What does this senior sister want with me?" Ningying complained, "Our Chaoga already has a Dao companion. Sister Aaron, just give up." Aaron smiled brightly, grabbed her arm, and added, "Junior sister Ning, don't be so heartless. Chaoga is an excellent candidate, allowing me to practice the dual cultivation technique. Little Chaoga, would you mind having one more Dao companion?" Ningying shouted, "You shut up." Smiling broadly, she suggested, "Chaoga, consider me." Chaoga narrowed his eyes while drinking tea, pretending not to notice what was happening. He thought to think there are sword cultivators who practice dual cultivation techniques even within the sword heart. The world is truly huge and full of all sorts of strange people. Chowga fell into contemplation. He opened his mouth ready to take a sip of tea. Sure enough, it is safer not to tell them about these matters right now. After all, who knows how long such peaceful days will last. A moment later he placed the teacup on the table. Chowga suddenly stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and requested leave. If everything has been taken care of, then I must take my leave. The moment still has many matters that I must return quickly to handle. Ning Ying agreed, but a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. All right, we will see you off. She looked at him thoughtfully. This child is the head of a sect. Chowga has grown up now. She couldn't keep him here any longer. Chowga stood on a light boat, cupped his hands in greeting, and bid farewell to everyone. Farewell. Yue looked up at him, speaking his true thoughts. Senior brother Chowga, after seeing your sword domain, I have gained some insights. When we meet again in the future, I want to test myself against you using my full power sword domain. I hope. Chowga smiled brightly, repeating his question with amusement. You hope this venerable one will not hold back and fight a great battle with you? Yue answered firmly. Exactly. He turned around, preparing to cast the spirit wind technique to depart, and slowly accepted his words. All right, until we meet again. This venerable one will fiercely knock your head. Qingping widened her eyes, looked at Yue in confusion, and asked, Senior brother Yue, why is your neck crooked? He put his hand on his neck and stammered in reply. And nothing. Chowga stood on the light boat, passing through layers of mist and clouds. This trip to the Jin Zone yielded great rewards. Setting aside the SS grade sword spirit for now, just the experience gained from killing that group of ferocious creatures. I've already accumulated quite a lot of spiritual stones. He displayed a slight smile, gazing into the distance, and thought excitedly. And in another 2 days, the main quest progress of 50% will be complete. Qingzhou will once again fall into my hands. Chowga raised a hand to prop up his chin and grinned. Sure enough, having someone above you makes everything smooth. He didn't care at all, completely unaware that at this moment Chowga had not even realized that he was already the person above, who was going smoothly in the eyes of others. In the kitchen, flames were fiercely burning in the oil pan. But let's talk about something else. During the days Chowga was away, quite a few things happened in the Momen sect. For example, Yue stood behind Qin Yan shouting loudly, Sister Qin Yan, quick, put the fire out. Qin Yan frantically covered it with a lid. How do we put this out? Use spells to extinguish the fire. I don't know. Yue tightly closed her eyes, opened her mouth, gathering her source of magical power. I know how. Following this, she released a surge of spiritual power onto the burning oil pan in the kitchen. The flames, however, grew even fiercer. Why won't it blow out? The fire is bigger. Chowga stood on a small light boat passing through the white smoke, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, looking toward the kitchen, where Yue and Qin Yan were cooking, and muttered, Little Lizzie and Qin Yan haven't seen me for so long. Since I haven't returned yet, are they planning to burn down the sect and run away? Behind the raging flames, plumes of thick smoke curled upwards locally. That is definitely Lu Cheage's heaven and earth power. Cheage's expression stiffened and he said in disbelief. So you two just wanted to try cooking a few dishes, not burn down the house? Qin Yan and Yue sat on the floor softly replying yes. She looked at Chowga with a pitiful, wronged expression. Brother, when you weren't here, we wanted to learn how to cook a few dishes so we could impress you when you came back. Qin Yan explained the last fish stew was a total failure. So I wanted to try harder again. Those elders said that a wife must have good culinary skills. He looked at them both with a helpless, questioning gaze. Why do you absolutely have to learn how to cook? Chowga reached out and helped Yue and Qin Yan up, saying gently, Don't listen to those old fogies talking nonsense. My Dao companion Lu Cheage's companion does not need to know how to cook. This lord will cook. You two just need to eat well. Qin Yan looked at him with sparkling eyes. He looked at Yue with a mocking look. Yes. Yue crossed her arms and puffed up her cheeks, angrily shouting inwardly, Darn it. He's feeding us so much PDA, my stomach is about to burst. Although I don't dislike Sister Qin Yan as a sister-in-law at all. But this way I also. Chowga smiled gently and affectionately patted Yue's head. As for my little Lizzie, there's even less need you have your brother here. Yuera pouted and made a demand. You said that all right? You have to cook for your sister and sister Qingyan for the rest of your life. Not 1 month less. Not 1 day 1 hour or 1/4 of an hour less. Chaoga smiled brightly, rolled up his sleeves and asked thoughtfully. Tell me, what do you two want to eat today? Yuera and Qingyan followed him into the kitchen, listing the names of their favorite dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Steamed mandarin fish. Days slowly passed. And if they could continue living so peacefully, it would truly be a blessing. Unfortunately, darkness was descending. The bright moonlight hung in the night sky, shining into Chaoja's courtyard. The golden system panel shone, displaying the information. Countdown reward distribution. Main storyline Qingzhou arc. 50 stage. 5 seconds. Chaoga sat cross-legged, focusing intently on the screen before him. Deep in thought, it had been 2 days since he returned to the sect. And tonight was the moment for the reward distribution. Killing the sword beast. The movement of the Eye of Chaos has now weakened. But that doesn't mean it has fallen asleep. A great catastrophe is approaching. And increasing strength is the primary mission. The system continued counting down the seconds. Countdown. Issuing rewards for the 50 milestone stage of the Qingzhou main storyline. 0 seconds rewards are being issued. Base reward. All Qingzhou players receive 500,000 experience points. A base reward. I didn't expect the reward driven by Lu Chaoga to arrive already. It's actually 500,000 experience points. All Qingzhou players cheered excitedly, admiring and shouting Lu Chaoja's name. I can finally level up. This is great. Long live Sect Master Lu as a Qingzhou player. This is amazing. Players from other provinces frustratingly asked themselves, what exactly is the world protagonist in our province doing? Could it be that among the 4 great provinces of the vast Tianxian realm, only Lu Chaoga is the protagonist? A bald man tightly clenched his fists and sighed tearfully. I'm so jealous. Why wasn't Lu Chaoga born in our province? Those people in Qingzhou stop showing off. Can you be a little kinder? Mo Dongfang, who was currently grilling fish, felt very confused upon seeing their excitement. Why are those outer sect junior disciples so happy? Did they find a new secret realm? That makes them so delighted. He showed a gentle smile, thinking to himself, the training mission the sect master uncle entrusted to me. I brought these outer sect junior disciples out myself. I must ensure their safety. If we encounter danger in the secret realm, as their senior brother, I must lead the way for them. Nobody expected whether this was coincidence or fate. Ever since Mo Dongfang accepted the mission from Lu Chaoga, he has been taking the players out for training. They originally just looked for a random spot at the foot of a mountain to rest, but unexpectedly discovered a secret realm. This is the charm of a child. Of fortune, even grilling fish can lead to treasure. The system panel displays the rewards. Base reward. All Qingzhou players receive 500,000 experience points. Lu Chaoga smiled contentedly, resting his hands on his knees and commenting inwardly, not bad. As the main quest progresses, the awarded experience points have also increased compared to before. 500,000 experience points is enough for those Qingzhou players who are level 20 or 30 to raise their level by quite a bit. After all, the players are also an important fighting force for me. They can't be too weak. Another line of text appeared on the screen calculating Lu Chaoja's contribution reward. Contribution for this stage 100. Lu Chaoga was filled with anticipation, staring intently at the system. Here it comes, my own personal reward. Hurry up. Subsequently, the rewards were displayed sequentially on the screen. Reward received. Advanced attribute point draw ticket X3. Note: guaranteed minimum draw of blue tier attribute. Reward received contention tier sword art. Clue X1 note: based on this clue, a contention tier sword art is guaranteed. His entire body froze, with countless black lines running down his face. No way is this lousy system getting stingier and stingier. Giving 3 attribute point draw tickets is fine, but it only gives a clue for the contention tier sword art. You cheapskate, can't you be a little more generous? The system seemed to know that Lu Chaoga was complaining and immediately switched to red. For an emergency query, do you wish not to claim the reward? If so, entering 10-second destruction countdown. 10-9 Lu Chaoga was dumbfounded. Each time the system counted down, it felt like a bolt from the blue. Holy crap. Are you serious about this? He immediately shouted, claim it. Subsequently, the system received messages continuously. Reward claimed. A dazzling golden light appeared, obscuring all visibility. Next to sword art manual. And 3 lottery tickets gifted by the system. System display reward successfully claimed. Hope you like it, Zhouge muttered. How dare you tell me you like it, you stingy miser. Temporarily putting aside the rewards, he reached out his index finger to touch the lottery tickets. Forget it, let's try the draw first. Let's see what kind of attribute points I can draw. 3 glowing orbs named affinity with heaven and earth human. Physique human. And sword Dao aptitude human appeared, radiating brilliant colors. Zheog's eyes lit up. He enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. 1 white, 1 purple, 1 blue, and they were all things he needed. The system is really generous. The system displayed an expression on the screen, seeming to look down on him. Zhouge slightly closed his eyes, spread his hands upwards, sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations within the 3 light orbs. After this round, his sword Dao aptitude had reached 7 points. The increase in physique was also very useful, as both his vitality and defense would be boosted. His eyes sparkled with light. Powerful magic flowed through his entire body. However, the most needed attribute was affinity with heaven and earth. Following this boost, I now possess 6 points of affinity with heaven and earth. Dongli and Xinyan, along with Luobing and Xiaoqiu, were all surprised. Everyone's face was filled with expectation. She watched the spiritual energy fluctuation that shot straight into the sky, which originated from Zheog's courtyard. She exclaimed, did elder brother comprehend something again? Lately, elder brother's speed of getting stronger is accelerating. Dongli clenched her fists and secretly told herself, for the sake of the Momin sect I must also work hard. Following that, she lay down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, hugged her pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Since I want to cultivate diligently, I should hurry up and get some sleep first. In the blink of an eye, Dongli was sound asleep. After an unknown period of time, a faint aura suddenly drifted in front of her. In her subconscious, Dongli raised her foot and walked toward the distant dark silhouette. The vague figure behind the mist judged. You came earlier today than before. She cupped her hands and sincerely expressed her thoughts. The great calamity is approaching. Dongli wants to protect elder brother and protect the Momin sect, so I had to come earlier. The man standing on that giant flower, with his back to her, responded remotely. The great calamity, calculating the time, it is indeed approaching. Zhouge sat in the courtyard looking down at his arm, revealing a brilliant smile. Sword Dao aptitude increased his sword technique damage by 10%. Sword techniques are helpful to him. Physique increased vitality and defense by 10%. I have now reached level 62. This growth rate is incredible. He gently brushed aside the blue spiritual energy fluctuation, pondering, but this time, after affinity with heaven and earth increased to 6 points, I gained some new feelings. It seems I can perceive different emotions from all sorts of water bodies. Zhouge frowned, curling his lips as he commented, this ability is really strange. After all, there is water everywhere. Some places that have water definitely don't need this kind of ability. You can already feel the owner's emotions without it. He waved his hand, allowing the magic power to dissipate. They'll think about it more and test it out with Xinyan later. Let's open this clue first. Purple grade sword art. Right now I only have the offensive sword art Qingqing Man, a move that only advances and never retreats. Having one more move is a good thing. Zhouge opened the parchment scroll recording the sword art, and immediately saw the coordinate information displayed. His expression turned thoughtful. Oh, the clue is actually a set of coordinates. The southwestern region of Qingzhou. It's quite far from Danqing Peak. Zhouge propped his chin with one hand, resting his head with the other, pondering the strongest sword sect in that region. In the southwest is a third-ranked sect among the hundreds of sects. Why would that place have a purple grade sword art? Maybe it's some ruin or secret realm, or perhaps even. He calculated for a moment and revealed a cunning smile. The headquarters of the ZUS Society. In that case, there will be lots of fish there. I can both get the sword art and gain experience points. and also raise my reputation along the way. I just thought of that and she was already glaring at me. Chowga stood up. She raised her eyes to look at the moonlight outside the window. The scenery is pleasant at least. I'll go to Xinyan first. The search for the cultivation technique can wait a few days. Under the cover of night inside the room, Xinyan let out several cries that sounded worrying. Jagged rocks jutted out of the water. On the coast of the endless sea in Qingzhou, Yahuan sat on a nearby reef. Yahei asked perplexed brother, "Why did Lord Zixin tell us to come to the endless sea coast to wait?" So, she turned to look at him spitting out fish bones and continued to ask, "Shouldn't we immediately go and find that fellow named Hiding, and avenge Yaqing?" Yahei frowned, glared at Yahuan and scolded, "Are you a fool? Where is that Hiding guy? Do you even know? Since Lord Zixin told us to wait here, she must have her reasons. Stop talking nonsense." She remained silent, looking at him with a resentful expression. She thought, if you want to say something, just say it directly. Why call me a fool? Now I don't even feel like eating. Suddenly, on the water surface opposite the pair, 4 water columns twisted and coiled, rushing straight into the sky. Yahei slightly retracted his hand, observed the scene before him intently and said, "It seems Lord Zixin's arrangement has arrived. 4 strange beasts of different forms circled within the water columns." Yahuan gasped in astonishment. Those are sea beasts." He immediately retorted, "No, those are ancient beasts. They carry the aura of the Eye of Chaos." She retreated behind Yahei, when she saw even more strange beasts emerging from the water columns. How come so many of them have appeared? They don't want to eat us, do they? The surface of the water boiled as if being ripped apart. Subsequently 4 figures appeared walking on the sea surface. Amidst a hazy mist, Yahuan widened her eyes, fearfully tugging at Yahei's clothes, exclaiming, They turned into humans. The beasts turned into humans, brother." He shook off her hand and shouted harshly, "Quiet. Ancient beasts are inherently different from the strange beasts of today. Transforming into human form is nothing more than one of their abilities. You are completely disgracing me." Yushi looked coldly at Yahei and stated the reason. "Your master has already struck a deal with us. We will help you search for that human named Hei Ting," he inquired with a respectful posture. "May I ask, revered seniors, are you all powerful beings of the 8th realm?" Yahei looked at Yushi, silently assessing. Based on the aura he sensed from them, they were merely a group of initial stage 7th realm fellows. Wangbao grinned and replied, "Right now the seal only has some cracks. The 9th realm dragon tribe sent over last time was killed by the humans long ago. Where would we find the strength to send 8th realm beings now? We are the limit of what can help you." Fanshu was tall and fierce-looking, grinding his teeth as he threatened, "If you look down on us because our realm is low, I guarantee you two will probably pay a heavy price for it." Cold sweat poured down Yahei's face and he cupped his hands in apology. It is this junior's fault. This junior knows he was wrong. Yahuan also cried out in panic, "Enno, don't eat me." That figure raised his hand and calmly announced, "The Hiding you are looking for. I found him." A flock of storks spread their wings and soared over the marketplace in Qingzhou, Jingying Town, Hong County, Chu State, Qingzhou. The residents of the town surprisingly looked up at Hiding, who was balancing a steamer basket on his head. Shelly smiled as she turned around and spoke enthusiastically. "It's a good thing Brother Hiding is here. For delivery work like this, it used to take me a long time. And I even had to borrow a train." He didn't reply, but only smiled gently and softly introduced her name as Shelly. "She is a friend I just met in this city. Right now we are heading to a restaurant. They ordered steamed buns and we are going to deliver them." Hiding smiled softly. He looked up at Shelly skipping ahead of him. Once they arrived, he immediately placed the steamer basket holding the buns onto the table. The man laughed cheerfully and handed a skewer of meat to Shelly. He exclaimed, "Miss Shelly, you are truly lucky to have such a wonderful child accompanying you." She immediately explained, "Brother Hiding is my friend. He's just staying here temporarily." Holding the skewer of meat, Shelly spun around and looked at Hiding. She spoke happily, "Brother Hiding, the delivery's done. We can go home now. Today I'm making your favorite braised pork," she said excitedly as she walked. "These things belong to the boss. This delivery earned us 15 cash coins." Luckily it was thanks to brother Hiding. Hiding just smiled softly. He thought Xiaoli works at a bun shop. And I am happy that I can help her. Master told me to follow junior brother Yangshu and descend the mountain together for experience. Before that, junior brother Yangshu and I had visited their village together. He was cleaning up the things on the table. He looked up and saw Yangshu sobbing covering his face. At first junior brother Yangshu cried non-stop. I didn't know how to help him. The departure of Elder Luo was a huge blow. Hiding waved goodbye to him. After 7 days of keeping vigil for Elder Luo, Yangshu and I parted ways. He said he wanted to see this world that his grandfather loved most. And so he left. He walked slowly along the river, his heart filled with thoughts. There was no need for me to stay here any longer, so I also left. Master said that when descending the mountain, the journey requires experiencing all aspects of life, just like a mortal. Therefore I sealed my spiritual power, like an ordinary person, to experience this world. Hiding was destitute, leaning on a cane, walking amidst the scorn of others. But I hadn't expected this, because I had always been under Master's protection. I had no experience in making a living. Soon I became penniless. I didn't even have food for several days. He squatted in the corner beneath the eaves, sheltering from the rain until that day, when there was no place left even to hide from the rain. Although my spiritual power was sealed, my physical constitution remained. I couldn't feel the cold, but I felt incredibly homesick. Xiaoli smiled sweetly, appeared and offered the umbrella to Hiding. She asked gently, would you like something to eat? He reminisced Xiaoli and her lovely smile. Her vibrancy burst into my world. Hiding took her food and devoured it, as if afraid it would disappear. The rain was heavy that day, but I felt it was incredibly magnificent. Xiaoli put her hands together and pleaded with the proprietress, her eyes twinkling. Madam Boss, he is my friend. Could he possibly work here? He only needs food provided, not wages. He stood behind her, watching her diligently seek a job for him. Xiaoli helped me find some odd jobs at the bun shop. She said the shop was small and couldn't support many people. The proprietress smiled warmly and agreed. Of course, being able to feed yourself through your own abilities, that is the true skill of a mortal. When Hiding saw the proprietress' attitude, he felt much relieved. But I hadn't expected the proprietress to take me in so readily. He was very happy. In the bustling market, he balanced the steamer basket for buns on his head, walking alongside Xiaoli. Since then, just like Xiaoli, I became a helper at the bun shop. Later I discovered that the people in the town were very friendly. I liked it a lot, so I stayed. Perhaps I will leave someday, but I want to stay a little longer. That's great. It's definitely not because of Xiaoli, right? She ran into the courtyard shouting excitedly. Grandma, I'm home. Xiaoli and Hiding earned 15 cash coins today. Grandma Li was sitting on the worn-out bed, knitting yarn. Hearing Xiaoli's voice, she turned toward the doorway. This is Xiaoli and Li Popo's residence. She smiled kindly and offered a compliment. My Xiaoli and Hiding are truly getting better and better at their work. Hiding suddenly remembered what Xiaoli had said. Xiaoli said that Granny Li was her only concern in this world. He stood far away, gently watching her jump onto the bed and hug Granny Li tightly. Granny Li, like most people in the town, was kind and benevolent. It was just that she had fallen ill in her youth and lost the use of her legs. Xiaoli opened the small wooden box and happily counted the money. Just 10 more coins and she would have 3,000. By then she could buy a wheelchair for Granny. With Granny in a wheelchair, she would be able to go out and sunbathe. Granny Li looked at Hiding and spoke meaningfully. I'm quite fine as I am now. Xiaoli, you're about to get married. Wouldn't it be better to save this money for your marriage? Her cheeks flushed crimson and she immediately jumped up to retort. Granny, I don't want to get married yet. I want to stay by your side always. Granny Li smiled and affectionately chided Xiaoli. What girl doesn't get married? You silly child. Hiding reached out and grabbed the white cloth around his neck, thinking helplessly Granny Li really likes to joke. Just then Chief Chen stood outside the courtyard and shouted loudly, Xiaoli, Xiaoli, come out quickly. Xiaoli looked out the window, thinking curiously, it's Chief Chen from town. What is he doing here? She and Hiding walked out together and saw Chief Chen. His face clearly showed a look of horror. and he raised his index finger to warn them. A murder has occurred outside the town. The perpetrator's method was very cruel. The victims' bodies were severely mutilated. You few here must pay extra attention to your safety. After making the announcement, Chief Chen turned and left. I don't have time to stay long. I must go inform others. Xiaoli, a little bewildered, raised her hand to thank him. Thank you, Chief Chen. It was only then that she regained her composure. Turned worriedly to Heading. Jingdan Town hasn't had a murder in a long time. Even theft cases are rare. Why has it been so restless lately? He put his hands on his hips and said confidently, I will protect you. Xiaoli's eyes crinkled as she smiled, reaching out to pinch Heading's cheek and said, I know Brother Heading will definitely protect me. Xiaoli isn't scared. Suddenly Feng Long's low voice startled him as it rang out, oh, a cultivator, huh? That's rare. Heading's eyes widened, turning to look behind him, and quietly asked who's speaking. He appeared faintly behind a distant house, silently commanding, it's me. You come with me. Otherwise I will harm her. Xiaoli looked at Heading's tense face, and asked worriedly, Brother Heading, what's wrong? She watched in astonishment as he suddenly tore off the white cloth from his neck, and left. Brother Heading, where are you going? Heading regained his composure, smiling, turning his head and pointing at the house with his index finger. Xiaoli crossed her hands, her big eyes wide, and asked innocently, Are you telling me to go cook first? Okay, I'll make braised pork. Remember to come back early. Then she happily skipped into the kitchen. Time to make braised pork. Heading stepped forward, looking up as Feng Long's back merged into the darkness, and said, This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. He and Heading ventured deeper into the silent woods. He cut straight to the chase. What exactly do you want to say? Feng Long turned around, his eyes shifting as he looked at Heading, and replied, Someone told me to find you, saying there was a good show to watch. His brow furrowed slightly and he asked in a low voice who. Feng Long seemed helpless. Even if he wanted to reveal the identity, he couldn't. That person cast a silencing spell on me. I cannot speak anything related to his identity. But since he wants to watch a good show, you'll only get to see that while you're still alive. Heading gave him a suspicious look. I'm still alive. He was stunned by an explosion that lit up half the sky, causing immense tremors. Heading was thrown into a panic. He opened his mouth wide and whipped his head around. A feeling of dread rose in his heart. Xiaoli. In desperation he ran back toward Xiaoli's house with all his might. Granny Li, the townspeople. Feng Long raised his hand, pulling at the corners of his mouth. He revealed a false yet smug smile. He tossed out a teasing remark, the show is starting now. Heading stopped. He raised two fingers and cast a move. Xiaoli's spiritual power lock release. Countless souls appeared behind him. They uniformly lunged forward. He wondered who exactly would want to do this. Heading was blasted away by the huge, dazzling golden explosion. Feng Long quietly watched him struggle helplessly, facing that massive source of magic power. He thought, there is still one more protagonist, whose appearance is necessary for this play to be complete. He stretched out his hand, conjuring a chilling magic circle. Feng Long's eyes sparkled with light. He tightly grasped the orb in his hand, thinking darkly. He said, This thing will draw out the Mo Sect Master Lu Chaoga. Then, he shot the magic circle toward Heading's location, commanding, Go now, head where you belong. Immediately after, it flew toward Heading, causing the dazzling golden source of spiritual power to erupt fiercely. Heading struggled to raise his hands to cover his eyes. Behind him a surge of red spiritual power burst forth. In that instant, countless souls appeared behind him. They emerged from the dark shadows. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga was still leisurely cooking fish in the kitchen. Suddenly, the system panel displayed a critical warning in bright red. Prompt direct disciple Heading is in danger. The system immediately showed Heading's current coordinates. He froze, eyes wide, softly calling out in his heart. Heading. Outside, Dongli and Xinyan watched in astonishment as Lu Chaoga shot out of the kitchen. Puzzled, she loudly asked, Where did Chaoga go? He didn't answer, only leaving behind a quick instruction. Have Luo Bing cook the meal. Suifeng squinted his eyes, sitting cross-legged in the dark room. He slowly opened his eyes. Suifeng let out a sneer and praised. Well done. Lu Chaoga had already left Danchengfang. The blue soul posed a question. I'm curious, do you truly want to kill Heading yourself? A vicious light flashed in his eyes and he hissed word by word. Heading must die. However, whose hands he dies by is very important. Heading was flying high in the sky, flying toward the ruins consumed by flames. He tightly furrowed his brow, his face filled with worry, incessantly calling out Xiaoli's name. Xiaoli was on his mind. The image of her smiling appeared in Heading's mind. She kept calling out, "Brother Heading! Brother Heading! Brother Heading!" Heading desperately tried to grab Xiaoli's hands. Xiaoli, Xiaoli! He clenched his fists, letting out a roar filled with hatred. Xiaoli. Heading stopped, realizing he was being blocked by a massive dark shadow, blocking his path. A massive object leaped to the spot where he had been standing. Heading agilely jumped backward, avoiding being crushed. Ya's figure emerged from the hazy smoke. He opened his mouth arrogantly. "Found you. Lu Cheage's direct disciple Heading." He glared at the opponent with eyes full of rage, roaring, "You people destroyed this town." Yahe crossed his arms and stared grimly at Heading. Then he stated the reason. "Your master Lu Chaoga killed our sister, our Yaching. We originally intended to kill you directly, to pay back the life of our sister. Too bad you were lucky and managed to escape. As for the rest of the townspeople, they were always meant to die as retribution for you." Without saying anything more, he charged straight at Yahe. Heading erupted with a powerful surge of demonic energy surrounding himself. He charged straight toward Yahe in anger. Yahe conjured a giant sword, blocking Heading's attack. How ironic, a mere 5th realm dares to attack me. Immediately after, he and Heading exchanged continuous sword strikes. The battle was extremely fierce. Yahe glanced behind him. He secretly felt a sense of unease approaching. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the blood vessels that had turned emerald green on his arm. As they gradually cracked open, he immediately called for backup. "There's something wrong with this guy's sword energy. Yang, help me." Yang immediately conjured a purple magic orb and rushed toward Heading. "Don't you dare hurt my brother." He squinted one eye. He accidentally took the full brunt of her attack. "This spiritual aura is poisonous." Heading raised a hand to cover his nose. He gently placed his foot on the ground. He muttered to himself, "Heading, pull yourself together. I can't fall here." His face turned pale. He tightly furrowed his brow, sweat dripping profusely. He thought, "There are others. And what's more, I can't feel their power." Heading looked at the 4 silhouettes faintly appearing behind the black smoke. He guessed, could they be 7th realm experts? Yushi cast a gaze upon him, observing, and asked indifferently, "Is this our target?" Fan Yu grinned excitedly, sizing him up. "He has a very strange smell. It smells like a corpse, but he's still alive." Jusha folded his arms and spoke arrogantly. "I only need 1 strike to take his life." Wangbao placed a hand on his chin. He looked at him with a covetous gaze. "I want to taste him." Yahe gripped the sword hilt tightly and raised it high. He leaped toward Heading, roaring, "There's no need to trouble, you elders. I will cut off his head and present it to the elders." His eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and forcefully brought down the sword, facing the chill that was spreading throughout his body. "What kind of wicked technique is this guy using? My whole body feels like it's been washed by the 9 springs of the underworld. Dry and bone-chilling cold. Even my skin has cracked open. This brat is definitely strange. Let's end this quickly. This credit belongs to me." Heading collapsed to his knees. He stared intently at the sword closing in on him. Xiaoli died because of him. Today Heading will surely die. But at least. Suddenly his entire body burst into a violent glow of demonic power. He let out a horrifying roar. Yahe's eyes widened. He secretly realized what Heading was trying to do. "He wants to take me down with him." A grin spread across his face. He swung his sword down while calling for Yang. "Yang!" Yang suddenly appeared behind Heading, attacking, and replied, "I'm here." Taking advantage of his inability to resist, he immediately struck down with his sword, feeling triumphant in his heart. "Success! I will not bother with a dying man like you. Once I kill you, I can report back to Master Zixin." The entire space seemed to freeze amidst Fenglong's call. "Look here." Heading struggled to turn his gaze toward the source of the sound. His mouth fell open and his eyes were wide, filled with rage and resentment. Heading watched the small town engulfed in a sea of flames. Black smoke billowed upwards. 2 charred corpses came directly into his view. Hiding was overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. A multitude of emotions surged within him. Xiaoli, Xiaoli. Memories rushed into his mind like movie clips. Xiaoli. Xiaoli hiding threw his head back and let out a hideously ferocious roar. Fenglong stood behind him. He tempted him word by word. Your shadow is extremely powerful. Yield your body to your shadow. Hiding rolled his eyes, watching countless arms emerge from the red liquid beneath his feet. Listening to his words. As long as you let it take over your body, you can kill all your enemies. The arms slowly groped toward his body. Fenglong cast his gaze expressionlessly, watching Hating get buried by those arms. He continued speaking. Yes, just like that. His eyes flashed with an extremely dangerous light, and gloomily revealed his goal. This is it. The Pluto he spoke of could now be resurrected. Yahei swung his sharp blade towards Hating's head. Suddenly a giant torrent of magic erupted from him, sending Yahei Enya Huang flying. Yushi cried out. He was drenched in sweat, his brows deeply furrowed and his teeth clenched. He thought anxiously, what is going on with this kid? This kind of spiritual power shouldn't belong to a cultivator. Ya Huang's eyes widened, keenly sensing this spiritual energy, and blurted out, it feels like the aura of a ghost creature. Hating roared violently, while the magic torrent continuously intensified. He threw his body back, crying out in agony, his voice shaking the heavens. Fenglong stood far away, quietly, observing Hating standing in the red liquid, right in front of him. He watched intently, muttering with a hint of interest. As he said, this Hating is truly interesting. It looks like he's already been ignited. In that case, my mission is complete. Fenglong continued calmly. I have nowhere else to go anyway, so I might as well wait and watch the next battle. Ignition is just the first step. To make the spark erupt into a prairie fire, a second step is required. Step on it. Yushi looked toward Hating, assessing him. Indeed, that person is not an ordinary cultivator. Wang Bao grinned, stating the next move. According to Master's instructions, we must coordinate with him to complete the second step. Zhu Jia kept grinning. He. I can hardly wait, ha ha ha. At this moment Mingwan was completely silent, sitting amidst the gradually dissipating red energy currents. He raised his arm, which was equipped with sharp claws. Mingwan's face was faintly visible behind the ominous black smoke. The red patterns on his body glowed brightly. Mingwang stood upright in the dark spiritual power emanating from him. Ya Huang nervously backed away, adopting an attacking stance, and asked, Big brother, what should we do now? Yahei gritted his teeth, voicing their predicament. If we can't kill him, we'll die even if we go back. Do you think Lord Zxin will spare us? He walked forward, placing his hand on the ground, and activated the domain opening move. Relying on our strength at the great perfection of the Earth realm, we must fight with everything we have to the death. I don't believe we can't kill him. She immediately obeyed, saying The Hating monster standing above opened its mouth, spreading its jaws wide to expose sharp teeth, and violently spewed bursts of magic. Evil-tide domain. Ya Huang hovered in midair, spreading her arms, summoning the magic imperial fog domain. Ming Wang did not make a move, merely watching Yahei and her joint effort quietly. His brow furrowed momentarily, and then he transformed into his beast form. My evil-tide domain appears to be a swamp, but it is actually a summoning-type domain. Inside my domain, I am invincible. Combined with Ya Huang's imperial fog domain, utilizing Ya Huang's toxic chaos, unless a powerful being of the 8th realm intervenes, no one will be able to break through our combined attack. Yushi tossed out a mocking remark. What a childish domain, utterly ridiculous. Ming Wan's eyes turned crimson, constantly muttering one word, kill. Kill. Ya's eyes widened, put his hand behind him, charged straight at him, and roared, Here I come. I shall personally. Before he even got close to Ming Wang, his entire body became incredibly heavy. Ya's face turned pale, his mouth agape. As he looked up at his own hand, he subconsciously backed away, restraint. Ming Wang watched him fall backward unconsciously, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Ya's head, causing his eyes to widen in terror. Ming Wang violently pressed Ya's head into the green current. Then he lifted him by the hand and spun him around wildly. Ya Huang stood behind Ming Wang, watching Yahei scream and writhe from torment. Stop it. Before she could launch an attack, he already appeared behind her and grabbed Ya Huang's head. Her face turned ash and her head pulled high upwards, and she screamed in agony. Mingwang viciously slammed Ya Huang's body down onto the emerald green water. Feng Long from a distance commented impatiently, "Is that all Mingwang is capable of?" After finishing the torment with satisfaction, Mingwang bent down and paused. He looked up at Ya Huang and Ya He, who were already collapsed on the ground. Mingwang's eyes lit up again, with a dangerous red glow, growling with hatred, "Kill, kill! Kill, kill, kill!" He reached out, pulling Ya Huang and Ya He's souls out of their bodies. Feng Long watched Mingwang's technique with astonishment, devouring the souls of the dead, cutting off their path to rebirth. This matter is indeed interesting, but the deceased here are not just those two. He put on an expression of enjoyment. After devouring the souls of Ya He and Ya Huang, Mingwang bared his teeth in a grotesque smile, turning to look at those who had stopped breathing in the fire, and said in a deep voice, "There are many more." Those souls were quickly sucked away by him. Mingwang spread his arms, tilting his head back in enjoyment. "I want souls." Souls flew out of bodies one by one, drawn towards him. Mingwang devoured all the souls little by little, one soul after another. Feng Long was shocked by his drastic change, blurting out how interesting he clearly wanted to protect them. But now he has become a fiend who deprives them of even the chance to be reborn. The souls of Grandma Li and Xiao Li appeared before Mingwang. He seemed to ignore them, continuing to pull her and Grandma Li closer to his mouth. Feng Long suddenly asked, "These are people very important to you. Do you still remember?" Hades paused slightly upon hearing his words. He remembered his teary-eyed appearance when he was still hiding, dragged down by countless arms. "No, don't know." At that time he stretched out his arms for help, but it was no use. "Stop him, someone stop him." Suddenly a stream of yellow magic appeared in the sky, violently striking the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. "You scoundrel! Stop!" Hades vigilantly watched the sword that had just plunged into the ground, and took a few steps back. "Who?" Chauga hovered high above where the sword landed, with hands on his hips. He looked at Hades with sharp eyes and asked grimly, "Where is that useless apprentice of mine now?" Feng Long looked up at Chauga in astonishment, unable to help but exclaim, He is Lu Chauga, the sect leader of the Mo clan." Hades glared at him with fierce eyes and roared, "Kill, kill, kill, kill!" Chauga stretched out his hand using spiritual power to pull the sword out. "Can't speak? Then I'll beat you until you can." Feng Long watched him and Hades in shock. Without any wasted movement, the two immediately charged at each other, fighting fiercely. He watched Chauga's every move and praised, "What exquisite beauty, what powerful sword energy!" His eyes turned blood red, and a joyful smile spread across his lips. "I truly want to get rid of him." Hades swung a slash in the air, aiming for Chauga. He stretched his hand back, performing a move to block the attack. "How does this kid look?" "A bit like he's being possessed by his shadow." His brows furrowed slightly. He suddenly remembered. Back then Tiangshuanji Online had just updated to the level 60 version. But when players passed the final boss of the story stage, they would usually see Hades' shadow emerging terrifyingly from the distant mist. Chauga looked at Hades' blurry body. He started to form a theory. Could it be that Mingwang was created when hiding shadow possessed his body? Chauga frowned. He suddenly recalled a white-haired elder laughing maliciously, raising his hands high. "But Tianji Sanrun is already dead. Who is responsible for causing this phenomenon this time?" Seizing the opportunity while Chauga was distracted, Mingwang immediately roared and charged up to attack. Chauga, irritated, punched him in the face and then opened his mouth wide, complaining, "You stinking blockhead." Chauga only unleashed a single strike, heavily knocking Mingwang back down to the ground. Feng Long intently watched Zayog's every move, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a brilliant smile. "He is too strong. Only a powerhouse like this is worthy of my status. A powerhouse like this is the delicacy I want to eat." Compared to him, those people in town I ate before, they were all filthy trash. Chauga looked at his arm wrapped in a stream of green magical power, and judged. It seems that after Yue, hiding also developed schizophrenia. My punch, which treats schizophrenia, has great potential. At that moment Mingwang jumped up and rushed toward Zhaoga. Zhaoga frowned, utterly enraged, and growled word by word. This lord already told you just now. Zhaoga rushed over and ruthlessly smashed a painful punch down onto his head. He complained, you stinking blockhead. Mingwang was knocked to the ground once again. Zhaoga irritably pinned him down, continuously pounding his face with his fists while complaining. Although my disciple is good for nothing, he is not someone a mere shadow can possess. Zhaoga kept hitting him, causing Mingwang's face to become terribly swollen, making him look extremely pitiful. Give me back my dark disciple. Feng Long opened his eyes wide in astonishment, finding the sight before him unbelievable. This isn't right, that's Mingwang. To think he was beaten by fists until he was so scared he wanted to flee the body. Yuan appeared on Zayug's shoulder, staring at Mingwang with her mouth wide open. Then she quickly changed into a greedy, hungry appearance, drool dripping down the corner of her mouth. Zhaoga glanced at Yuan and commanded sternly, "You cannot swallow it. It once bowed to me, so he counts marginally as my half-disciple. Get back inside the sword." The little girl pouted miserably, putting on a pitiful expression as she retreated. Wang Bao covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes full of admiration. That kid is about to be beaten back to his original form. The man beating him is truly too handsome. Even I feel a little stir. Zhu Sha grinned and asked, "Is this Zhaoga the strongest swordsman prodigy?" On the Tianxian road, Fan Yu cautiously warned, "Be careful. That man in green robes. His taste is very special." Yushi calmly said, "According to the master's plan, we must act quickly." Wang Bao was filled with anticipation and charged down toward Zhaoga. "Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait to touch that handsome guy's body." Zhu Sha smirked lecherously, full of greed. "Ha ha ha. I love eating the blood and flesh of the strong the most." Yushi reminded them again from the front. "Remember the master's words," Fan Yu grimly sensed. "I think I smell death." Zhaoga frowned and sharply turned his head behind him. Something is coming. Zhaoga extended two fingers, shooting magical energy toward Yushi and the others, roaring, "Don't interfere with this lord." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, filling the air with dust. Zhaoga hovered in midair, looking at the stream of white energy before him. Shock registered on his face, his eyes narrowed, and he questioned himself. What is going on? A massive surge of energy erupted from Mingwang's entire body, drawing countless souls toward him. Zhaoga, full of questions, watched him standing in the center of the formation, accompanied by countless texts stretching downward. Clearly the spiritual energy wave was aimed at hiding, yet it held no malice whatsoever. Zhaoga, on the contrary, widened his eyes, as drops of cold sweat slowly trickled down his cheeks. Zhaoga was utterly shocked, innumerable questions popping into his mind. What kind of contract is it? Who would sign a contract with hiding at this very moment? This kind of situation was something he himself had never experienced. In the distance, Feng Long observed everything and said darkly, "The second step has begun. They want to make the king of the underworld, Mingwang, undergo a more drastic transformation." Mingwang spread his arms, letting out a sharp roar amidst the torrent of magic power. From above, magical rings continuously descended upon him. Mingwang's eyes glowed with blood-red light, and he revealed a chilling smile. Zhaoga narrowed his eyes, his face showing intense fury, his expression growing solemn as he exposed the plot. So this trap was never aimed at hiding from the start, but targeted this lord instead. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at Mingwang's flickering figure in the magic current, revealing their scheme. "First, I don't know what methods you used to put hiding in danger, forcing his shadow to take over his body, turning him into a severely downgraded mini version of Mingwang. Then you send out this group of strange beasts to sign a contract with the unconscious hiding. To sign a contract, making him completely fall back into demonic cultivation. This is precisely the way to push him straight to the peak of villainy." Zhaoga countered coldly. "So, what you want is for this lord to kill hiding with his own hands. Is that right?" The hidden serpent Yushi, giant sand beast Jusha, king leopard Wang Bao, and flipping fish Fan Yu gaped in astonishment upon hearing him expose the truth. How could he figure it out so quickly? Feng Long on the other side also widened his eyes, equally astounded. He actually figured it out. A dazzling golden light flashed in Zayog's eyes, and he commanded grimly advanced perception system. He thought to himself, let this lord see just what kind of beings you are, who forcibly signed a contract with hiding. The system scanned, displaying all the information about the hidden serpent. Ancient sea hidden serpent. Ghost species level 72. Explanation ancient exotic beast. Possessing an extremely rare ghost species bloodline. Next was a series of data for the flipping fish. Ancient giant flipping fish. Level 71. Explanation ancient exotic beast. Possesses the unique ability to track sense over 10,000 miles. Next was the giant sand beast ancient two-headed giant sand beast. Level 71. Explanation ancient exotic beast. Its strength is immense, surpassing others of its kind by 30%. Finally, information about the king leopard was displayed on the screen. Ancient sea king leopard level 72. Explanation ancient exotic beast extremely strong defense, surpassing others of its kind by 30%. Joga relaxed his face, the corner of his mouth curving slightly into an indifferent smile. So you are all ancient exotic beasts. You all came out of a loophole in the eye of chaos. Didn't you? The giant sand beast crossed two of its arms, while the other two were spread open brazenly as it replied. Even if you figured all this out, it's useless. The spiritual energy within this body has been completely transformed into the power of an exotic beast. You only have one choice: kill him. Joga clasped his hands behind his back, showing a slightly regretful smile as he spoke. As expected, advanced exotic beasts can speak human language and possess intelligence. It's just a pity. The king leopard cackled and asked curiously, a pity about what? Handsome human lord. Joga glared at her and pronounced loudly, a pity that you gained intelligence, but only a tiny bit. The giant sand beast scratched its head with one hand and placed the other on its chin, confused by the meaning of his words. What does only a tiny bit mean? Is he complimenting us? The hidden serpent, having understood Zayog's words, explained, he is calling us idiots. Jusha understood immediately, was consumed by rage, rushed toward him and shrieked, I'll kill you. Guan Yu grabbed his wrist and quickly stopped him, shouting, stop. The master once said, we cannot defeat him. Remember, as long as one of the four of us is still alive, his disciple will forever remain a rogue cultivator. Run. Yushi took the command and replied yes. Wang Bao looked at her and promised, see you under the sea. Chaga watched Guan Yu and the others scatter and flee, leaving only Jusha behind. A mocking smile curled up on his lips and he spoke. All your companions have run away. Clearly you are stupider. Jusha put his palms together, displaying a move, transforming into a massive fish. It said arrogantly, they are all cowards. I am different from them. Plans? What plans? If I kill you, all the credit will belong to me alone. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and charged at Chauga. His eyes flashed with light and his entire body emitted powerful magical energy. Is that so? Jusha was quickly swept away by Chayaja's torrent of spiritual energy, and engulfed by it. A circle appeared behind him, shining with intertwined patterned lines. He calmly watched it being sliced in two. Then you must remember clearly. In your next life, remember to get a better brain. A tense atmosphere permeated between Chauga and Mingwan, who faced each other in the air. In the midst of it, Chauga held his hands in front of his abdomen, his demeanor calm. Now there are only the two of us left here. Meanwhile, Mingwang spread its arms and roared loudly, tilting its head back. This scene surprised Feng Long somewhat. He observed intently. If he were entangled by Mingwang at this moment, those strange beasts would escape. In that case, Mingwang would be unable to transform back into a human. Lu Chauga, what do you plan to do? Just then Mingwang extended its sharp claws, charging forward to attack Chauga. Just as its claws were closing in on Chayaja's face, a stream of water suddenly appeared. Chauga stood there calmly watching Mingwang being swallowed by a whirlpool. Even Feng Long himself couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The power of heaven and earth. And such pure power of heaven and earth. Wait, that's wrong. How can the power of heaven and earth be so strong? The power of heaven and earth has always only been able to provide a little assistance to cultivators. How can he trap Mingwang? Various thoughts surged in Chaoja's mind. As he observed Ming Wang opposite him, the power of heaven and earth intensified again. He could sense the emotions contained within the water flow. Besides the chaotic intent to kill, it also seemed tinged with a hint of pain. His stern face was reflected in the clear surface of the water. Haiting. This master knows you are still in there. Don't worry, this master will definitely bring you back. It seemed as if Haiting was being bound by several fiery red arms. He sobbed and cried out, "Master, master!" Chaoga immediately leaped high into the air and departed, leaving only a command. "I will first go and eliminate those 3 strange beasts, and then return to help you regain consciousness." He calmly clasped his hands behind his back, then commanded rain. Rain immediately fell from the sky, accompanied by descending lightning. Seeing this, Chaoga thought, the more water there is, the easier it is for this venerable one to control. He stared below with deep eyes. Subsequently, Chaoga increased his power again, making himself fly faster. Just now I was able to be fast, but you all must slow down. Meanwhile, Yushi saw the rain and laughed happily. She excitedly raised her head. What is going on? How can it suddenly rain so heavily? And Wang Bao was equally excited. She glared fiercely at the opponent. We are all born of the sea. With the rain it's easier for us to escape. Heaven is really helping us out. Fan Yu bared his sharp teeth, enjoying the rain. This water came at just the right time. We've been on land for too long. My nose is practically dry. Suddenly, Buzz, the flying snake body, began to shake, causing her panic. It's too heavy. What's happening? This water isn't right. Cold sweat poured down Wang Bao's face. She felt a little afraid, thinking to herself, could this also be the ability of that guy named Lu Chaoga? Even Fan Yu was confused when he saw the rain intensifying. Oh no, this rain isn't here to help. Suddenly he turned his head and saw Chaoga. He calmly launched an attack, splitting Fan Yu's body in 2. Meanwhile, Feng Long had approached Ming Wang. Ming Wang was trapped inside a sphere of water. Ming Wang, want me to help you get out? He looked up, staring intently into Ming Wang's eyes. He then spoke, you feel you can't break through it yourself. Therefore I also cannot break through this water sphere of his. Then Feng Long slowly raised his hand, intending to touch the water sphere. If that's the case, why not give it a try? Just as his finger made contact with the water sphere, a small vortex appeared on the water sphere. This isn't his instruction. I want to do this myself, because this is one of the few things that manages to pique my interest. Suddenly, Feng Long heard the familiar voice of Chaoga. I suggest you refrain from doing that. Chaoga hovered midair. His figure was reflected upon the water sphere. The moment I arrived here, I sensed someone observing in secret. At that time I determined that person watching in secret is either the main culprit, or they are. He clasped his hands behind his back, glancing into the distance. The main culprit's best instrument, an indispensable tool. Hearing this, Feng Long immediately turned his head to look behind him. You are too smart. So smart that one intensely desires to possess you. Lu Chaoga. At the same time, Chaoga raised 2 fingers. Clear displeasure showed on his face. Noisy. Chaoga unleashed a powerful strike from high above, plummeting straight down. Feng Long coldly glared at the blue light before him. It seemed Sect Master Lu was quite angry. Suddenly his body gradually dissipated into fragments. Despite this, he spoke calmly. Unfortunately, I am not foolish enough to face you with my main body. Sword Dao genius, I've learned a lesson today. Feng Long gradually faded away. His body became blurred, only half remaining. We shall meet again another day. And when we do, I will certainly. Suddenly 2 rays of light flew out, shattering Feng Long's body into pieces. At the same time, Chaoga lowered his 2 fingers. He frowned, observing below. A coward who only runs away. I have no time for your nonsense. Subsequently, Chaoga stared intently at Ming Wang, who was still trapped in the water sphere. Your body is mixed with death energy and ghostly aura. Your spiritual energy is also corrupted, gradually turning you into a demonic cultivator. Although I killed those 3 strange beasts, you won't be able to recover immediately. Return to the sect first. I have my own methods. Chaoga calmly turned his head to observe his surroundings. Only seeing some floating human figures, This is the foot of the mountain where you stopped to cultivate. It is a pity that it has been destroyed like this. A ray of light appeared beneath Cheaja's feet, transforming into a golden lotus. Chauga manipulated his power. It seems this place is where you felt relaxed and comfortable, and where people you cherished resided. Otherwise you wouldn't have stayed here. Your master will help send them off. Just at this moment, the souls below gradually flew towards the lotus flower. Behind Lu Cheaja's performance of the rebirth incantation, only the souls of Lady Li and Li Xiao silently stared at the water sphere. This sight slightly surprised Lu Chauga. He murmured quietly to himself. These two souls seem to have deep affection for Heading. Perhaps they are the reason Heading remained in this place. Afterwards Lu Chauga sighed, feeling a hint of regret. At the same time he closed his eyes, deciding to leave. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Your master will set up memorial tablets for them on your behalf. 2 stone steels appeared immediately. Under Lu Cheaja's control, they were driven into the foundation. He stood before the 2 steels, then cupped his hands to express gratitude and spoke. Thank you both for taking care of my disciple. Once Heading wakes up, I will certainly bring him here to pay respects. As for the enmity you suffered, my men will naturally seek justice for you. Immediately after, Lu Chauga flew high into the sky with the water sphere. He must return to the sect as soon as possible, to free Heading from captivity. At this time, Suifeng was standing with his back to Feng Long. He asked coldly, "Did you fail?" Feng Long slightly furrowed his brow, and calmly explained, "No, we have succeeded halfway. The king of the underworld inside Heading has been awakened, and he was forcefully bound by a strange beast's contract, turning him into a demon cultivator." Suddenly Suifeng glanced back, his expression gloomy. So only the final step remains, having Lu Chauga kill Heading with his own hands. Hearing this, Feng Long merely bowed his head silently, then replied, "That's right, but I have a premonition that even if we make that Lu Chauga kill Heading himself, his Dao heart will not shatter." Suifeng placed his hands behind his back, while looking up to observe the scene. "That is not certain yet. Even the strongest people have flaws, such as emotions. As long as his Dao heart shatters, he will no longer be able to break through realms. Naturally, he won't affect our great plan." Suddenly, Feng Long frowned deeply and opened his mouth to ask, "Suifeng, but why must we destroy his Dao heart instead of killing him?" He couldn't help but feel confused, staring towards where Suifeng was standing. Wouldn't that be faster? Suifeng's hands were behind his back. He frowned, showing his irritation. I really didn't expect one of your 3 corpses to dare inquire about my private matters." Just then Suifeng controlled several streams of cyan energy to spread around. Feng Long was immediately suppressed, gritting his teeth and kneeling on the ground. He turned around with his back to Feng Long, and then warned, "My affairs do not require your commentary." Sweat beaded on Feng Long's cheeks. At the same time he lowered his head and replied, "Yes, Sect Master." Suddenly he saw a stack of covered cards flying towards him. Meanwhile Suifeng glanced at him, a slight smirk on his lips, and issued a command. "Next I need you to handle 4 tasks. Each covered card represents 1 task, but you are only allowed to open 1 at a time." Then Suifeng leisurely played with the bright red inner elixir in his palm. "Your inner elixir is still with me. If you betray me, I believe you already know what the consequence will be." Hearing this, Feng Long quickly answered respectfully before disappearing, "Yes, Sect Master." In Suifeng's palm were those covered cards emitting shimmering light. A few days later in Jiang Town, Qinglong Stream encountered a second-ranked Purple Eye member of the ZUS Society. He stared blankly at the mist swirling in front of him, his heart troubled. Qinglong Chuan, Lu Cheaja's Moism sect, is also in this location. Judging by this, that Li Suifeng has done half a good deed, I suppose. Then Suifeng slowly pulled up his hood, concealing half of his face. "Actually, even if you don't answer me, I already know why you dare not directly kill Lu Chauga." He calmly concealed his appearance and walked down the mountain. "Because you are afraid too. Afraid that after killing Lu Chauga, it will lead to even more terrifying karma." A trace of resentment flashed across Suifeng's eyes. At the same time he gritted his teeth and thought, Li Suifeng, you are just like me. Nothing more than a puppet on the surface. Suddenly he who was previously moving stopped again by the roadside. Suifeng slowly turned his head to look at the child, who was happy because his father was holding him. Just as he left, only those bones remained behind him, buried deep underground. You don't taste very good, but right now I don't like the way you are all smiling. Cheage's voice suddenly rang out, just as he saw Ming Wang roaring wildly, hiding what is going on. Sun Yan immediately spoke up, perplexed. The ghostly aura is so intense. Has he been possessed by a ghost? Dongli was equally worried. Senior brother, being entangled by a ghostly aura is terrifying. Chaoga stood opposite Ming Wang, observing him calmly. The situation is urgent. I need to take Hiding to the secret room to expel the evil first. Once Hiding recovers, I will tell everyone the details. You all should come with me to guard the ritual. Dongli quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. In the sealed room, Chaoga quietly observed Ming Wang's actions, and then comforted him. Hold on. Your master will first help you remove the power of the monstrous beast. Subsequently, Chaoga raised his hand, causing a mass of golden light to appear. Domain Human Immortal. Activating the Human Immortal domain has a special effect. It can transform the power of the monstrous beast on the altar into round pearls. The beast power stored inside Hiding's body can be removed using this method. Streams of crimson airflow pass through the blue sphere according to his command, subsequently locking down Ming Wang. Human Immortal Spirit Severance. A system screen suddenly appeared in midair. The Human Immortal's second ability, Spirit Severance Effect. Description: select target. Proceed to extract a large amount of spiritual power from a single target. The extraction rate is 36%. The value of the selected target's maximum spiritual power per minute, which can be increased based on the domain's compatibility. Those tentacles coiled ever more tightly around Ming Wang's body. Chaoga watched with satisfaction as Ming Wang fell unconscious in the green current. It works. However, there is a second step. Next, he frowned slightly, then took out the crimson spheres of light. Although the power of the monstrous beast has been extracted, his spiritual power inside will be completely depleted, but his consciousness is still occupied by that dark figure. Chaoga immediately waved his arm to the side, destroying the surrounding water sphere. Ming Wang still needs one more punch, specially for curing schizophrenia. At the same time, he coldly glanced downwards, and didn't forget to stretch his muscles. Ming Wang lay on the ground terrified. Upon seeing Cheage's robust figure, stop sleeping, get up, take a beating, then go back to sleep. In that locked building, the sound of fists tearing through the air echoed along with repeated screams of agony. Seeing this sight, Luobing immediately widened his eyes, looking at his sect leader uncle. Is this really helping senior brother expel the evil? Dongli propped her chin and explained seriously. The sect leader always acts in unconventional ways. Luobing, you must not doubt him. Only Sun Yan was restless. At Spring and Autumn Mountain we only used the heart-cleansing incantation to expel evil. This commotion from Chaoga, I just feel like he's doing something else entirely. Suddenly she felt a bit embarrassed, because she recalled intimate scenes with Chaoga. This motion is somewhat similar to when I was with Chaogu in the couple's seating area. Meanwhile, Hei Ting was covering his face with his hands, quietly pleading, Master, please stop hitting me. That was the azure spiritual energy coiling around Chaoga's arm. He curled his lip and joked, awake already. Hei Ting immediately burst into loud sobs. He was enduring the pain. Master, please stop hitting me. Your disciple fears he won't be able to wake up again. Hearing this, Chaoga stroked his chin and thought, it seems it's time to train and strengthen your physical constitution. Hei Ting's face immediately showed extreme horror, his mouth wide open. Meanwhile, Chaoga calmly stood up. At the same time, he glanced down at Hei Ting. Since you are already awake, you need to quickly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish your exhausted body. Immediately meditate and circulate the Yin Qi Ju. Hei Ting struggled to sit up and quickly responded, Yes, Master, right away. He sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed, sensing that power. Sweat poured down, mixing with the fresh blood flowing from his eyes, nose and mouth. Chaoga watched from the side and couldn't help but feel surprised. He was stunned, thinking to himself, In Shiju Volume 2 is a purple tire mid-grade cultivation technique. Although the speed of replenishing spiritual power is very fast, the feeling of pain when bleeding from all 7 orifices is indeed extremely intense. Suddenly Chao Gu saw Hei Ting spit out a mouthful of blood looking like he was about to faint. He widened his eyes in panic. The In Shiju is absorbing too much. He's bleeding from the absorption. Sweat beaded on Chao Gu's cheek. He walked towards Hei Ting with great concern. Enough, stop! Hei Ting gritted his teeth and wiped away the blood flowing from his mouth. Yes, master. Chao Gu restlessly waved his hand, thinking, don't absorb any more. You're about to pass out. What damn spiritual power are you replenishing? Suddenly Hei Ting abruptly knelt on the floor. A trace of surprise flashed across Chao Gu's face. He frowned suspiciously. Hei Ting meanwhile repeatedly kowtowed to Chao Gu. At the same time he cried and sobbed. Hei Ting has disgraced the sect, causing tens of thousands of common folk in Jingan Town Shu State to die at the hands of demon cultivators. Please punish this disciple, master. Hearing this, Chao Gu merely frowned calmly and said, those demon cultivators, you have already made them pay their blood debts. But when it comes to revenge, this is far from enough. I will handle this matter. I truly want to see who the mastermind is. With his hands clasped behind his back, his tall figure was further accentuated. Hei Ting, right now, you should first tell your master the detailed account of your training experience down the mountain. Hei Ting looked up at him and replied, yes. Yes. Meanwhile, amidst a pile of rubble, 2 stone grave markers stood solemnly. Suddenly a stream of purple smoke flew out from the stone markers. More and more currents of air gathered around the stone markers, forming an orb of light. Gradually the faint figure of Xiaoli appeared on the stone marker. She trembled, her pale lips quivering, and choked out, brother Hei Ting, hurry and go. Xiaoli slowly left the stone marker. At the same time she rushed forward and shouted, go kill him. The bright full moon hung high in the night sky, radiating light. Meanwhile Feng Long, clad in a black cloak, seemed to merge with the darkness according to the instructions on the bamboo slip. He was to arrive at the location of Ziyan Erdang Ziyu. This must be the place. This town seems very populous, but the scent of demon cultivators is very strong. Subsequently he stopped in front of a building, while raising his hand to knock on the door. The strongest scent is right here. The voice of Erwu came from inside the building. Come in. Feng Long slowly took off his hood. He quietly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly Feng Long frowned slightly. He pondered. All 7 people are demon cultivators. Suddenly Erwu walked to the opposite side of Feng Long. He coldly opened his mouth to inquire. The representatives of Qingjia's 7 major demon cultivation organizations are all here, master. What are your instructions? A bamboo token flew out from Feng Long's robes. Several lines of text hovered in the air, capturing everyone's attention. Meanwhile Feng Long was secretly smiling faintly. Interesting, this is truly too interesting. His face became fierce and cruel, and he widened his bloodshot eyes. His instruction is to order us to eliminate all sword cultivators of the Jian sect in the entire Qinglong prefecture. Hiding knelt on the ground. At the same time Hiding's gaze was fixed firmly on Xiaoji's back. Master Chaoga, everything that happened during this recent descent down the mountain for training is about like this. Those demon cultivators suddenly attacked Jingan Town. It seems like they were targeting you. Suddenly Chaoga walked toward Hiding and gently supported his arm. They weren't targeting you, they were targeting me. Many things have happened during the time you were away from the mountain. This might be related to the demon cultivators who previously snuck into the Jian sect's sword prison. When Hiding hesitated, afraid to speak, Chaoga started speaking. What is it you want to ask? Just ask whatever you have on your mind. He lowered his head and sighed softly. The memory of Xiaoli flashed through his mind. There was a girl named Xiaoli in Jingan Town. She hearing this, Chaoga frowned slightly, staring ahead. I have already established a memorial tablet for her and promised to avenge them. It's just that Hiding's expression was anxious, and he widened his eyes awaiting the answer. Master, just what? Chaoga silently put his hands behind his back, while glancing in Hiding's direction. The residents of that town, while they were alive, were already affected by your transformation. I fear new complications might arise. Perhaps some ghosts will even be born. After all, the name residing in hiding shadow can devour soul jades and is also called the king of the underworld by those people. It is extremely normal for wandering souls to be influenced by a ghost king. Beads of sweat rolled down Hiding's cheeks. He tightly grasped Cheage's hand in panic. Is there any way to resolve this? I heard that if a soul transforms into a ghost entity, it will be difficult for it to enter reincarnation, and the only ending is for the soul to be scattered. Suddenly, Chauga widened his eyes and interrupted him. Your master only said that this is a possibility. If it really comes to that, there will still be a solution. By then perhaps Hiding himself will possess the solution hidden within his shadow. Hearing this, Hiding could only reach up and scratch his head. He stammered out, Master, it's good that there's a solution. It's just that I have one more thing, and am not sure if I should mention it. Doubt flashed through Cheage's eyes. Speak. This brat is playing guessing games with me. Hiding walked opposite Chauga, while stretching both hands forward. I don't know what happened, so I can only demonstrate it for Master to see. Master, please stand farther away from me. Immediately afterward, Chauga calmly considered it, then quickly stepped back, retreating. What's going on? You're telling me to keep my distance. Meanwhile, Hiding widened his eyes, concentrating his power, and released a green light. He appeared to be standing with his arms spread wide, in the middle of a river littered with bones. Master, look, what is this? At this moment, Cheage's expression was extremely excited. He smiled and offered lavish praise. Excellent. You are about to form a domain. Your possession by the shadow this time seems to have caused some changes to your physical constitution. Although the domain hasn't fully formed yet, it already has a preliminary form. Hiding looked bewildered, and then he scratched his head and asked doubtfully, Does this mean I can possess a sword domain in the future? Chauga looked into Hiding's eyes and answered calmly, That is exactly right. Just looking at the embryonic form of this domain, one can tell that the potential of this domain will likely not be low. Afterward, he looked gently at the person opposite and instructed, You should go rest first. Take a walk nearby. Don't force yourself to circulate energy, just let your mind settle down. Later, Hiding respectfully bowed forward. Yes, Master. After Chauga saw Hiding leave, he couldn't help but ponder to himself. Although this kid is stubborn and dull, he values loyalty highly. Judging by his expression just now, he would rather give up this territory just to resurrect that girl and his grandmother. He pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, with a trace of regret. What a pity the departed cannot be revived. Suddenly Cheage's gaze drifted downwards. He mumbled softly, Unless soul jade is used. Then Chauga took out a crimson sphere. At the same time he observed it intently. But even this can only create a zombie, or perhaps even a monster. A golden system screen suddenly appeared in midair. You have new rewards available for claiming. Killed the furried chaos beasts. Reward 45 million experience points. Obtained special reward. Imperial tier spell upgrade coupon. Chauga. He raised his head, thoughts continuously surfacing in his mind. These are the rewards for those 4 guys. As expected, they were judged as leaders. Spell upgrade coupon. It's the first time I've seen one. What does it do? The system seemed to respond to Chauga, displaying more information. Detected the host's commonly used Imperial tier spells are Purity Chant and Spiritual Wind Chant. Do you wish to use the upgrade coupon? Chauga immediately made his choice. Both of these spells are quite ordinary, and I haven't heard of them having upgraded versions. Let's try it. The system changed the text on the screen. Purity Chant Imperial tier low grade. Upgraded and advanced to Purity Fist Chant blue tier low grade. Effect increased by 50%, and it has become a passive spell skill. When the fist makes contact with someone's face, the effect will be produced. Chauga dropped his jaw in astonishment and exclaimed, Holy crap! It actually upgraded like this. From now on I won't have to cast the Purity Chant on my fist to strengthen my punches anymore. From this day forward, this venerable one's fist will specialize in curing all kinds of schizophrenia. The golden screen flashed. Spiritual Wind Technique Imperial tier low grade. Upgraded and advanced to Wind Calling Technique blue tier low grade. He can summon great winds with an area of effect reaching 2 square kilometers. Seeing this, Chauga excitedly stroked his chin, full of anticipation. Before when I called for rain there was only rain. But now this is great. This venerable one can now call for wind and summon rain. The aura of an immortal. This counts as a powerful +1 among spell upgrades. Subsequently he leisurely opened the door and walked out. The rewards have been claimed. Next I need to check on the cultivation progress of the disciples down the mountain. This venerable one needs to show face more often to motivate those most perfect tools. After all the disturbance of the chaos is getting more and more. Suddenly Chowga saw blue numbers appear before him. Chowga stared blankly at the system above. Heavenly Profound Realm Major Version Update. A cold bead of sweat dripped down his cheek. A major version update. Is this the time for it? The golden system began to rotate. The public beta version has ended. The official version of the Heavenly Profound Realm is about to launch. The entire server will cease operation within 3 days. All players please log off immediately. The content of the brand new version update will be revealed in 3 days. At this moment Chowga frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. It seems a major event is about to happen again. Young people wearing modern clothes were holding their phones. The major version update is finally here. This is awesome. The maximum level in the public beta version is level 40. Besides, there are still many incomplete features. You still can't spend real money on it yet. I wonder what the official version will include. I'm so looking forward to it. Why 3 days I want to play right now. Meanwhile Ali was leaning back against the chair. At the same time she slowly took off her glasses. Ali reached up and pushed her hair back. She pondered for a moment and said, a major version update. I wonder what they're updating. They wouldn't delete Lu Chowga, would they? Suddenly Lingling appeared by the door. With her hands on her hips she interrupted Ali. That absolutely won't happen. Lingling glanced downwards dismissively. She puffed out her chest and declared, Lu Chowga is currently the most charming character. If they delete him this game will be neglected. Hearing this Ali felt very curious, crossing her arms and looking intently at Lingling. Well then why don't you tell me what they are updating this time? Also, Lingling turned away coldly, intending to leave. You ask me, who should I ask? Just then she clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth. With an unwilling expression on her face. You are already a disciple of the Momin sect. And you're so close to him. But what about me? I've never even seen his real body. With my own eyes. Afterwards, Lingling took out her phone, staring intently at it. If the company that published this game really dares to delete Chowga, it'll take people there and tear down that company. Chayaja's photo was on her phone screen. He was tall and smiling. Nobody is allowed to touch my husband. Lingling was drooling with obsession. Just as she put her face close to the phone screen. My Chowga is the best in the world, he. Meanwhile the administrator was petting the puppy. At the same time he took a drag from his cigarette. Don't be so loud. I heard you. Are you asking me what I'm about to update? The voice rang out as the administrator looked up, observing the screen across from him. I haven't thought it through yet, but I'm a little tired of it. So I want to make an update. Suddenly, the administrator turned his head and covered his ears. He said irritably, Quiet down. You're going to make me deaf with all that noise. I know. I want to destroy this world. The administrator brought the cigarette to his mouth and took a heavy drag. He worked with concentration. The Tiangshuanji world. It's our only hope of getting back. How could I possibly destroy my only chance? What's more, the development of this world has long exceeded my expectations. The administrator's hand pressed the cigarette but hard against the floor to extinguish it. Got it, I'll update these things. A brilliant smile bloomed on his lips. Then he constantly tapped the screen in front of him. The new version is here. Residents of the Tianxian world, hurry up and welcome the fourth calamity. 77,138. Lu Chowga. He who was originally sitting at the wooden table suddenly saw the system screen appear. Seeing the sight before him he said in astonishment, Empty. What in the world did that guy update? The official updated version of Tiangshuanji. A bead of sweat rolled down Lu Chayaja's cheek. He frowned, slightly stunned. Didn't they say it would open in 3 days? Could the problem be on my end? Afterwards he rested his chin in his hand, staring thoughtfully at the screen. But I have to say, if players see this stuff, They might be happy enough to go crazy, right? The official update release date is still 2 days away, so I'm seeing the update content early. If I create an account and leak this information, it would definitely go viral. Suddenly a thought flashed through Lu Cheage's mind. This made him grip the teacup even tighter. However, this update also conceals some other matters. The first is that the Eye of Chaos won't erupt so quickly. Tianquanji is a game, and if the Eye of Chaos erupts, the players won't be able to continue playing at all. Zhao slowly sipped his bitter tea, thinking about everyone. So it is certain that for now the Eye of Chaos will be suppressed by some kind of power. By now he had already walked out of the courtyard looking up at the bright blue sky. But the second point is even more terrifying. Who is manipulating all of this behind the scenes? Zhao seemed to see a vast space, where mountain peaks and mist intertwined, controlling a massive real Tianquanji. In Zayog's mind, the image of a mysterious dark silhouette suddenly appeared, standing right next to Earth. The world is controlled by the human race. This displeases this venerable one greatly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly in displeasure. Just then, Xinyan walked towards Zhao from a courtyard. She spoke softly. "Senior brother is out here again." Zhao turned his head to look at her. "Why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Xinyan stopped opposite him. She smiled and said, "Sect Leader, what are you thinking about now?" Zhao merely raised the teacup in his hand and replied perfunctorily, "I'm not thinking about anything. Just drinking tea, that's all." Suddenly Xinyan reached out and gently brushed Zayog's hair aside, looking at him with concern. "Your eyebrows are furrowed into a Chuan character. Yet you say things like that. How could I possibly believe you?" Zhao froze like a statue, staring intently at Xinyan. He thought, she is so smart. But some truths are beyond what she can handle. If I don't explain things clearly, it will only cause her unnecessary worry. I should probably just say this for now. Then Zhao held Xinyan's hand with one hand, while wrapping the other around her shoulder. "Since you're awake, why don't we go back to sleep for a bit? Perhaps we can increase the population of our Momen sect." Xinyan shyly snuggled into Zayog's embrace. Her cheeks flushed. She smiled and said, "All right. I'll listen to senior brother." Zhao looked down at Xinyan before him and spoke softly. Just then Donli approached from a distance. She folded her arms, interrupting Zayog's conversation. "Reporting to the sect leader Lu. Donli has something to report." Seeing the situation, Zhao started sweating profusely. He widened his eyes and stared at her. "The way she looks. That's not a report, that's clearly an angry report." Then he stepped forward a few paces and asked with a serious expression, "Little pair, what is it?" Donli cupped her hands in front of her. Yet she avoided Zayog's gaze. "A few days ago, the disciples of Yin Si and the disciples of Luo Han delivered 2 boxes, saying they were things senior brother won from their masters. I didn't remember it a few days ago, but I recalled it today, so I am returning them to the sect leader." Zhao frowned slightly, trying hard to recall the memory. There was indeed such an incident. He had won that wager. Their final hand was a pair of 3s. It was a slightly dishonorable win, so he hadn't paid attention to it. He didn't expect them to actually send the items. Zhao immediately stretched out his hand and smiled expectantly, saying, "Little pair, where are those 2 boxes now?" Hearing this, Donli simply turned her head aside and proudly announced with folded arms, "They are in the inner hall. Senior brother should go retrieve them himself." Also, Donli shot him a glance, while coldly pursing her lips to remind Zhao, "During the day within the sect, please refer to me by my title, Elder Lu, Sect Leader." Zayog's expression froze at this moment, and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. Is this girl crazy? Xinyan is right here, yet she still dares to call her by her official title. Her behavior is clearly meant to provoke Xinyan and me. Suddenly he heard a burst of laughter. He turned around and saw Xinyan. This scene caught Lu Chao off guard. He immediately asked in confusion, "Little pair is being so disrespectful. Aren't you angry?" Xinyan gently placed her hand on her abdomen and walked closer to Lu Chao, smiling. "She is your sister. And she is my sister too. Why should I be angry at her? I took up her brother's time. She has been with you for so long. Isn't it natural for her to act a little childish? Hearing this, Lu Chaoga was even more pleased. He replied with a smile, you truly understand the bigger picture. I was still thinking. Xin Yan moved closer to Lu Chaoga, with an expression hinting that she wanted to tease him. Thinking what, that I would be angry at her. I am yours now. Everything else is minor. At the same time she grabbed Lu Chaoga's hand, and then walked closely by his side. Alright, hurry up and go take a look. The Insi and the Arhat are two of the four sages renowned alongside the Sage Master and the Sword Venerable. They are two of the four sages equally famous as the Sage Master and the Sword Venerable. The items they sent definitely won't be bad. Perhaps they are treasures that can help you prosper the Momin sect. Treasures that can help you prosper the Momin sect. Lu Chaoga stopped in front of the two wooden boxes, which were of different colors and placed on the table. These were the two treasures he had won. He slowly controlled the red box, causing the lid to open automatically. A Buddhist talisman immediately appeared before his eyes, emitting a glittering golden light. A Buddhist talisman Namo. This talisman. Lu Chaoga was extremely excited after seeing the talisman. A Buddhist talisman. He exclaimed with a smile, it truly is a supreme treasure. The talisman drawn by that Arhat certainly required a lot of effort. Perhaps he also acknowledges that I am a rising star in the future, and wants to establish a good relationship early. He wants to establish a good relationship ahead of time. Next, Lu Chaoga spread his hand and applied a force, causing the blue box to open as well. Let's see what the Insi sent. At this moment he saw a token, placed right in the center of the blue box. A wooden token. A pass token. This wooden token was exquisitely carved. High-level access pass. Shanweishan. At this moment Lu Chaoga propped his chin looking at this pass token, feeling slightly confused. Just an entry and exit token. But why would I go to the Insi's territory? I'm not familiar with her either. Could it be that for a sword cultivator like me? She wants to take me on as a disciple. Right at this moment, a magnificent building was hidden among the green trees. Shanweishan Luwela Sacred Land. Bai Lu was gently combing the Insi's hair, her face filled with admiration. She smiled and praised her master. You've been looking more and more beautiful lately. Just then the Insi kicked Bai Lu flying. Despite this, Bai Lu continued to praise her. Master, I especially like it when you use force. Meanwhile the Insi sat in front of a bronze mirror, then frowned and slowly reached out to lift her hair. Bai Lu's condition is getting worse and worse. But why hasn't that brat Lu Chaoga made any move yet? I've already sent the precious token allowing access to Lu Weilu. Does he actually disdain coming here? The Insi's eyes were somewhat unfocused as she recalled Lu Chaoga's handsome appearance, making her ponder even more. Since that boy is uniquely handsome, he and my Bai Lu would make a perfect match. I hope he understands my intention soon. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga was sneezing non-stop. He frowned, secretly wondering, is someone gossiping about me behind my back? Yuer's wooden staff struck the ground heavily. She slowly walked forward. Yuer silently observed the huge gate directly opposite her. It's been years since I last returned. I wonder how Master and the Sect Leader are. Does Senior Marshal Ant still recognize me? Her footsteps stopped beside the bright red barrier. Yuer muttered softly. I wonder if Master changed the access barrier again. She then extended a black card towards the barrier. Let's try it first. Instantly, the card in Yuer's hand shattered into pieces. Sure enough, Master changed the access barrier again. At this, Yuer sighed. At the same time she made up her mind. There's no choice, I'll have to rely on that move. The moment she finished speaking, Yuer placed both hands near her mouth and tightly closed her eyes. She yelled loudly, Sect Leader Marshal Ant, Master, I'm back. When Dongli heard the voice, she immediately turned around, her face filled with surprise. That voice. And when the Master heard the voice, she Dongli smiled helplessly, then said, that girl finally remembered to come back to the sect. Just as the two of them were diligently cultivating, Dongli suddenly appeared and said to them, Stop, stop, stop. You two can stop practicing. Your eldest senior sister is back. Follow me, your master, to go meet her. When Xiao Chou heard this, she immediately shouted happily, Yay, no more practice, eldest senior sister is the best. If only eldest senior sister came back every day. However, these words caused Dongli to look at the little girl with a displeased expression. Xiao Qiu quickly corrected herself. Even if eldest senior sister is back, our sword cultivation practice cannot be neglected. Dongli ignored these words and calmly tossed out a light boat. Alright, while starting today, Xiao Qiu's training intensity will double. The girl here instantly panicked. Master, please don't. Xiao Qiu won't dare to slack off again. Afterward, while they were traveling, Xiao Qiu suddenly asked Master curiously. Senior sister Bingbing, isn't she your first disciple? So is eldest senior sister older than senior sister Bingbing? Luo Bing, who was traveling with them, suddenly laughed. Older, yes, she is a little older. As for Dongli, she slowly explained to the little girl. Luo Bing is indeed my first disciple. But eldest senior sister's background and identity are a bit special. You will find out later. Xiao Qiu immediately widened her eyes, her face full of shock. A special background. At this moment a large courtyard gradually appeared below. Look quickly, that is your eldest senior sister. But Xiao Qiu, this is your first time meeting her. So be polite later. Your eldest senior sister is the gentlest and kindest person. The little girl immediately replied loudly and obediently. Yes, master. Suddenly, however, Dongli frowned, filled with worry. What is going on with Yuer's appearance? At this moment, Yuer below was gently waving to master, junior sister Luo Bing, and junior sister Xiao Qiu, who was mentioned in the letter. What a lovely little girl. Seeing this appearance, Xiao Qiu asked blankly, eldest senior sister, why do you look like an old woman? Are you too old? Even Luo Bing looked extremely puzzled. Master, why does eldest senior sister look like this? Even so, Dongli nearly replied, perplexed. Your master don't know either. Let's go ask her first. What exactly happened? Furthermore, she felt very confused in her heart. 2 years ago, when she went down the mountain for mortal trials, she was clearly still a young girl. How come now she looks like an 80-year-old? Mortal. But the spiritual energy feels exactly like Yuer. It's not an evil cultivator in disguise. Afterward, the three descended together. Yuer still greeted them happily. Master, long time no see. But she quickly noticed something and asked suspiciously, Master, why do you all look like that? Is there something wrong with Yuer? Dongli immediately examined her closely. You spent 2 years undergoing mortal trials down the mountain. Why have you aged this much? You are only a few years younger than I, your master. But now you look decades older than I do. Hearing this, she laughed and joked. This isn't how I should look. Could the problem have occurred during my mortal trials? As long as I activate my spiritual energy, I can regain my original appearance. Master, there is no need to worry. I will unseal the spiritual energy now. Next, she set up a small formation array and gently gave the command. Spiritual energy seal. Open. Immediately the surrounding aura surged violently, filling Xiao Qiu with anticipation. Is senior disciple sister about to return to her beautiful self? However, Yuer's appearance did not change at all, which shocked her greatly. What is going on? Why haven't you changed back to your youthful appearance? The little girl immediately put on a knowing expression and offered a useless analysis. Xiao Qiu thinks that senior disciple sister must have encountered bad people when she went down the mountain this time. Definitely. Faced with this situation, Dongli quickly threw out his leaf skiff. Xiao Qiu, stop talking nonsense here. Yuer, follow me immediately to see your martial uncle, the Sect Leader. Because of this reminder, Xiao Qiu also immediately straightened up. Yes, Yuer also shouted yes. And so the four of them swiftly departed. At this moment, the weather remained sunny and calm. Beneath the sky lay the Mo sect. Brilliant sunlight poured down dazzling brightly. At the same time, Xiaojia was busy checking the flow of spiritual energy. After the examination was complete, Dongli finally opened his mouth and asked him, Xiaojia, what exactly happened to Yuer? On the other hand, Yuer seemed quite optimistic. Martial uncle, Sect Leader, and Master, you don't need to trouble yourselves. This incident is only due to Yuer's own carelessness. From now on, I can only rely on this appearance when meeting others. Yuer is not blaming fate or others. However, these words were immediately refuted by Xinyan. How can you just accept this? I heard you are only 20 years old this year, the prime age for youth and beauty. You still need to find a cultivation partner later. You shouldn't say such disheartening things. As for Xiaojia, he slowly informed them at this point, her spiritual energy has not been contaminated. Then he tried asking Yuer, during your time undergoing trials in the mortal world, did you encounter anyone special? She immediately replied respectfully, reporting to Martial Uncle Sect Leader, when Yuer went down the mountain this time, I did not encounter anyone special. Nor did I encounter any demonic cultivators. It's just that when I arrived at Huangfeng City in the Luo Kingdom beneath the mountain, I noticed the common people there aged very quickly, so I stayed there for half a year. Donli grew even more panicked upon hearing this. She only stayed for half a year and ended up like this. What on earth is going on, Xiaojia? We cannot ignore this matter. You know, Yuer was left behind by her parents. The words she was about to say were suddenly interrupted by another thought. Strictly speaking, Yuer is not considered my disciple. The first time I saw her, she was covered in dirt, looking dejected, and pitifully brought back to the sect. Memories of Yuer when she was little also clearly surfaced. Xiao Lizi Xiaojia. Yuer will live in the sect from now on. We will wait until she is a little older, and then let her decide whether to stay or leave. At that time Xiaojia teased him by saying, where did you pick up this treasure now? Don't tell me she's your illegitimate daughter left down the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, his father harshly pinched him. Little Yuer's family suffered a tragedy. Their enemies killed her entire family. When I passed by, I happened to see this child crawling out of the ruins. At a time like this, you brat, stop making jokes like that. The matter wasn't over yet. Xiaojia slyly sneered in orphan background. A protagonist template, huh? So his father immediately moved to discipline him, making him scream loudly in pain. Dad, 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 I am your biological son. Dad, I truly am your biological son. Donli meanwhile proactively took Yuer's hand. Don't worry about that annoying name anymore. From now on this is your home. She immediately nodded and replied softly. Following that time flew by quickly. Since then she remained within the sect. But she was neither father and mother's adopted daughter, nor a disciple, but a sojourner. Little Yuer grew up in the sect, finally emerging from the gloom, gradually becoming cheerful. Gradually Yuer matured into a beautiful young woman. Until that day, father and mother received a summons from a true disciple. A summons from Chen Shi, the true disciple of the sword sect, to collectively go out and eliminate demonic cultivators. Going back to that day, he gently stroked her head. Yuer, when I return from eliminating the demonic cultivators this time, I will accept you as a disciple of my Momin sect. How about that? Yuer obediently bowed. Yuer is infinitely grateful. In that atmosphere, Chao Gu started interjecting again. Wonderful. The protagonist is about to formally begin cultivation. Before he finished speaking, he continued to be scolded by the old man. Dad, ouch, I'm not joking, I was wrong. Truly wrong. The brief moment of joy quickly vanished. In its place were two blood-stained wooden slabs. But father and mother could never return. Yuer stood before their cold remains, unable to hide the shock and dismay on her face. Even so, Donli clearly remembered some other things. During the most painful period after the passing of the parents, Yuer was the one who constantly stayed by her side. At that time she was even comforting her. But in reality she was enduring suffering, this being the second time she had lost loved ones. Later, when everything gradually calmed down, Chao Gu immediately assigned her a position. From now on, you are officially a disciple of my Momin sect, and the eldest disciple of Elder Donli. Her attitude remained very obedient. Yes, sect leader, martial uncle. Donli suddenly rushed to explain. Wait, Yuer is the senior sister of Momin, but not my first disciple. Father didn't have time to accept her as a disciple. He'll consider this accepting a disciple on his behalf. Then she took the other person's hand with a warm smile. In any case, regardless of the designation, starting today, Yuer, you are officially one of us in Momin. Without surprise, Yuer immediately nodded and said yes. Returning to the present, Donli's palm secretly tightened, resolving her determination due to inner fury. I, Lu, Donli, have always acted cautiously, but I absolutely cannot let such a gentle Yuer suffer the arrangements of fate again. Her youth suddenly vanished. I must reclaim it for her. She no longer hesitated. and immediately reported her intention to Xiaogu, reporting to Sect Leader. I Lu Dongli request permission to leave the mountain. Yuer must have been ambushed by demonic cultivators. Right there in Huangfeng City. I must go down the mountain and reclaim her youth for her. This decision stunned Haiding, leaving him dumbfounded. Martial Aunt Dongli is truly worried about senior sister Yuer. Even Luo Bing gradually noticed. Master is genuinely angry. Only Xiao Qiu said blankly, Master has never left the mountain before. She is actually going down now. However, Xiao Gu suddenly and seriously dismissed her speculation. Who said demonic cultivators did it? Dongli's nervousness and sense of urgency intensified as a result. This kind of act, stealing someone else's lifespan, isn't it something only demonic cultivators can accomplish? To answer this question, he slowly related some things. Junior sister Xializi, you haven't left the sect for too long, so you've forgotten certain things. Besides the 300 sword sects in Qinzhou, there are many other rogue cultivator sects, and among them there are quite a few evil cultivators. After saying this, Xiao Gu secretly narrowed his eyes and then thought, but the reason I am so sure is because. Immediately afterward he quickly issued a command to the system. Heavenly Dao warning. Subsequently a red bulletin board immediately appeared displaying the information. Heavenly Dao warning. Alert Mo Men disciple Lin Yuer was harmed by an evil cultivator, who stole 75 years of her life force. This message led everyone to recall the history of this land over the millennia. In the vast Qinzhou region, the sword sect was the first to rally 300 smaller sword cultivation sects, forming the strongest force of the righteous path in the region. The various sect masters, the most prominent among them, appeared one after another after being mentioned. However, this did not mean that the entire Qinzhou landmass was populated only by pure sword cultivators. Beneath them there were still many mysterious figures of unknown origin, scattered across this expansive territory. There were also many practitioners following other paths of cultivation. If discussed in detail, they would be countless. It's just that they were not as powerful as the sword sect, nor did they have the authority to rally the might of 300 subordinate sects. Thanks to the sheer quantity, these cultivators quickly filled all the gaps. But this did not mean that they didn't exist in Qinzhou. After the recollection ended, Zhao Gu solemnly said to her, Elder Dongli, Yuer is a disciple of my Mo Men sect. Since an evil cultivator caused trouble, how can I, the sect master, stand by and do nothing? Then he flicked his sleeve, and the imposing tone in his voice was imbued with even more anger. Since they dared to lay a hand on a Mo Men disciple, then let them be prepared to meet their ultimate demise. That night the bright moonlight gently shone upon the eaves of the Mo Men sect. In the inner hall, inside the room, Zhao Gu was carefully giving instructions. Tomorrow I will descend the mountain along with Martial Uncle Xin Yin Master, and your eldest senior sister. By then only the three of you will remain at Mo Men. Now that He Ting and Luo Bing have reached the 5th realm, the two of you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the sect. In addition, he produced an extremely formidable artifact. This talisman can block one full power attack from the tyrant realm and below. This treasure is barely satisfactory. Keep it safe just in case. Luo Bing accepted it in surprise. A treasure of this caliber. And Sect Master Martial Uncle only described it as barely satisfactory. He Ting looked just as confused as she did. Tyrant realm and below. Wouldn't only someone at the 7th realm great perfection be able to block that? As for Xiao Qiu, she secretly raised her eyebrows, thinking, it looks quite ordinary. Not even as good as Xiao Qiu's sword. She then put away the treasure and announced aggressively, Sect Master Martial Uncle, you may go on your way. Mo Men is safe with me here. This level of confidence caused Zhao Gu and Xin Yan's expressions to freeze. Who did this little girl learn that attitude from? He then let out a dry laugh and patted her head. I know, it's my great fortune to have you here. He Ting, standing nearby, suddenly whispered to him, yes. Master, please rest assured, as long as He Ting is here, Mo Men will remain. Hearing this, Zhao Gu felt even more awkward. You don't necessarily have to go that far. Just protecting the sect will be enough. Right beside them, Luo Bing was swaying coquettishly, adopting a very appealing posture. Sect Master Martial Uncle, aren't you taking me down the mountain this time? Compared to guarding the mountain entrance, Luo Bing wanted to follow the sect master martial uncle more. Contrary to what she hoped for, Zhao Gu merely reminded her coolly, "After I leave, you will be responsible for half the foundation of Mo men. This task is far more important." Knowing she couldn't convince him, she sadly shrank back. Understood. But then Luo Bing smiled sweetly again, thinking, "My young master left me behind to protect the sect, because he trusts me greatly. I shouldn't pressure or trouble him." Subsequently, the conversation quickly stopped when he made his demand. "Everything that needed to be instructed has been said. You may now withdraw." His disciples immediately replied in unison, "Yes." Once the others had left, Zhao Gu asked Xin curiously, "For you to speak up and guide Yuer today, Shaoli will be very grateful to you. You have never intervened in teaching matters before." The disciple in the sect, why she was willing to speak today? Facing this question, she gently replied, "It's because of the cultivation technique of Chuanxiu Mountain. I only focused on eating and drinking, and all my emotions were suppressed. But ever since I met you, senior brother, I realized how wonderful this world is, and that there's more charm than just delicious food." The words I spoke then truly came from my heart. Then she gently caressed his face. "Shao Lizi, are you grateful to your junior sister?" "I don't mind at all. I was just thinking that if Yuer meets the man she loves, she will definitely regret giving up the prime of her youth. Giving up today's youth." The senior brother didn't miss the chance and grasped her hand. "It seems Xin, my own Xin has also changed a lot because of me. Then tonight let's enjoy our intimacy again." Xin immediately blushed and turned away. "Senior brother, you still have business to attend to tonight." Nevertheless, Zhao Gu convinced her that it wouldn't cause any delay. Just like that, the room was filled with sounds of deep affection breaking the quiet night. After a good while, the full moon softly shed its light, and the surrounding area was silent. Even though it was very late, Zhao Gu was still pacing outside. "Every time we perform dual cultivation, I can gain hundreds of thousands of experience points. Xin must be the same if this continues. Sooner or later, relying on dual cultivation, she will also break through the sixth realm. That is truly amazing." Unfortunately, the experience points gained through dual cultivation also have an upper limit. Once the number of times reaches a certain level, no more experience points will be gained. Recalling that scene, a relaxed and contented expression immediately appeared on his face. This is also quite reasonable. Otherwise, wouldn't cultivators have to do nothing but engage in joyous dual cultivation every day? Anyway, this is ultimately just an unorthodox path, not presentable. These dark recollections immediately stopped when he arrived at this path. Finally he arrived. If I want to protect the Momen sect, relying only on hiding in Luo Bing is not enough. I still have to rely on that super mysterious powerful figure in the tomb. She is the true barrier. The senior brother placed his hand on the tombstone and gently knocked a few times, like saying, "Hello, are you there?" Subsequently, a wisp of residual soul appeared. So he quickly got straight to the point. "I'm going to leave here for a while, and Shao Lizi is coming with me. There won't be anyone else in the sect. Will you guard the sect for us?" Hearing this request, the small soul suddenly opened its mouth wide and pointed to itself. Zhao Gu immediately flicked a small sparkling stone from his hand. "Don't worry, I understand." The object flew into its mouth. It was absorbed instantly and a highly satisfied expression appeared on its face. Seeing that it was done, the senior brother also spoke carefully. "Our deal is complete. I'll be leaving now. I really didn't expect that even after breaking through the sixth realm, extracting essence blood still leaves me with that feeling of emptiness. Indeed, essence blood cannot be lost casually. This stuff is too precious." So Zhao Gu turned around and quickly departed, leaving the soul deep in thought. It was pondering. In its hand a shiny black shelled stick gradually appeared. "It seems I forgot to give him something. How forgetful of me. Well, I'll mention it next time." Meanwhile, on his way back, he unintentionally saw shining lights in the Momen sect. Zhao Gu slightly frowned, feeling confused. Strange, Xin should be fast asleep right now. Why are the lights still on? Carrying this question, as soon as he saw Xin, he immediately asked Xin, "What is this?" She turned her head and explained. Not long after you left senior brother, Yuer stumbled over to deliver a gift. She said that martial uncle Sect Leader loves drinking tea the most. So she personally made this tea set down the mountain. At that moment Yuer happily held the wooden box and handed it over. It is polished very well. Given this quality she must have spent a lot of time on it. After hearing this explanation, Lu Chaoga opened the wooden box and picked up the teacup. Where is she now? Jiang Xinyan replied softly. She went to give gifts to others. After she came back from down the mountain, she prepared a gift like this for everyone. Xiao Chou got one too. She just apologized to me saying she didn't know I was at MOMN. So she didn't prepare one for me. Lu Chaoja's mood suddenly became complicated. Lin Yuer has been like this since she was little. She is a gentle girl. And very thoughtful toward everyone in our MOMN sect. It's a pity that her fate is so difficult. Her whole family was murdered when she grew up. Then he stared at the teacup and said resolutely. This time the tragedy that happens to Yuer, I must prevent it. Jiang Xinyan immediately expressed support for his resolve. Here two good-hearted people should not be tormented by fate. That night ended just like that. They started a new day traveling across the sky. Driven by her own thoughtfulness, Jiang Xinyan carefully laid out the cloth for Yuer. Yuer sat down bowing her head to thank her as always. Thank you Senior Jiang. Next Dongli also prepared a table of tea. Elder sister Jiang is always so considerate. On the flying Dharma artifact, it is indeed very cold. Yuer's constitution is frail. And she can't withstand this now. Elder sister Jiang, please drink some tea first. The town Yuer mentioned is quite far. From Danqing Prefecture it might take half a day to fly there. Lu Chaoga took in the harmonious scene. It seems the relationship between the senior sister and junior sister is becoming more and more harmonious. While Lu Chaoga was reaching their destination within Qinglong Prefecture, other events were also unfolding. Meanwhile at the Gongjin men's sector rather important meeting was taking place. The conversation began however, with Xia Ta's self-congratulatory tone. Elders, our Gongjin men's sect has recently benefited greatly from Lu Chaoga of the Mo men sect. Look, disciples from the Jian Zone sect actually said they were coming to visit me, although they are clearly here to inquire about that little Taoist. Lu Chaoga, I am still very happy. He then stood up excitedly. Before even during the new year, Jian Zone disciples wouldn't come to our Gongjin men, as long as they are willing to come. And we work hard to leave a good impression on them. Our ranking among the 300 sects will definitely rise next year. Hearing this the elders all laughed and praised him. Sect Master has great foresight, we admire you. The people on the other side immediately agreed enthusiastically. Sect Master has great foresight, we admire you, I think so too. Under this flattery Xia Tu became even more smug. If I put some effort into befriending Lu Chaoga, maybe I can also borrow some of the brilliance from the Mo men sect. If I could even get some destiny or opportunities, wouldn't that be even better? However, no sooner had he finished speaking, the door was suddenly smashed to pieces. A figure flew right inside. Seeing the unfortunate person's body land right next to him, Xia Tu screamed in horror. What happened? The others were also frightened by this, and looked toward the same direction. Who is it who dares to cause trouble at my Gongjin men sect? By now the doorway was completely open. Not far away more figures flickered into appearance. In the blink of an eye, those mysterious, masked figures rushed in brandishing weapons. Feng Long was hiding behind, giving orders to his army. The northern state great dynasty marches on Qingzhou. Kill anyone from any resisting sect without mercy. The image of the vast land then appeared. One of the 9 nations of Qingzhou, the state of Luo, a remote small city. Huangfeng City. We have arrived at the great nation on the southeastern border. Qingzhou, the state of Luo. During the 2 years Yuer was away, she really had set foot here. Yuer slowly continued. I once heard Master Ancestor mention that he found me while traveling in Luogua. So, hearing these words Dongli looked over worriedly. As expected, she still can't let go of the grudge over her family's massacre. As for Zhao Gu, he still calmly comforted her. Well, go down and take a look first. If we can uncover the truth behind Lin Yuer's family massacre along the way, then We will act on her behalf to resolve this inner conflict. Following that, a small light boat quickly brought them near Qingzhou City in Luogua. Before they landed, Dong Li immediately held Yuer's hand, comforting her. "Don't worry, my brother and I are here. If we find the enemy, he certainly won't escape this calamity." She nodded happily. "Thank you, Master and Master Uncle Head." Then they blended into the crowd and entered the city gates. She tried her best to conceal her spiritual energy aura, reminding everyone don't tip them off. Following this was a uniform response yes. In the city, on the path they were walking, they only saw people leaning on walking sticks. This also caused Xin Yan to feel suspicious. She asked, "Why are there no children in the city? Only elderly people." Yuer explained hesitantly beside her. "There are children in the city." It's just as soon as she finished speaking, a group of youths accidentally ran past. "They gave me a candied hawthorn stick. Hurry up and catch up or I won't get a share." Seeing this scene, Zhao Gu gradually understood. He whispered, "It's not just Yuer's life force that was stolen in this city, but the life force of all the people in the entire city. Those youths who just ran by are likely only 8 or 9 years old." After hearing his words, she finally nodded and continued. "Master Uncle Head is right. I've been observing this strange phenomenon in the city. When I first entered the city, I stayed here for half a year. At that time I thought that, based on my cultivation level, I would be able to defend against the strange nature of this place. I didn't expect." Xin Yan's brows furrowed slightly. She exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? I've never heard of any spell capable of simultaneously draining the life force of hundreds of thousands of people. Even a Chuanqiu Shan elder couldn't achieve such a feat." To answer her doubts, Zhao Gu slowly paced and said, "Chuanqiu Shan's cultivation methods are mainly focused on direct frontal assault. Honest and upright. It's normal that you don't know about these evil techniques. To achieve this scale, ordinary magic is definitely not enough. However," then he suddenly stopped when passing through a small alley, where a bamboo pole was stuck into the ground. Zhao Gu's gaze grew more serious. This must be it. The sudden certainty confused Dong Li. "Brother, what do you mean?" He also knew he wasn't entirely certain. "Follow me, let's look at a few other places." Following his instructions, everyone continued searching for dark alleys in the city. These strange bamboo poles are everywhere. This surprised them even more. "There's one here too." They continued forward, shouting in surprise again when they saw them. "Hey, race, another one." Faced with this bizarre phenomenon, Xin Yan immediately asked him, "What are those bamboo poles?" Zhao Gu had figured it out long ago, so he immediately revealed, "It's a formation but different from a normal one." Then he looked at Dong Li and suggested, "Shall Lizi fly up high and observe the city? All the bamboo poles stuck in the ground should be able to form a single formation. It's crude and full of flaws." She quickly nodded after hearing this. "Yes, brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Li easily leaped high into the sky, under the gaze of everyone present. At this moment Yuer, however, showed a sad expression. So the secret was hidden in these ordinary bamboo stalks. "I only blame myself for investigating for so long, yet never considering these things that were visible at a glance. As a result, most of the vitality of the local residents was drained away." Hearing this, Lu Chaoge gently comforted her. "I won't blame you. Moreover, this formation is too crude. If one merely touches these bamboo stalks casually, they can destroy it following common formation pathways. No one would ever pay attention to such things." Next he merely pondered to himself, "If it weren't for my cheat and my system, perhaps even I wouldn't have discovered it." Following the direction Lu Chaoge was looking at her, countless notification panels popped up competitively. "Warning, lifespan is continuously draining. Roadside bamboo discovered. Bamboo formation potential detected." Then he suddenly frowned and said simply with a tense expression, "This formation is utterly trash. It is so trashy that even ordinary cultivators would consider it something used for play. But who would be the person behind setting up such a simple formation?" This thought was suddenly interrupted because Xinyan proactively stepped forward. "So simple. I'll go and destroy this evil cultivator formation right now." However, he quickly stopped her. "Wait." Suddenly being stopped, Sinyan's expression appeared bewildered. What are we waiting for? Chen Dongli returned just then. Brother, it's just as you said. These bamboo stalks are connected, forming a formation. It's just extremely simple and crude. Let's go destroy it now. Knowing that everyone was burning with impatience, Lu Chaoga still calmly reassured them. No need to rush, we must first find the caster who set up this formation. Next he cautiously applied some spellcraft onto the bamboo. We can't destroy it yet, because we must use its operation to search for that caster. That bamboo stalk quickly absorbed the spiritual energy he input, and then began to lean toward a fixed direction. By doing this, a streak of light was traced on the ground, helping them set off immediately heading south. The scene shifts to Qinglongzhou, the Jingjinmen area. This place has been completely wiped out by Fenglius' army. Let me see which family is next. He had just added a red mark to the wooden skewer, right next to the Momen and the Kishwomen. After checking the list, he put it away and said, "Next up, Kishwomen, let's go. Soon. We'll reach Momen soon." Fenglius' mouth suddenly curved up, revealing a cunning smile. Lu Chaoga, I truly want to see you quickly. He didn't stop there but thought excitedly to himself, that perfect head of yours should have belonged to me. And so the unsuspecting people were currently entering a desolate place, without a single cloud in sight. In front of them yet another sandstorm appeared, raging with tremendous force. Dongli immediately analyzed carefully. This isn't fog, but a mist formation set up by someone. Once you step in, you lose all sense of direction and become trapped inside. Lu Chaoga quickly stepped forward and assessed. It seems we found the right direction. The person who set up this evil cultivator formation is worried about being discovered. Next, Dongli immediately executed those sharp and exquisite sword moves. A petty trick like this can be broken with a single sword stroke. The sword moves penetrated the sandstorm, immediately tearing apart the massive whirlwinds. In the blink of an eye, the formation was breached, so she rushed forward urgently. Let's go. Sinyan, however, paused suddenly, then whispered, I have never seen little Lizzie look so aggressive. Even Lu Chaoga understood implicitly. She rarely descends the mountain. The last time was to avenge her parents. This time she is genuinely furious. Meanwhile, Yuer's face turned pale with nervousness. We will soon find that evil cultivator. If he truly is the enemy who murdered my parents and relatives. Given my current state, how can I personally avenge them? She secretly clenched her fists, thinking, I cannot let my martial aunt and master dirty their hands. Even if I drop dead immediately, I must take revenge with my own hands. On the other hand, the figure Xiaogu described earlier was now running straight into an abandoned house. She had been close behind all along. Found him. The spiritual energy fluctuation has entered the house. Dongli hesitated no longer and immediately activated the formation. Extremely cautious this time, Xin felt somewhat puzzled again. What is little Li doing? He simply forced a smile and replied slowly. She is setting up a formation. These formations can enhance her various powers. They can increase spiritual defense, the strength of sword energy, and swiftness. When they looked at Dongli, her entire body was filled with surging spiritual power. Seeing this, Xin secretly expressed great admiration. It's one thing to empower so many formations, but not only that, she actually utilized the power of heaven and earth directly, attaching it to her destined sword. This girl intends to deliver a fatal blow, ensuring absolutely no mistakes. This perfectly aligns with her cautious personality. Dongli, ready on her side, shouted loudly, Vile fiend! How dare you drain the lifespan of the people of Huangfeng City to nourish yourself? Come out now and face your demise. In this scene, only powerful spiritual vortexes remained, swirling around Dongli. The formation she set up quickly enveloped everyone, including the abandoned house. Xin appeared very surprised. I thought Mo Plan having you as a senior brother was impressive enough, but I never expected Dongli's cultivation level to be no weaker than yours. Xiaogu heard this and smiled slightly. Of course, with little Li guarding the Mo Plan, I have nothing to worry about. At the same time, Yuer secretly gripped the sword in her hand tightly. If he truly is my enemy, I must take revenge with my own hands. Because this karma must end by my hand absolutely. I cannot implicate master in martial ant. Finally, Dongli's voice now rang out aggressively. You evil cultivators hiding like scared turtles, are you too cowardly to face what you've done? Next she continued to shout loudly, threatening them. If you don't come out now, this master will destroy your lair with a single strike. Her appearance made Xin Yen feel puzzled again. Little Li can be this fierce. As for Xiaoge, he merely replied with slight apprehension. This is the first time I've seen her like this too. Sure enough, they didn't have to wait long. The shaky door of the abandoned house suddenly moved slightly. Yuer became even more nervous. He's about to come out. The person they were looking for slowly emerged leaning on a wooden cane. He walked out of the house. His face was covered in wrinkles and festering sores. And then he gave a contemptuous laugh. I knew it. There would definitely be cultivators who call themselves righteous coming to stick their noses in my business. Finally, the figure stumbled into view, speaking in a very relaxed manner. I've been waiting here anxiously for over 10 years. And you finally showed up. The appearance of this old man, however, left Yuer confused. This person is not the enemy. The aura of those people, I will never forget it in this lifetime. Since cultivating, my senses have become even sharper than before. This man is definitely not the one who murdered my entire family. Countless thoughts flooded Yuer's mind just like that. Then could it be that he really is just an ordinary evil cultivator? If so, why is the speed of his aging that I observe far greater than that of those ordinary citizens? If it were a formation designed specifically to target cultivators, it definitely would have been discovered by other cultivators passing by long ago. But that's not the case either. And that's not the case either. On the other hand, Dongli immediately pointed her sword at the old man. You are the evil cultivator who brought disaster upon Huangfeng City and my disciple. She didn't seem to feel any spiritual energy coming from a low cultivation realm at all. She didn't seem to sense any low-level spiritual energy at all. Just entering the initial realm. Could someone like this cause such a great catastrophe? Could he have caused my Yuer such terrible suffering? Even Xin Yen spoke worriedly. How can this be? This person barely qualifies as a cultivator. What exactly is going on? At this moment Xiaoge voiced his concern. I fear this matter is heading toward the absolute worst outcome. She immediately turned her attention to him, filled with doubt. The worst outcome? He did not answer immediately, only glancing hesitantly at Yuer. It's best if it's not what I'm guessing. Otherwise Yuer's Dao heart will suffer a blow. At this point Ren Xiao suddenly muttered softly, evil cultivator. You are the practitioners who call yourselves orthodox, right? This old man hasn't seen you for the first time. I've seen your kind plenty of times before. You claim you came for the people of Huangfeng City. I've been here for over 10 years. And I've never seen any of you show up. The old man steadied himself. Leaning on his staff with one hand he continued. You came here for her, didn't you? Then Ren Xiao directed his rage toward Yuer. Lin Yuer, I have waited for you for over 10 years. Everything your Lin family owes me, I will collect from you. Those words were too startling. So Dongli exclaimed in shock. Tan Yen, standing nearby, had waited for over 10 years, a startling claim. She too couldn't conceal her look of surprise. He knows Yuer. In that kind of tense atmosphere. Only Xiaoge secretly thought to himself. What you fear is exactly what happens. Murphy's Law strikes again. Yuer remained bewildered by this display of anger. The opponents. You know me, who are you? Hearing this question, the old man immediately scolded her sharply. Your Lin family is responsible for turning me into this. And you dare to claim you don't know me. Right, you were only a few years old back then. If you hadn't hidden in that wall crevice, you would have died long ago too. The information that escaped the old man's mouth made her grip her sword handle tightly in alarm. You are the murderer who killed my family. But Tian Xiao immediately denied these words. I didn't have that ability. Your Lin family was killed by orthodox cultivators. At this moment, Yuer and those around her were stunned. My Lin family was killed by orthodox cultivators. Dongli quickly tried to reassure them. Yuer, don't let him mess with your head. He is stirring up trouble with his wicked words. Your master will kill this evil cultivator right now. However, Yuer hurriedly stopped Dongli. Master, wait. Her action immediately put her in a difficult spot. Only then did Yuer calmly propose to the old man. The truth behind the destruction of my family back then. How much do you really know? Please tell me everything. Despite this plea, the old man immediately showed a look of disgust. It seems you truly don't remember who I am. Well, of course the Lin family's eldest miss was so high and mighty. How could she remember me, a lowly gate guard? With this information, she once again opened her mouth wide in astonishment. You were a guard for my Lin family. Tianxiao replied solemnly at once. Back then the Lin family was considered a prestigious and esteemed clan. Everyone in the family was long-lived and virtuous. To be able to become a guard for your Lin family was a blessing countless people dreamed of. But this blessing ruined me for life. Only then did the old man roar with rage. After all, who could have known that the longevity of your Lin family members was actually achieved by relying on an evil cultivation formation, gained by draining the lifespans of all the citizens in the city. On the surface they were an esteemed clan, but behind the scenes they committed such shameless and vile deeds. Upon hearing this, Yuer could only stammer, unable to form words. How is this possible? It wasn't just her. Tan Yen, standing behind, also felt extremely confused. Was what he said true or false? Knowing that he could no longer hide it, True CA could only explain. That's right, and if I haven't guessed wrong, the formation he used to absorb the longevity of all the residents of Huangfeng City came from the Lin family across the way. Ren Xiao immediately sneered, complimenting him. You are very clever. But immediately after he began to rave madly. Bastard, why do you get to be so good looking? You're a bastard too. I'm going to tear your face to shreds. At this moment Dong Li had already voluntarily landed, and True CA slowly walked over. Anger is neither beneficial nor useful. You must have realized long ago that Yuer had arrived in Huangfeng City, and so you developed a desire for revenge against her. You adjusted the formation, making all the absorbing power fall upon her, causing her to age the fastest. Faced with these accusations, he merely sneered. Exactly, why should she be young and beautiful? Why should she have also become a cultivator? As he spoke, he raised his trembling hand, feeling wronged. In the beginning I was also young and handsome like you, and I was a guard for the prestigious Lin family. How many girls wore out the doorstep of my house, wanting to marry me? But the Lin family ruined everything for me, leaving me crippled, making me look like I do now. Then he proudly revealed the truth. Fortunately, when I was faced with disaster, I didn't die, and I even managed to find a formation manual. The one that was partially burned in the Lin family's discarded items. It belonged to the Lin family. If it weren't for this formation extending my life, I would have died long ago. In the end, all his resentment was poured out onto Yuer by Ren Xiao. If you talk about wicked cultivators, the Lin family were wicked cultivators too. That Lin Yuer is a wicked cultivator too, not me. This story was too incredible. So Dong Li could only stammer. Only Tan Yen looked worriedly towards True CA. True Ca's expression was unreadable, and he suddenly showed a cold, stern smile. I have truly never encountered such a shameless person. That's how it is. Hearing this, Ren Xiao strongly refuted. What? Did I say wrong? That wicked cultivation formation belongs to the Lin family. It was the Lin family that was destroyed by the righteous path. I was also implicated by the Lin family, which is why I turned out like this. What did I do wrong? True CA glanced at him contemptuously. You are completely wrong. As a guard for the Lin family, since you took their salary, you should be loyal to them. That is your duty. How can you call yourself implicated? You stole the Lin family's formation and arbitrarily used it in Huangfeng City, solely to extend your own life. This is disloyal and unrighteous. Not only that, True CA continued to scold him. Now you are also slandering and shifting the blame onto the master's child. In the past, you could also be considered somewhat unfilial. Like this, you are already disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous. Calling you shameless is putting it mildly. Because of these powerful words, Dong Li was extremely excited at this moment. Well said. As expected of the brother who often talks nonsense. Tan Yen chuckled softly. Brother True Ca's eloquence is in no way inferior to his cultivation abilities. It truly stands unparalleled in the world. Yuer, however, was filled with confusion and disbelief. Martial Uncle Sect Master was actually confronting Ren Xiao on her behalf. Ren Xiao was so enraged that wicked energy began to surge. "You bastard, I clearly am." The heavy staff he held suddenly dropped to the ground. Ren Xiao's shadow became increasingly sinister. He collapsed onto the ground, his body distorted and twisted from the wicked energy's corruption. Because of this sight, Yuer immediately cried out, "Brother, what's happening to him?" But unlike her true CA answered indifferently, "It's simple, he never cultivated at all, his dantian lacks the basic structure. He was only absorbing other people's longevity to extend their lifespan. But if too much is absorbed, the human body cannot contain it. The body has an expiration date, and once that expiration date is past, it will rot and fail." Xinyan and Dongli were both stunned, because they didn't understand the expiration date. Right at this moment, some tentacles extended out of the Shirengxio's mouth, wiggled, and then it opened its mouth wide and roared furiously. Once it rots and fails to a certain extent, it is no longer human. But despite facing the monster directly, Zhouge merely continued speaking calmly to the Shirengxio. Suddenly the system panel displayed a warning. "Warning, Heavenly Dao alert, the evil cultivator has revealed its true form." A look of solemnity flashed across Zhouge's face. "It's exactly as I suspected. It absorbed the life force of the entire city, and after constantly strengthening itself for over a decade, plus Yuer's 75 years of life, it can no longer be considered a human." A gigantic robust figure of a monster revealed itself. Long winding tendrils grew out of its mouth, making it look extremely terrifying. "Field boss." The system panel popped up again. Activated quest, slay the Shirengxio. Zhouge's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly raised his lips. Although the reward level is quite low, the fact that it grants a random attribute bead means it's somewhat useful. If it's Merchant Dao aptitude again, then Xinyan will be fortunate. Suddenly Dongli, gripping her sword, charged right in front of Zhouge. "You truly are a monster. Now I shall execute justice on behalf of heaven." Seeing her action, he was slightly startled. Seeing this, Zhouge stepped forward, blocking Dongli. "Xia Lizi, this thing will defile your path of immortality. Let me handle it. I'm a man, am not afraid of getting dirty." A look of happiness immediately appeared on her face. "Brother," he glanced lightly at Dongli and gave his instructions. "Not only can I steal the kill from Xia Lizi, but I can also gain her affection points. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Maybe I can even add another layer to her perception. This good man truly understands responsibility." "That's wonderful." Zhouge felt excited about his own thoughts. Xinyan, standing behind him, felt grateful for his action. The old Shirengxio slowly charged towards Zhouge. He gripped Buwen in his hand and pointed it directly at the creature. "I'm going to kill you." Zhouge gently pointed forward. "You're too loud." Buwen shot towards the old Shirengxio. Everything around Zhouge seemed to explode. In front of him, a circular structure of energy, a thatched cottage, gradually appeared. The system panel popped up. "Shirengxio slain. Quest rewards are about to be tallied." Zhouge closed his eyes tightly. His demeanor became calm. He was able to maintain his human form just now, because deep down he always believed himself to be the victim. But after I exposed the truth, his inner self was destroyed, thus revealing the true appearance he had suppressed all along. Wisps of blue smoke coiled around Zhouge. "Therefore, for the natives of the Xiantian world, for the natives of the Dao heart is crucially important, even more important than innate talent and aptitude." His expression became serious again, looking thoughtful. "The real trouble comes next." She searched for the bloody revenge for her family's destruction for so long, only to find out she was the villain all along. Yuer stood there looking bewildered. Dongli and Xinyan were behind her. Yuer's Dao heart is now on the verge of shattering, covered in cracks. Zhouge looked at the jade with a focused expression. "But the most important task now is to return the life force to everyone, subtracting the lifespan that fellow has already digested. The rest must all be returned to their original owners." A powerful burst of light energy erupted. Dongli and Xinyan behind him panicked and hastily asked, "Zhouge, what is that?" Hearing this, Zhouge quickly explained to them. "That is the unused life force, and now it is about to return to its original location." A joyful expression appeared on Dongli's face. "So that means Yuer. That beam of green light shot straight towards Yuer, who was standing there. The light was dazzling and brilliant. Following that, the gentle maiden's face appeared. The figure of the young woman emerged. Chig's voice rang out, Yuer, you have recovered. She quickly cupped her hands and lowered her head slightly and thank you Martial Uncle Sect Leader. Master and Senior Jiang. Donley's radiant face immediately disappeared. A worried expression instead appeared on her face. Yuer is still confused about her background. I'm really not good at these headache-inducing problems. What should I do? If I just ignore this, Yuer's Dao heart will. Donley gently tugged Chig's sleeve corner and whispered, brother. Look at Yuer. It seems like she's not very happy. Chij quickly comforted Donley, don't worry. Brother is here, haven't you forgotten? I said before that I saw through the essence of this world long ago. Chig's image appeared in Donley's childhood memories. Xiao Lizi, you don't know where your brother comes from, nor do you know that your brother saw through the essence of this vast Tianxian realm. Long ago. Donley immediately trembled. The sealed memories are resurfacing again, how embarrassing. Chij stepped forward and spoke softly. After entering the city, first destroy those bamboo poles, lest they be used by malicious people. Donley, Sinew and Yuer replied in unison. The full moon illuminated the night sky and light emanated from the palace. Yuer held a sword in her hand and chopped the underground bamboo to pieces. Reporting to Martial Uncle Sect Leader. The last bamboo pole has been pulled out. Chij turned slightly to look at Yuer, nodding approvingly. Well done, your master and Senior Jiang. Should have finished cleaning up their area too. Now let's go meet up with them, she responded softly. Yes, and the sky fireworks loudly burst forth. People watched excitedly and happily. Chij and Yuer squeezed through the crowd, weaving through the taverns. Shop owners kept offering discounts. Our shop is offering 20% off, lasting from midnight until morning. The shopkeeper served delicious wine and water. Customer, here are your wontons. The scene here is truly bustling. The young women beckon, calling customers into the shops. Sir, you haven't been here in so long, I missed you terribly. Chij and Yuer continued walking down that bustling street. Suddenly Chij stopped. Yuer, who was behind him, lost her balance and bumped into his back. Chij quickly turned around to look at Yuer, who was rubbing her forehead. Yuer, are you worrying about something? She quickly lowered her hand and looked up at him. Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle Sect Leader. The things Yuer is thinking about are just trivial matters. Chij turned back, walking and speaking as he went. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. But you must remember, any disciple who has entered my Momen sect, every single one was carefully selected by your master and me. Regardless of whether a disciple's status is high or low, rich or poor, every person is a disciple acknowledged by this seat. Yuer was instantly stunned by his words. Regardless of whether a disciple's status is high or low, rich or poor, but someone like me. Yuer looked somewhat perplexed, having lost her initial composed demeanor. Martial Uncle Sect Leader. Yuer dares to ask one question. What exactly is myself? Chij gently looked up, gazing at the lanterns glowing brightly, hanging over the various stalls. The young women were captivated by Chig's handsome appearance, greeting him one after another. What peerless looks! If this gentleman would come in, I would treat him for free. This person is so handsome, how can he be even better looking than our number one heartthrob in Huangfeng City? The madam and the young women, every single one of them, were captivated by his magnificent looks. I've been a madam for decades, and I've never seen such a handsome man. I can barely contain myself. Chij slightly turned sideways and looked at Yuer. This question, no need to ask me and no need to ask anyone else. I have the answer in my heart. She paused slightly, feeling puzzled. I have the answer in my heart. The madam rushed out and grabbed Cheage's arm. Young master, come and have some fun with us. You are so handsome. I will give you a 30% discount. She quickly hugged Cheage's leg. The young master's leg is so smooth and strong. If only I could get close to it. He quickly shook her off. Get lost. Yuer gently raised her hand to cover her mouth, smiling faintly. I understand. She smiled at the scene before her. Martial Uncle Sect Master is ruthless toward evil people, but he does not use spiritual power against ordinary folk. He can ascend to the 9 heavens to pluck the moon. Yet he also experiences the mortal world fully. Human nature is always multifaceted. How could there be such a distinct division between good and evil? Yuer's gaze looked toward the lanterns illuminating the street. So starting today, I am the descendant of the evil cultivator Lin family. And also Mo Sect's current chief disciple Lin Yuer. From now on I will only walk the righteous path. The evil cultivator Lin family vanishes from this world. Night gradually fell. The women who were suspended, floating in midair, had already lost their lives. Ji Jun lightly touched the bodies of those girls with her foot. Why did this woman think I was interested in her beauty? In the darkness, the figure of a tall woman wearing a bamboo hat appeared. Is this not reasonable? Most righteous sword cultivators have never been able to clearly understand their own positioning. They just feel that once they draw their swords they are invincible in the world. Just like this woman, who thought that by wearing a flimsy outfit, she could make everyone kneel beneath her skirt. How utterly ridiculous. Her fingers brushed over the scroll. And I don't need to give such a serious answer. I was just asking casually. A trace of savagery flashed in Ji Jun's eyes. Now I am looking forward to Mo Sect's next stronghold. The sun shone upon the earth. Chauga abruptly pushed open the window looking refreshed. He stretched his arms gently upwards. What an energetic day this is. Xinyan on the bed felt ashamed toward the person standing in front of her. Chauga, you came into my room in the middle of the night. Xializi is in the next room. If she finds out she will definitely be angry. A look of panic appeared on Cheaja's face. Isolating the room with divine consciousness last night cost a lot of effort, just to evade Xializi's spiritual coverage. But he forgot about it early this morning. Darn it. Isn't this like stepping directly on Xializi's face? Donli across the way abruptly pushed open her window. Chauga trembled in surprise, fearing Donli would discover them. He glanced lightly at Donli, clenching his fists as the elder brother. Why should I be afraid of a sister like her? I must be tougher. I absolutely cannot let this girl crush the dignity of me, her elder brother. Donli leaned slightly on the windowsill. Her expression was calm. Brother, stop disturbing Sister Jiang. She didn't sleep well. And you are primarily responsible for that. Hearing what she just said, Chauga was stunned. Donli gave him a mocking smile. Or perhaps Sister Jiang can only sleep well when she sleeps with you. Xinyan secretly poked her head out and gently closed half of the window. Chauga turned and walked inside. That's not true, Xializi, stop thinking nonsense. The window was tightly shut. Donli revealed. She showed a gentle smile upon seeing their actions. Brother and sister Xinyan really have a good relationship. Now I can finally accept it. We have a sister-in-law joining me and brother. All things considered, my sister-in-law is truly wonderful. No matter what happens, she will stand up for us. Yuer next door abruptly pushed open her window and asked Donli, Master, did you sleep well last night? Donli cast a gentle gaze toward Yuer. Yuer, you have returned to normal. Your master is naturally doing very well. Two sparrows landed on Yuer's rooftop. She looked calm and smiled. Fortunately, with the head master uncle's reminder, I was prevented from going down the wrong path. However, after going through this, Yuer's Dao heart has become even more determined. Donli turned his face toward Yuer and replied, That's more like it. Since that is the case, this matter has come to an end for now. Let's return to the sect, Yuer softly replied. The sky became clear and refreshing. Luobing stood gently by the window. Young master said that although cultivators do not necessarily need to eat mortal food, we shouldn't give it up either. Her slender hands were kneading dough. Enjoying good food helps us remember that we cultivators and the ordinary people, mortals, are no different. What young master said makes a lot of sense. Luobing's cheeks were slightly flushed. If we are no different from mortals, then the affairs of love that mortals often engage in, could the young master also do the same thing with me? Luobing swayed her body while kneading the dough. Haiding saw her actions and was confused. Junior sister Luobing, why are you kneading the dough so happily? Xiaoqiu was lying in a hammock, with her feet crossed. 3 more bowls. Yes, the big bowls. Rocks falling from above hit the ground, increasing in number. Xiaoqiu was suddenly launched into the air. She landed back onto the hammock surface with her back Xiaoqiu seemed bewildered by what had just happened. What happened? I think I flew up again. She was unexpectedly bounced up again. In the kitchen, Luo Bing and Hiding were panicked, looking at the kitchen utensils suspended in midair. Amidst this chaotic scene, Hiding blurted out, "Enemy attack." It sounded right, so Luo Bing immediately responded. That's right, someone is destroying Master's mountain guarding formation. In the sky, a gigantic red dragon circled around. Its roar echoed across the entire sky. It landed on the barrier, breathing fire to intimidate those inside. Fei Shi watched everything before her with pride, arms crossed. That brat named Fenglong actually told 7 of us to launch an attack, leading the charge against Mo Man, yet he ran off to do who knows what. Isn't he afraid that he won't get any credit? And the task of attacking Mo Man will fall through. I stroked my pointed chin. Mo Man is precisely Lu Cheage's sect, and its reputation has been rising sharply recently. Defeating it this merit will definitely surpass everything before. Fei Shi slightly furrowed her brow. Her expression grew fierce. But what's going on with this Mo Man? Why is this grand formation so sturdy? We launched attacks simultaneously from 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. Yet it remains completely unscathed. A gigantic dragon violently flapped its wings and flew forward. The mountain guarding formations of other sects couldn't even withstand a single strike from us. Feix's expression remained unchanged, her hand gently stroking her chin. I never heard that Lu Chaoga understood formations. Who exactly set up such a powerful formation? Was it someone from the Sword Sect? Or did Mo Men once produce a genius in formations? The gigantic dragon suddenly lunged forward. Feix's face curled into a slight smile. It seems this mountain guarding formation is nothing special after all. Keep attacking. Cooperate with the other 3 to attack from 4 directions. This formation won't last much longer. Hiding, Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu ran to the front of the courtyard, looking up at the sky. The mountain guarding formation set up by Master Uncle Dongli is hard for even ordinary 7th stage experts to break. This time I'm afraid there's a demon cultivator above the 7th stage invading our Mo Men. Hiding gently turned to Luo Bing. If the formation is broken, all of you must flee immediately. I will do my best to buy time. Hearing this, Luo Bing showed panic. No way. If the formation is broken, I will fight to the death alongside senior brother. Headmaster Uncle entrusted the sect to me. I can only repay this kindness with my life. Xiaoqiu gently rested her hands. An expression of carefree innocence appeared on the little girl's face. Both senior brothers, senior sister, don't act as if death is certain. Master's grand formation. We can hold on for a long time. Dai Ling was surprised by Xiaoqiu's words. Xiaoqiu, why are you so sure? You should know that on the mountain protection formation, cracks have already appeared. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. Xiaoqiu placed her hands behind her back. A mischievous smile appeared on her small face. Everyone is unaware of some of Master's secrets. Only I, who stays by Master's side, know about them. Feng Long stood in the air. He injected energy into the red orb of light. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I also didn't expect this. That your final bamboo slip contained this specific task. Feng Long stretched out his hand and the bamboo slip floated in the air. Use the soul jade to turn all the destroyed sword cultivation sects into death apostles, sword practitioners, and have them jointly besiege Mo Men. Feng Long stared at the scorching orb of light. This will be much more interesting. He darkened his expression. Revive. Become death apostle sword practitioners who know only slaughter. The fiery red light spread out, dying in despair while alive, and becoming the despair of others after death. This is your tragic destiny. A man collapsed against the wall. A woman lay sprawled on the ground. She and the other residents were turned into puppets when they inhaled the energy produced by Feng Long. Fei Ji seized the opportunity to point and command attack quickly. We are about to break through this mountain protection barrier. The dragon heard the command and charged headfirst into the barrier. An echo came from the rear. The barrier is broken. Invade Mo Men and take Lu Cheage's head. A voice sounded. The situation is bad. Something is wrong with Mo Men's mountain protection barrier. Fei Shi paused slightly, turning to look behind her. What is wrong? One of her subordinates said. Look quickly. The barrier is gradually recovering, she exclaimed in panic. How can this be? What is going on? A layer of warm sunlight still shone down. The breeze blew gently. Figures danced around the tea table. Xin Yen spoke first to Xiao Lizi. I have always had a question. Why is the entry and exit token for the mountain protection formation something you seem to change very frequently? Are you constantly altering the mountain protection formation? Doing that is actually a waste of effort. It would be better to expend effort reinforcing it instead. Hearing this, Dongli softly replied, oh, about that. There's actually a reason for it. Our Men mountain protection formation originally was quite good, but Master changed it back and forth several times. I don't know the reason why. She was a bit curious, gently picked up her teacup and took a small sip. Because I wasn't changing the mountain protection formation. I was simply adding another layer. The mountain protection formation is on the outside. A formation Xin Yen and Yuer were stunned immediately. Added another layer outside. Chaga calmly took a sip of tea. So how many layers have you added now? Dongli spoke softly. Counting the new formation. Plus the last time. Master gave me 7 layers in total now. Xin Yen and Yuer were both utterly astonished. Master, did you really set up 7 layers? 7 layers protecting the mountain. The mountain protection formation of Chuanqiu Shan. Even for a saint master like me. I only set up 2 layers. Dongli held her teacup and smiled happily. The reason there are 7 layers is because that's all I knew how to set up. If someone could pick up more good things and bring them back from the roadside, we should be able to set up more layers. Chaoga also agreed. That's right, rare formations aren't so easy to just pick up from the side of the road. Both of them looked a bit confused. What riddle are you 2 siblings playing at? Suddenly her head felt dizzy. Her expression immediately became uneasy. What is this? She asked Xiao Lizi with concern. What's wrong? Dongli put down her teacup and reported spiritual energy. Array feedback indicates someone is currently attacking your first layer of mountain guarding array. She was stunned. What? She abruptly stood up. This grand array that I set up on the outermost layer is purely for defense. It doesn't have complex functions, unlike the inner layers of the arrays. But even for this outermost layer, it would require someone at least at the sovereign stage 7th realm, 3rd heaven level to break the formation. She thought helplessly. The realm required to break the array. Isn't what Xiaolizi said too precise? This girl is frighteningly cautious. Is she truly just a girl in her early 20s? Just like that. Isn't she actually a 100-year-old ancestor of some sect? Yuer was slightly confused. Master means that besides the outermost mountain guarding array, the other layers of the array also have complex functions. Especially among these disciples, she was probably the one who understood arrays the best. If other effects were added to the array, practical functions, they would probably far exceed its original purpose. She sighed in relief thinking of those people. Don't mind Master's serious demeanor. The group currently trying to break the array is probably the one that has truly encountered major trouble. She immediately activated the array. Actually, even if they haven't reached the 7th realm 3rd heaven, they can still break the array. It requires 4 cultivators at great perfection of the 6th realm or higher working together to simultaneously attack the 4 corners of the array. But regardless of the scenario, this incident proves that our sect is currently under attack. We need to return to the sect as soon as possible. She asked skeptically. Xiaolizi, what kind of array are you drawing? She stood beside her and explained. Senior Jiang. The array's master draws are all acceleration types. Dongli glanced behind her eye. Must increase your flying vessel's speed by 7 times. Can you block the gale force winds Gangfeng in front of the ship? I worry that Yuer's cultivation level is too low, and she might not be able to withstand such rapid Gangfeng. He stood up and replied, if I activate my domain it shouldn't be a problem. She stood behind him and volunteered, let me do it, I am a body cultivator. Mere Gangfeng cannot hurt me. Everyone worked together to activate a large array. Xinyan solemnly stated. Xiaolizi, just focus on accelerating. Leave the other matters to me. After hearing that, he was somewhat speechless. Why does that way of speaking sound strange? A look of joy appeared on her face. I'll leave it to you then, sister-in-law. She smiled shyly, no problem, just leave it to me. This is the first time Sholi has called me sister-in-law. I absolutely cannot lose face at a time like this. She took the lead, flying through the sky with the array. The array sped away quickly. An old man was leisurely sitting among a flock of immortal cranes playing the eru. The girl from the village was named Shohei. She was dark-skinned and tall, with a pair of dark large fists. Before she could finish singing, a flash of light passed by, causing the old man to fall off his flying sword. The old man sat back on his flying sword what just flew past. Yuer shouted apologetically. "Excuse us, senior, we are in a hurry." She led everyone rushing straight ahead. The immense power pierced through the clouds just like that. He couldn't believe his eyes. He never thought that one day, his master, who was as cold as an iceberg, would actually be managed by this homebody junior sister. Truly, life is full of unpredictability. He mused thoughtfully. With the 7 layers of mountain guarding arrays set up by Xializi, the MO sect is extremely safe right now. That group probably still can't step inside the gates of our MO sect, but for the MO sect, as one of the 300 sects affiliated with the Sword sect, being invaded is equivalent to slapping the Sword sect's face. Who would dare to be so brazen? Chauga thought of Fengwang's face. Is that you? If it is you, then the blood feud from that town will be entirely placed upon your head. System displays notification. Interrupting his thoughts. Task completed. Eliminate the man-ape. Reward settlement. Chug's expression was calm. He first used the nurturing pearl. This was the first time he had obtained an item to strengthen a sword spirit. He wondered how much it could enhance Bu Wan's awakening progress. He looked up and observed the glowing sphere. Is this the inner world constructed by the system? This detail is quite thoughtful. It won't cause Xiaolizi and the others too much surprise or suspicion. The airflow inside the sphere grew stronger. Bu Wan happily flew out of the sphere. Chuga smiled slightly. It seems the spiritual energy emitted by this nurturing pearl is like delicious food to this little fellow. Food surrounded her and she ate non-stop. Chugu gaped in surprise. It truly is delicious food. The little fellow rubbed her bulging belly and lay next to the sword. Sword spirit Bu Wan has consumed. Yellow tier sword spirit nurturing pearl. Sword spirit Bu Wan. Current awakening progress 65. Chugu was greatly shocked. Last time she consumed the Ghost King, it only increased by 0.5 in awakening progress. But a single yellow tier nurturing pearl could actually increase it by 5. This is really a bit unusual. This is practically cheating. He stared at Bu Wan. Well, I was never a genius to begin with, but a player who works hard at cheating. The system continued reporting. Sword spirit Bu Wan is very satisfied. Affection increased, received an extra reward. His expression changed slightly. Affection extra reward. He suddenly saw the little fellow waving her small hands. What is it? The little fellow happily stood up and drew a circle. In the blink of an eye, a bamboo lot container appeared. The little fellow held the container up to Chugu. You mean you want me to draw a lot? The little fellow widened her eyes and nodded. Chugu suddenly understood. So the extra reward the system mentioned was drawing lots. But what exactly is inside this lot container? Chugu recalled the previous notification. Congratulations, you have received a gift from the SSS tier sword spirit. It can be bestowed upon other sword souls. Chugu thought to himself. Does every lot in this container mean that it will bestow a gift upon another sword soul? Chugu reached out his hand towards the container. He had thought he needed to wait for it to fully awaken before he could bestow gifts on other sword souls. He didn't expect it would be this way. As expected of my sword spirit. So sensible. The little fellow looked curiously at Chugu's hand. Bu Wan was also looking forward to it, wondering what the first lot her master drew would actually be. Chugu drew a lot from the container. I choose you. He closed his eyes and put his hands together in prayer. Who would receive the first sword spirit's gift? Xiaolizi or hiding? Or perhaps Luopang? Chugu slowly opened his palm. He had no idea what the lot would show. He would have to follow whatever was written on the lot. Chugu opened his eyes wide in shock. This the lot he drew. Read worst luck. Do not trust rumors. Efforts are futile. Hard work yields nothing. Wasting energy. Catching the moon's reflection in water. Exhausting spirit and mind. Gaining nothing. Chugu felt like had been splashed with cold water. No way. The very first lot is the worst luck. The system immediately appeared. You have obtained Bu Wan's fortune lot. Do you wish to start interpreting the lot? Chuga stared intently. There was also a system prompt. Interpret lot, and below it there's annotation information. Chuga reached out and pressed the control panel. Let's check the annotation information first. The panel immediately provided the answer. Bu Wan's fortune lot drawn this time is the worst luck lot. Chance of receiving reward. Probability 0-1. Chuga curled his lip. So it's not 0. Since there is a probability. For me, the chosen one. The player who works hard at cheating. That means it's 100. Chuga pressed the control panel. The fortune reading system indicates that a reward can be obtained. But what exactly the reward is remains uncertain. I am quite curious. The control panel started searching for the answer. The system shows that the fortune reading was successful. He stared blankly as it transformed into a cloudy sphere. Gray tier, low grade. What kind of grade is this? The worst grade imaginable. I had only ever heard of the yellow tier before. One of his fingers gently touched the sphere. Instantly something jumped out of the sphere, taking the form of a small bird. The system immediately reported. Congratulations, you have obtained an A-tier sword spirit. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. An A-tier sword spirit. Chiu-Ca and the little bird looked at each other. It's looking at me. Suddenly its eyes lit up like stars. He watched it happily wag its tail. What's wrong? Can this thing also be captivated by my appearance? Suddenly it licked his hand, taking him by surprise. He angrily flung the bird away. That's disgusting, get lost. The strange behavior caught the attention of Dong Lu and Nok Ni. Chiu-Ca pretended to cough. I had a strange dream while meditating just now. She suddenly understood, so that's what it was. The sect master uncle has been working hard on my behalf these past few days. It's all Nok Ni's fault. That's not true, Dong Lu reassured him. He wasn't only working hard for you. Anyway, senior brother. Stop meditating for now. We are about to arrive at Danqing Peak. The formation was flying into an area filled with many high peaks. He pondered silently. It took about a day to get to Huangfeng City. But the return trip took less than half a day. Little Lutu's talent in formation arrays is truly astonishing. He checked the system panel again. If I could draw out an attribute point, one related to formation arrays, and give it to little Lu too, wouldn't that make her even more formidable? There was a small bead on the screen. Random attribute bead 1 available. Can be gifted. Chiu-Ca tilted his head to observe. Should I use the advanced sensing technique on little Lu too? To see what realm she is actually in now. The previous sensing results always showed a question mark. This time she was somewhat worried. Please, senior brother, release your spiritual sense and take a look. Something seems off around Qinglong Prefecture. This is the territory of Gengjin sect. But why is there so much death energy here? His eyes instantly turned gold. Junior sister is still continuously releasing her spiritual sense, observing the surroundings during flight. Only little Lu too would be this cautious. He sensed outside the sect. A group of walking dead were moving mindlessly. All these corpses were walking toward the foot of the mountain. He frowned. The vassal sects. The 5 major sword sects in the Qinglong Prefecture area have all been wiped out. Moreover, someone used soul jades to revive them, and is controlling them to move in the same direction. Hearing his words, she felt uneasy. Are they heading towards our Momen sect? Chiu-Ca replied calmly, exactly. Within 500 li surrounding Qinglong Prefecture, there were a total of 6 sword sects. After they were eliminated, only our Momen sect remains. She lowered her head and asked nervously, then what should we do? These sects are truly pitiful. It would be one thing if they just died and vanished. But they are being controlled and exploited even after death. He slightly furrowed his brow. There's nothing else we can do. We must hurry back to Momen and eliminate those invading evil cultivators. That's the way it is. The sky was hazy and gray. A red dragon flew out from the mist. Phytich stood disgruntled on the dragon's back. What exactly is going on with this Momen sect? Why is it that as soon as we manage to break one mountain protection formation, an even stranger mountain protection formation appeared? The mist is so thick, now I can't even tell the difference between the southeast and the northwest. She shouted loudly. Where are you all? Since we can't see, well, use voice transmission to locate them. The people who broke the formation are everywhere. We just have to take advantage of that. Can break through the mist great array. On the other side of the mist there are two people riding exotic beasts. I am at the north corner. I haven't moved since entering. Zhao Deong bamboo pillar of the Yuzhu sect. Luo Ho ghost general of the Yen Luo sect. Elsewhere a leader responded I am here Chu Qingqing blood sovereign of the Haishue sect demon stealth. General Zhang Jijuan of the gate. The attendant of the last sect replied. Master Wuzhong and I are here. Niu Erwo demon emperor of the Qingyao sect. A mysterious woman stood on the head of the exotic beast. This mist array holds a hidden mystery. Everyone do not act recklessly. Zhouchong second grade purple eye of the Zui Association. Master Zhouchong. We don't have time to delay. We must break the array as quickly as possible. Since the 4 positions are set, let's launch attacks simultaneously from all 4 sides. This array can definitely be broken. Zhuchong's lips curled up slightly. Feiji sister, what do you intend to do? She excitedly pointed ahead. Everyone attack with me and break this array. I don't believe this turtle shell can keep resisting our attacks. After speaking, Feiji's dragon beast immediately spewed flames. The brown exotic beast also stood up and launched an attack. Then let's give it a try. The masked person brandished the sword in their hand. I am standing on the turtle's back. If you want to play this sovereign, we'll play with you. The attendants standing below were somewhat apprehensive. As expected of the Zui Association's second grade purple eye, this exotic beast is so unique. In our Qingyao sect there are no exotic beasts. Like this one, this doesn't seem like an exotic beast anymore, but rather like a mechanical beast, crafted by a forging master. In the blink of an eye a massive explosion occurred. The male disciple asked, has the first layer of the mountain protection array been breached? Luo Bing replied in panic. It seems so. They are attacking the second layer. At this speed, I fear it won't hold up for much longer. Xiao Qiu, hugging her stomach, trembled and said, I, a senior brother and senior sister. You two don't have to worry so much. The array set up by master. How could it be broken so easily? This second layer of the array is extremely troublesome. The two looked at Xiao Qiu in surprise. Why are you holding your stomach? She clutched her stomach tightly and cried out, hungry. I haven't eaten breakfast yet today. Immediately after, 2 plates of buns were placed in front of her. Eat slowly. Don't choke, she said. Junior uncle's second layer array is very troublesome. How is it different from the first layer? Xiao Qiu said while happily eating. The second layer is the mist great array. Anyone who enters will lose their way. Moreover, the most powerful aspect isn't causing people to get lost, but transforming into someone exactly like us. The two gasped in unison, someone exactly like us. The little girl shivered, recalling how the people identical to her had beaten her up. As long as you release spiritual power inside the mist great array, in the fog, a person resembling us will step out and beat us up. Last time I made Master angry, I was thrown inside. I know this very well. Those people who step out, although they aren't as powerful as me, Xiao Qiu, there are just too many of them. She looked into the mist. What's going on? Why hasn't the mist disappeared? Could the method of breaking the array be wrong? Within her sight, many cloaked figures stood in the mist. She shouted in confusion, who has it come out? Multiple Feijis stood in the mist. What in the world is happening? Not far from the array a contest was taking place. What exactly are you things? Why have you taken my elderly form? How utterly audacious! You dare steal my techniques, and even injure me. I will end you all. Xin Yan and everyone were standing high up observing. What is this? Are they trapped? Dong Li frowned tightly. The second layer of the Mo Gates Mountain Protection Dao Array is called the Mist Great Array. Besides creating smoke, which makes people lose their sense of direction, the mist also creates enchanting illusions. However, it can only simulate about 60 or 70% of the incoming opponent's strength. She turned her head in worry. This grand formation is very powerful, Xializi. Little sister, what else do you have to worry about? Yuer explained. Reporting to senior, although the grand mist formation is very powerful, if it encounters multiple great cultivators at the same time, and they attempt to break the formation this way, yes, the formation's core energy will quickly be depleted. They only need to stall for time to easily break the formation. She suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Chowga consoled them. Let's return to the sect first and do our best to meet the enemy. The formation that Xializi painstakingly set up should not be wasted on them easily. Everyone replied in unison yes. She cautioned, you must be careful. He winked and smiled. Don't worry, your husband always fights when the enemy arrives. When have I ever surrendered or given up arms? She ran away shyly. Nonsense. He watched her fly away, smiling inwardly. A newlywed wife is always so adorable. Too bad there are still spoilsports to deal with. His voice turned cold. What Taoist friend are you still not showing yourself? Fenglong then appeared. The Yellow Springs Society passing by the sword cultivation sect. Qingzhou none shall be spared. Cheage's gaze was sharp and cold. Still pretending you brought this upon yourself. Save the act for the underworld. He took off the mask. You are indeed perfect. Such a minor trick. I saw through it immediately. Your peerless, unrivaled head is truly worthy of my collection. He turned around to face him. Are you aligned with those demonic cultivators? But aren't you a cultivator yourself? The person behind you. Do they also agree with you associating with them? He smiled, removing his hood and mask. If you truly wish to know these things, I have a method. Suddenly he revealed a sinister smile. Give me your head. I will place it upon my neck. So you can possess his memories. A sharp sword light streaked across the sky. He pressed the sword tip against the opponent's neck and threatened, that makes sense. Then why don't you detach your own head first? Having said that, Chowga swung his sword and cut off Fenglong's head. You consort with demonic cultivators, and previously harmed my disciple, along with the lives of hundreds of common people in Jing'an town. Now is the perfect time to settle all accounts. Even though his head was severed, he spoke calmly. Lu Chowga, you are too impatient. Clearly you and I have crossed paths before. Doing this won't kill me. His hair fluttered in the wind. Of course I know that. How could this level of attack possibly kill you? This is just fighting a boss after all. Those clones appeared behind him. Though I don't know what nonsense you were spouting. Since you didn't intend to kill me, why did you swing your sword at me? Dozens of clones surrounded him. He gripped his sword tightly. Because cleaving an asshole like you in half makes me feel incredibly satisfied. A harsh sound suddenly echoed from below the mountain. It was the vibration of spiritual energy. The invaders are launching an attack on the mountain protection formation. Chowga turned his head to look at the mountain. Xializi and the others definitely haven't had time to meet the enemy yet. Fenglong lamented. Those demonic cultivators are still breaking your Sect's mountain protection formation. Yet you want to deal with me cloning technique. Most things in the world are like this. Even if you are a genius, there are times when you are powerless. He recalled the earlier scene of himself holding his head in despair. I am the same way. He recalled the black souls that drilled into his body. We are in the same body, but we are merely its puppets. He stated proudly, are you still standing there regretting things? I am different from people like you. Not only can I beat you black and blue, I can also save my Sect dozens of clones. Is he preparing to use his ultimate move? Then let's see if you can first survive my attack before doing anything else. Everyone. The combined power of his clones targeted him simultaneously. As he released his power, he said, I am also at the 7th heaven of the 6th realm. And just by releasing my spiritual power, I far surpass the 2nd heaven of the 6th realm. As for a youngster like you, even if you are heaven's chosen, you still need time to grow. If you were given a few more years, perhaps I wouldn't be your match. He retorted, give this lord a few more years. I fear that the master behind you would be scared witless by this lord. He felt utterly shocked. That voice Chenggu used to shield to block dozens of streams of power. It didn't hurt him at all. Is that all you've got? All the clones were astonished. Heaven and earth power is only meant for auxiliary combat. How can it be used like this? His expression darkened. Don't be so quick to be surprised. The really interesting stuff is still to come. A wave of black power rose up. The clones looked up toward the high tower. You released a massive amount of spiritual power and flew into the air. Are you trying to summon more heaven and earth? Water here. It might be acceptable for defense. But if you want to attack, water is the weakest among heaven and earth powers. The water droplets were completely shrouded by the black shadow. His voice was filled with confidence. You will know soon enough if it is the weakest. This is also the first time this lord is using this move. It will indeed instantly drain all of this lord's spiritual power. But it will definitely be very interesting. Above his head a giant dragon was circling and soaring. All the clones stared dumbfounded. Something is wrong. Inside that black cloud there's the sharpness of sword chi. Not only that, there even seems to be an overwhelming aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. Coming through this is impossible. No matter how many dark clouds there are, they only bring heavy rain. How can rainwater possess such might? An order made the clones charge at him together. Stop him from casting the spell attack together and find his weak spot. He has already exhausted his spiritual power and his body is weak now. Be careful not to destroy his body. Aim for a fatal blow. The clones surrounded him. Chengu sneered. Want to interrupt me now? It's too late. The azure dragon opened its huge mouth. Power of earth. Chingching Manhwa dragon heaven fall. Many small dragons appeared. They flew towards the clones. Phone long. The hungry dragons all opened their mouths wide. They devoured the clones. The weakest water is usually shapeless. It can nurture all things and it can also swallow heaven and earth. I tried water sword countless times, and suddenly thought of combining the final form of Chingching Man, Mu Dragon, into the water. And it actually worked. He laughed happily. What a pity Chingching Man is only a Z-class sword technique. If it were a Zhang-class sword technique the power would be much greater. I need to find a way to get a new set. Those dragons continued flying toward the mountain peak. He smiled smugly. Furthermore, this move can also ease some pressure for Xinyan. Xiao Lizi, the fragments of the clones scattered like flying petals. You are indeed not an easy opponent to deal with. Thousands of fragments gathered together forming a sword. You have finally forced me to use my trump card. This is the sword he gave me. Feng Long gripped the hilt tightly, burning with rage. It is an 8th realm decapitation sword. It is naturally more than enough for you, a 6th realm cultivator. The system displayed the sword's detailed information. Sword of Filth level 81 divine sword. It was contaminated using a secret technique causing its realm level to drop. The sword spirit is dead. But the body is being forcibly manipulated. The purple-haired person brandished the sword and charged straight ahead. I remember you just said that. Your move Mu Dragon Heaven Fall would exhaust all of your spiritual power. A sword cultivator who loses spiritual power is just like a stray dog. He gripped the hilt tightly, his voice icy cold. Now you are the stray dog. Can you withstand the sword of someone at my 8th realm level? He immediately erupted with killing intent, releasing the evil talisman seal. Chuga smirked slightly. A stray dog. He channeled his energy and the power around him exploded like thunder. It's nothing more than depleted mana. Forget it, I just need to replenish my mana and break through the realm. A ray of light shone. Chuga gently waved his hand. The art of talismans. Mere tricks, I can shatter them instantly. Level +1. A trace of disbelief flashed in the purple-haired man's eyes. He is now at the 6th realm, 2nd heaven. He actually can instantly break through the realm. How exactly did he manage that? Even the sword sect master once said that, after stepping into the great cultivator realm, breaking through realms is extremely difficult. He pondered internally, but even though he had already broken through to the 6th realm, 3rd heaven, this evil talisman seal was still beyond his resistance. This talisman was cast by Li Sufing's trusted aide within the sword sect. That person was originally a top master of talisman arts in the current generation. Just then both sides threw themselves into the fight. Sword energy and talisman seals collided, producing a deafening sound. Chuga tilted his head, dodging the attack. His gaze was sharp. How truly interesting. Every talisman paper, when attacking, possessed the power of the 7th realm. After being combined and transformed, the power was amplified even further. It seems that to break this technique, I must get serious. He immediately raised his hand to form a seal, beginning to stack power. For killing life Sha Shang, by the way. Drawing mana to activate a domain, that's my home turf. He raised his arm high. His shout boomed like thunder. Human immortal domain activate. Killing life activate. In an instant 2 deities appeared in the sky, fire and water swirling around him like a god. Descending upon the world, the purple-haired man was terrified. His eyes wide. A sword domain. Doesn't everyone only have one domain? How does he have 2? Not even a genius can achieve that. Chuga stepped forward. Sword light flashed before me. Relying solely on the broken sword in your hand and these talismans won't save you. Seeing this, he hurriedly chanted, evil talisman seal space expansion. I don't know his true strength. I absolutely cannot let him get close. Otherwise I will definitely be in danger. His whole body was instantly wrapped in hundreds of talisman papers. Spiritual energy violently fluctuated. He calculated inwardly. First, I must stall him and wait for the demonic cultivators to break through Momin. By then his mind will surely be thrown into chaos. Only then will I have a chance to win. Chugu frowned. You want to stall for time. Of Xiao Liza's 7-layer sect protection array. They've only broken through 1 layer with her guarding the sect now. Your accomplices probably won't even be able to step inside my Momin gate. Coercion erupted from his body, shattering the air. Killing life sword effect +1 killing life. Sword effect +1 the systems. Prompt sounds rang out continuously. System notification killing life domain effect life sword. Every time a sword is drawn, damage increases by 1%, stacking up to 50 times. Chuga smiled faintly, his thoughts stirred. Furthermore, you are the one who doesn't have time to spare. The longer you delay, the higher the stacking effect of my life sword will be. When that time comes, well, see if you can handle a single strike from me. The purple-haired man gripped his sword tightly, cold sweat dripping. The power radiating from the talismans was growing stronger. Is his sword momentum continuously increasing? Is that the ability of one of his domains? Chuga walked straight through the talisman array. Sword light shone dazzlingly. System notification life sword stack maxed out total damage. Increase for sword technique is 50%. He glanced slightly. The stacking effect of life sword is really fast then. He immediately used life sword. It was filled with Ching fate. A thought flashed through his mind. Life sword status is maxed out. Using Ching fate guarantees a critical hit. Take this strike and then shut your mouth. He was utterly terrified, his entire body shaking. Damn it, a talisman. The attack can no longer prevent this sword strike of his. He quickly retreated and unleashed the evil talisman sword iron axe. Facing this sword strike, I absolutely have no chance of resisting and winning. Only by defending might I be able to block it. A fierce crashing sound erupted. Everyone down below was completely dumbfounded watching this earth-shattering battle. Sinyan's voice trembled slightly. The power of that sword is overwhelming. Now Cheaja's power is already able to rival the elders of Chunkyushan. Xiaoqiu exclaimed enviously. Headmaster Uncle's sword technique is so cool. Dongli sighed. When facing a powerful enemy, my brother is still wasting spiritual energy like this. He's truly too careless. Careless, the little girl's eyes sparkled. The sword technique is grand and powerful. This is exactly fitting for the style of my martial uncle, the sect leader. Xiaoqiu, you must take this as your goal. And work hard to soon become famous throughout Tianxian and strengthen our Momin sect. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression stiffened. Dongli coldly turned around. Fine, to help Xiaoqiu quickly become famous in Tianxian starting tomorrow. We will intensify training. The little girl hurriedly grabbed her leg. Master Xiaoqiu was wrong. The others exchanged helpless glances. The bravado from just now truly vanished in an instant. Just then the ground shook violently. Its Binger cried out. Master, their formation-breaking attack is here again. You err. Quickly responded. The demon cultivators besieging Danqing continent had not left at all. The sect leader martial uncle descended because of the black dragon. Sinyan looked around worriedly. Dongli, what should we do now? Should we confront them or stay here and wait for Chaoga to return and save us? Dongli remained silent for a moment. Complex feelings welling up in her heart. In the past, whenever something happened, my brother was the one in front offering suggestions. This kind of situation is something I am experiencing for the first time. It turns out that becoming the pillar for everyone is not easy. She frowned slightly. My brother has always borne the responsibility for the rise and growth of Momin. It truly has been difficult for him all this time. Now I finally understand a little bit of that. Without hesitation, Dongli resolutely said, we cannot wait for the sect leader to return and rescue us. We must let those invaders know that Momin doesn't just have Lu Chaoga. I must also protect Momin like my brother does. Her voice echoed. Everyone remembered demon cultivators are always selfish. As long as we work together to kill one, the remaining demon cultivators will flee without a fight. Moreover, even if they don't flee, at least we can break the situation where we are surrounded on all four sides by their formation. Relying on the help of the Mountain Protection Grand Formation, we can proceed cautiously and steadily, and drive off this wave of attacks. Sinyan nodded. Elder Donli speaks wisely. Everyone bowed their hands in unison. We obey Master's command. Donli turned around and instructed Yueri, you protect Shocho. Wait for news of us in the main hall. She answered concisely yes. Master Sinyan thought to himself. Protecting Momen is also his responsibility. Immediately after, everyone flew up together, full of fierce momentum. Meanwhile, in the air, the purple-haired man blurted out. As expected of Lu Chaoga, renowned in Tianxian, you were actually able to break the reinforced high-grade talisman attached to this sword. He clenched his teeth, persisting. That being said, if that talisman hadn't blocked that sword just now, that single strike would have taken my life. The two stood facing each other in the air. Chaoga glanced briefly. It seems the talisman on the sword is not only used for combat, but also to suppress the sword's power. The purple-haired man cracked a slight smile. That guess is correct. Although it lacks a sword spirit, it is still very powerful. If not suppressed by a talisman, it will eventually turn on its master. He said coldly. Just like now my hand is being corroded by it. His gaze deepened. Li Suifeng told me to eliminate Lu Chaoga. Yet he gave me a sword that will turn against me. His intention is already quite obvious. Lu Chaoga and I, one of us is destined to die. But he doesn't care who it is. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword. The corrosive energy spread quickly like a plague. My body can't hold out much longer. I must finish this quickly. Chaoga dodged nimbly. Alert in his heart, this sword is very strange. Even if the sword spirit is dead, it is still a divine sword of the 8 views. A divine sword of this level must have something extraordinary about it. This divine sword definitely has extraordinary qualities. If you continue to delay, you will only bring disaster upon yourself. He immediately gathered his true chi and executed the life sword. Ching man. This was a merciless strike. The move from before was executed again. He burst into laughter. It seems you still don't understand how terrifying it is. The two streams of sword energy collided. The pressure surged as intense as a tsunami. The purple-haired man sneered. Your sword energy in its presence. The power of this sword is far from useless. It converts your spiritual power into corrosive energy, corroding everything between heaven and earth, including your sword energy. Qijia slightly frowned. Corroding all things. This truly is a formidable divine sword. But someone who can reinforce it to an 8th realm divine sword, and possesses high-level talismans, and can simultaneously retrieve these two ultimate treasures in Qingzhou. There are not many such people. He stared directly at the opponent. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. So, is your master the current sect master of the sword, Sect Li Suifeng? A trace of excitement flashed in Fenglong's eyes, and he asked in surprise, how could you guess his name? It took him a few seconds to calm down, realizing, crap, I fell into his trap, and revealed his information. At this moment, Fenglong's heart felt as if it was being constricted, tightly bound by countless ropes. Soon after, he unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood. To his own astonishment, Shi Jia guessed what kind of spell this was immediately. He said expressionlessly, this is a silence restriction. It looks quite powerful. Why don't you tell me more information about him? Fenglong clutched his chest and retorted. Why should I say more? Whether it's a restriction or not, what business is it of yours? He smiled and explained. Don't be so angry. I just wanted to see if you would cough up blood and die just by saying his name. Not only that, Shi Jia deliberately emphasized the phrase cough up blood and die. Then, he further infuriated Fenglong by making a face, while chanting a long string of names. Come, repeat after me. Li Suifeng, Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, he shouted furiously. Shut up. However, Qi Jia shamelessly continued chanting Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, Li Suifeng. After a moment, he suddenly returned to a serious expression, and said, all right. I'm done joking with you. In fact, I figured out long ago that you also harbor intense resentment toward Li Suifeng. If I haven't guessed wrongly, you are even contemplating how to kill Li Suifeng, aren't you? Feng Long was startled by him again, and hastily asked, when did you figure that out? Qi Jia didn't hide it and replied, from the first time I saw you. I could sense your emotions through the rainwater. At that time the emotion transmitted through the water, coming from you, was a fierce desire for vengeance. It was the kind of involuntary joy and yearning that arises when you see a chance for revenge. He deduced his intention without hesitation. You must have taken a liking to my uniquely gifted Dao body. You possess a secret technique that allows you to seize my body to help you take revenge. Qi Jia stopped there, and then thought to himself, too bad you guessed wrong. I'm just a naturally born ordinary alluring physique. Not even as good as Du Yu's flawless sword body. Feng Long's face was grim and he remained silent. After a few seconds he suddenly burst out laughing and said, as expected, in front of you, I cannot hide anything. Feng Long stroked the blade, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and continued fearlessly, but so what? You know everything. But you can't change anything. Lu Chaoga was also very calm and composed as he continued to ask. No rush, I have one more question. Aren't you Li Sufeng's subordinate? Why do you want to kill him? In the Tianqian realm, slaying one's master is a grave crime. Once you do that, the whole world will reject you. However, Feng Long was very clear-headed. He violently swung his sword at Lu Chaoga, yelling angrily, shut up. I just want to obtain your Dao body. Everything will change completely. Whether I am accepted or not is not for you to decide. Lu Chaoga merely shifted slightly, easily dodging his sword stroke. He then remarked calmly, your sword momentum is chaotic. It seems your hatred for Li Suifeng has destroyed your sanity. Feng Long seemed to have gone mad, continuously swinging his sword while shouting, so what? You still won't be able to resist the sword 8 realms in my hand. Facing this dense barrage of attacks, Lu Chaoga still dodged with ease. After sensing the power of this sword, he frowned slightly and began to evaluate it. This sword's capability is indeed not to be underestimated. If it damages my own Danqing peak, the trouble will be huge. I must find a way to destroy that sword first. While he was pondering, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared on Lu Chaoga's shoulder. He asked suspiciously, why are you out now? Just then Bu Wan also materialized and signaled. Lu Chaoga observed her actions and guessed. Are you suggesting it can destroy the sword 8 realms? Bu Wan immediately nodded. Next, Xiao Wu flew near him accompanied by a screen. Only after Lu Chaoga finished reading did he realize. So it actually possesses this ability. Excellent, this way we can break the sword 8 realms. On the other side, Feng Long was still brandishing his sword, setting up the corroding Skynet formation. He shouted confidently, Lu Chaoga, there is no way for you to avoid this move. Having said that, he fiercely swung the sword down. He continued to shout, but don't worry. After I defeat you, I will utilize your Dao body to its maximum potential. Lu Chaoga stood still watching him set up the formation. He still looked calm and said, utilize it. Saying such cruel things at a time like this. TSK, however, I believe it is time to decide the outcome. After speaking, Lu Chaoga waved his hand, pushing Xiao Wu out and instructed, Xiao Wu, it's all up to you. Once that was done, he smiled faintly, thinking, the sword spirit Bu Wan's ability is to bestow a sword spirit, but it is not restricted to allies or opponents. On the other side, Feng Long's sword was exerting its power. It unleashed countless crisscrossing sword lights toward its opponent. Despite this, Xiao Wu easily threaded through them. Feng Long sneered, it's just a dying struggle. The sword 8 realms cannot be broken by a mere 6th realm cultivator like you. However, Lu Chaoga replied calmly, who said I wanted to destroy your sword? On the contrary, I intend to revive it. This answer made Feng Long frown in confusion. He repeated the 2 words, revive. He didn't have to wait long, as the sword in his hand quickly underwent a change. Feng Long shouted in terror, the black impurity sword. Its corrosive power is rapidly disappearing. What on earth is happening? Only then did he see Xiao Wu flying over and attaching itself to the sword blade. Feng Long stuttered in shock. Why, you're a sword spirit? No, impossible. Its sword spirit died long ago. Could it be that gray light? that Lu Chaoga threw over. Thinking of this, he asked himself in terror. But, how can someone arbitrarily bestow a sword spirit upon someone else's sword? The emergence of a sword spirit requires the sword itself to possess extremely high quality, then absorb the host's spiritual power, and after a long period of nurturing, the sword's divine essence might possibly appear. How could that Lu Chaoga possibly achieve this? A second later he finally reacted, shouting, "Get this evil entity out of my sword." It's just that Xiao Wu really disappeared. Meanwhile, on Cheaja's side, the system also displayed a notification. The Sword of Filth has been converted, becoming the Sword of Decay. Its realm is currently decreasing. He secretly praised Xiao Wu. Well done. Sure enough, over there, Feng Long's sword realm continued to drop. From the Sword of Decay level, it dropped directly from 81 to level 64. He screamed in panic. What exactly is this thing? It's causing the sword realm to rapidly decline. Lu Chaoga, what have you done? On this side, Chaoga secretly emitted a purple aura. Then he slowly began to speak. I merely took the opportunity to bestow that sword with a new life. Soon the system panel displayed a new notification. Sword Spirit E rank. Abandonment status. Xiao Wu's ability implements abandonment to the extreme. After gaining this sword spirit, this sword will be unable to advance its realm, remaining stuck forever at level 1. Chaoga felt slightly surprised after reading it, but still gave a light laugh and said, Xiao Wu, this abandonment form. The effect truly is astonishingly abandoned. Just then the system displayed another line of text. Sword of Decay LV1 explanation. Having descended to the initial level, it can no longer be downgraded. At the same time, Feng Long on the other side realized in shock. Blurting out, the 8-realm sword has actually reverted to the initial realm. A second later he regained his composure and said, Lu Chaoga, your methods are indeed formidable. Cheaja's expression remained unchanged, still answering calmly, there is no need to praise me. What other techniques do you have? Hurry up and use them. And let me witness, by the way. Your master, Li Suifeng. Feng Long immediately shot out the sword, shouting as he directed it towards him, then prepare to be amazed. Chaoga merely tilted his head slightly, easily avoiding the strike. But he himself suddenly disappeared into the air. He scoffed, saying disdainfully, saying the harshest things, and running the fastest path. I am truly amazed. At this point a profound look appeared in Cheaja's eyes and he said, if you want to run now, it's too late. Immediately after he shouted the command rain, the sky instantly darkened. Accompanied by thunder and rain, Chaoga shouted again. Heavy rain. The rainwater instantly changed according to the command. Feng Long, who was currently fleeing, also felt shocked, sighing inwardly. So heavy this guy can actually utilize the power of heaven and earth to such a level. He gritted his teeth, secretly hardening his resolve. His Dao body talent is truly marvelous. Even if today means giving everything I have, I must seize his good fortune. I must hold on. As long as I lead him to that specific spot, I'll have a chance to win. Meanwhile, Chaoga remained standing where he was, stating arrogantly, let him fly a little first. As long as he has water clinging to him, he cannot escape my grasp. He manipulated the water, lifting the sword, and said carefully, Xiao Wu helped me greatly this time. I can't let it fall and break. After saying that, Chaoga flew downward, pursuing Feng Long. He pondered inwardly. It's a shame bestow sword spirit can only be used once. If Xiao Wu could continuously utilize its ability, it could absolutely be called S-rank reversal. His heart filled with expectation and he smiled secretly. Once I deal with that troublesome fellow, Li Suifeng, it won't be too late to ask if there's a way to continuously utilize the sword spirit. Since it has fallen under my command, there is no reason for it not to be completely utilized. On the other side, Feng Long seemed to have reached the location he desired. He confirmed inwardly. The convergence point of the 5 meridian spiritual aura is right here. As long as I activate the formation, even Lu Chaoga is bound to fail. Feng Long had not had the chance to do anything yet, when he heard Cheaja's voice transmit over. Fellow Daoist, even your ability to run away is this poor. What a shame, what a pity. In the next second, countless streams of sharp water rushed forth. He was a bit surprised and internally commented, even the speed at which he controls the water has increased as his sword intent strengthened. This guy truly is a prodigy. Thinking this, Feng Long turned around and unleashed a defensive move. Following that, he plunged sharply into the forest, causing dust and gravel on the ground to fly up. Lu Chaoga looked down from midair. He calmly speculated. Intentionally running over here. Could it be that you've prepared some sort of trap for this one? Feng Long threw off his tattered clothing on the ground and asked, looking at him. If you know it's a trap, you still dare to approach. You are truly too careless, Lu Chaoga. Are you really not afraid of death? Lu Chaoga controlled the water streams to gather around himself, and simultaneously replied proudly. In this one's dictionary, the word fear has never existed. This one is merely curious. What kind of trap exactly did you design to save your pathetic life? After speaking, he commanded all the water streams to rush out, saying aloud, then first try to survive. This one's water sword intent. Feng Long's feet rapidly dodged, secretly evaluating in his heart. The power of every water sword is equal to his sword intent. If I get hit by just one sword, this body of mine will immediately perish. He reached inside his clothes, preparing to take something out. Then he was seen holding a few paper figures between his fingers, and secretly thought to himself, this is my last batch of paper figures. To buy time to activate that array, I must use them all up. Feng Long, swift as lightning, rushed behind a large rock. In the blink of an eye, those paper figures turned into exact replicas of him, scattering in all directions simultaneously. Lu Chaoga didn't waver in the slightest, calmly thinking, it's that paper figure technique again. Each paper figure has been evenly allocated spiritual power, making them indistinguishable from the true body. Since that is the case, I must destroy every single one of them. His thoughts were interrupted, and he also controlled the water swords to scatter evenly. Soon the duplicates were stabbed and destroyed one by one. They quickly reverted back to their original form. Lu Chaoga smiled faintly and muttered to himself, this technique is certainly useful. Its grade must be very high. Could it be top grade Zilevel? It seems Mo Men needs me to acquire more techniques. Top grade Zilevel, or even Zhang level techniques to use as trump cards, before the great calamity arrives. Thinking this, he remembered something, and slyly chuckled to himself. Don't we have a son of destiny? When the time comes, we can just bring him back and use him as a guide. With him serving as a guide, we might even discover some rare treasures, or similar items. Not only that, he suddenly remembered something else. Oh right, there's also the little patron. When the time comes, he'll get her a few more drops of vital essence blood, desperately exhausting the Bodis resources. I haven't dealt with Xin for several days. I need to conduct a few transactions with her as well. Patron, this one is doing this for the greater good. It's definitely not because I'm eyeing your high-grade techniques. Right at this moment, the paper figures were continuously being taken care of by the water swords. As for Feng Long, he had already activated 2 arrays, one yellow and one purple. He continued to complete 2 other arrays, then quickly ran forward. He thought to himself, only the last central array is left. As long as I activate this final one, the array will succeed. In Feng Long's eyes, only the array pillar in front of him seemed to remain. Just then he suddenly stopped. Glancing behind him, his face pale. It turned out that many water swords behind him were pointed directly at him. He stood still, muttering disappointedly to himself. Was I still one step too slow? Lu Chaoga lowered his gaze, looked at Feng Long and said, too bad your escape failed. However, this one has suddenly developed mercy, and wants to see what kind of array you were trying to activate. I will count to 3. As long as you can activate it, you can prolong your miserable existence for a bit. He frowned and asked, confused, why are you doing this? He didn't explain the reason, only saying, if I were you, I wouldn't ask why. As soon as he finished speaking, he began counting 3. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was secretly stating the reason in his heart. I truly want to spare your life. And of course I have my reasons for that. You should know that I've never liked fighting bosses. They give no rewards. Having finished his thought, he leisurely called out 2. Feng Long immediately bit his finger to draw blood. The moment Lu Chaoga counted down to 1, he simultaneously used his blood to activate the formation. A formation immediately emitted mysterious red and black streams of air. Feng Long shouted ecstatically. The 5 elements life regeneration array. It worked. Following that, 5 beams of light appeared, carrying 5 different colors soaring into the sky. Feng Long spread his hands wide and yelled triumphantly, "Lu Chaoga, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. This place will be your grave." Immediately after, a figure full of killing intent manifested. The remaining 4 formations also appeared in sequence. Seeing these figures, Feng Long shouted excitedly, "Lu Chaoga, this is the secret I discovered in this place." He explained excitedly. There is an array among the 5 sects, which requires people from the 5 sects to operate it simultaneously. This allows spiritual power to flow endlessly, and power to surge dramatically. Coupled with the fact that they have already become Death Disciple swordsmen, they can truly become immortal and indestructible. Then he pointed at those Death Disciple swordsmen and yelled, "You are absolutely going to be exhausted here." Feng Long, hiding nothing, said with great anticipation, "Once I obtain your Dao body, the world will be vast enough, and I can do anything I want. Li Suifeng will no longer be able to restrain me." Although Lu Chaoga was somewhat surprised, he maintained his composed demeanor and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Men's 5 neighbors to have such a deep connection. Could it be that they were once a single family in ancient times?" He glanced over and mused inwardly, if the 5 sects were one family, then why is Men here? What kind of existence was my Men in ancient times? Seeing his calm appearance, Feng Long shouted in alarm, "Lu Chaoga, are you really not scared?" He repeated the word scared mockingly, and calmly explained, "I spared your life just now, and allowed you to activate this formation, merely because I felt something was still missing." At this moment the system panel had appeared. Lu Chaoga smiled faintly and said, "Now I finally feel everything is in place." He thought inwardly, if I couldn't activate the main quest's boss battle, then it wouldn't count. A prompt had already appeared on the system panel. Special NPC detected. Main quest, King's Sword of the Nether King has been automatically activated. Current progress 548. Boss 5 elements Sword Ghost. Current level 55. Danger level 2.5 stars. Main quest Sword of the Nether King. 5 elements Sword Ghost. Activated after reading the prompt. Lu Chaoga secretly assessed the difficulty. Main instance 5 elements Sword Ghost. I was waiting for you. It's just that the danger level is quite low. But even a mosquito leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Having thought that, he drew his sword and spoke leisurely. Well then, let the sweep begin. As soon as Feng Long heard this, he immediately waved his hand and shouted an order. Chop off his head. But don't damage his Dao body. Immediately following, the 5 members of the 5 sects simultaneously rushed forward to besiege him. Lu Chaoga fought 1 against 5. Yet still had the presence of mind to think. These sect leaders are all familiar faces. Especially the one from Gungjin Men. He was still putting on airs in front of me just recently. Finishing his thought, he looked into that person's eyes, and thought with a touch of nostalgia. Unfortunately, times have changed considering our past relationship. I will personally grant you peaceful deliverance. Following that, he decisively struck with his sword, and ended the life of the elder of the Gangjin Gate. Just then another woman rushed forward and launched an attack. Chaoga frowned, recalling inwardly. I remember this person is the type who was extremely skilled at leveraging deep friendships for personal gain. This outfit was probably changed into when they first encountered the demon cultivator's siege. In her mind, perhaps she always believed that nothing was impossible to solve. Using the power of deep friendship, he thought while swinging his sword horizontally, a person I have matters. At this moment, that elder of the Gungjin Gate appeared once again. Feng Long below spread his hands smugly and explained, this formation can provide them with infinite spiritual power, while the soul jades will make them immortal and indestructible. Even if you manage to break the formation just now, can you still do it now? Your spiritual power will eventually be completely depleted by them. Having said this, his face was full of ambition and he proclaimed, by then your Dao body will be mine. Chaoga controlled the flow of water while calmly replying, is that so? Too bad if I am not completely drained of spiritual power. Then there is no need to care whether they are immortal or indestructible, he finished, then shouted the forbidden incantation loudly. Immediately following, The 5 Death Cultivator swordsmen were trapped by 5 water spheres. Feng Long cried out in astonishment. You and the fierce battle between us just now. You casually released water swords and summoned the power of heaven and earth. Yet you still have this much spiritual power left. Chaga, positioned above, replied with the demeanor of someone in complete control. This is my domain. I can use the spiritual power of all things in heaven and earth, including you. At this moment his body slowly began to emit a purple aura. Feng Long looked at his own hand and stammered. SPI, my spiritual power is being drained. Chao Ge activated the water sword again and spoke calmly. As for how to break the formation here, I'm afraid it only requires destroying the Foundation's spiritual artifact. After saying that, he destroyed the 4 formation pillars in sequence. The last one was the central formation, right behind Feng Long. Soon the 5 elements formation was completely broken. Chaga stood with his hands clasped behind his back and continued. Now that the formation is broken, the soul jades can be extracted from their bodies, and these 5 people can finally rest in peace. Feng Long raised his head and looked at him doubtfully. Since you were never going to lose from the start, why did you waste so much time fighting me? Chaga answered without hesitation. Because I share the same goal as you. However, he didn't believe it. Ridiculous, how could we possibly have the same goal? It was then that he explained the reason behind it. I want to eliminate the traitor in the sword sect, which means I must kill Li Suifeng. You want to kill Li Suifeng, and I also want to kill Li Suifeng. Doesn't that mean we share the same goal? Feng Long frowned and retorted. But so what? With your current strength, you won't be able to do it. Chaga went along with his words and stated. Therefore I need your help. Li Suifeng could betray the sword sect. So why can't you betray him? He began to persuade Feng Long. The sword sect is not Li Suifeng's sword sect alone. Those who can kill Li Suifeng are not non-existent. Among the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou, Li Suifeng is only ranked 4th. He remained silent, giving no reply. He was undergoing an ideological struggle in his mind, determining what decision he should make. Chaga did not rush him, merely dealt with the soul of one person from the 5 gates, reminding him subtly. You can consider it carefully. But I change my mind faster than turning a page. Maybe you'll change my mind later. It was then that Feng Long cautiously spoke and asked, will I be allowed to live? At this moment the 5 disciples of the 5 gates whose souls had been extracted had already dissipated in the air. He gathered these souls, condensing them into 5 soul jades in his hand, looking at Feng Long accusingly. You've already seen so many people. Could they possibly still be alive? Since you committed evil deeds, you should have expected this day to come. His face was grim and he didn't answer. Chaga pointed the greatsword at Feng Long, urging him aloud. Hurry and decide, do you choose to stab your enemy before you die, or choose to die having done nothing? Throwing something out, he shouted, catch. He caught it using water spiritual power and said, puzzled. A jade slip. At this moment blue text radiated from the jade slip. The content read, soul melting jade, capable of turning all annihilated sword cultivation sects into corpse cultivator swordsmen, and making them collectively besiege the Mo men. Chaga frowned and said, this spiritual power is extremely abundant. It must belong to an 8th realm cultivator. This is the critical evidence that proves his crime. Feng Long opened his mouth to explain. This is the last jade slip. Originally, it should have completely vanished upon task completion. However, I stayed vigilant. He took out a soul jade and continued. I left survivors in all 5 major sects. This soul jade was originally meant to transform them. The task hasn't been completed yet, which is why the jade slip didn't disappear. I intended to use it to restrain Li Suifeng. Feng Long looked at him and asked, I'm about to die. Before I go, would you like to hear my story? Chaga answered frankly. Not particularly. It must be some nonsense about being tortured, having unfulfilled resentment, or being unwillingly manipulated by others. He closed his eyes as if letting go of everything, sighed and said, you're right. I'm dying anyway. How about I give you some information instead? Feng Long told him. He is not Li Suifeng. He is also a puppet behind him. He suddenly stopped speaking before finishing his sentence. Feng Long's eyes snapped open, tears welled up, blood vessels bulged. spreading throughout his body. His entire body instantly swelled up as if about to explode. Despite this, Foam Long struggled to complete his sentence. There is someone even stronger. The next second his body indeed exploded. Chowga looked at the smoke drifting down below, silently repeating his words. There is someone else behind Li Suifeng. Frowning, he muttered to himself, the amount of information is overwhelming. At this moment the system panel reappeared and displayed a question. You have obtained rank Important Intelligence, gaining access to brand new content. Do you wish to unlock it? Chowga immediately made his choice. Is it because of what that man said? Let's unlock it. The system panel with the question. You have obtained Important Intelligence. Rank gaining access to brand new content. Do you wish to unlock it? Slowly began to burn. Then new content was gradually revealed. The hidden main storyline of the Tianxian world has begun. Tianxian main storyline. The reverse side of the world. Current progress 0.1%. After reading it, Chowga opened his eyes wide in shock, thinking, in my previous life I only heard about the main storylines of the 4 continents. I never heard of a Tianxian world main storyline. Is this a new change that occurred? Because I arrived here. Inside the Qing Tian room of the Sword Sect, a soul spoke coldly. He is dead, not killed by someone else, but died due to the restriction you used. But these words did not shake Li Suifeng in the slightest. He continued to focus intently on cultivating his soul. The soul continued to warn him nearby. This incident means that some of your secrets have been exposed. If exposed, then Ji Changkong and the Sword Venerable could both kill you. Li Suifeng spoke with composure. Ji Changkong probably can't do it now. If he were to really make a move now, he would be the only one to die. The soul looked serious. But you are also severely injured right now. Aren't you? By then Lu Chowga would only have 6th realm cultivation, and he would be able to kill you personally. Suifeng still sat in his chair, his expression grim. So both of them must continue to die, under the karma of the heavenly Tao. I cannot personally execute my 3 corpses. I must rely on the hands of others. He appeared extremely proud. The reason why people of later generations cannot break through the 9th realm is because they lost the method of executing the 3 corpses. But I am different from them. Suifeng's evil soul immediately understood after hearing this. So from the very beginning you set up 2 plans. First, Foam Long wins, Lu Chowga dies. You both vented your frustration and suppressed the unstable factors, preventing them from disrupting the overall situation later on. Second, Foam Long dies, Lu Chowga wins, using Lu Chaoja's hand to help you execute the 3 corpses, aiding you in entering the 9th realm. If I haven't guessed wrong, your remaining 2 corpses are also prepared for him. Suifeng looked at his evil soul with satisfaction, using Lu Chowga, the number 1 rising star of Qingjus swordsmanship, as a tool. Isn't that highly amusing? The evil soul praised him outwardly, but secretly had other intentions. So he said to Suifeng, you are certainly very clever in this regard, but the current Sword Venerable possesses astonishing comprehension. Even without this method of executing the 3 corpses, he still has hope of breaking through the 9th realm. If you hadn't lived for so many years, and known so many secret techniques, you definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Suifeng suddenly emitted a thick wave of killing intent from his entire body. What if his talent is extraordinary? Don't forget, we still have the Eye of Chaos, capable of triggering the great calamity of Tianxian. Then he circulated his energy and condensed his power in his hand. Furthermore, before he bursts out of the door, I will certainly take the step into the 9th realm faster. He is only half a step into the 9th realm. I, this lord, do not wish to wait any longer. Suifeng grabbed a heart, his expression extremely sinister. Now it's your turn, go kill Lu Chowga. Or be killed by Lu Chowga. At this moment the system displayed information. Main quest: the Underworld King wields the sword. Progress of 5 elements sword ghost completed. Main quest: Qingzhou. Progress of the Underworld King's sword increased by 2%. Current progress 56.8%. He stared blankly at the screen for a moment. A difficulty level of 2.5 stars, yet it only increased the progress by 2%. TSK, this is the first time I've encountered a situation where there is no reward button after slaying a boss. Then he turned towards the nearby gravestones and couldn't help but feel emotional. Forget it, although some of them once had some disputes with my Momin sect. Ultimately they are all fellow sword cultivators. Consider this Lord guiding you through your final journey. Lu Cheage's gaze suddenly sharpened. This quest actually has no explanation whatsoever. Only a progress indicator. Only simple text remained before his eyes. Main quest. The backside of the world. Current progress 0.1%. Lu Chaoga felt very confused. What exactly does the backside of the world mean? He furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. Could this be related to something that he hasn't found the answer to even across his 2 lifetimes? He then turned around, flew into the air and left the area. Since I can't figure it out, I might as well wait for them to come to me. I should head back to the sect first and see how Xiao Lizi and Xin Yan are doing. Lu Chaoga had some doubts in his mind. Speaking of which, besides the last time he stepped in to help Yuer, he had truly never seen Xiao Lizi take action. So he was a little curious. What realm is she actually in now? And how powerful can she be in real combat? Lu Chaoga flew to the base of a mountain shrouded in thick fog. This was precisely the boundary of the protective mountain array. Ill descend from here. It should be. Suddenly the system issued a warning. Legendary tier sword technique fluctuations detected. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but feel surprise, thinking, legendary tier sword technique. Could Xiao Lizi be the one casting it? He immediately flew downwards. I need to quickly go down and see clearly. Chaoga quickly made a summons, and the mountain protection array was activated. But then he suddenly realized, damn it! This array was set up by Xiao Lizi. It only recognizes the card, not the person. Chaoga had to hold the person and place the card on the scanner, which made him question his life choices. In the blink of an eye the array opened. Looking at the scene before him, he felt a little emotional. Xiao Lizi's newly made Dongli Pass token was indeed very useful. Just as he stepped inside, Dongli's voice rang out. Hey big brother, are you finished over there? The familiar voice made him turn his head. Is that Xiao Lizi's voice? Dongli appeared and softly said to Chaoga, I just finished dealing with one over here too. He looked at the person who had been struck down. The person's back was already covered in severe injuries, which greatly astonished him. Did you do this? This demon cultivator is 7th realm, right? She pretended to sigh in relief at that moment, seizing the chance to cover up. Few the 7th realm cultivators are really strong. Luckily I was careful enough, or I would have been the one dead. How is that possible? These words genuinely could not dismiss the doubts in Cheage's heart. Your explanation makes no sense at all. You only have a few minor scrapes on you. Besides, just now, the system showed me fluctuations of sword technique. Has Henjiu used that, didn't you? It must have been you, right? He narrowed his eyes while looking at Dongli. Should I bravely acknowledge the disparity between myself and Xiao Lizi? Just how strong has this girl become? I really want to know. Dongli smiled happily, looking radiant, brushed the dust off herself and said to Chaoga, demon cultivators really are terrifying. I haven't fought anyone in a long time. It turns out I'm just not suited for combat. Without big brother, a cultivator like me would definitely have a hard time surviving. After hearing this, Chaoga suddenly froze for a moment. Then he happily patted Dongli's head, which made her slightly annoyed. Big brother, what are you doing? My hair is all messy now. Chaoga looked gently at Dongli and said, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought about Xiao Lizi. You might have grown up, but you will always be my Xiao Lizi. He thought to himself. What realm my Xiao Lizi is in, or how strong she is, doesn't matter. As long as she is my Xiao Lizi, that's enough. Suddenly, while the two were talking, a hand carrying the enemy's head slowly approached. Xin Yan, radiating killing intent, walked over, struggling to suppress the fury in her heart, which drew their attention. Chaoga realized at this moment that something was amiss, and instantly grew tense. Recently Xin Yan has been very generous, but seeing her like this now, could she be jealous of her little sister? Just then, she mercilessly tossed the head down, then pretended to trip and acted coyly toward Chaoga. Ouch, ouch, I'm badly hurt. Chaoga, would you come and help massage it for me? Dongli was stunned by the sight. Sister Xin Yan, that posture of yours is too fake. Who knew Chaoga would actually play along? He quickly stepped forward to support Xin Yan, his tone full of doting affection. Where did you get hurt? Let me see. He completely ignored Dongli nearby, who was watching them with a look of disdain. What kind of special trick are those two playing? Suddenly from an unknown direction, an eerie aura slowly drifted over. Dongli immediately recognized the panic-inducing aura as ghost chi. Worried, she quickly said to Chaoga, big brother, there's so much ghost chi. The disciples killed from the 5 great sects have already arrived at Momin. Unexpectedly, he just replied calmly, ignore them. These low-level sword cultivators who died. Outer disciples are already handling it. Dongli felt curious after hearing this. Outer disciples. But I haven't seen them for days. Just then the game system was activated. Tiangshuanji has completed its version update. After the countdown ends, players can log back into the game. Countdown starts. 3-2 Xiaoge had anticipated this long ago. With a smug look on his face, he said they'll be back soon. After the final countdown ends, 1. The system displays the status bar loading. Game loading complete. Welcome everyone to the official version 0 of Tiangshuanji Online. A login screen appeared. Click to start the game. Tiangshuanji unfolded, showing magnificent mountain ranges and a blanket of hazy mist. In sharp contrast to this beautiful natural scene, waiting for the players was a swarm of bloodthirsty monsters in countless numbers. Players logged in excitedly. Logging into Tiangshuanji. Logging into Tiangshuanji. Logging into Tiangshuanji. Lingling was also craning her neck in anticipation at home. The server is finally open. My darling Xiaogu. She looked at Xiaoge's photo on her phone, and couldn't help but kiss it several times. I'm coming to see you right away. Crackling sound. Then she put on her VR headset. Logging into Tiangshuanji. The game officially started immediately. Welcome to Tiangshuanji Online. The official version. We wish you a pleasant game. In a rather empty hilly area, Lingling slowly appeared. As soon as she arrived, she excitedly shouted, I'm here. Finally. I am only 5 or 6 kilometers away from Momin's Dangqingshu region. Now. I can't believe they shut down the server for 3 days. Then without hesitation she shouted angrily. The publisher is despicable. Do you guys know how? Li Ling managed to survive these 3 days. I licked through 3 tempered glass screen protectors. Little did she know. That loud voice attracted some unsavory creatures. A roar suddenly sounded, catching Lingling's attention. What was that sound suddenly surrounding the rock she was standing on? There were many beasts approaching, scaring Lingling stiff. She screamed, then quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Her face was filled with panic. Before I logged off. Were there this many zombie monsters here? Why don't I remember this at all? Lingling was terrified, and quickly ran away from that pack of beasts, crying out, Stop, don't chase me, I'm a streamer. Give me a break, okay? I don't want to respawn. Note. Firstly, when a player in Tiangshuanji dies in the wild, their level and experience points will be reset, and they will drop all items, and then randomly respawn in any of the 4 continents. Secondly, however, in dungeons or when facing an NPC activated red name boss, infinite respawns are allowed. Lingling cried and pleaded with the ferocious beasts behind her. I'm a streamer. Spare me. I really am a streamer. She complained silently to herself. I'm only 5 or 6 kilometers from Momin. Yet I still haven't managed to enter the sect. Am I going to fall here? How can I possibly fall because of this group of ugly zombie monsters? Suddenly the system notification sounded again. Detection. Shows you are in the Momin Qinglongzhou region. A Momin NPC has issued a regional quest. Do you accept? Lingling felt a little happy after seeing this. A regional quest from a Momin NPC. Could it be? I accept. I accept them all then. Zayog's figure actually appeared on the small screen. Vigor remains eternal. Cleanse your sword edge. All disciples of Qinglongzhou, please follow me to slay the evil demons and uphold justice. Lingling couldn't contain the fondness in her heart, and shouted, Lu Zhaoge. It's actually a quest issued by Lu Zhaoge. How could I be this lucky, Zhaoge? I finally see you. But then the image quickly disappeared, leaving her filled with regret. My Zhaoge, oh my Zhaoge. System regional quest announcement. Sword cultivator demon elimination. Issuer Lu Zhouge Quest Content. Kill the evil cultivator swordsman within the MO clan area of Qinglongzhou. Rewards will be determined based on the total number of kills achieved during the event period. Merged into L1119. Special note. The number of evil cultivator swordsmen killed by the top 3 ranked players will receive Lu Zhaoge's exclusive limited reward. After reading the quest, Lingling was instantly stunned. She immediately stopped ignoring the group of monsters behind her. Intense killing intent suddenly erupted from her body, causing the group of monsters to tremble. At this moment Lingling displayed a terrifying expression, her eyes flickering with light. And she looked at them with craving. The players who rank in the top 3, based on the number of swordsmen killed, will receive Lu Zhaoge's exclusive limited reward now. My killing intent is surging. Following that, she raised her sword without hesitation, charging straight toward the group of monsters. Kill the monsters, cheer for Lu Zhaoge. In just a moment slashing sounds were endless, mingled with the painful cries of beasts being continuously attacked. It wasn't just Li Lingling alone. Throughout the entire Qinglongzhou region, tens of millions of players who received Lu Zhaoge's quest. Their killing intent was also dramatically increasing. At this time the number of players clearing monsters had reached dozens of times the number of evil cultivator swordsman monsters from the 5 major sects. At this moment Li Lingling did not yet know that the difficulty of her quest would quickly shift from too many monsters to kill, to stealing kills, and even fighting tooth and nail against other players for them. Dongli asked Zhaoge with a look of surprise. Brother, what did you do? The demonic energy rushing towards our MO clan has greatly diminished. He answered calmly, I didn't do much. I just offered a little bait. Let's go check on Hiding and Luobing. Their battle must be nearing its end soon. Zhaoge's explanation Dongli didn't understand at all, so she asked blankly, what kind of bait? Can a little bait really have such power? Over on Luobing and Hiding's battleground, Daon's face was twisted, and he licked his lips while looking at Luobing, saying, You are merely at the 5th realm and a demon too. Why sacrifice yourself for humans? Why don't you join me? I'll take you to my Yuzhu sect to live comfortably. I guarantee you'll enjoy it so much you'll forget everything else. Luobing was covered in wounds, looking at him with utter disdain. Trash like you, I find you repulsive. If it were my young master, who wanted me, just to look would be enough. Just as she finished saying that, the newly arrived Zhaoge trio happened to overhear it. Xinyan shot a glance at Zhaoge carrying killing intent. This junior niece Luobing seems deeply devoted to senior brother. Dongli standing nearby pouted and thought, this girl, she really has always wanted to be my sister-in-law. Seeing this, Zhaoge tried to salvage the situation, forcing a few coughs before explaining. My appearance is unique. The little girl is still young, currently in an innocent phase, so having a slight crush on me cannot be blamed on her. Xinyan was stunned upon hearing this. What senior brother said sounds a bit strange, but why does it feel completely reasonable? She pondered for a long time, saying nothing. She didn't notice at all that Lu Zhaoge was secretly wiping sweat nearby, muttering internally, phew. Fortunately I was a player in my previous life, so I have experience handling this sort of thing. If we weren't in this place there would definitely be a bloody incident right now. Since we managed to gloss over that, we need to quickly change the subject. On the battlefield, Luobing is still summoning her true form at this moment, fighting Daon Zener. Seeing the scene before him, Zhaoge was very curious. Why is Luobing the only one? Where did Hiding go? Dongli looked around anxiously. I told Hiding and Luobing to confront the enemy together. How could he have disappeared? Xinyan also spoke with some curiosity. Hiding's sense of presence has truly been getting lower recently. We'd better use our divine sense to search carefully. Sometimes when he comes to call me for a meal, I can only see him when he walks right up to me. Unexpectedly, Zhaoge calmly looked straight ahead. No need to look, that kid is right there. Look at that strange beast. It is constantly being slashed and wounded. Dongli widened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Could that be Hiding's doing? Even Xinyan was somewhat taken aback. That snake suffered so many cuts, yet it didn't sense anything at all. Zhaoge crossed his arms and said contentedly, this is their strategy. Luobing is a celestial fox spirit. and coupled with her half-demon body, she can withstand the attacks of that sixth-realm demon cultivator. Meanwhile, Hiding continuously hides his presence, wounding that snake. By the time that snake realizes it's injured, that will be the moment of its instant demise. Enro was just fighting fiercely, but suddenly it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, wailing painfully, and then crashed heavily to the ground. Daeong didn't understand what happened, yelling in extreme terror, "What's wrong, Enro? When did you get such a serious injury?" Just as he was panicked and unaware of his surroundings, Hiding seized the opportunity, pointing his sword at Daeong's neck, then swiftly slashed, severing his head. He didn't even have time to utter his last words. What the hell? Afterward, Hiding revealed his figure, panting heavily. Suddenly, his eyes widened in immense surprise, as if something earth-shattering had occurred. Tears suddenly welled up in Hiding's eyes. He furrowed his brow, unable to speak. How is this possible? He only saw standing before Hiding a pair of feet suspended in midair. He shouted excitedly, "Xiaoli!" Xiaoli's figure appeared before him, continuously emitting dense energy. Dongli stood far away, observing the situation, asking worriedly, "Why did Hiding stop? Is it because of that ghost?" Xiaoga slowly began to speak. "That is no ordinary ghost. That is the girl Hiding met. When he was training down the mountain, she was killed by a demon cultivator, dying right in front of Hiding. That incident activated a terrifying power within Hiding." Hearing this, Dongli and Sinyan immediately understood. So that previous incident was because of this girl. This girl must be very important to Hiding. Xiaoga now wore a serious expression, staring intently at the eerie Xiaoli before him. But the dead cannot be brought back to life. Now Hiding must personally kill her, who has turned into a ghost. Hiding remained frozen in place, his eyes never leaving Xiaoli for a moment. Seeing this, Dongli urged anxiously, "Xiaoga, how can this be allowed? Brother, hurry up and think of something." Sinyan also pleaded, "Yes, Xiaoga. Think of a solution quickly. Don't let such a tragedy happen." Xiaoga's gaze suddenly became sharp and intense. "I'm not certain, maybe there is, but I can't be sure," he thought to himself. Since the last time, after seeing Hiding's body occupied by that shadow, I was already certain Hiding's shadow must have a strong connection with the ghost king Mingwang. Earlier, Xiaoga pondered, frowning. The soul jade born from Mingwang can allow people to return from death, to be revived. In that case, since Hiding's shadow is related to Mingwang, whether they possess similar abilities. Meanwhile, Hiding was still consumed by guilt. He choked up as he looked at the ghost corpse before him. "Xiaoli, is that really you?" Luo Bing walked over, covered in injuries. She struggled to shout, "Senior brother, that is a ghost entity. Don't go near her." Suddenly she looked to the side. Her face was filled with surprise. She saw Lu Chaoga and the other two standing there. Luo Bing was overjoyed. That's young master. The young master's gesture is telling me to stay silent. If his finger were placed on my lips, I definitely wouldn't make any sound. Unexpectedly, Luo Bing, blushing profusely, unintentionally caused Sinyan some displeasure. It seems it's time to keep Lu Chaoga on a tighter leash. Dongli standing nearby sighed in relief. When exactly did this child turn into this state? Hiding ignored Luo Bing's warning. He looked up at Xiaoli, his eyes full of hope. Xiaoli faced the person before her, completely lifeless. He still spoke excitedly. I thought I would never see you again, Xiaoli." Without warning, Xiaoli's gaze suddenly filled with killing intent, veins bulging, her eyes whiter than ever before. Her entire body emitted a vast amount of yin qi. She screamed in pain, then charged straight toward Hiding. Rush, kill, kill. Kill, kill. In an instant, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Lu Chaoga immediately blocked the two, Dongli and Sinyan, who were worried and about to run over. "Stop, this is Hiding's personal karma." Both of them were extremely worried. "But Hiding is going to die." But Lu Chaoga remained firm. "I am his master. No one is more worried about him than I am. But if he cannot resolve even this bit of karma, then how is he worthy of being Lu Chaoga's disciple?" Hearing this, Dongli and Sinyan agreed to stop. "I understand. Then we will listen to you." Meanwhile, Hiding completely disregarded the wound on his chest, although blood was seeping from his mouth. He still struggled to call out, Xiaoli, it really is you. He relentlessly stepped forward. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Xiaoli struggled furiously, let go of me. I'm going to kill you. Heading gently embraced her. He spoke continuously, full of pain. I'm sorry, I am truly sorry. Xiaoli froze for a moment, filled with shock. Suddenly her entire body was once again filled with yin qi. Xiaoli screamed loudly, as if releasing the pain stored within her body. The screaming grew louder and the emitted yin qi intensified. She intended to attack Heading. Seeing this, his shadow hurriedly tried to stop her. Don't. At this moment Lu Chaoga spoke to it using spiritual sense. Shadow, what are you still waiting for? The shadow hesitated for a long time, stuttering its reply. What can I do? It continuously blamed itself in agony. Last time I caused him such misery. I won't let that happen again. I cannot let him down again. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga persuaded it. But only you have the ability to make Xiaoli stay. And only you can save Heading. The shadow looked at him, slightly swayed. Why do you trust me so much last time? Lu Chaoga said with confidence. If it hadn't been for you last time, he would have died. You should know that I am his master. And also your master. Hearing this, it was stunned for a moment. And my master too. Tears suddenly rolled down its face. It then respectfully bowed to Lu Chaoga. Yes, master, I know what to do now. Heading stubbornly held on to Xiaoli, refusing to let go, even though she had now lost her sanity. Determined to kill him. Suddenly a massive sound rang out. Heading's shadow instantly grasped the yin qi emanating from Xiaoli, preventing it from attacking Heading. Dongli was completely stunned. Hei Ting's shadow stood up. Even Xin Yen found it difficult to understand. What new kind of spell is this? LV Bing, standing nearby, also widened his eyes in surprise. The elder disciple brother's shadow came back to life. That shadow quickly drained all of Xiaoli's yin qi. A gust of wind rose up. All the yin qi was pushed by the wind into the shadow. Xiaoli cried out in pain. Oh no. Stop it, don't! Hei Ting screamed painfully when he saw this. Stop quickly, you must stop. But the shadow still exerted all its strength, draining all the yin qi from her body, until Xiaoli's figure could no longer be seen. Hei Ting clutched the wound on his chest, and said bitterly to the shadow, Give her back to me. Give me back Xiaoli. The shadow endured the pain within its body, wearing an expression of acceptance, and struggled to keep its mouth shut. Hei Ting rushed forward furiously. Give me back Xiaoli. He summoned his long sword, wanting to pierce it. Suddenly the long sword sharply stopped. It turned out that Chaoga had swiftly grabbed Hei Ting's long sword. He said sternly, Stop. Do you want to personally destroy the only hope of saving Xiaoli? Before Hei Ting could finish speaking, Chaoga let go. Master, but it afterward Chaoga comforted Hei Ting. I know what you want to say. It is true that it turned you into a scourge, but it shares life and death with you, so please trust it. Hei Ting put his hand on his chest, then asked with a look of concern, But master, what exactly will it do? Didn't you say that the dead cannot be brought back to life? Standing before them now was a pillar of dazzling light. Just as he stared blankly, Chaoga spoke again. It is true that the dead cannot be brought back to life, but that doesn't mean she can't remain by your side. Xiao Hei, watch closely. This is your destined opportunity. A dark energy enveloped the pillar of light. The next second it exploded, generating a blinding flash of light. A cloud of smoke was released, spreading all around. Suddenly Chaoga spoke. Xiao Hei, look over there. He instantly recognized his master's voice. Standing before them now was Xiaoli, floating within the radiant space. However, she appeared in a completely new state. Hei Ting looked ahead in shock. Is that Xiaoli? Chao Gu immediately explained. Your shadow devoured all the ghostly energy Gue Qi on her. What is there right now is her most pure soul. A pure soul. Then, she truly is a kind-hearted girl. Hei Ting suddenly asked worriedly. Master, can I go over? Chao Gu instantly stopped him. No, as she is now, the slightest touch will make her vanish. She no longer belongs to this world. She will enter reincarnation. Suddenly blue light radiated around Xiaoli. Hei Ting stood there silently gazing at her. Xiaoli, may you have a happy life in the next world. Both of them couldn't help but feel attached and reluctant to let her go. It's a pity they have to say goodbye just after reuniting. One can only say fate is cruel. Suddenly she noticed something and spoke. Everyone look over there. She is opening her eyes. The two of them looked ahead in astonishment. Shaoli, who thought she had already entered reincarnation, was slowly waking up at this moment. It really happened. Hei Ting stood frozen after witnessing this scene. She raised her head and softly said, "Brother Hei Ting." He immediately urged loudly, "Shaoli, go quickly and reincarnate. I won't forget you in this lifetime. In the next life, you must be born into a good family." However, Shaoli was still reluctant to leave and reached out her hand. Brother Hei Ting, he became surprised. Shaoli Chaogu stood nearby and spoke. "She misses you, that's why she doesn't want to go." Suddenly, an extremely dazzling ray of light shot down from the sky again. Shaoli was sucked up into midair just like that, hiding. He looked up and asked in surprise, "Master, what is that?" "She is calling you." Zhaoga immediately explained to him. "That is the power of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao wants to bring her into reincarnation." He frowned, thinking, "She doesn't want to leave herself. If I want to keep her here, the only way is to defy the heavens. But I don't know what consequences defying the heavens will bring. I hadn't even heard of such a thing in my previous life." Hiding struggled to move forward. He was using all his strength to rip open space. Shaoli, not wanting him to be in danger, she said to Hiding, "Don't come over. You'll die." Dongli saw that the situation was bad, and also pleaded with Zhaoga. "Brother, quickly stop Hiding. If this continues, he will die." However, Zhaoga had some reservations. "If I stop him now, he will also die." She did not intend to intervene, saying, "This is his own path, and he must walk it himself. If that were Zhaoga standing there, I would do the same as Hiding." Hiding couldn't let Shaoli leave like this, so he struggled towards her. Even though the situation was extremely dangerous, he never gave up. Shaoli. The entire space felt as if it was tearing him apart. Even though he was suffering severe injuries, Hiding still did not retreat. Shaoli. At this moment she also looked at him. With longing eyes. Hiding. "I don't want to enter reincarnation. I want to stay by your side." Hiding also expressed his feelings. "I don't want you to go either. I don't want." At this moment she looked helplessly forward. Is there really no other way? Zhaoga frowned, racking his brain for a solution. What other way could there be? How could they defy the heavens? Suddenly he realized something. Isn't the one who defies the heavens right beside Hiding? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What? He lowered his head and shouted loudly, "Shadow, you are Hiding's other half. But you are also the king of the underworld born to defy the heavens. If you truly are the king of the underworld born to defy the heavens, then what's the harm in helping him defy the heavens one more time?" Hiding's shadow sighed weakly at this moment. Suddenly its eyes shone brightly. Hiding immediately felt this change. My shadow. His shadow was lending him a hand. Hiding, my other half. Your wish is my wish. I will use the power of 10,000 ghosts to help you. In just an instant, Hiding vanished into the air. With the shadow's help, he was charging straight ahead. Defy the heavens. At this moment nothing could stop Hiding. After his persistent efforts, he finally held Shaoli's hand. Shaoli, Hiding. They were reunited once again. Zhaoga realized that time was running out and immediately urged, Hiding, immediately activate your domain. He turned his face blankly and asked Master why. He frowned and quickly explained, Shaoli is still a soul now, not a living person. A single gust of earthly gale will scatter her soul. Hiding saw Shaoli gradually beginning to dissipate, which made him believe his words. Shaoli, Master is telling the truth. Hiding hesitated no longer and immediately did as he was told. After completing it, he asked, Master, I've activated the domain. What should I do next? Zhaoga also started to act at this moment. I told you before that your domain is not complete. It is still missing the main soul. Let Shaoli become the main soul in your domain. This is the best way to keep Shaoli for now. Hiding, maintain the domain's operation. Hiding, maintain the domain's operation. Do not resist in any way. He immediately agreed. Subsequently, the phantom of Hiding spoke again. Master, you are forcing the soul of a living person into the realm of Hiding. This means you must forcibly suppress it with spiritual power. Suppressing the tens of millions of evil spirits sealed within Hiding's phantom. You will face the risk of spiritual backlash. Once the backlash occurs, what will happen to you? Chaga, however, was not worried at all. On the contrary, he was very calm. Of course this master knows. He confidently believed the reason was because, in fact, the system had warned him long ago. Subsequently, Chaga shared some other things with him. But this master also knows. If Xiaoli is not brought into the realm of hiding, she will not be able to continue existing in this world. This master also knows that Ting suffered because it fought against the wind of heavenly Tao. Its Tao body is already heavily wounded at this moment. It has reached a point where no medicine can heal it. This master also knows that right now, because you forcibly devoured Xiaoli's vengeful spirit energy and mobilized evil spirits to aid hiding, you defied the heavens and broke the wall of reincarnation. You are already at the limit. Like a lamp whose oil has run out, his expression became serious again. At this very moment, if this master doesn't step in, none of the three of you will survive. Xiaoli was greatly startled upon hearing this. Is what that cultivator master said true? Dongli confirmed without hesitation. Everything Big Brother said is true. Hiding's aura is already extremely faint. That phantom is only barely holding on right now. Suddenly Chaga burst out laughing. For the sake of my disciple of the Mo sect. For me as a master to bear a little danger. What is there worth mentioning? That black aura still enveloped Xiaoli at this moment. Chaga immediately urged hiding phantom quickly. Accept your only chance at survival. Without hesitation he immediately agreed. Yes, I obey. That azure aura expanded more and more. In just an instant an explosion spread out. Chaga also felt somewhat strained at this point. Is it really that difficult to sustain? My level 63 mana is about to run out. The people below felt very anxious and said, Young master, let me help you. Let me lend you a hand. Chaga smiled facing this situation and then thought him happy that everyone wants to help me. But this karma is connected to the heavenly Tao. I don't want everyone to interfere. This concerns the heavenly Tao. Something terrible might backlash. If they suffer a backlash, it won't be as easy for them as it is for me. This damned heavenly Tao was just used by a guy like the master of the heavenly mechanism pagoda. And that was bad enough. What's happening now further demonstrates its ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Dongli suddenly grew very worried. But Big Brother doesn't have enough spiritual power right now. If this is interrupted midway, then you and the three individuals of hiding, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chaga spoke boldly. Now no spiritual power, you say? It'll just break through the realm. A red light suddenly flashed. 6th realm 4th tier. Tiangu was extremely astonished upon seeing this scene. Can breaking through a realm really be done just by saying it? Dongli couldn't help but feel confused as well. What kind of talent does Big Brother possess? At this moment the girls were filled with admiration. Chaga is truly our young master. He breaks through a realm just by saying he will. I wonder when. He'll be able to break through realms whenever I want, just like him. Subsequently Chaga closed his eyes for a few seconds. Next, when he opened his eyes, he was already within a new spatial dimension. This lord never thought this final battle would be like this. At this moment countless black phantoms appeared before him. Chaga was fearless and said, bring it on. Tens of millions of evil spirits. You are all sealed within my disciple's phantom. It is only right that this lord gives you a sound beating now. This is perfectly reasonable. In the air fragments began to appear. Chaga suddenly noticed the presence of a companion. You are here too. Then let's go together. Thus he and that companion charged directly forward. At this moment Changkong stood in the distance observing. Seeing the commotion, he suddenly guessed. What is going on? Could it be that my dear disciple and her brother Lu Chaoga are fighting against each other? That simply won't do. No one is allowed to bully this master's dear disciple. Not even her own brother. At this moment, Chaoga was still continuing his fight against them. However, another problem arose. It turns out that when he used all his strength, but couldn't use the spiritual draw technique to extract the spiritual power of all things, he was consuming so much mana. He couldn't activate his domain in this illusion realm. He had no idea why. Perhaps it was because this was hiding's domain. Since the immediate problem hasn't been solved yet, then he would advance another level. Chaoga no longer hesitated and immediately acted. 6 realms 5th heaven. Xiao Wu, give this master another one, she demanded quickly. Dongli also acted immediately to help her. Using all her remaining strength she spoke. I have already set up the formation barrier. But it's still not enough. Everyone must ensure the safety of brother and everyone else. Everyone agreed instantly. Suddenly another person appeared in the distance. Dongli turned around somewhat surprised. Is someone attacking the mountain protection formation? Suddenly she realized. No, it's Master. Open the formation quickly. Master must have hit his head. Dongli became extremely flustered at this moment. Although Changkong had a bump on his head, he still pretended he was fine. Fine. It's nothing. This master brought it upon himself. Xiao Lizi, your mountain protection formation was set up by you. Truly possessing this master's spirit. Does he look fine right now? She stared at Changkong contemplating. This senior expert's cultivation is profound. Breaking Xiao Lizi's formation would be effortless for him. But he probably intentionally used his body to test the strength of Xiao Lizi's formation. And while he was at it, to let those inside the formation know that Xiao Lizi's formation is also formidable. It managed to injure a peerless expert, someone in the 8th realm. After he appeared, Dongli spoke. That's right, Master, you arrived just in time. Brother. Master, your cultivation is deep. If we could ask you to step in and help, the results will definitely be twice the effort. Dongli explained everything to Changkong in detail. No need. Changkong didn't think much of it and decided to lend Chaoga a hand. So Chaoga was helping the disciple conceal the heavenly secrets. I thought he was having a conflict with Xiao Lizi. Since that is the case, then his sword master should also lend a hand. Dongli worried that any delay would cause harm, so she urged him quickly. Master, please act as soon as possible. We cannot delay any further. I don't know how brother is doing right now, I'm very worried. Changkong agreed immediately and began reaching for a weapon. Alright, Xiao Lizi, lend me your sword. At this moment Chaga was fighting countless evil spirits. The evil spirits in the hiding shadow. How many of them are there? Why does it seem like they can never be completely killed? There must be something fishy going on. Continuing to suffer like this is not a solution. He sighed tiredly. Suddenly a trace of light flickered in the darkness again. Chaoga immediately recognized it. This is Senior Gui's technique, equality of all beings. A brilliant light immediately spread out throughout the space. Suddenly from the mountaintop, a source of brilliant light erupted. Everyone stopped at this moment and looked up. Gazing at the sky, this phenomenon is dancing foam. Dancing foam, Gate, this is incredible. Isn't Lu Chaoga going against the heavens? This time a new version was updated. Didn't it already show that the true protagonist of the world belongs to the 4 great first-rank sects? Then why can Lu Chaoga still produce such an especially massive effect? I understand the old playbook from the peak games of the last century. Lu Chaoga is the protagonist of the hidden world. You players really know your stuff clearly. With this level of skill, how could you possibly trick a veteran player like me? These petty tricks are truly laughable. Just as they were chatting and laughing, the zombie quietly appeared behind them. It swung out a powerful slash without hesitation. Everyone immediately subdued it. Lu Chaoga's mission. I absolutely will not concede. The person with the most kills can only be me. I've already taken 5 days off plus the weekend. I'm going to slay monsters for 7 days and 7 nights straight. That's awesome. I was already fired last month. Lingling observed the front from afar and noticed. Brother Chaoga is causing unusual phenomena again. Her fighting spirit immediately soared. Li Lingling, you can do it. Lingling ran to the front and shouted loudly. All you corpse swordsmen, come out. Come out willingly and face your death. This girl will leave your bodies intact. Returning to Chaoga's side, Changkong had already completed his task. It's done. They saw how quickly and skillfully he worked and couldn't help but feel surprised. He truly lives up to being Sword Venerable's junior brother. Such power. He can even be compared to Chuanxiu. Mountain Sect Master Hungyin, esteemed senior, is amazing. But young Master Chaoga is much handsomer than Master. Why is he using his own sword? Changkong looked at them, a slight smile on his lips. These juniors react quite fast. Suddenly he sensed something. But why is Xiao Lizi acting so strangely? Could it be that Dong Li slowly walked toward Chang Kong? Her expression grim. Master, since Brother Chaoga is fine now, please come with me. I have something I want to ask you. He immediately felt shocked and surprised. The other two girls stopped looking at them blankly. Just now esteemed senior was full of imposing energy. Who else besides me? But in the blink of an eye he was subdued by Xiao Lizi. It's fine when master disciplines us, but why? Does it feel like Martial Uncle Senior is also? Lu Chaoga landed after a moment. He opened his eyes and looked at them. It was indeed esteemed senior who came to help. But why does Senior Chang Kong look so confused? Chaoga suddenly realized something and frowned. Esteemed senior's aura is no longer as powerful as before. On the contrary, it is clearly somewhat chaotic. Just then she turned and said to Chaoga, Senior Brother Chaoga, you're awake. Of course he couldn't forget Chang Kong's kindness. Fortunately the senior took action. Hiding's situation is also resolved now. Hiding was currently meditating in place. She couldn't help but feel a little confused. Sect Master. Why is only senior disciple here? Where did Xiao Lizi and Ingzi go? Chaoga immediately explained. Right now, the three of them have merged into one. Ingzi and Xiao Lizi. One is inside Hiding's shadow, and the other is inside Hiding's domain. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pressed further. Then why hasn't Hiding woken up yet? Chaoga felt helpless regarding this question. I don't know either, but there must be his own reasons for it. Let's wait a bit longer and see. After Chang Kong and Dong Li finished speaking, they walked over to Chaoga. Chaoga, you're awake. Chaoga bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Seeing this, he smiled and said, Don't mention it. You are Sword Venerable's disciple. So you are practically half my disciple too. What kind of disciple thanks his own master? Lu Chaoga spoke up after a moment, asking. Esteemed Senior's strength is extraordinary, so naturally you wouldn't care about such minor things. It was as easy as flipping your hand for you. However, this junior sensed that the aura around you seemed somewhat chaotic. Is there a particular reason for this? He thought to himself at this moment. Esteemed Senior is Xiao Lizi's master. So I'd better ask clearly. If I can help, I absolutely must. Gui Chang Kong didn't say it outright, only laughed heartily and said, What could possibly be wrong with me? You kid are really overthinking things. Lu Dongli suddenly revealed. Master, your time is running out. He was startled upon hearing this. Xiao Lizi, didn't we agree not to tell them? After hearing this, Zhao Gu confirmed again. Senior Gue, is what Xiao Lizi said true? Just as he sighed, Lu Dongli explained. Of course it's true. Master used my eternal life / just now executing one strike, but it wasn't your own lifebound sword. This is because you are currently no longer able to wield your own lifebound sword. Hearing this, she was extremely stunned. Senior, are you truly unable to use your own lifebound sword anymore? Gui Chang Kong, seeing that he could no longer hide it, reluctantly confessed. That old fellow referring to the lifebound sword is at the 8th realm just like me. Wielding it requires a huge expenditure of spiritual power. It knows my current condition, so it warned me not to touch it again. I hadn't intended to reveal this, but Xiao Lizi is such a sharp-witted girl. She figured it out immediately. Zhao Gu then frowned and pressed for more information. Why did Senior's body deteriorate like this? If I recall correctly, only a few years have passed. He immediately explained in detail. I overused my potential when I was young, and later I consistently refused to give up, desperately cultivating to break through to the 8th realm. All this was just to keep up with my senior brother. I never wanted to admit defeat my entire life, but I also ignored my own body. It was severely damaged long ago. It's not all bad though. I will enter seclusion. If I survive and manage to break through, I can live for several more decades. If I can't, then that is Master's fate. Gui Chang Kong now had no regrets and accepted his destiny. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongli couldn't help but weep. He gently placed his hand on her, comforting her. Don't cry. I am already very satisfied to have a successor like you, and your senior brother who was half a successor. But, Gui Chang Kong then gently instructed her. Stop holding back your tears. If I am unable to come out of seclusion, you must remember to cultivate diligently. And don't fall behind Yue. You always hide your strength, but occasionally you should display it in front of others. Don't let everyone think that only the sword venerable. Only Yu is skilled at using the sword. You must let them know that. I Gue Chankong also have an excellent disciple, and that is Lu Dongli. Yu Xiaoge frowned, thinking. The system hasn't popped up any notification. Which means there really is no way to save. Senior Gue. I originally wanted to tell Senior about Li Suifeng. But right now, if he knew, it would only become a heart demon for him. Fate is cruel. With Senior Gue and the Sword Venerable both entering seclusion at the same time. Now within the Sword Sect, there is no one left to suppress Li Suifeng. The matter of eliminating Li Suifeng must be planned carefully over time. Suddenly, Gue Chongkong suddenly remembered something and reached into his robe. Right, Xiao Lizi. Besides saying goodbye, I came here this time. And I also wanted to hand something over to you. This is 3 talismans of the equality for all beings. Full strength attack sealed by your master. Each of these 3 sword chi strikes represents my full power. If used properly, it can kill an 8th realm expert. With a single strike, Xiao Lizi, the next time we meet will be when I exit seclusion. Do you have anything you want to say to your master? Lu Dongli didn't hesitate and immediately knelt down. She wept uncontrollably, expressing her feelings. Master, your disciple never kowtowed to you when accepting you as master. Please accept Dongli's 3 bows now. Gue Changkong looked at her, smiling softly. Good child, my beloved disciple. To have a disciple like you in this life. This old man has no regrets. On a clear moonlit night in a small separate courtyard, the sound of conversation drifted from the room. How is Xiao Lizi doing? Inside the room, Zhao Gu was sitting with Xian Yan drinking tea and chatting. She replied sadly, still bearing that look of sadness and pain. It was just that Yuer had been by her side the entire time. In another room, Dongli had lost all will. Lying motionless, Yuer sat sadly beside her, taking careful steps to look after her, hoping she would cheer up soon. Chaoga held a teacup in his hand. He didn't forget to comfort Xinyan regarding hidings. Current condition, hidings still hadn't woken up. I've settled him in bed and his breathing is steady. There is nothing to worry about. Xinyan gazed affectionately at Chaoga. I never thought that an esteemed senior whose prestige is second only to the Sword Venerable would also experience the pain of separation and death here in Qingzhou. Chaoga voiced his denial. The esteemed senior is in seclusion, their fate is unknown. We cannot be certain yet. Perhaps they will successfully break through their current realm. After this period passes, we might see the esteemed senior return healthy. Xinyan gave a bitter smile, seeming somewhat pessimistic internally. You certainly know how to choose comforting words. But the esteemed senior hasn't seemed to break through their realm for decades now. I'm afraid there's no chance for a breakthrough at this time. Chaoga voiced his inner thoughts. Breaking through a realm is not easy. But 10,000 years ago, why were there so many powerful cultivators of the 9th realm? Yet now reaching the 9th realm is impossible. There is clearly something wrong with this situation. In his mind, flashes of the world from tens of millions of years ago appeared. Moreover, that was only 10,000 years ago. If we go further back 100,000, a million, 10 million years ago, the 9th realm then might have just been the starting point for cultivation. His words made Xinyan widen her eyes in shock. How dare you utter such outrageous words? The 9th realm is just the starting point of cultivation. Doesn't that mean that in the current 4 continents, not a single person has even started? Chaoga leaned back against the chair. I'm only guessing. Other thoughts emerged in his mind. Ultimately, the current version the players are playing is also the version he played in his previous life. Official version 10. But in his own memories, besides knowing the 4 major protagonists of the world, and the main quests of the 4 continents, historical data from other eras was never unearthed. The night view outside the window was quite romantic. But Chaoga was deep in thought inside the room. If he hadn't died and transmigrated so early, he might have known more information. He must utilize the player forums of Tianxian Online. There is strength in numbers. With so many players, they might find some details known only to those involved. He thought of that boy, Mo Dongfan, the one with the birthmark on his face, whom he had encountered before. And that child of Fortune Kid. When he returns to the mountain, he must take him down the mountain with him, relying on his heaven-defying luck. They might gain something. Chowga suddenly remembered something and asked. Oh right. At the time I sensed the aura of 7 demon cultivators. Did they attack Danqing Peak? Why were there only 3 demon cultivators left in the end? Xinyan replied honestly. When we faced them, a few demon cultivators ran away. Little Lease Mountain Protection Formation is extremely powerful. Perhaps it scared them off. The remaining ones were relatively foolish. Hearing this, Cheaja's confusion was resolved. That makes sense. Demon cultivators are not inherently unified. Only a handful of them aren't afraid of death. To borrow a classic line from my previous life. If you only get a few $100s a month, is it worth risking your life like this? Xinyan paid special attention to one demon cultivator. However, one demon cultivator, before I engaged them, spoke a few words to me. She mentioned your name. Chowga felt somewhat curious. At that time, the demon cultivator walked up to Xinyan and sneered, Lu Chowga has already killed 3 of my disciples. I will come and take revenge sooner or later. We will meet again in the future. Horror. Without fear, he forcefully pointed his spear at her. You want revenge but dare not seek it. Yet you choose this moment to utter malicious words. You seem incredibly fawning. But she was not affected by Xinyan's attack in the slightest. On the contrary, she's quite intelligent. This is your territory. I'm not stupid. A smart person knows how to leverage power. She revealed a wicked and charming smile. For instance, the techniques used by Yuchi refinement cultivators. As a demon cultivator myself, I have also researched techniques for seizing meridians. He recounted what happened at the time. I originally wanted to chase after him, but a demon cultivator blocked my way. He even said he wanted to kill me to gain merit. So I fought him. And you know the rest. I took his head to show everyone Chowga. In contemplation. A demon cultivator is interested in the techniques of chi refinement cultivators. He frowned, thinking of someone in particular. But then he clicked his tongue and didn't dwell on it. It felt somewhat familiar. But it couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? He recalled. Ningyi once said that her esteemed mentor died at the hands of a demon cultivator. If the coincidence truly exists, then this demon cultivator might very well be the killer of Ningyi's mentor. Chowga sipped his tea. Xinyan spoke, asking, Do you still remember his 3 disciples? Chowga shook his head. I don't remember. I've killed too many demon cultivators, so I don't have time to remember the names of those scum. Xinyan smiled helplessly. Chowga is indeed Chowga. She suddenly remembered something important. Oh right. Chowga, when you helped hiding, you mentioned there would be a backlash. With the help of that senior later on. You should be fine now, shouldn't you? He gently placed the teacup on the table. Then he reached out and pulled open his clothes, revealing a bluish-green wound on his chest. Xinyan was so panicked she stuttered. What is this, Chowga? He smiled again, speaking with extreme composure. This is the backlash from the 6th realm, 5th heaven. My 6th realm cultivation level has dropped by 5 tiers. In addition, the slaying domain cannot be used for a short period. It's like punishment from the heavenly Tao. However, I was also lucky. When Chowga helped hiding, the heaven-defying system had issued a warning. Warning that forcefully sending a living person's soul into the evil soul domain would result in danger. He might be subject to the backlash of millions of evil souls. Danger 1. 85% chance of spiritual energy backlash. Cultivation realm decreasing by 5 levels. Danger 2. 55% chance of spiritual sense backlash. Domain strength. The self will be weakened or have some abilities removed. Danger 3. 30% chance of spiritual heart backlash. Inability to use the upgrade function for 3 years. He closed his eyes, letting out a large sigh of relief. If Danger 3 had been triggered, it would have been extremely troublesome. Dropping levels and having the slaying domain sealed are just minor matters. Looking at Cheaja's calm and composed expression, Xinyan felt even more heartbroken. Why are you taking this so lightly? She grabbed Cheaja's hand as he was reaching for the teacup. In an instant she picked him up as if carrying a princess. This caused his expression to change. Tonight you must rest properly. No more drinking tea. And no more thinking about other things. At this moment Chowga felt a little scared. Oh no, my goddess of war is back. The docile little lamb has vanished. This night is destined to be long. The moon was round and bright and the area was silent. Chaga and Xinyan had both fallen into a deep sleep, but his consciousness was brought to a place that was filled with red killing intent. A figure was standing in the distance, but their face was unclear. Chaga walked aimlessly. His heart was full of doubt. Where is this? Why is everything around me killing intent? The figure angrily scolded, "You mere mortal. To think you could cause me to be sealed by the heavenly Tao." Ling Su vaguely asked, "Are you Sha Shang?" He laughed coldly. "What if I am and what if I'm not?" Ling Su sat down calmly to talk with him. "So this is a dream. If you are sealed, then stay sealed for now. The seal will be broken after a while." He turned his head to look at him. His tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. From beginning to end, you have always thought that Ren Xian is stronger than me. So it doesn't matter even if I am sealed." Ling Su frankly admitted that this was true. This statement immediately drove him into a frenzy of rage, transforming him into the appearance of a monster. Utterly terrifying. That idiot at the very beginning, Lu Li, never managed to force out my true form either. Do you intend to follow his old path? Ling Su smiled, seemingly understanding the other party's intention. Are you suggesting that you are not like this now, but that you should be much stronger? His eyes lit up. Of course he opened his large fong-filled mouth, standing opposite Ling Su, then said, "Never mind." He vanished into the murderous aura. "Mortals, you are not worthy of seeing my true body appear." Suddenly the murderous aura surged even more violently, making Ling Su feel uncomfortable, and he raised his hand to cover his face. He opened his eyes and sharply woke up. After experiencing that strange meeting and conversation, Ling Su sat up and looked around. Was that a dream? He felt puzzled. What a strange dream. Just then the system displayed another notification: special route activated. Find the true appearance of the Sha Sheng domain. Clue 1 received. View now. Yes, no, he was startled. It's actually playing along. In the dead of night, afraid of waking up Xin, Ling Su just sat silently looking at the system, smiling smugly. System, since you are so sensible, this lord is relieved. Despite this, he still had concerns. Although this clue generally can help me unlock the seal, the prerequisite potential of Sha Sheng's sword domain, and can also make Sha Sheng stronger. Ling Su pondered indecisively. But now, hey, Ting, that kid is still unconscious. Little Lizzie is also feeling down. It's probably inappropriate to go out now. Xin gently shifted and woke up. The moonlight softly illuminated her gentle face. She looked up at him, his solitary figure standing against the quiet night sky, causing a feeling of compassion to swell up in her heart. Ling Su looks like this again, always burdened with thoughts. She just watched him like that without making a sound. He might have run into some difficulty again. She decided to sit up and share his burden. Why are you so troubled? He gently placed his hand over hers to comfort her. It's nothing, it's just that there is now an opportunity that can help me unlock the sword domain sealed by the heavenly Tao. Given Mo Men's current situation, I am a bit worried about the younger generation. After listening, Xin chuckled softly. Her eyes filled with tenderness, gently encouraging him. I thought it was something serious. If you have a destined opportunity, go find it boldly. The Mo Men of today no longer rely solely on you as the great cultivator. She leaned gently into his arms, her voice soft yet incredibly firm. Don't forget, my cultivation level is higher than yours. Back then, I was able to rescue you from the hands of the ZUA Association, and now I can properly protect Mo Men for you. She looked up at him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Our Mo Men sometimes needs to learn to rely on others besides. Don't you always say that we have long become one? Then we certainly aren't others. Right. Ling Su warmly embraced her, smiling contentedly. Xin is right. With her guarding the sect, any ordinary cultivators below the 7th realm who try to challenge Mo sect would simply be courting death. I will meet everyone tomorrow and then make a plan. This clue will be temporarily kept. As long as the time is right, it can be opened and viewed at any moment. The two gazed at each other lovingly. At this moment, Cheaja's tone was somewhat suggestive. I understand the spring night is short. Why don't we merge once more? Tan Yan shyly agreed, saying The sounds of intense passion echoed in the night, making even the moon blush. The next day the sun hung high. Blinding sunlight pierced through the gaps in the bamboo forest. Chaoga came to visit Haiding, who was still unconscious. Lying on the bed, Luo Bing stood nearby, carefully reporting his condition. Young master, although senior disciple brother hasn't woken up yet these past few days. His breathing is steady. His spiritual energy is stable. He should be fine. He still felt uneasy and wanted to check personally. Remaining unconscious is not a minor issue. Let's try using advanced perception on this kid. Chaoga cast a spell on Haiding. A circle of golden light swept over his body. He perceived carefully. System quickly displayed results. Haiding. Identity: MO Sect Leader's personal disciple. Current level 65th realm, great perfection. Special divine ability Shadow Clone. Level 60. Classification unknown. Nether Ghost Tide is currently evolving. Current classification B. Current status: currently digesting abundant ghostly power. Countdown to digestion completion. 9 days 21 hours 36 minutes. 15 seconds. Chaoga felt much more at ease after finding this out. I worried over this kid for nothing. The great Tao cultivation path opened for him. Was activated jointly by this venerable one and that senior expert. Sure enough, there couldn't be any problem. He smiled, looking at Haiding with expectation. He will wake up once he finishes digesting. And he might even break through another realm. Luo Bing asked worriedly. Young master, did you find anything out about senior disciple brother? Seeing Chaoga's expression, she guessed. The young master's mood changed so much. Does this mean you already have a plan? Chaoga told Luo Bing. In about 10 days your senior disciple brother will wake up. He will definitely break through several realms by then. This surprised Luo Bing. Young master, the senior disciple brother actually has such good fortune. In Lu Bing's eyes, Chaoga was looking at her, smiling affectionately and gently instructed. Please endure a bit of hardship these next few days. And take good care of senior disciple brother. Luo Bing blushed shyly under his gaze. Luo Bing does not mind the hardship. Luo Bing follows the young master's orders. She hid her thoughts. The young master is becoming more and more charming. Having given his instructions, Chaoga calmly left the room. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked up at the sky and sighed. This kid Haiding is fine now. But little Lizzie will have to rely on herself. It's time for me to deal with my troubles. Chaoga's expression turned serious and he began checking the clues. The domain of slaughter found its way to me. If this venerable one does not accept it, wouldn't I appear petty? System checking clue prompts. The system works very efficiently, searching for the true appearance of the domain of slaughter. Clue prompt 1 has been viewed. Information is gradually being revealed. Clue prompt 1. To unlock the true appearance of the domain of slaughter, one must first find the 3 soul bone fragments of the ancient divine beast, the crimson sky-swallowing dragon. Coordinates of the first soul bone fragment: Qinghua, Zizhou Xionghan Town. A simple map was provided. Chu Sword Sect. The place Chaoga needs to go is Qinghua. Nearby are also places like Liqi Liangchen, Haifeng and the Luwadi, where the Mo sect is stationed. All these places belong to Qingzhou. He analyzed carefully. Are ancient divine beasts demon clan or strange beasts? Why do they feel like neither? Instead, it's like encountering something completely new. But he doesn't care much about that. It doesn't matter, the butterfly effect is cool. It is reasonable for him to have encountered some new things. Especially recently. He also recalled Senior G. If this trip allows me to find something that is even older than the Tianxian realm 10,000 years ago, maybe it can still help Senior G break through his bottleneck. Someone transmitted a message from afar. Chaoga. Aunt Ning is here, hurry to the main hall. He turned around slightly surprised. Senior G just left. And Aunt Ning arrived right after. Could something have happened at the Sword Sect again? He quickly moved to the main hall to greet her. Everyone was already present at this time. Aping was the first to speak and salute. Hello, senior brother Chaoga. Chaoga responded politely, hello. But his heart was filled with doubts. Why did Aunt Ning bring Aping this time? Dalmi was also present, but her expression was filled with sorrow. Chaoga saw his sister like this, and felt a pang of sympathy. Sure enough, Xiao Liar couldn't emerge from the gloom so quickly. Aunt Ning walked over. Chaoga regarding the Azure Dragon Pearl matter. The sword sect already knows about it. Although he already knew all the inside information, Chowga was still not in a hurry to reveal it, but instead asked Aunt Ning what the sword sect internal affairs said. They must have known for a long time. After all, the mastermind was the sect master. Aunt Ning was very serious about this matter. One of the 12 elders, a sword sect head seat, will lead a team to investigate this incident. This incident. 5 sects being wiped out by demon cultivators at once. This blood debt certainly cannot be easily dismissed, just as Chowga expected. Aunt Ning and her group indeed still thought it was the work of demon cultivators. A sudden thought occurred to him. But now that Sword Venerable and Senior Ji are both in seclusion, no one in Qingzhou was a match for Li Suifeng anymore. If he revealed the truth now, Aunt Ning might be in danger of losing her life. It is best not to say anything. For Aunt Ning's safety, he acted very indifferent about the matter. Yes, demon cultivators attacked the Mo sect simultaneously. 3 of them were killed by us. The bodies are in the backyard. Aunt Ning can inspect them whenever she wants. Aunt Ning spoke. This time you shall liar. And fellow Daoist Jiang have all worked hard. Alright, Aunt Ning happily took out gifts and handed them to Chowga. Here are 2 storage rings. One is a reward from the sword sect for slaying demon cultivators and protecting the reputation of the Way of the Sword. The other one is a personal gift from me to you all. Chowga immediately stepped forward excitedly, his eyes shining like stars, but he still spoke polite words. Aunt Ning, you are being too polite. The sword sect's reward is enough. Why did you bring gifts when you came here yourself? He said no with his mouth, but his body was very honest. His gaze was unable to move away from those 2 rings. At this moment, Aunt Ning gently chided him, silly child. What the sword sect gives are just some spirit stones and mediocre treasures. What I am giving you are medicinal ingredients and spirit pills for restoring vitality, as well as materials for repairing the Great Sect Protection Array. Chowga looked at Aunt Ning, deeply moved. Aunt Ning, although his mother passed away early, over the years, he and Xiao Liar have never lacked motherly care. Aunt Ning spoke up. All right. I must first go inspect the bodies of those demon cultivators. Sun Yan offered Senior Ning, allow me to show you the way. Aunt Ning did not refuse either. Then ill trouble fellow Taoist Jiang. She walked briskly ahead. But she didn't know that Aunt Ning behind her felt quite complicated. Cheaja's Dao companion is of the same generation as herself. She really didn't know how best to address her. Calling her junior sister wouldn't work, and calling her junior niece wouldn't be right either. Chowga saw Aping stay behind, showing a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Didn't you go with your master? Aping timidly spoke. Senior brother Chowga. Just now I heard Sister Jiang say you were planning to go down the mountain. Chowga slowly countered. Do you have such a plan? He thought to himself. Sun Yan definitely wants to ask Aunt Ning to persuade me to worry less, and then go down the mountain to seek opportunities. Which is why Aping overheard. Aping gathered her courage and boldly suggested. Then could you take me with you? I have already obtained my destined sword from Jianchuan, and my cultivation is also about to break through. Master said, I need to go down the mountain and experience the mortal world in order to achieve a breakthrough. Chowga smiled kindly. Oh, you want to go down the mountain too? But he had other thoughts in his mind. Great, I remember she has hidden information on her. The system displayed a new quest. Shrank hidden information. Uncover the secret of her background. And there will be a 30% chance to obtain an orange-grade magic artifact. Chowga was overjoyed deep inside. But on the surface he still maintained a cool demeanor. As long as I uncover the secret of this girl's background, I will have a 30% chance to obtain an orange-grade magic artifact. You know, even the sword sect might not possess an orange-grade magic artifact. Various orange-grade magic artifacts flashed in his mind, making him laugh out loud. In this Tianxian world, every orange-grade magic artifact possesses extremely terrifying power. If placed in the cultivation comics he read in his previous life, they would all be heaven-defying divine artifacts. Chowga wanted to confirm again. Going together is fine, but the destination this one is going to has already been decided. Do you still wish to accompany me? Aping asked curiously. Senior brother Zhaoga, where do you want to go? He replied concisely, Sizhou Qinghua. This was the location indicated by the system. It was the coordinates of the first soul bone fragment. Chen Xiong Hun. Sizhou Qinghua. Aping repeated in astonishment Sizhou Qinghua. Zhouge found it a bit unusual. Why is she making that expression? Could this place have something to do with her? I remember Aping's full name seems to be Qingping. Aping's tightly clenched hand trembled slightly. Aping said firmly, Senior Brother Zhouge. I am willing to go to that place. Moreover, I am very familiar with it. Perhaps I can lead the way for Senior Brother Zhouge. It was just as Zhouge had expected. But he was still a little surprised to learn that Aping was so familiar with the place. She can even lead the way. Could it be her hometown? When this place was mentioned, Aping seemed a little angry. But she tried hard to control herself and didn't show it. It used to be. But how could any of this escape Zayog's eyes? Looking like this, she must have suffered a lot of grievances there. Very good, this is what you call a mystery of one's background. And it must be related to these grievances. To complete his mission. Zhouge agreed without hesitation. All right, then you shall come with me. Aping was very happy and thanked Senior Brother Zhouge. Thank you for the opportunity. Aping pressed her lips together, her brows furrowed, and secretly vowed in her heart, Mother. This is the chance heaven has given me. Now I am a cultivator, your vengeance. I will surely avenge for you. Zhouge walked up to Dongli and instructed. Xiao Lizi, I plan to go down the mountain tomorrow. Everything on the mountain will depend on you and Xinyan. It was then that Dongli looked up at him. Sister Xinyan has already told me about this. It seems I don't need to persuade you anymore. But you must be careful when you go down the mountain. A great tribulation is approaching and demon cultivators are rampant. Zhouge stroked his little sister's head and comforted her. Brother knows all these things. But I still hope you believe. That Senior Gue, a good person, will be blessed by heaven. She tightly closed her eyes, not daring to think about it anymore. Replied weakly Zhouge looked at his sister, his mind made up. I hope this time I can truly find the cultivation method from 10,000 years ago. To help Senior Gue break through his realm. A younger sister's path must be protected by an older brother like me. Zhouge and Aping started their long journey. The sun shone brightly on the horizon. A flock of birds circled in the sky. Zhouge brought Aping down the mountain using a small flying boat. Aping stood behind him, worried about Senior Brother Zhouge. Qingwei is very far away from here. Flying artifacts using spiritual power will likely consume a lot of spiritual energy. Why don't we find 2 horses? At least we could save some spiritual power. Zhouge turned his head, looked at her and explained with a smile. You know, Qingwei is far. If we go now to look for horses, it might take more than a year. I am a great cultivator. Would I lack this little bit of spiritual power? Aping scratched her head sheepishly. That's right, Senior Brother Zhouge is a great cultivator. My cultivation level is too low. So I only think about how to save spiritual power. Zhouge looked at the slightly simple-minded girl beside him. He began to ponder. There is too little information about Aping's mysterious past. I wonder if I can learn anything from her. No, if only the system could give a prompt. Zhouge began to question Aping. Before you joined the Sword Sect, did you live in Qinghua? He acted immediately. Being suddenly asked about her past made Aping uneasy. But Aping still answered truthfully. Reporting to Senior Brother Zhouge. That is correct. However, the system in Qinghua is very strict. The division between the legitimate and concubine-born in the family is even more pronounced. So it wasn't a good place to be. Zhouge became more curious. Elaborate further. A system that divides classes. The distinction between the legitimate and the concubine-born. This is truly a scenario rife with conflict. A typical feudal family. Zhouge listened attentively to her story. Aping looked into the distance, recalling the past, not daring to hide anything from Senior Brother Zhouge. My father had no sons. But he had many daughters. When my mother became pregnant, she said she had invited a great cultivator to read her fortune. He predicted I would definitely be a boy. Father was so happy he couldn't sleep for days and nights. Her gaze lowered and her voice began to tremble. But because of this, my mother was envied by those primary wives and the concubines in the household. They used substances to induce harm, deliberately framed her and set up traps. They even used underhanded means to cause my mother's death. Zhouge sighed. Then you can be considered very lucky to have survived. It sounds just like the struggles within ancient noble families. Aping didn't deny it and continued recounting her past. I was lucky to survive, but my mother was not. Because of everything she went through during the pregnancy. Her body had already failed. She passed away shortly after barely managing to give birth to me. System prompt. New clues have been obtained regarding Aping's mysterious past. Do you wish to view them? Things were developing exactly as Chowga had hoped. Aping's statement triggered a keyword resulting in a new clue view. But the system provided a clue. That seemed completely meaningless. Clues regarding Aping's mysterious past. Clue content. After listening to Aping's account, you decide to explore the secrets of Aping's background. Chowga froze for a few seconds, looking bewildered. He angrily gripped the system panel and vented. What kind of clue is this? This is clearly just nonsensical dialogue. But after quickly calming down, he thought, wait a minute. The system wouldn't give a prompt for no reason. This means that. He began to analyze more carefully. Aping's statement is merely subjective, not objective fact. Frankly, there might be another hidden side to the truth. Aping and Chow Ge were both immersed in their thoughts, remaining silent. But what she said was also very reasonable. So where exactly is the problem? Suddenly a voice came from behind them. Sirs, during this long journey, would you like a gentle, reliable, charming and beautiful older sister to travel with you? As Chowga and Aping turned around, they saw a woman. Long, graceful legs sat atop a lotus flower. Erin stretched, arching her back slightly. She happily called out, two sisters, over here. Aping's eyes widened, surprised by her appearance. It's Senior Marshal Aunt Chu. But her mouth was quickly covered by Yiren's hand. She corrected, Ron, I've left the sect. And I'd prefer if you called me Elder Sister Erin. Aping was stunned, disbelieving. Elder Sister Erin. In that case, Elder Sister Erin. Shouldn't you call my Master Marshal Uncle? Chu Erin replied cheerfully. Let's stick to our own respective seniority. You call me sister. And I'll call your master junior sister. It's fine. Aping listened, utterly dumbfounded. That's allowed. Suddenly Chu Erin noticed Lu Chowga standing nearby. She looked a little bashful, curled up, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. Her cheeks slightly red, speaking coquettishly. Chowga, remember, you have to call me Elder Sister Erin too, okay? Hearing this, Lu Chowga greeted her politely. Senior Marshal Aunt Chu, what brings you here? He then thought, the last time I went to Jianchuan, Aunt Chu asked me if I wanted a few more Dao companions. I really don't want any more trouble. At this moment Chu Erin replied. There isn't anything I particularly want to do. It's just that your Aunt Ning asked me to come and protect you too. She said that some demon cultivators were causing chaos. And Shinjo is insane. She worried that the two of you might run into danger. In my opinion, Chowga, you are very capable. Why would you need anyone else's protection? Seeing this, Aping was secretly delighted. So Master asked Senior Marshal Aunt Chu to come. Chowga meanwhile closed his eyes and smiled inwardly. Aunt Ning said nothing, but cared for him with her whole heart. This feeling of being cared for not only did not diminish as his cultivation realm improved, but grew stronger instead. He began to realize that he finally understood now the principles he hadn't grasped in his previous life. Some children grow up. Their parents age, yet they still feel they have someone to lean on. That reliance is fundamentally not the protection of parents, but the love that tugs at every heartstring, transcending space and time. Suddenly Chu Erin spoke. But to be honest, Ninging also asked me to tell you something else. After all, at your age, you don't understand anything. Actually, among the demon cultivator organizations in Qingzhou, there is more than just the Purple Moon Society. To understand more, he asked. This is the first I've heard of this. I hope Senior Marshal Aunt Chu can elaborate, Lu Chowga thought. In my previous life, the famous enemies in the main storyline were only the Purple Moon Society. As for the leaders of the other minor groups, I can't recall them. Chu Erin explained. There are a total of 7 large demon cultivator organizations stationed in Qingzhou, namely the Purple Moon Society, the Yama Sect, the Demon Desire Sect, the Demon Concealment Sect, the Sea Blood Sect, the Azure Demon Sect, and the Secluded Bamboo Sect. Subsequently, the emblem of each organization appeared. The purple one is the Purple Moon Society. The red one is the Yama Sect. The dark blue one is the Demon Concealment Sect. The green one is the Azure Demon Sect. The emerald green one is the secluded bamboo sect, the pink one is the demon desire sect, and the one in the middle which is yellow is the sea blood sect. She continued. Their beliefs and philosophies are all different. For example, the demon desire sect. What they pursue is the liberation of their inherent nature, and this sect only accepts female demon cultivators. As soon as she finished speaking, Ping's mouth fell open, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of inherent nature are female demon cultivators trying to liberate? At this she blew Ping a kiss, teasing. Ping, you're still young and wouldn't understand. Women also have inherent natures that cannot be suppressed. Ping's face instantly flushed red and she stammered. No way. Next she recalled various inappropriate images and scenes. Unable to display. Please use your imagination. Just then Chaga spoke up to explain, extinguishing her confused thoughts. The inherent nature of demon cultivators is devouring and killing. Don't overthink it. What Martial Uncle Senior Martial Aunt Chu meant was, the demon lust sect is the greatest danger to the mortal world. It was only then that Ping realized, ah yes. Seeing that, he immediately caught on to her teasing. Chuiran sighed. That's no fun, little Chaga. In this Azure Dragon River incident, it's likely that all 7 demon cultivation sects were involved. Ninging said that the bodies of the demon cultivators who died at the Mo sect were from the demon lust sect, the Azure demon sect, and the secluded bamboo sect, and their status was not low. Song Chaga interjected. My cultivation partner also mentioned that 7 people in total attacked the Mo sect. It seems these demon cultivator organizations all send people. Chuiran found him increasingly amusing. Darn it. How could such a handsome man already have a cultivation partner so early? At this moment Ping asked curiously. So who exactly is the mastermind behind this incident? Someone capable of making the 7 major demon cultivation organizations send people to attack the Mo sect. What kind of figure must they be? She replied. There is still no answer to that question. The 7 major demon cultivation organizations all operate independently. Forcing them to act simultaneously, even the strongest Violet Moon Society would find it difficult to achieve. He also speculated. It might be a big shot from some hidden sect. Then he thought to himself. Even if they rack their brains, they will never imagine that the mastermind is actually their own sect master. Chuiran immediately confirmed that is also very possible. Hidden sects rarely appear, and they have few disciples. But the cultivators and powerful experts among them are in no way inferior to our sword sect. When the sword cultivators of Qingzhou rose up, Senior Jin Zun personally went to visit them, hoping to gain their assistance. Hearing this, Song Chaoga wondered. There are still hidden sects in Qingzhou, worthy of Senior Jin Zun visiting in person. He recalled this incident. This hidden sect, when he was a player in his previous life, he had never discovered it. She immediately confirmed. Of course there are. In Qingzhou the greatest powers are divided into 9 nations and 13 sects. Aside from the 7 major sects, nominally led by the sword sect, there are also 6 major hidden sects. She sighed. Unfortunately, I don't know much about them. The elders of the sword sect probably know more. Hearing this, he immediately had the answer in his mind. Sure enough, this world still holds many secrets. The more this is the case, the more hope there is for the seniors to break through their realm and extend their lifespan. Chuiran suddenly blinked. If there's a chance later, I'll introduce you to a few senior martial uncles aunts. They will explain it in more detail. By the way, where are we now? He glanced at the surrounding scenery and replied. We might be nearing the territory of Qing Nation. She chuckled softly. Qing Nation is a wonderful place. I haven't gone down the mountain to wander for a long time, and now that you're accompanying me, I feel very happy. He just glanced at Chuiran, secretly complaining in his heart. This woman is too troublesome. Suddenly Ping felt the atmosphere around him grow heavy, thinking he shouldn't stay there. Suddenly Chaoga remembered. That's right. The area extermination mission was issued 2 days ago. Haven't the players finished killing the corpse cultivator swordsman in the Azure Dragon River region yet? Corpse cultivator swordsman in the Azure Dragon River region. These stupid players. They haven't been putting in the effort lately. They need a reminder. Area mission sword cultivators exterminate demons. Publisher Song Chaga mission content. Eliminate the corpse cultivator swordsman in the Mo6 Azure Dragon River region. Mission rewards will be determined based on the total number of corpse cultivator swordsmen eliminated during the event period. Special note: the top 3 players who kill the most disciples of the dead swordsman will receive a special reward from Lu Chaoga. But this isn't because the players are too weak. It's because the players tried too hard. By a waterfall, a group of people were looking for something, constantly urging each other on. The mission shows 3 disciples of the dead swordsman remaining. Where in the world did they hide? Search fast, we must find them. Just then, behind the rushing waterfall, 3 figures shimmered. The 3 stood there, their bodies seemingly already mutated. Each of them was praying frantically in terror. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. We can't go out. We'll definitely die if we go out, we must hide well. The players were too relentless. They literally forced the remaining disciples of the dead swordsman to develop cunning. At this moment, Li Lingling, carrying her pack, arrived at the waterfall and observed carefully. There's an aura of the disciples of the dead swordsman, they're hiding here. Suddenly she looked at the waterfall and guessed, could it be hiding behind the waterfall? Thinking this, she immediately took action. She leaped across the floating rocks step by step. Hearing Li Lingling's footsteps, the 3 men trembled nervously, holding their breath. Just at this critical moment, when life hung by a thread, Lin Huaqian appeared. He shouted, Li Lingling, you stole 2 of my mobs. It's time we settled the score. But she only glanced at him indifferently. Get lost. If you can't manage it, you blame everything but yourself. Is there no gravity? What I seized is mine. Seeing himself mocked, he became furious and rushed forward rudely. I, Lin Huaqian, am going to fight you to the death today. You contemptible woman. Then he felt injustice. In my home, in my guild, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Immediately after, Lin Huaqian drew his sword, and Li Lingling decided to accept the challenge. Fine, then I'll let you know that you don't deserve to be a disciple of Momin at all. The 2 immediately started fighting. He roared, you can insult my character, but you absolutely cannot insult my sect. Li Lingling did not back down, swinging her sword once, splashing water onto Lin Huaqian and cursing, shameless rich 2nd generation. I hate people like you the most. While he was distracted, she kicked through the wall of water, aiming straight for his face. Lin Huaqian was sent flying. He yelled indignantly, how dare you use your foot to sneak attack a sword cultivator? How can you use your feet? The blow struck squarely near where the 3 men were hiding. The 3 men were left terrified and unsettled. At this moment, Lin Huaqian looked over, saw the 3 men, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Right after, he stared at the trio with gleaming eyes, making them terrified. Lin Huaqian shouted excitedly, excellent, I absolutely loved your sneak attack just now. Hearing the person who had just insulted her now suddenly praising her was extremely abnormal. Is he starting to babble? Could it be? She looked at the spot where Lin Huaqian had fallen, and saw his ridiculous expression. Running won't help. Take my sword obediently. Realizing something was wrong, Li Lingling charged over angrily. Speak respectfully to me. Stop swearing, you despicable rich 2nd generation. Leave one for me. Meanwhile, with Lu Chaoga, the system notification sound went off. The Qinglongquan regional quest you posted has been completed. Hearing this, he was stunned. There was no activity a moment ago. How is it completed now? Looking at the system screen, he smiled slightly. Since the quest has been completed, let this lord take a look at which 3 lucky players have obtained the special reward. At this point, the system screen began to display. Regional quest sword cultivators exterminate demons completed. Demon slaying contribution ranking 1st place. Li Lingling net streamer LV24 class sword cultivator. Sect rogue cultivator, no sect affiliation. 2nd place. Jiufeng Yenyu LV29 class sword cultivator. Sect sword sect. 3rd place. Jianwu Sire, LV27 class sword cultivator. Sect Yin Yang Jian. Lu Chaoga observed these names one by one, feeling doubtful. The top 3 on the leaderboard. It seems like no one from the Momin sect made it onto the list. But why do these 3 names feel a bit familiar? He began to analyze. Li Lingling, your name really is no different from that of a streamer. Relying on natural advantages, looks as beautiful as a flower. Plus that face which looks much younger than her actual age. Her live stream viewer count is now even higher than Lynn Alice. Professionally, she goes for a nearly 30 sensual approach, although appearance is one of her strong points. In reality, this young lady is a streamer specializing in technical gameplay. Thinking of her gameplay, Lu Chaoga continued. In terms of technical skill alone, Li Lingling is already among the top players. In my memory, this young lady could rank in the top skilled players list of the Tianqian gaming community. Among the top 3 spots. Looking at the leaderboard display, first place, Li Lingling streamer LV24. Class Sword Cultivator Sect Rogue Cultivator. Has not yet joined a sect. Lu Chaoga revealed a smile. My Momin sect is in urgent need of talent. With skills like these, this Li Lingling, I hereby designate her as a Momin service disciple. As for the name Qiufang Yenyu, second place. Qiufang Yenyu, LV29 Class Sword Cultivator, Sect Jianzong. He then fell into deep thought. This woman was my most formidable opponent. Back when I was still a player, memories of that competition long ago flooded his mind. In my previous life, I was the top wealthy account on the Beizhou server, and Qiufang Yenyu was the top wealthy account on the Qingzhou server. Back then the question of whether she or I was the absolute top elite account was once the hottest debated topic. Across all major forums, it even became a super thread, gathering tens of thousands of comments. It even made it onto the trending list. From then on, she and I were known as the twin elites of wealth. Everyone knows that among the elites, there is always mutual rivalry. He then stroked his chin. Thus she and I became irreconcilable enemies. A feud that spanned the entire server. Just like back then, no one has been able to uncover the true appearance of this mysterious person, which makes me rather curious. I wonder what the woman who was honored as one of the twin elites of wealth back then, the one who was ranked alongside me, actually looks like. Finally, there is the third place. Jianxi Siren, LV27. Class Sword Cultivator Sect Inyang Sword. Only this last person remains. Lu Chaoga shook his head. Never mind him. Focusing on the screen, he thought. Come to think of it, since others have secured the top 3 spots, shouldn't there be a reward? If I don't give out rewards, wouldn't I appear stingy? However, it must wait until the killing is over. I will definitely meet these 3 people personally. In that case, the rewards for these 3 leaderboard positions shall be presented by me personally. Regional Quest Sword Cultivator Demon Extermination completed. Quest difficulty rating. C. Rewards are being distributed to players. On the other side, Li Lingling was just about to launch an attack when she suddenly received a message and was immediately overjoyed. The quest is complete. Brother Chaoga has given out the rewards. Meanwhile, Lan Huagan grew frantic. Damn it. I'm doomed. I only killed a few enemies. The quest reward is definitely going to be minimal. But contrary to his expectations. Congratulations, you have eliminated 5 sword cultivators, ranked 385th. Quest reward gained 72,000 experience points. Lan Huagan immediately cheered. 72,000 experience points, plus over 20,000 points of experience from killing monsters. This time I gained nearly 100,000 experience points. Long live Captain Lu. Oh yeah. Li Lingling, standing nearby, curled her lips in disdain. Humph. What a naive rookie who hasn't seen the world. As for me, this young lady, I killed 37 sword cultivators in total, and am ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. Lin Huagan, who was cheering, was stunned upon hearing this. What 37 you say? By you. The system notification sound rang out. Congratulations. You have slain 37 sword cultivators. Ranking first. Quest reward. 200,000 experience points and an additional notice. Since you are ranked in the top 3, you have received Lu Chaoga's Momin Sect special reward. Lu Chaoga's special reward will be personally presented by Lu Chaoga. After confirming the time to the top 3 players, Li Lingling immediately shrieked excitedly. This is amazing. Lu Chaoga will personally give the reward to me. Double the happiness. She grabbed Lin Huagan and spun around continuously. I've been waiting for this day so anxiously that my face turned pale. And finally, today is the day. My long-cherished wish has now come true. At this moment the most miserable person was him. Oh my god, stop spinning me. Don't think just because you're a streamer you can take advantage of me. Since you are ranked in the top 3, you have received Lu Cheage's Momin Sect special reward. Lu Cheage's special reward will be personally presented by Lu Chaoga. After confirming the time to the top 3 players, the person reading this notice was Zhou Fengyan, a level 29 player. She was so excited that she couldn't hide her joy. I finally get to see him. My Chaoga. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No matter how much money it costs, I must have him. On the other side, another player also received the notification. She excitedly licked her finger. It's finally time to conquer Lu Chaoga. The main story arc of the game I'm playing is about to begin. Just then, because his name was being constantly mentioned, he sneezed. How strange for someone of my stature, a Dao Region 6-stage cultivator. I actually feel a chill I can't explain. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Seeing his recent reaction, Shuiran asked Chaoga, do you feel a bit cold? If you don't mind, take sister's clothes and put them on. Hearing this, Ping immediately covered her eyes, blushing. Senior sister Chuiran, what exactly are you doing? Oh my goodness. Feeling that this senior was acting too recklessly, Chaoga cast a spell on Chuiran. But he still couldn't stop her from excitedly saying Chaoga, your strength is too much. Lu Chaoga turned around helplessly, keeping a straight face. Ignore her. Absolutely do not acknowledge her. She is Ningyi's master after all. However, behind him Chuiran continued to speak. Even though it was a bit rough, Iran really like it. Witnessing this scene, Aping could hardly believe her eyes. Senior Martial Ant Chu acting like that she must really be practicing dual cultivation techniques. It must be. Just then the system chimed. Zenshingun has reached the target coordinates. Quest: pursue the true truth of the Lusher region. Quest hint: find the first soul bone fragment of the ancient divine beast, the Chihan Tunshin snake. After finding the first fragment, you will be able to unlock more information. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga privately commented, this name Zenshingun is quite elaborate. I shall see how ferocious you truly can be. Then he announced, we have arrived. Let's go down now. Aping immediately acknowledged yes. Meanwhile Chuiran was still fooling around. Be gentle when you go down, okay? Aping was startled upon hearing this. Hush, she replied. There are ordinary mortals down there. Making too much noise will scare them away. Linksa complained, frowning nearby. This young miss arranged by Aunt Ning is following us. Is she really here to help? Or is she here to perform 50 Shades of Shadow, the drama queen? Before them was the sight of a gloomy village. Leaves danced wildly in the wind. The three landed together. Aping asked as she walked. Senior brother Linksa, why does this town look so gloomy and desolate? Is no one living here? Chuiran immediately chimed in. How could there be no one? I can know immediately just by releasing my spiritual sense. Everyone in the town is currently gathered in the center of the town. It's just that a certain spell is shielding their presence, thereby concealing their existence. As she finished speaking, suddenly a monster with a blood-stained face appeared. The residents summoned it through some kind of ritual, and she seemed to guess something, that they were praying. Aping was startled when she saw this. They aren't making dinner right now. What are they doing running off to pray then, she thought. My cultivation realm is indeed still too low. Spells like this, I can't see through them even with my spiritual sense. Chuiran observed with a spell, then spoke. Judging by their appearance, they must be worshipping some evil god. Hearing the words evil god, Aping repeated in surprise, an evil god. Then she turned and asked Linksa, what do you think? Linksa replied, Qingzhou territory is vast, and cultivation sects are scattered everywhere. There must be a cultivation sect here too. Since there is a sect guarding this place, the belief in worshipping evil gods shouldn't exist. However, there are some exceptions. Moreover, this kind of spell that shields the aura of living people is extremely crude. The caster's realm is at most the third realm. Chuiran prompted, oh. What are the exceptions then? Linksa used a spell to see through it and replied. Unless the cultivation sect stationed here is worshipping the same evil god, the shielding spell here is clearly not the work of the righteous path. Hearing this, Aping asked, so are you saying that the cultivation sect here is an evil cultivation sect? She spoke. Since the sword sect rose again where in Xingzhou, is there still an evil cultivation sect that dares to exist so openly? Ping stopped talking nonsense. Shuiren reminded her. Besides, stop guessing wildly. Well, no, once we go over there and look. Lingzi pondered. This matter is highly related to that soul fragment, which is a soul bone fragment of the Qihong Tunshin Jiao. At this moment, the villagers who were praying noticed the movement. They shouted in astonishment. Look over there. Those are people who came from outside. How is this possible? Why can outsiders enter this place? Are they cultivators? Esteemed cultivators. Have you finally come to save us? Suddenly another person said cautiously. But those very cultivators abandoned us. How could they possibly return to save us? Those three people might just be accomplices of those guys. Suddenly a woman in the village looked intently, fixing her gaze upon Lingzi. But that esteemed cultivator. Just by looking at his physique you can tell. He is a good person. His appearance is simply the countenance that an esteemed cultivator ought to have. How could he possibly be an accomplice of those people? As soon as she said this, the men in the village were speechless. Even Ping was unable to speak. Senior brother Lingzi's looks truly are irresistible to mortals. Suddenly a trident plunged violently into the ground. The person who had just stepped forward to voice suspicion now charged straight over, yelling, "If none of you believe me, then let me expose his hypocritical mask. Let me show you this guy's true colors." Ping immediately stepped in front of Lingzi to block him. "Don't even think about harming my senior brother, Lingzi." Then she thought, he is immortal. I must restrain myself a bit. I must not injure his life. But then a spell stopped that person. Seeing this, Aping said gleefully, "It's senior brother Cheage's water cure 6. That person continued to struggle. "If you have the guts, kill me. I would rather die than hand over the common people to you." He immediately retorted, "Who needs the common people here?" But that person didn't believe him. "Stop pretending. We already know what happened to the surrounding villages and towns. Over a month ago, you demanded we sculpt statues of monsters and pray to them daily for blessings. A dozen days ago, then you told us to prepare 10 virgin boys and girls. If you aren't here today to demand living people, what are you here for?" He said this raising his voice. "Statues." That was clearly a man eating Yaoxiu. He instantly became agitated. "Aren't you Yaoxiu too? You just happen to have a prettier face." Hearing this compliment, that person immediately looked pleased. "You young man, though you are ugly, have mediocre aptitude and are even somewhat foolish. You do have decent taste." The other man was furious to see his self-satisfied look. "Yaoxiu, just insult me if you want to. Don't be so sarcastic." At this moment Aping exclaimed in surprise. "Since there's a Yaoxiu causing trouble, where is the local sword cultivation sect? If they just sent someone into the populace under their protection, they wouldn't have to waste these resources. They would naturally come forward to help." Lu Chaoga agreed. "Remember that tightly concealed spell formation we saw when we first arrived? Either the residents here are trapped by the formation, unable to leave, or it is he momentarily held back these assumptions and fell into contemplation. If it's the second possibility, Li Suifeng is colluding with the Jian Zone, having already infiltrated the Jian Zone or even deeper." Suddenly his gaze fell upon the woman standing behind him, and he spoke. "Miss, you look kind-hearted. Could you tell Manhwa the whole story of this calamity?" Seeing Chaoga make a request to her, the other man immediately panicked. "Don't be fooled by his pretense." But the young woman shyly agreed. "Of course." Hearing her agree so quickly, the man yelled unwillingly, "Damn it, you idiot! Were you fooled so easily by his appearance? When you die, you won't even know how you died." Lu Chaoga showed a kindly smile. "Just speak freely, Manhwa will handle everything here." The young woman then looked at the man with contempt and said, "This esteemed cultivator master is here to save us. I think you're truly mistaking kindness for ill will. Honestly, what Yaoxiu is as handsome as this cultivator master?" That person was rendered speechless. At this she stepped forward and began recounting the situation. "Cultivator master, this is a long story. This place was originally called Anjing Town. Though small, the town was very peaceful. Over a month ago a Yaoxiu came here," she continued. "Since then this place was renamed Xionghan Town. She mimicked the Yaoxius tone. All of you hurry and sculpt a statue for Ben Day's precious statue and offer sacrifices and pray every day. Otherwise you will all be killed without mercy. He didn't just change the name of our town. He also injured people whenever he felt like it. He ordered us to sculpt a statue of his strange beast and offer sacrifices and pray every day. She mentioned the Yaoxius command. From now on, every month you must provide Ben Day with 10 virgin boys and girls who are untouched. Otherwise Ben Day will slaughter everyone in your entire town. She continued. A dozen days ago, he came again demanding that we offer 10 virgin boys and girls every month. Otherwise he would kill everyone in the town. Lu Chaoga frowned. If he is already a Yaoxiu, based on Benzuo's understanding of Yaoxiu, he wouldn't negotiate with you. Why wouldn't a Yaoxiu just devour all of you directly? Aping standing nearby seemed to realize something. That's right, Yaoxiu are usually barbaric and cruel. I've never heard of such a situation. It actually talks to humans. That girl explained. Because we have a divine well in our town Anjing. If any cultivator dares to kill someone in town, the divine well will eat that fellow up. That's how Anjing town got its name. Aping suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder that demon cultivator could arrogantly injure people, but didn't dare to truly kill them. Shuiran spoke up. Oh, there is actually such a miraculous well. It can even suppress demon cultivators. At this moment an old man leaning on a walking stick approached and said, "This master cultivator might not know. The legend of the divine well has existed for tens of thousands of years. When I was young I personally saw it devour a demon cultivator. This matter is absolutely true. I guarantee this with my reputation. If I'm lying I will." But Lu Chaoga interrupted him. "Please, young lady, take me to see the divine well." That girl immediately agreed. "All right, master cultivator, please follow me." Meanwhile the old man was annoyed because he had been interrupted. "My old face is completely disgraced. If the master cultivators do not believe me, I saw it with my own eyes when I was a child." At this moment Lu Chaoga pondered. If nothing unexpected happens, the first piece of the soul bone fragment is inside this well. In front of them was a well covered in talismans. That girl spoke. "Master cultivator, this is the divine well of the town." Relying on her own sense, Chuiran commented, "There is indeed a faint spiritual energy. But relying only on this, how could it possibly fight a demon cultivator?" Aping meanwhile greeted politely. Aping pays respects to the senior. "Please senior, do not blame us." Immediately afterward Lu Chaoga used his spiritual power to connect with the divine well. Relying on his magical power, the result appeared. Killing is locked by the heavenly Tao integrate. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. System prompt. The first soul bone fragment of Qihong village has been detected. Should Tianjiao absorb it? Yes or no? Seeing the options given he pondered absorb. But why is the absorption target in this prompt Tianjia? Then Lu Chaoga turned his head and asked. This well is indeed miraculous. But there is one thing I don't understand. That girl replied, Master Cultivator, please feel free to ask. If I know the answer I will certainly tell you. Lu Chaoga spoke. Since you have the protection of the divine well, why didn't you ask the sects for help? Aren't there sword cultivators nearby? Instead you submit to the demon cultivators and perform these wicked sacrifices. I have already investigated just now. A concealment spell has been set up here. But the divine well does not restrict ordinary people from entering or leaving. Shuiran felt confused. This is truly a mystery. Is it the local residents who have a problem? Or is it the cultivation sect here that has a problem? And Aping thought. So this spell doesn't restrict the freedom of the people. It only obscures the senses of ordinary cultivators passing through this place. Luckily Sister Iran, she and senior brother Chaga are not ordinary people. That girl sighed. Alas, we really went up the mountain a long time ago to Baiwu nearby and pleaded with the master cultivators of the Baiwu sword sect. Aping pressed the question. Then why would you still? She replied, because none of the people who went there ever returned. However, there were a few letters saying they were realizing spiritual insight in the mountains Baiwu, and thus left home to request joining the sect for cultivation, and never came back. Shuiran interjected. Cultivation depends on fate and aptitude. If just anyone could go up the mountain and stay. And join the sect. I'm afraid the Baiwu Sword sect would have already been the #1 sect in the world. That girl nodded. We also felt something was wrong. That's why there are rumors in town, saying that that cultivator from Baiwu Jianmen abandoned our town long ago. It belongs to us now. Moreover, he detained the people who went to ask for help. At this she suddenly felt a wave of guilt. That is why, when the town chief saw you, he showed such great hostility. Because in the rumors cultivators and demon cultivators have been conflated. And they are no longer the cultivator lord who protected the local peace. At this moment Lu Chaoga turned around and asked, Baiwu Jianmen, do either of you have any impression of them? He thought they are probably insignificant small fry among the lower 100 sects. Although Momin where I currently belong is also such a sect, I have absolutely no memory of this one. A Ping scratched his head and replied awkwardly. My apologies, senior brother Chaoga. I rarely descend the mountain, so I have no impression. Shuiren spoke up. In this year's Sword Cultivator sect rankings, Baiwu Jianmen ranks 24th among the lower 100 sects. It's quite ordinary and unremarkable. Then she continued. I heard their sect master's lifespan is nearing its end, and they are currently selecting a successor. Having said this, she winked at Chaoga. How about that doesn't having an elder sister who knows everything? Seem a bit more thoughtful. But Lu Chaoga paid no mind, thinking. Lifespan ending soon, another pawn has appeared. In the worst case scenario, the demonic figure. He thought the guy who absorbed the life force of the whole city last time was also afraid of death due to old age. They either disregard everything or their obsession runs deeper. He also thought that the ones stirring up trouble must be acting because their obsession runs deep. Just then the ground suddenly began to shake, terrifying the girl, who panicked. Oh no, the demon cultivator is back. That fellow's voice rang out. Have the 10 young boys and girls that this lord requested been prepared yet? Afterwards Chuiren consulted with a Ping. Let's resolve this together. Your master specifically instructed that you should gain some formal experience. A Ping immediately nodded. Yes, elder sister Iren. Having said that, the two began to move. At this moment only the two of them remained. Lu Chaoja's expression darkened as he glanced at the girl. Sensing the icy gaze, she immediately asked suspiciously, Cultivator Lord, why are you looking at me with such eyes? He coldly exposed her. Now that only the two of us are left, how long do you plan to remain parasitic inside this girl? The remnant soul of the Qihong Tunshin Jiao. The woman took a frightened step back. She appeared cautious. Cultivator Lord, I don't understand what you're saying. What scarlet, what red? Chaoga approached calmly and revealed in a cold voice. There is no need to pretend anymore. I am the current host of Shasheng. I already know of your existence. After speaking, Chaoja's gaze fixed intently on the woman. Thoughts surfacing in his mind. And just now, the system reminded me, when absorbing the Qihong Tunshin Jiao's soul bone shard, the target it locked onto wasn't the well entrance. It locked onto this girl's body. But just then, the system had detected the first Qihong Tunshin Jiao's soul bone shard. After a moment Qihong changed her tone. She sounded exhausted. Of course I knew it was you. I just wanted to talk to you a little longer. Qihong raised her head, looking directly into Chaoja's eyes. A slight smile played on her lips. Since you've seen through my true identity, there's no need to hide anymore. He immediately bowed respectfully. Junior Momin disciple Lu Chaoga paying respects to senior. Chaoga thought, this parasitic remnant soul is protecting the local populace, so I should naturally be respectful. At this point Qihong crossed her arms, appearing aloof. She questioned him seriously. Speak, young man. What do you want from me? Chaoga did not answer. He countered with a serious question. Senior, would you be willing to leave? With this, Junior, hearing this, Qihong curled her lips into a cold sneer. You are quite frank. But her expression suddenly changed. Her voice elongated, carrying a sense of weight. The true form of my spell has already been destroyed. Its existence has been broken. Most of my soul has transformed into the realm of killing. My reincarnation is parasitic within the body of a sword prodigy. There have been so many sword prodigies, and I didn't follow any of them. Why should I necessarily follow a junior like you? Chaoga immediately interrupted her. But if Senior is unwilling, then why is your spirit residing within this young woman's body? And speaking to me in this manner? Facing the inquiry, Chihong smiled faintly. She had no choice but to admit. You Junior truly possess some intelligence. I have been separated from my main body for too long, and I've grown a bit bored. At this point Chihong suddenly looked at him. It's not impossible for me to follow a junior like you. But Chowga immediately guessed. Is Senior implying that you want me to save the lives of the people in this town? Lives? She showed a knowing smile. You young man are smart. And I like that. Chihong's voice sank. I was separated here years ago. Watching them grow up generation after generation. I have developed some attachment. Now the demon cultivators have come to invade the White Mist Swordgate. And yet they have hidden away like cowards again. But my residual soul alone is no match for that thing. Furthermore, if these people leave this town, I will not be able to protect them either. The current strategy is to kill that demonic menace, to eliminate future trouble permanently. After Chihong and Chowga stood facing each other for a long moment, he quickly spoke. If Senior is referring to that demon cultivator, my senior uncle and junior sister have already gone to deal with it. Chihong appeared dissatisfied. She snorted coldly. Who am I talking about? You clearly know, yet you pretend to be foolish. There is more than one demon cultivator here. The surrounding villages and towns have all been occupied by demon cultivators. Even the righteous sect, the White Mist Swordgate, dare not interfere. I imagine you also know that a terrifying individual is lurking behind all this. The system suddenly issued a notification. Discover the true nature of the realm of killing, and obtain crucial information in advance. This mission's reward is increased by 10%. The excellent rating reward is increased by 10%. Cheaja's eyes immediately lit up. He thought excitedly, isn't this exactly what I was waiting for? Obtaining crucial information means increased rewards. This is an outright hint. After a month of silence, Chowga nodded and admitted. Of course Junior knows. Since the scourge of this world has appeared before me, Junior will naturally eradicate it completely and restore peace to this world. He calculated in his mind. Earning rewards is one thing, and eliminating harm for the people is another. The two do not conflict. I have always wanted to, and I want to even more now. After speaking, Chowga turned around, gazing into the distance. His gaze darkened. His words were calm, yet they contained a surging rage. As for the White Mist Swordgate, if they are afraid of the demon cultivators or colluding with them, Junior will certainly demand an explanation from them. A slight smile flashed across Chihong's lips, and a hint of warmth flickered in her eyes. It seems I misjudged him this time. A youth with such temperament and talent. Following him down the mountain will also be quite interesting. Immediately after, she offered a suggestion. In that case, you Junior extend your hand. Chowga was instantly confused. What instructions does Senior have? A deep crimson blood-like energy surged out, enveloping Chihong. She slowly extended her hand toward him. My power will temporarily belong to you. In that instant the woman's body slowly fell to the ground. From inside the crystal, Chihong's voice was heard. Once you thoroughly resolve this matter, I will naturally help you retrieve Shashang. Meanwhile, the woman's body was suddenly enveloped in a green light. The system immediately prompted. You have obtained a bone shard of the Chihong Sky Devouring Jiao. Current progress 1/3. New hint information has been unlocked. Discover the true appearance of the killing domain. Hint 2 has been obtained. Do you want to view it? Chowga couldn't help but feel surprised. This bone spirit is really simple-minded. I thought it would be more troublesome. I didn't expect it to just give it away after a few pleasantries. Was it possible that in ancient times, both humans and beasts were so naive? After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, view the new hint information. Chowga secretly made a firm decision. I have promised to protect the people here. I will absolutely keep my word. System notification. Hint 2 has been activated. Hint information. Coordinates of the second bone shard Baiwu Swordgate. Chowga narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Alright, now it can be confirmed. What is certain is that the Baiwu Swordgate has completely sided with the enemy forces. Just at that moment, a faint voice rang out. Senior brother Chowga, hurry over. Senior Sister Irin has already discovered. A detail only those involved would know. He quickly replied okay. Cheage's figure rapidly ascended. He couldn't help but ponder he had already obtained the bone shard. There are still details over there. What is it that only those involved know? On the other side, the monster's corpse lay sprawled on the ground. Just then, right before his eyes, a vulnerable man appeared in the crowd. Upon seeing Chauga, Qingping hurriedly waved Senior Brother Chauga over here. She hesitantly turned her head to look. Senior Brother, I have already evacuated the populace. This demon cultivator was only at the third realm. Senior Sister Irin dealt with him easily. It's just that Qingping's gaze slowly drifted. Ever since Senior Sister Irin killed that strange beast, she's been like this. It seems like there's a detail only those involved would know. Chauga walked toward Irin step by step. He asked softly, Senior Anchu, have you found anything? Irin suddenly flipped over a gigantic shield. She narrowed her eyes and her voice sounded heavy. Aunt Ning Shi. Did she tell you anything about our master? Haven't we talked about this yet? Chauga answered truthfully. Aunt Ning rarely mentions it. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. It seems this strange, mechanical beast must be related to this grandmaster. Irin looked up high and continued. Our master was known as a genius among geniuses back then. A prodigy in the artifact forging world, appearing only once every 5,000 years. Look, this artifact forging technique was what he expanded upon back then. Cheage's gaze rested upon the object. He unconsciously mumbled the living body refinement technique. Chauga couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To be able to invent a technique like this, truly a genius. He secretly mused. This kind of thinking would be a huge step forward even in a technological era. Irin reached out and touched it lightly, speaking slowly. Moreover, she was considered a beauty in the sect back then, even though she never dressed up. Then suddenly Irin tightly gripped the object in her hand. Instantly a shockwave cleaved down vertically. She gnashed her teeth in fury and said, therefore, a demon cultivator ambushed you while you were in secluded cultivation. Irin stared intensely at the man. She almost screamed. That demon cultivator not only killed Master, but also stole all of her research findings. Qingping's eyes were filled with anger. Her voice was hoarse. Senior Aunt Shu, are there any traces of the fiend who murdered Grandmaster? Although aping strength is low, even if I have to fight to the death, I must avenge Grandmaster. Irin sighed after hearing this. The reason we haven't taken revenge yet is precisely because we haven't found that bastard. Your master and I have searched everywhere. To this day we only know that the enemy is a fiend. The second rank of the ZUI Association. It's just a symbol. Qingping clenched his jaw, his whole body trembling with uncontrollable fury. Detestable. Should we just allow that guy to get away with it? Meanwhile Chauga slightly frowned. Xinyan once mentioned that among the demon cultivators of the Momin sect, there was one guy who was very interested in the techniques of Qi practitioners. He also said he wanted to find me to avenge his 3 disciples. A sneer of disdain appeared at her lips. Chauga killed my 3 disciples. And sooner or later I, the master, will also come knocking to kill. We will meet again someday. He reconsidered. It seems now that even if that guy wasn't a demon cultivator, the killer of Aunt Ning's master must definitely be connected to this incident. Aunt Ning's master is considered half my grandmaster. Now we truly have accumulated quite a few old grudges and new hatreds. She turned around and looked at the man beside her. She sighed helplessly. It's all my fault. As soon as I saw this mechanical creature, I immediately remembered the tragedy of my former master. And I struck too heavily. I completely shattered his spirit. Otherwise, we might have been able to extract some information from him. Qingping frowned, his gaze tracking clues. True, who taught him this spell? And who refined this mechanical creature for him? Tracing the source might lead us to the murderer. Just then Chauga glanced behind him, seeing a crowd peering curiously at them. Seeing this, a smile touched his lips and he said, Aunt Shu, there's no need to blame yourself. Perhaps your disciple has a clue. Hearing this, she spun around immediately. She quickly asked Chauga, where is the clue? Chauga turned to look at the crowd and said meaningfully, the clue is right here among these ordinary people. At this moment the man opened his mouth wide in surprise. I was wrong about them. They truly are the esteemed cultivators who came to help us. What I did earlier must have offended them. I am truly cursed I was blind. How could I offend the esteemed cultivators? I should have treated them properly. Maybe they could have selected a young member of our Chen family to join their sect, and thus change our destiny. Yes indeed. Just then Chowga suddenly appeared in front of him. He questioned loudly. You are the mayor of this town, correct? Come here. He turned his head to look at Chowga, his eyes filled with fear. Yes. He thought the esteemed cultivators saved our town. Whether they want to strike me or punish me, I must endure it. Sacrificing my life for the safety of the entire town is worth it. Immediately after, the man decisively knelt before Chowga, and then he bowed deeply. This humble servant Wei Kun, mayor of Anjing Town, offended the esteemed cultivators just now. Whether you wish to kill or torture me, I submit to your will. I, your humble servant, have no complaints whatsoever. I only beg you to protect the safety of the townspeople. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. She frowned, dismissing such extreme thoughts. Stop talking nonsense. When did we say we wanted to kill you? Chowga interjected, adding support. This person is reckless by nature, lacks judgment in his speech, and is not entirely thoughtful. But his heart is sincere toward the townspeople, which is marginally acceptable. Hearing this, the man became even more nervous. He raised his head in confusion. If the esteemed cultivator called me here, not to punish me, then what? Is it for Cheaja's expression was serious. He walked closer, his gaze compelling him to tell the truth. I have something I need to ask you. Just answer truthfully. You mentioned before that the surrounding villages have all been plagued by demon cultivators. The man immediately replied without hesitation. Esteemed cultivator. Yes, the villages within 100 li radius have all been ravaged by demon cultivators. Our town has the protection of the divine well, but other villages and towns are suffering immense devastation, with countless casualties. There were even villages. Suddenly the man's body trembled violently. He recounted in horror. Hundreds of people in the village, not a single one survived. Hearing this, he continued to press, which fellow is causing trouble? In the other villages, was it also the same demon cultivator who came to your town? The man shook his head, denying. No one. Demon cultivators cause trouble. One fellow is responsible for every 2 or 3 villages. But there is definitely more than one demon cultivator causing trouble. Many demon cultivators are entrenched within 100 li radius surroundings. Many villages also sought help from Baiwu Mountain, but never received a response. Qinghe almost had an epiphany. She murmured, I understand what senior brother Zhaoga means now. There are also accomplices of these demon cultivators in the surrounding villages. Qinghe then came up with a plan. As long as we catch this group of demon cultivator accomplices, we can find information. Zhaoga turned around and smiled faintly. Exactly, these villages are currently in dire straits. You must hurry to save them. Qingping raised her head in bewilderment. She hastily asked, Senior brother Zhaoga, aren't you coming with us? Zhaoga turned around, looking in one direction. I must go to Baiwu Jianmen. His mind was flooded with thoughts. There are 2 reasons why I must go there. The first is the soul bone fragment. The second piece is hidden within their sect. The second is that as a subordinate sect of the sword sect, they have a responsibility to protect the people in the region. Even if my Momen was weak at first, we never fearfully pointed our swords at demon cultivators. Yet this Baiwu Jianmen is behaving in such an unusually terrible way. Seeing this, she showed no curiosity whatsoever. She didn't forget to remind Zhaoga, you go first. Once I've dealt with all the demonic cultivators here, I'll come find you. Qingping immediately cupped his hands in a salute. Senior brother Zhaoga, until we meet again. After a while longer, Zhaoga casually played with the stone in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips, and chuckled. Since I took the soul bone fragment that was protecting this town, I should give them a protective formation in return. The formations Xiao Lizi learned. I've also increased my proficiency in them a bit. Ultimately, for me, this is just a simple matter. Just consuming a few experience points. Immediately after Zhaoga threw the stone down, a magical formation instantly appeared. He shouted, for this period everyone do not leave the village. This formation of mine will naturally protect all of you thoroughly. Facing this sudden spectacle, The man cheered excitedly. It's an immortal's formation. The esteemed cultivator is protecting our town. The people all knelt down together thanking this. Protect their cultivator lords. We will forever remember this great kindness. Someone made a suggestion. Why don't we erect a statue for this esteemed cultivator? He's so handsome. It would be a shame not to make a statue of him. The person next to him nodded in agreement. Afon is absolutely right, the woman chuckled excitedly. I'd gladly pay for it too. Once the statue is complete, he'll come here to pray every day. Unfortunately, they later searched for craftsmen everywhere, but no one was able to recreate Lu Chao's unparalleled appearance. The scene shifted to a magnificent princely mansion. The guard looked utterly bored. He complained incessantly, having to guard the gate every day. I don't even know what the hell I'm guarding. There's a great mountain guarding array who could possibly break in. The person next to him nodded repeatedly in agreement. Senior brother is absolutely right. Our Baiwu sword sect is now like the midday sun. Who would dare come looking for trouble? Just then, the sky suddenly turned black. Witnessing this sight, the young man cried out in alarm, "Junior brother, what is that?" The other person looked up stammering. That looks like a cultivator's spiritual light, performing a spell. Such a colossal aura. I've never seen before. It must be a grand cultivator. At that very moment, a group of people filed out one by one, arriving at the center of the main hall. A voice came from high above, echoing endlessly. Moment, Sect Master Lu Chaoga has come to visit your sect. On this side, Yunfeng and others slowly walked out. Lu Chaoga was seen floating in midair, looking down with cold eyes. The moment he saw him, Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He was the one whose fame had spread throughout Qingzhou, now greatly renowned. The rising genius Lu Chaoga. It seems our secret has been exposed after all. Just then the first elder opened his mouth and shouted, Lu Chaoga, you and I belong to fellow sects. We should interact as equals. How can you visit our sect in such a manner? You clearly show no respect for your elders. Lu Chaoga narrowed his eyes and looked down, questioning coldly. You wish to be my elder? Are you worthy? Suddenly the first elder's entire body trembled. He was greatly astonished. This is the spiritual pressure only great cultivators possess. He's so young, yet he has already entered the realm of a grand cultivator. Immediately after, the crowd frantically shouted, arrogant Lu Chaoga. Quickly form the array, protect the elders. Lu Chaoga, are you bullying our Baiwu sword sect as if we have no one? Hearing this, Lu Chaoga showed a look of disdain. Trying to rely on your numbers. I am precisely bullying you because of your numbers. With that he gently raised his hand. His fingers began to move. The people below were suddenly struck with great force. After a good while Lu Chao's lips were pressed tightly together, deep in thought. I just observed the surroundings. This Baiwu sword sect actually secretly dismantled the myriad people bell. It seems they stopped caring about the lives of the common people below the mountain long ago, which is why they allowed demon cultivators to occupy this place and harm the human world. Only then would demon cultivators occupy this place and harm the world. At this moment, Yunfeng released a shockwave. The smoke rushed outwards. Faced with this sudden sight, everyone cheered excitedly. It's Sect Master acting. Sect Master. Quickly teach this Lu Chaoga a lesson. How dare he be so arrogant, coming to our sect and throwing his weight around. He must be taught how powerful our Baiwu sword sect is. He suddenly changed his attitude. He cupped his hands and respectfully said, Taoist Lu, it is truly an honor to have you visit my humble abode. Why don't you come down and sit for a while, have a cup of hot tea? Perhaps this is just a small misunderstanding. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga faintly smiled, trying to play disguise games with me. Then allow me to tear off your hypocritical facade. Everyone turned to look at Lu Chaoga, each person showing disdain. That brat is showing off at our doorstep. And Sect Master is still so respectful. Doesn't that diminish our prestige? The Sect Master is old after all. His sharpness has faded. Although Lu Chaoga is a great cultivator, if our Baiwu sword sect swarms him, he will certainly die. If we use our trump card, let alone Lu Chaoga, even powerful beings of the 6th or 7th realm would die. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga still stood quietly high above. He spoke in a low tone, no need for tea. There is something I don't understand. Since you are in charge of matters here, then you shall answer me. Hearing this, Yunfeng appeared very gentle. He lowered his head and replied, Taoist Lu, please ask, this old man will certainly tell you everything he knows. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little confused. What does Lu Chaozhe's attitude mean? He clearly knows the sect master's identity, yet he still addresses him as you. This clearly means he doesn't regard our Baiwu sword sect at all. Just waiting for the sect master's command. We will definitely make him pay a heavy price. After a moment of silence, Lu Chaoga suddenly raised a question. The bell of 10,000 people, which the sword sect granted to its 100 affiliated sects. Where is it now? The sword sect has strict orders. The bell of 10,000 people is the means by which the common folk seek aid. It must not be concealed or refused. Violation is a serious offense. At that moment, the entire atmosphere suddenly grew somber. Yunfeng looked up at him. Just as expected, he came to assign blame. Right then, he turned around and simultaneously gave a look. Seeing this, the chief elder grinned. Sect master, are you allowing me to make a move? He walked forward without hesitation, and then loudly challenged. Lu Chaoga, what do you mean how the Baiwu Swordgate conducts its affairs? When did it become your concern? Seeing this, he waved his hand coldly. I, this lord, am speaking. Who asked you to interrupt? Facing that gigantic palm, the chief elder immediately swung his sword. He roared furiously. You may be a great cultivator, but am I the chief elder not one as well? Seeing this scene, the crowd seemed excited. The chief elder has made his move. The chief elder long ago broke through to the 5th realm this time. Lu Chaoga is finally going to suffer a loss. Uncle Master quickly crushed Lu Chaozhe's arrogance. Just then, the massive palm pierced through the faint fiery glow. That hand was seen slapping the chief elder directly across the face. His entire face was twisted and deformed from the impact. Instantly, the chief elder's body was sent flying far away. After quite a while, the smoke gradually dispersed. The crowd shouted in panic, Chief Elder. They turned looking at him with pale faces. Uncle Master, Senior Uncle. Lu Chaoga lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. I spared his life. If you do not answer this lord's question, the next slap will land right on your old face. The crowd began to feel shock and terror. The chief elder is an expert, second only to the sect master. To be slapped away by him. This Lu Chaoga is so young. Why does he possess such cultivation? If that slap had landed on us just now, even if we didn't die, we would certainly be crippled. Seeing this, Yunfeng lowered his head, his gaze icy as he looked at him. It seems fellow Taoist Lu is determined to obstruct my Baiwu sword gate. You weren't really asking about the bell of 10,000 people. You were just looking for an excuse. Speak, what exactly do you want to ask? Lu Chaoga slowly began. Your Baiwu sword gate is supposed to be part of the righteous path. So why are you colluding with demon cultivators? Completely disregarding the lives of the common people. In this vicinity. Facing this sudden question, he burst out laughing. I thought it was something serious. Disregarding the lives of the common people. Then who is going to regard our lives? Yunfeng retorted. We cultivate desperately. Are we supposed to risk our lives for those mortals who are like pigs and dogs? Everyone shouted in unison. Exactly. Our cultivation is clearly achieved through our own efforts. What does it have to do with those common folk? Now that we have become cultivators, why should we care whether they live or die? If anyone is to blame, it's only because their own innate understanding is low, and they lack celestial fate. Aren't they all like pigs and dogs? Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Yunfeng was secretly pleased. Lu Chaoga. This is my answer. Cultivators and common people are no longer the same kind of beings. We are the ones who are the same. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga looked at them with a stern face. He calmly provoked them. It seems all of you firmly believe in this twisted logic, but you were once common folk, and your disciples were once common folk. Now that your cultivation is successful, you think they are no longer people but pigs and dogs. Before his voice faded, Lu Chaoga roared, almost screaming, then I ask you, in front of a powerful cultivator like this lord, are you weak rogue cultivators? Are you not also pigs and dogs? Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. Seeing their expressions, he gave a slight sneer. Since you are pigs and dogs, Then it is only natural for this seat to slay you pigs and dogs. Is also natural. Is that not right? Yunfeng urgently shouted. You can't put it that way, young man, he said, his voice trembling. We are fellow cultivators. Sharing the same spirit, someone nearby chimed in. Sect Leader Lu, please don't joke like this. We are different from those common mortals. His gaze swept over the trembling crowd. And in his bright pupils, a trace of sorrow and contempt flickered. It seems this twisted reasoning always applies a double standard. The moment others treat you as pigs and dogs, then this twisted reasoning ceases to be valid. You have long forgotten why Qingzhou sword cultivators wield their swords. Lu Chaoga raised his hand, wind swirling around him. His voice gradually deepened. Then this seat will help you recall the spirit of the Qingzhou sword cultivators. Yunfeng realized the situation was critical. Yunfeng's voice trembled, but he still tried to shout. It seems that this Lu Chaoga saw through our actions long ago. He deliberately engaged in discussion with us, merely wanting to seize the chance to humiliate us. Disciples of the White Mist Sword Sect, listen to my command. Immediately activate the mountain protection array and defend against the intruder with all your might, they shouted in unison. Yes, right at this moment, Lu Chaoga struck down without hesitation. Seeing this sight, everyone stared at him with wide eyes. This Lu Chaoga is too arrogant, he must be killed. This Lu Chaoga actually slapped the faces of all our sects. Kill him if Lu Chaoga is allowed to leave the mountain alive. Bringing the sword sect, it will surely lead to disaster. Must be killed, Lu Chaoga echoed, his tone eerie. This seat has always enjoyed fighting few against many. Now face this strike from this seat. Be careful. Don't let this seat look down on you pigs and dogs. Heaven and earth trembled because of it. The sword light drew an abyss-like arc, pouring down like the Milky Way. In that instant Yunfeng turned around in terror. This sect is worthless anyway. I must leave here and find Lord Jiuchong. That way there's still a glimmer of hope for survival. But just then, an arm tightly gripped his foot. Seeing this, Yunfeng turned around, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The head elder asked the sect leader doubtfully, the great battle is imminent. Where are you going? He smiled gently. I am going to awaken the White Mist Sword Sect's trump card. I will use it to slay this Lu Chaoga. Hearing this, the elder was instantly overjoyed. That is excellent. The disciples and I will hold him off for a little longer. Just as he turned away, Yunfeng harbored wicked thoughts. You bunch are nothing but a pack of pigs and dogs. You only received a few small favors from Lord Jiuchong. You all go ahead and fight that Lu Chaoga desperately. This old man is taking his leave now. Outside, Lu Chaoga let out a resounding roar. A bunch of disorganized rabble. This shabby sword formation isn't worth a single strand of hair on my little lazy. From high above, a massive pillar of light suddenly fell. The light spread throughout the entire space. Yunfeng couldn't help but feel suspicious. Are these pigs and dogs really this useless? They couldn't even hold on for a moment. Just then, a blast of cold air shot straight toward him. Sensing the abnormality, Yunfeng's voice began to tremble. What is this from the hazy smoke? Lu Chaoga sternly questioned. Sect Leader, were you planning to escape amidst the chaos? He pointed his sword tip directly at him. Are you not concerned about all the disciples in your sect? Yunfeng stammered an explanation. This old man feels that what Sect Leader Lu just said was absolutely right. These disciples have shallow cultivation and should be regarded as mere swine. Sect Master Lu, just leave an escape route for this old man. This old man is willing to offer treasures. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga asked seriously in return, is it enough just for you alone to survive? He answered frankly, of course, those disciples of Baiwu Jianmen. This old man has long regarded them as swine. Sect Master Lu, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just then, a familiar cry came, Master, Sect Master. So you've always seen us this way. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene changed. Yunfeng was standing in the center of the encirclement. He glanced behind him in terror. You're actually still alive. Lu Chaoga sneered. Right now, your crimes haven't yet reached the point where death is mandatory. See, they are still alive. Aren't they able to watch a good show? Hearing this, Yunfeng's expression drastically changed. A crime that hasn't reached the point of death. In that case, it seems fellow Taoist Lu is still unaware of something. Those disciples began to grow anxious. We absolutely cannot let him speak of this disgrace. We all received benefits from the demonic cultivators once exposed. Then it's truly over. He dashed out frantically. You old villain. Don't you dare speak nonsense. You have already betrayed our Baiwu Jianmen, and are unworthy to be our sect master anymore. Today let us cleanse the sect of you. Water waves surged and churned like a rising tide. Heaven and earth power again. The vortex of water swept across everything. Lu Chaoga don't believe his nonsense. Lu Chaoga stood with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring proudly, speak. What else is this venerable one unaware of? Lu Yunfeng slowly opened his mouth and asked. Sect Master Lu, you came to my Baiwu Jianmen to kill people and eliminate demons. Because we permitted demonic cultivators to harm the populace. Are you truly completely unaware of this? Lu Chaoga merely smiled faintly and replied. This venerable one once heard that your sect master's lifespan was nearing its end. Yet now he appears quite robust in spirit. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid he followed the demonic cultivators and gained some method of sustaining life, didn't he? His voice grew softer and softer. You didn't guess wrong. But this old man is not the only one who received a way to extend life from the demonic cultivators. Baiwu Jianmen. Our sect was rated as one of the lower 100 sects 300 years ago. You should know this. Lower 100 sects means that within the sect there will be no cultivators above the third realm. But at that time, in this dull and obscure lower 100 sect Baiwu Jianmen, he continued. But now my Baiwu Jianmen has produced grand cultivators above the fifth realm. Lu Chaoga understood as well. So your entire sect has followed the demonic cultivators. Lu Yunfeng slowly took off his outer robe. That's right, Lord Zhozhong. Granted our Baiwu Jianmen a new life. Large purple characters appeared. A piece of jade was embedded in his body and glowing. This old man doesn't just want to prolong his lifespan. He also wants to break through my current realm. His unparalleled power was ignited. Lu Yunfeng level 63. Partially obscured by black marks. Already a peak expert of the 6th realm 3rd heaven. Sect master of Baiwu Jianmen. Lu Yunfeng. Level 63 6th realm 3rd heaven. Current status. Mechanism artifact modified lifeform. Important character detected in the main storyline. The dark side of the Tianqian world. Bears killing intent towards you. Character designated as Sect Master of Baiwu Jianmen. Lu Yunfeng boss battle activated. Main storyline Tianqian. Quest reward main storyline progression Tianqian. Bead. Character attribute point draw Jianling Wen Yangzhu. Lu Chaoga merely sneered. Living creature artifact forging technique. Sure enough, no matter the era, the ultimate application always involves the human body. This was supposed to be a routine interrogation. I didn't expect to dig up this old leader. And it even relates to the Tianqian main plotline. Crank strength isn't that impressive. But perhaps I can figure out the pattern related to this hidden main plotline. He drew the sword from behind his back. Although I don't know what nonsense you are spouting. But Lu Chaoga, you are only at the 5th realm grand completion right now. Lu Yunfeng laughed wildly, showing a sinister grin, and shouted. You are no match for this old man. Scale armor sword level 51. Note Lu Yunfeng's destined sword was once modified by mechanical artifact refining techniques. Lu Chaoga maintained a calm expression. That's really strange then. If you clearly possess this kind of strength, why were you still trying to run away just now? You even had the heart to abandon this magnificent sect foundation. Lu Yunfeng was extremely confident, his muscles bulging as he prepared. Do you really think this old man hasn't considered that? Among those who followed you here, there is an elder from the sword sect. Her realm is above mine. Even if I kill you here, I am not sure if I can be her opponent. Lu Chaoga rubbed his chin, his tone slightly playful. You are certainly cautious. You even deployed your spiritual sense in the surroundings. Since you can sense these things, you know the secret of the white mist. The sword gate's secret can no longer be contained, which is why you cut your losses. He happily raised a finger in commendation. Then you must be quite clever yourself. Seeing his attitude, he was consumed by rage and launched an attack. It is not for a young fellow like you to comment. After I kill you, this old man will still have time to escape. Lu Chaoga immediately blocked the strike. Nothing special about it. It seems following the demon cultivators didn't gain you much either. Lu Yunfeng shrieked. Is that so he unleashed thousands of streams of sword energy? Lu Chaoga found it interesting. A mechanism like this exists. Modifications certainly change things. He condensed into a huge block of iron, attacking the young man with renewed vigor. What determines victory is not masterful sword techniques, but the secret technique within this mechanical sword, which even I cannot break through. You want escape? He crossed his arms and shouted. This mechanical sword combined with this old man's domain, relying on your fifth realm grand completion body, you absolutely cannot survive. As his voice fell, the domain activated. Lu Yunfeng used blazing fiery purgatory. Everything around them seemed to catch fire. Lu Yunfeng screamed wildly, turn into charcoal in this purgatory. The people nearby were all astonished by this sight. That old man actually possesses such power. Lord Zhouzhong must have bestowed much upon him. Damn it. We actually offended the sect master like that just now. What should we do now? If I had known the sect master had this kind of strength, I would never have dared to insult him. He remained silent for a long time, focused only on his thoughts. What are disciples and grand disciples worth? As long as this old man is strong enough, you will obey. Lu Yunfeng's face darkened. Too bad you are all about to become dead men. Only this old man can live forever. How could you young people possibly understand the meaning of living well? He recalled those painful days spent lying in bed. You old thing, I spend so much time brewing medicine for you every day. Hurry up and die. Drink it and then just die. Back when my lifespan was nearly exhausted, lying in bed unable to move, even the low-ranking disciples brewing medicine could humiliate me. He tossed and turned in bed, desperate for a way to live. Do you want to be able to move again, sect master? Right in the darkest moment of my life, it was Lord Zhouzhong who brought me back to life. His power erupted fiercely, his aura menacing. As for everyone else, they are just a bunch of pigs and dogs, disposable whenever I choose. This way it's convenient to bring them along, so you can all be buried with me. Turn to ashes, all of you. The flames began to spread. Everyone screamed immediately. Run! That old bastard wants to burn us too. This place has now become a dangerous sea of lava. The surrounding crowd instantly fell into chaos. What happened? Lu Chaoga's wall of water blocked the sect leader's flames. But wasn't Lu Chaoga supposed to be dying? However, things did not go as Lu Yunfeng had wished. Impossible, Lu Chaoga, you cannot still be alive. His eyes flickered with light due to the shock. Lu Chaoga stood proudly atop the lava. This thing of yours doesn't look very solid. Lu Yunfeng's rage soared, reaching its peak. Lu Chaoga, die now. He controlled the sword in his hand. A calm voice rang out. You want this seat to die? This tiny bit of fire is far from enough. Lu Chaoga has fought against all sorts of characters. Not long ago, this seed witnessed two kinds of flames, capable of incinerating heaven and earth. The sword light flashed decisively. Lu Chaoga launched a powerful move, commenting, your level is too low. Just one of his moves could easily strike down his opponent. Lu Yunfeng collapsed completely, utterly defeated. That is the form of the strange beast, which became a help to Lord Zhouzhong. Human cultivators, you are all living sacrifices I offered to Lord Zhouzhong. At that moment a system notification popped up. Main story boss. Tianxian main quest. Instance the dark side of the world. C-class protagonist. Baiyu sword sect leader. Lu Yunfeng. Killed, reward settlement progress. Task completion 32. When progress reaches 100, all rewards can be obtained. Lu Chaoga felt confused after reading it. What is going on? Didn't I just kill this guy? Why is the progress only 32? At this moment, something abnormal was happening to Lu Yunfeng's corpse. His face was somewhat pale. Wait, could it be that this guy hasn't truly died yet? It was very noisy outside now. Those Taoists flew into the sky, they have arrived. So that's how it is. Lu Chaoga observed carefully. Since it allowed a dying old man to use living mechanism arts to survive, then even if this old man dies, he must have prepared a clone for himself, allowing him to live on. Just then, boom, An earth-shattering loud noise came from the front of the mountain. Following that was another tremor, startling everyone greatly. That is the true trump card of our Bayou Sword sect. The sect leader is already dead. Who is controlling it? The sect leader never showed us the technique to control it. Could it be that only after the sect leader's death was it truly brought under control? Lu Yunfeng, now in a different form, threatened everyone. This old one originally intended to maintain a human form, but now it seems that was merely a pipe dream. That is the form of the strange beast, which became a help to Lord Jiuchong. Human cultivators, you are all living sacrifices I offered to Lord Jiuchong. The entire scene was enveloped in a layer of dazzling light. Everyone was gripped by fear. Look quickly. That strange beast, mechanism, artifact is already targeting us. Well, what is going on? Hey. We are on your side. They must find a way quickly. Chief Elder, what should we do now? If we try to run now, we definitely won't escape. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? The old man's teeth were grinding in anger. The entire sect has been driven into a desperate situation. Since things have reached this point, we only have one path left. The chief elder made up his mind and turned around. He dropped to his knees, begging desperately. He cried out hoarsely, pleading for his life. We were coerced by the traitor Lu Yunfeng into following the demon cultivators. We beg Sect Leader Lu, for the sake of fellow practitioners, save us who are also sword cultivators. Today I will clean up my own house. Now that things have reached this point, only Lu Chaoga, whose fame shakes Qingzhou, can save us now. We can't worry about appearances anymore. It doesn't matter if this old face is completely disgraced. The surrounding disciples also knelt down. Please, Senior Lu, save us. In reality, however, their hearts were full of malice. The chief elder truly is a genius at using one predator against another. What a brilliant plan. This Lu Chaoga is at the very least a sword cultivator, a member of the righteous path. Even if he dislikes us, he won't casually kill people. The important thing is to save our lives first. Even if the world laughs at us for it, it's no big deal. Lu Chaoga merely gave a cold smile. He sighed at the coldness of human hearts and the forced flattery. Just now you were shouting my name. And now you've changed your tune to Sect Leader Lu and Senior Lu. Your shift from arrogance to reverence is truly laughable. They kept their heads down, appearing exactly like a bunch of cowardly people who feared death. Exactly, that's right. This was all done under duress. Senior Lu, please don't joke around. We were threatened just now, which is why we spoke inappropriately to you. Senior Lu, you don't know the whole story. That Lu Yunfeng was tyrannical and oppressive. If we didn't obey his wishes, we would be killed instantly. We had no choice in the matter. Senior Lu, we beg you to show great magnanimity and forgive us. The urgent matter now is that we must quickly eliminate that monstrous fiend. Their pleas for mercy grew louder and more persistent. That's right, Sect Leader Lu. That Lu Yunfeng has definitely transformed into a demonic beast now. If he is allowed to remain in the world, he will only harm more innocent lives. We beg Sect Leader Lu to act quickly. Exactly. That Lu Yunfeng is no longer a cultivator like us. Sect Leader Lu, you must not show mercy. Lu Chaoga put his hands behind his back and said, what you say makes some sense. Demon cultivators have harmed countless people, and sword cultivators can kill them without hesitation. Although you associated with the demon cultivator, you are ultimately still my fellow practitioners. Hearing this, they thought they had succeeded. Their smiles deepened. This is going to be good. Lu Chaoga means he will strike down the demon cultivator. As long as he can hold back that old fiend, we can use this perfect opportunity to escape. Even the chief elder thought he was about to successfully reap the benefits of the conflict. This Lu Chaoga is, after all, just a young man in his 20s. He ultimately doesn't understand the ways of the world. We can easily make use of him. But he had known all this long ago. Lu Chaoga said in a deep voice, if I hadn't activated my divine sense to check the entire Baiwu sword sect, I might actually have believed your nonsense. Hearing these words, everyone was startled. It's over, damn it, how could we forget about that? The earlier evil aura easily left traces. Lu Chaoga immediately exposed their true nature. You stopped being human long ago. You accepted the cultivation method modified by the demon cultivator. committing murder and robbery, engaging in horrifying atrocities. You are no different from those murderous demon cultivators. A new rift in the abyss opened up, burying all of them alive. You living souls! I will reclaim all of you on behalf of Lord Jiuzhong. The chief elder raised his hands and let out a tragic shriek. Elder Sect Master, please listen to my explanation. The intense light is blinding. The Jianquan opened, filled with anomalies. Red eyes glittered as if preparing for an assassination. Now it's your turn. Lu Chaoga. The system displays a detailed analysis report. The spirit transformed into a living chi refining beast, the gigantic mountain turtle beast. Level 66-6, realm 6th heaven. Skill living giant beast, spiritual power threat level UC. Blazing hellfire prison rank. Weakness analysis. Due to 70% of the cultivator's souls being injected into the foreign beast body of the Luyun Peak survivor, it was subsequently modified. Its defense capability is comparable to the 8th realm. It is difficult to break this defense layer using sheer brute force alone. However, on the turtle shell that serves as the core turret, there is a strange crack. This weakness can be exploited. Lu Chaoga spoke firmly. You are the mastermind. I never intended for you to leave alive from this place. His eyes spared no one who dared to cause trouble. To save your life, you colluded with demon cultivators, harming the populace, and even devour the living. You old tortoise, you deserve to die. The giant beast erupted with power, intending absolute slaughter. Lu Chaoga, enough nonsense. Lu Chaoga prepared to die. He didn't hesitate, raising his sword and rushing forward. This thing, according to the prompt from Advanced Perception, has a crack in the center of its turret. Since that is the case, I will shatter its turtle shell. He knew, because in the cells in the back courtyard, citizens were still imprisoned. He couldn't dodge, he had to withstand this strike. Man and beast faced off directly, making it hard to determine the winner. This attack was merely pure spiritual power compression. But the spiritual power within it was no longer the sort of sharpness of a sword cultivator and sense of integrity. Instead, it was the foul spiritual power of a demon cultivator. He sighed while fighting. This old fellow has completely become a plaything of the demon cultivators. Lu Chaoga rushed forward, a sarcastic smile appearing on his lips. This level of spiritual power attack is just child's play. Sharp sword moves were unleashed one after another. Old tortoise, take a strike from me. He had to face this most evil monster. The giant beast erupted in fury, releasing its full power. Beast, do you think getting close can defeat me? Quite the opposite. Boom! A loud noise shook heaven and earth. It let out an angry sound in the white smoke. Lu Chaoga, your sword still cannot injure this body which was bestowed upon this old man by Lord Jiuzhong. The body granted to this old man. Injured. Go die. The giant beast looked around. Lu Chaoga had already vanished into the mist. Lu Chaoga, where have you hidden? Get out here and die. He hovered in midair, observing everything. He spoke casually. So that's how the crack on its body appeared. The system then popped up a notification. A soul bone from Qihong village was detected. The heavenly sect received this message. Lu Chaoga also vaguely understood. The reason the soul bone existed within the Baiwu sword gate was to break the shell of this tortoise, making it convenient for sword cultivators to pass through and eliminate demons. This soul bone unexpectedly possesses more of a heroic heart than the entire Baiwu sword gate's cultivators. The giant beast now roared sarcastically. Lu Chaoga, it's a waste that you are the champion of Kingjus. Rising star swordsmanship, you can't defeat this old man Hedon and resort to such despicable deeds. He turned his head and sneered, knowing this was a provocation tactic. Lu Chaoga retreated slightly, his whole body radiating light. I never like falling for traps. He radiated the protagonist's aura. However, this time I will show you what the leader of the Rising Star Swordsmanship is. Xingzhou, the giant beast, glared at him and sneered. Beast, ignorant child, utterly arrogant. This body of mine can only be broken by someone in the 8th realm. Can break through a mere 5th realm, great perfection. Truly dreaming. Ling Su was too lazy to fight anymore. I should report this first. Since my realm hasn't reached the 6th stage yet, it doesn't feel quite right. This master will break through the realm first. The giant beast's tone carried a challenge. Breaking through your realm during combat? With just you? Ling Su faintly appeared and disappeared within the light, blurting out it's nothing more than breaking through a realm. What's the big deal? The light shone in the night sky. Ling Su reached a new realm again. 6th stage, first heaven. Ling Su's power grew stronger. Don't rush. This master wants to break through even more. The giant beast submerged in the sea of fire was utterly shocked. Breaking through 5 realms continuously. He actually broke through 5 realms continuously. What on earth is going on? Did he perhaps defect to the demon cultivators too? Ling Su emitted light surpassing his current realm in the pale sky. He has now ascended to a new height. The realm is decent for now. The timing for making a move feels just right. Leveling down is not the problem itself. The problem is, this master upgrades whenever he wants to. Heavenly Dao, your punishment is truly meaningless. Meanwhile, the giant beast was filled with hatred. Killing intent accumulated as it opened its fluctuation domain. My spiritual power is several times stronger than usual. Ling Su, so what if you can break through realms? Today I will make you this generational prodigy. Die right here. Ling Su merely showed a wicked charming smile. Is that so? Ling Su's true form gradually appeared, his voice full of defiance. Then let's activate Ascension to Immortality again. Ascension to Immortality, when using immortal human form, absorbs spiritual power and accumulates it to 200. The body itself activates this state. All attributes increase by 50. And enters the state banished. Contemporary immortal. State banished, contemporary immortal. Temporary effects cannot be unlocked. The power is getting stronger every moment. His aura has surged again. He must be stopped. We must strike now and kill him. One righteous, one evil. Both sides competed, refusing to yield an inch. Ling Su spoke with emotion. The spiritual power of demon cultivators is both pure and disgusting. This master doesn't like it, but I can manage to use it. The giant beast was extremely surprised upon hearing this. What exactly is going on with this guy? A hint of killing intent flashed in Ling Su's eyes. He raised his sword, threatening the opponent. Hurry up and retreat into your turtle shell. It can actually suck away my spiritual power directly next. This master will make you say goodbye to it completely. The system analysis appears again. Ascension to Divinity. Ascension to Divinity, when using immortal human form, absorbs spiritual power and accumulates it to 500. The body itself activates this state. All attributes increase by 200. And enters the state true form reincarnation. After maintaining this state for 5 seconds, 100 loss of one's own personality. Transforming into divinity state true form reincarnation. Primary effects are temporarily locked. Negative effects are being forcibly activated. At this moment Ling Su was overflowing with killing intent. What kind of monster is this guy? Is this what a true genius is like? Fear caused the giant beast to feel terrified. Even though I have transformed into a strange beast, I cannot stand against an existence of this level. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly something emerged from the top of its head. It turned out to be Lu Yunfeng's soul. Leaving the body will cause it to be scattered by the mortal world scale. But the soul is better off than staying in this body and having my spirit and soul scattered escape. My soul has been refined by the Great Worm Lord. As long as I leave here and find another body to occupy, I can continue to live. Ling Su was above, preparing to unleash a massive amount of power. Trying to run, too late. As he prepared to devour, a shrill scream erupted. No, stop please, I don't want to die yet. I haven't lived enough. A barrage of attacks assailed the area. Ling Su could only sigh. He probably guessed this outcome. As expected, even using Ascension to Divinity as an instant cast skill, the burden on the body is significant. But a loss may turn out to be a gain. Fortunately, this power is enough to match its consumption. Lu Chaoga thought about it further. However, when he activated Ascend to Immortal, Ascend to God, the system seemed to give a prompt. Exceeded quota. Status. Banished Immortal Terrace and True God Reincarnation status. What does this mean? He immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that the sword domain human immortal peaks rank? Just like Shawshank possesses some hidden secret. His eyes instantly lit up like meteors. Doesn't this mean this venerable one can become even handsomer and stronger? After reviving Shawshank, I'll go look for the fortuitous encounter of this human immortal and reap some benefits. Just then the system popped up a notification about the main boss. Heavenly Profound main storyline, the reverse side of the world. Sect Master Level Figure Liu Yun Pika Bayou Sword Sect has been completely defeated. Experience gained 12 million. Reward settlement progress. Mission completion rate 100. Rewards obtained. Heavenly Profound main storyline progress. 1 loot obtained. Warm Yang Sword Spirit. Character attribute 2 Warm Yang Sword Spirit. Heavenly Profound main storyline progress. The reverse side of the world was originally 12. Lu Chaoga stroked his chin and made an assessment. This crank old tortoise actually provided one of the main storyline progress. Excellent, excellent. For every 5 main storyline progress accumulated, the main contributor will receive a reward. Lu Chaoga broke into a highly excited smile. Then this venerable one. Am I not the main contributor? However, he still remembered that he had an important task to do. But first I need to feed Buwan. Last time I fed it a yellow grade warm young pearl. It received a great gift back then. What will it get if I feed it a blue grade one this time? Lu Chaoga summoned Buwan. The cute and playful little girl leaped out. But a trace of seriousness was on her face. Yellow grade is breakfast. Blue grade is stir fry. So is purple grade braised pork. Lu Chaoga almost forgot about another matter. I almost forgot there's also this little guy. He glanced at Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu has also contributed quite a bit lately. Provided it doesn't affect Bu Wan's awakening progress. Perhaps I can let it eat some too. But I still need to see Bu Wan's willingness. If Bu Wan refuses, then there's nothing I can do. Bu Wan and Xiao Wu were having a great time playing. Lu Chaoga softly said to them, "Go on." He had a strange feeling towards these two creatures. He didn't know why, but he felt like he was raising children. Thinking of a certain person, his cheeks flushed slightly again. Speaking of which, once the heavenly profound calamity is over, how many children should Xin and I have? However, I still need to ask for her opinion. While he was lost in thought, the two little guys had already eaten their fill after feeding. Was complete. The system updated the progress. Sword Spirit Bu Wan. Consumed Warm Young Pearl. Blue grade 98. Gained Awakening Progress 96. Current Awakening Progress 163. Sword Spirit Xiao Wu consumed Warm Yang Pearl. Blue grade 2. Gained Awakening Progress 8. Current Awakening Progress 8. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga was thrilled. As expected of the blue grade Warm Young Pearl, it increased Bu Wan's progress by 96. It looks like a wave of rewards will arrive soon. Xiao Wu only consumed 2 of the blue grade Warm Young Pearl. How considerate. But his expression suddenly changed. Wait, what is this? 2 of the blue grade Warm Young Pearl actually granted Xiao Wu 968 awakening progress. After reading, Bu Wan and Xiao Wu were already fast asleep. The awakening conditions for an SS rank sword spirit and an E rank sword spirit. Are the differences really this huge? Bu Wan seemed to be immersed in her own dreams. The system immediately reported to Lu Chaoga. At this moment, sword spirit Bu Wan feels very happy. Grants the host one chance to draw a prize. It was only then that Lu Chaoga understood. It turns out, the previous draw was also because Bujin ate happily, which is why the reward was given. He had thought the system was fully awakened, and Bujin was always happy. The system then issued the next notification. The awakening progress of the sword spirit Bujin SS rank has surpassed 10%, and its appearance is about to change. At this moment, Lu Chaoga's face showed an expression of pleasant surprise. He smiled happily. The appearance changes once every 10% increase. What will Bujin look like this time? He imagined thousands of different forms. Will it be a popular type of transformation? She pouted and yawned, with her eyes half open and half closed. Bujin showed a cute and happy smile. But Lu Chaoga didn't see any changes. Then Bujin placed Xiao Wu on top of her head. The system immediately provided an explanation. Bujin is displaying her change in appearance. Lu Chaoga's expression completely froze. Got it, the body went from XS to S. What a huge change that is. Lu Chaoga sighed in disappointment. Only a prize draw could bring some comfort to this person whose dream had just been shattered. He gently drew a blind bag. Who knows what's inside just drawing? It would be nice to get another Xiao Wu. But after drawing, his face was filled with surprise. I just wanted a Xiao Wu. Did I really draw something this strong? The divination slip read. The azure heavens immortal zither holds red beans. Mortal connections linked by a subtle bond. Fiends and gods meet as if separated by fog. Looking back, the lamp wick reflects white robes. Bujin drew a superior fortune slip this time. The probability of receiving a reward is 85%. Do you wish to reveal the prophecy? Lu Chaoga held the slip, feeling very surprised. Superior fortune slip, 85 chance of reward. That's enough for the cost. Did I strike it rich this time? The light on the slip shone brightly. Excellent. The special effects when reading the superior fortune slip were clearly different from before. I wonder what the great fortune slip and the even higher ranked supreme fortune slip will look like. Everything around the slip was subtly changing. One prophecy revealed successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the sword spirit. Zheng middle grade. Commentary: only a favored son of heaven can draw a top-tier sword spirit. You are truly very lucky. Zheng middle grade. Let this master see your true form. Streams of power continuously collided. Lu Chaoga felt slightly happy. This was exactly the feeling he had been searching for. This feeling. It's when little Liza's heaven and earth awakening is also wind. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? This truly makes a perfect match for little Lizzie. Bujin now has a new form. Sword Spirit Lord of the Wind Barrier Strength Quality. Unnamed. This name has never been attached to a divine sword before. Commentary: a princess who lives in the eye of the storm. Controlling the power of wind and formations. Too powerful to be controlled. Lu Chaoga's eyes were filled with interest. This is truly a perfect match for little Lizzie. Just thinking about this, Lu Chaoga felt extremely excited. The scene of them fighting side by side. The thought alone was incredibly satisfying. Lu Chaoga created a brilliant magic circle. Looked up at Bujin and indicated. I am very satisfied with the slip I drew this time. Just let her stay with you for now. When we return to the sect, I'll give it to Zhao Liza's Changsheng. He secretly mused about this little girl's merits. Bujin deserves credit for containing the sword spirit. I wonder where Xiao Wu. She